Additionally, if a task requires skill, the points will vary depending on the difficulty. For instance, the cone-shaped shelter built by Chu Zhe was awarded 20 points. Suyu, who built a very simple shelter between two trees, only received 10 points. Su Shun's A-frame shelter also earned 20 points. There are also some special shelters. For example, a cave, being a natural shelter, was awarded 5 points by the production team. It's worth mentioning that the tree hole group's tree hole is also a type of natural shelter, but the production team gave them 0 points. The reason is clearly stated. If the tree hole group had only stayed in the tree hole for no more than 3 days, they could have received 5 points. But since they had no intention of building a shelter, the production team deemed the tree hole insufficient to protect the two, lacking all the functions of a long-term shelter. Therefore, they were given 0 points. Well, Snake King, got nothing to say now, huh? After reading it, Lu Wenwen's eyes were smiling. Hops's face was grim, and he remained silent. The production team's evaluation was very objective, considering every aspect without missing any details, and even he couldn't find any flaws. For example, when Chu Zhe identified the footprints of a bear and a jackal correctly, the production team awarded him 3 points each. If he had identified the footprints incorrectly, the production team wouldn't have given any points. It was that strict. Hops also paid special attention to the tree hole group score, which was at the very bottom. In total, 5 days only earned them 23 points. This included the 5 points for fire making by rubbing sticks. Additionally, due to their brawl, the production team deducted 20 points, meaning the tree hole group's actual score was 3 points. It's worth noting that just building a normal shelter and making fire would have earned them 25 points. Therefore, most groups could easily exceed 30 points. With the tree hole group dragging them down, this explains why China is ranked first. Hops shifted his gaze to Su Shun's group. As expected, Hops frowned. Su Shun's most impressive feat was chasing down a wild boar and killing it with a single strike. For this, the production team didn't hold back, awarding him 50 points for pushing human limits, which is always appreciated. Just this one feat exceeded the total scores of many groups over 5 days. After all, hunting animals is a difficult task for most people. In today's society, where people are accustomed to a pampered lifestyle, they can't compare to the cunning of wild animals. Therefore, they either fish in rivers, climb trees to collect bird eggs, or set traps to catch rabbits to supplement their protein intake. Compared to other herbivores, rabbits pose a negligible threat and are relatively easy to catch. The production team awarded 10 points for catching a rabbit, with an additional 5 points for each extra rabbit caught. This means Chu Zhe earned 15 points for shooting 2 rabbits on the second day. Hops stared at the total score for Su Shun's group, remaining silent. 121 points. Quite capable. But Hops understood that although Su Shun's score was high, it couldn't make up for the tree hole group's single-digit score. Finally, he shifted his gaze to Chu Zhe's group, and his pupils shrank the next moment. The score was clearly written, 279 points. More than double Su Shun's score. What does this mean? It's equivalent to repeating Su Shun's wild boar hunting scene 5 times. Hops looked at the details and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The production team left no stone unturned, awarding points for every impressive feat. For example, the wooden cage used for bathing earned 10 points. The 2 fish traps each earned 5 points, totaling 10. Building a rain shelter earned 5 points. There were also points for collecting salt from bay laurel trees, making dragon's blood resin, and so on. The 2 highest scores were: one was Chu Zhe's stunning 3 arrows in the bamboo forest, which earned him 50 points, including the 3 bamboo rats. This was even higher than Su Shun's 50 points. The other was the deer Chu Zhe snatched from a bear and a jackal that night. Since the drone captured the scene up close, the production team had already consulted animal experts to analyze the footage. The conclusion was that the wound on the deer's neck was indeed caused by a jackal. This means most of what Chu Zhe said was true. Combined with the drone recording the bear's roar, the production team awarded a total of 100 points for the entire incident. This wasn't all. There were also points for swiftly killing a black mamba and quickly dissecting the deer. This guy. Hops gritted his teeth. The more famous Chuzé became, the more displeased Hops felt. Although he didn't know Chuzé 5 days ago, not even hearing his name. As for the other groups in China, for example, Su Yu's group had an average performance, earning only 68 points. Of course, this was also due to bad luck, as they didn't catch any animals. The closest they came was when a deer was scared away by teammate Wang Jun's sneeze. For most groups, getting 40 points would be considered high, as it's only been 5 days, and even just drinking water would keep you alive. But for the internationally renowned Su Yu, this was a huge humiliation. Of course, he himself wasn't aware that his reputation was about to be ruined. He was still arguing with Wang Jun. The other 8 groups performed okay, scoring between 40 and 50 points. This, combined with the Treehole group's low score, allowed China to take a significant lead in the rankings. One of the teams from Bear Country also scored over 100. The other Bear Country contestants generally scored higher. This is related to their tall and strong physique. Living in the coldest northern regions, often fighting various bears, people from Bear Country are known as the Fighting Nation. This allowed them to surpass the beautiful country and take second place. Johnson. When Hops saw the score of his most favored contestant, his face softened. Johnson's group scored 106 points. Among the 100 groups, apart from Chuzé, who was the only one with over 200 points, Johnson was one of the 3 contestants with scores over 100. Lagging behind in the shelter? Hops immediately saw the problem. Johnson didn't build a shelter and relied on a cave as his base. In terms of shelter, he was 15 points behind Su Shan. At this moment, noticing the obvious joy on others' faces, Hops deliberately raised his voice a few degrees and said, "It's only been 5 days. The longer the time, the more problems will be revealed, especially for those without experience." As he said this, Hops deliberately glanced at Chuzé's name, making his meaning crystal clear. Lu Wenwen couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Chuzé's performance was beyond doubt, and Hops' comments were nothing more than the ramblings of a clown. Chapter 83. Elegant Mandarin. Johnson's dread. ***. Hops was fuming. No one in the live broadcast room paid any attention to him, not even Bear. He turned his gaze to He-seong, hoping the latter would give him a way out. Unexpectedly, He-seong gave a sheepish smile, showing a hint of apology on his face, then turned his head away. As a joke, who would dare to speak up for Hops at this moment? He-seong cursed inwardly. After all, the audience was still excited about China's first place and was endlessly discussing it. Hops usually mocking them was fine, and the audience would just take it as a joke. But he had to pour cold water on them in front of the whole country at this moment. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? He-seong opened his phone and clicked on the live broadcast room page. Sure enough, it was filled with greetings to Hops' parents, even going so far as to affectionately greet his ancestors for 8 generations. What elegant Mandarin, He-seong sighed. However, Hops was feeling very frustrated at the moment and didn't notice this. Fortunately, Hops understood Mandarin. If he saw how the Chinese audience was cursing him, wouldn't he be so angry that he would spit blood? China has a saying, facts speak louder than words. Johnson will soon surpass Chuzé and become number 1. Hops broke the silence, directing his gaze at the screen and speaking. Dream on. Lu Wenwen retorted. No, Wenwen, it's still possible, Bear said. Bear, why? Lu Wenwen looked at Bear, her eyes full of surprise and confusion. It was as if she was saying that Bear was actually helping Hops. Bear understood Lu Wenwen's thoughts and immediately explained. The show's evaluation, in essence, is based on the contestant's performance. The better the performance, the higher the score. Right? Lu Wenwen nodded. Then think about it. Out of the 200 contestants, at least 20 can be considered wilderness survival experts. So why are there only 4 with over 100 points on the leaderboard? This? Lu Wenwen thought briefly and then shook her head. Seeing this, Bear smiled and said, in fact, for those experts, they are all wilderness survival masters. Therefore, for them, strength is no longer the most important thing. Luck is the key. Just like the 2 experts from the Republic of Korea, look at their current situation. Describing it as miserable would be an understatement. Don't look at Chu Zhe's current performance as good, but luck also plays a big part. If his luck goes down in the future, and Johnson's luck is good, killing a crocodile or a wild buffalo, surpassing Chu Zhe wouldn't be a difficult thing. That's right, Hops agreed with Bear's words. What's so special about a rabbit, a bamboo rat, or that deer taken from a bear? Do you think Johnson couldn't do it? He just hasn't encountered it yet. Johnson lost because of bad luck, not because of his strength, Hops said, his eyes revealing a hint of mockery. Isn't luck also part of one's strength? Lu Wenwen retorted. Hops was stunned for a moment. Lu Wenwen pressed her advantage. So Johnson did lose to Chu Zhe, the Snake King. Do you agree with that? Hops didn't speak, only snorted coldly, indicating his agreement. Lu Wenwen's lips curled into a smile, showing that she had won. But whether Chu Zhe could continue to maintain his lead was still uncertain. She couldn't provide any practical help to Chu Zhe and Shun Huangxue, so she could only try her best to defend their reputation in the live broadcast room to prevent them from being slandered by Hops. And Lu Wenwen knew that given Hops's nature, if Johnson's score ever surpassed Chu Zhe, he would definitely make a huge fuss and let everyone know. By then, she would be powerless. Chu Zhe, it's up to you, she thought. Meanwhile, Johnson and his teammate had just finished eating in the cave and were preparing to rest. Suddenly, his teammate's wrist vibrated. Johnson noticed but remained silent. His teammate glanced at the two drones and then immediately walked out of the cave. Using the excuse of going to the bathroom, he turned off the camera. 5 minutes later, the teammate returned, his eyes flickering with something more. Johnson's heart was as clear as a mirror. Then the two lay down on the straw to rest. The drones also gradually descended to the ground. It's worth mentioning that the drones are charged by solar energy and their own power supply is sufficient for 72 hours. Even so, at night, the drones usually land on the ground or at a high place to save power. Seeing the drones land on the ground, the teammate spoke in a very subtle voice. There's an order from above. An order? Johnson's spirits were immediately roused, and any drowsiness vanished. This was the first time he had received an order since joining the show. The teammate continued, the higher-ups are very dissatisfied with your performance. What? Johnson frowned, his expression displeased. He believed his performance was quite good, having killed many bats, especially the Bat King, which he was very satisfied with. He was confident that no one else could do better than him. But he didn't expect the higher-ups to still feel it wasn't enough, which was too strict. And then? Johnson's face darkened as he asked in a low voice. The higher-ups said you must kill a large animal within 3 days, any species, or else. I can do it. Before the teammate could finish, Johnson showed a hint of dread and agreed without hesitation. He regretted his decision from back then. Johnson wasn't an unknown figure in the U.S. Marine Corps. He had won the title of Soldier King in several U.S. Special Forces competitions. But not long after that, the mission content left Johnson puzzled. First, his military status was revoked, turning him into an ordinary citizen, and then he was told to wait for further notice. The two men also mentioned that in the coming months, a major event sweeping the globe would occur, and that would be the target of his mission. At first, Johnson thought it might be an assassination of a foreign leader. But in the end, he was instructed to sign up for Survivor, 400 days. And he actually managed to stand out from tens of millions of people and was selected to participate in the competition. Chapter 84. Worldwide Discussion. Hopkins and Linda. Johnson naturally didn't believe he was chosen by luck. He had reason to suspect that it was the organization behind those two individuals that had pushed for it. At the time, although they claimed to be from a secret agency of the beautiful country and were armed with military firearms, they didn't show Johnson any relevant credentials. However, Johnson didn't doubt them at all. After all, the Marine Corps he was in was one of the most famous units in the beautiful country, with extremely tight security. Even a fly might not be able to get in. The 6 of them were clearly from a national organization of the beautiful country, conducting a secret mission, so their mysterious behavior could be understood. Later, Johnson received their message. The content was simple and clear. Survive until the end of the show and obtain ownership of the island. It was also marked that it had to be successful, not a failure. Below that, all the family addresses and contact information related to Johnson were listed, even including the illegitimate daughter his mistress had given birth to last year. The implication was obvious. Once Johnson arrived at the show, he didn't slack off. He performed well, just had some bad luck. In the absence of food, he had to keep killing bats to replenish his strength. It's worth mentioning that his teammate, named Smith, was sent by the organization to assist him. Smith was skilled and had good wilderness survival experience, which saved Johnson a lot of trouble. Smith also told him that the bracelet on his wrist was specially made and used a different channel from the other 199 contestants. If the organization wanted to contact them, the message would be transmitted to the bracelet. The bracelet would vibrate, and at that time, Smith would use the excuse of going to the bathroom, turn off the camera, and then open the bracelet to memorize the sound it emitted. This way, there would be no evidence left. Even if the production team noticed something unusual later, they could only attribute it to a manufacturing error of the bracelet. So tonight, when Johnson noticed Smith's bracelet vibrating, he realized the organization was transmitting a message. That's why he lay on the straw, pretending to sleep. In fact, he was waiting for Smith to return and tell him the message after the drone landed. Hunt a large animal within 3 days. Johnson recalled the organization's request. Having once held the title of Soldier King, Johnson was not only incredibly accurate with a gun, but also highly skilled in hand-to-hand combat. He could handle wild animals with ease, and if he wanted to, he could even kill tigers or black bears. However, his primary task was to survive for 400 days, not to risk his life for a mission like he did in Special Operations, where he could return home after completing it. Although he was strong, he didn't have military weapons, only a shovel, and the blade had become a bit dull after days of chopping trees. Johnson had originally planned to find a stone and sharpen it by the river tomorrow. Moreover, he was a flesh-and-blood human. Once injured, in the high-temperature rainforest, he could easily get infected. At that point, not only would he not survive 400 days, but he might not even last another week. After thinking for a long time, Johnson came up with a plan. Sensing Smith's breathing, he knew he wasn't asleep. "Smith, tomorrow we'll bring food and water and search farther away." Smith didn't open his mouth, just nodded his chin. Seeing this, Johnson closed his eyes and started to rest. While all the contestants were resting, the whole world was discussing the evaluation list released by the production team. Damn production team. My great kimchi country isn't first. It's all because of those so-called experts. Their team score isn't even as good as half of the teams from the White Bear country. What a waste. Baka, the cherry blossom country, is ranked 8th? Absolutely impossible. Our contestants performed so well. Even the Chinese contestant Chu Zhe can't compare. The production team is too biased. Cherry blossom country, what did your contestants do? How dare you say such big words? Ignorant. Our great cherry blossom country's contestants caught several scorpions on the first day and later speared several fish. Is that all? Not yet. Just today, our contestants caught a venomous snake. It's huge, over 1 meter long. How about that? Impressive. What? Really disappointing. After all that talk, you only caught 1 venomous snake? That's still more than what Chu Zhe can do. I've seen his information. He's just an ordinary person. How can he compare to our experts from the cherry blossom country? What a joke. Chu Zhe caught a venomous snake nearly 2 meters long on the first day, and last night, he killed the world's most venomous snake, the black mamba. Cherry blossom people, haven't you seen the evaluation details of Chu Zhe's team? How could this be? It's impossible. Soon after the evaluation was released, netizens from all over the world were discussing it on the official website. The official website had a very convenient feature. Regardless of the language the netizens used, it would automatically convert it into a universal language. This way, most netizens could communicate across the world. Many netizens, seeing their country's ranking was unsatisfactory or even at the bottom, were indignant. They expressed their dissatisfaction with the production team's evaluation on the official website. Some even began to study the evaluation results, trying to find flaws. However, the production team not only ignored these discussions but also welcomed them. This way, they could attract even more heat. Although their audience number had already surpassed 500 million, for the production team, the more, the better. Their salaries would also be further increased. At the same time, Hopkins returned to the hotel. The hotel he stayed in was a 7-star hotel, and both the service and comfort level satisfied him. Entering the room, he first looked at a cage. The cage was covered with a black cloth, completely concealing what was inside. Hopkins directly removed the black cloth, revealing the contents of the cage. His stern expression softened with a hint of a smile, and the frustration he had felt after being reprimanded by Lu Wunwen dissipated. Inside the cage was a snake with a body that emitted a colorful glow. Most importantly, this snake had 2 heads, a 2-headed snake. Perhaps stimulated by the sudden light, the snake lifted its body, and both heads simultaneously flicked their tongues, assuming an attacking posture. However, it seemed to recognize Hopkins and then lazily lay on the ground, curling its body together. "Linda, don't sleep. Tomorrow, I'll take you out to play." Hopkins opened the cage, and Linda immediately obediently slithered out, wrapping around his arm. The 2-headed snake seemed to be quite young, with a body length of just over a meter. Hopkins gently stroked the 2 heads with his other hand, slowly walking to the window. Looking at the starry sky outside, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. He was very looking forward to tomorrow, his and Linda's debut. Chapter 85. Shun Huangshue storms off. Beneath the black robe, in the morning, Shun Huangshue murmured softly and stretched lazily on the straw mat. As her consciousness returned, she opened her eyes and immediately sat up. Seeing that her hands and feet were behaving themselves, unlike the previous morning, she patted her chest lightly, relieved. Thank goodness, otherwise I'd be too embarrassed to face anyone." While muttering to herself, Shun Huangshue yawned sleepily. Suddenly, a face appeared in front of her. She was startled, almost throwing a punch. "What's so embarrassing? You despicable man." Seeing Chu Zhe smiling in front of her, Shun Huangshue felt a surge of anger. If Chu Zhe said he wasn't doing it on purpose, who would believe him? Was I the one who said something embarrassing? You must have misheard. Shun Huangshue's face turned slightly red, and she lowered her head, trying to divert attention. Chu Zhe wasn't fooled. He leaned in closer and pressed on. "Nonsense. I can even hear the sound of you taking a bath clearly. How could I possibly mishear?" "Well, I mean it's really funny." Shun Huangshue quickly came up with a perfect excuse. However, before she could celebrate her quick thinking, she sensed something was off. There was something wrong with what Chu Zhe had just said. After thinking it over, Shun Huangshue's mouth twitched. This guy was getting more and more unruly. It seemed she should avoid him as much as possible in the future. "What exactly did you say you heard clearly just now?" Shun Huangshue snorted lightly, her tone tinged with a hint of annoyance. Chu Zhe remained calm, looking at her in surprise. "The sound of you washing vegetables. What did you think?" After a few seconds of silence, Shun Huangshue pushed Chu Zhe aside and walked out of the shelter, her mood sullen. She picked up a steel pot and left the campsite. Watching Shun Huangshue's retreating figure, Chu Zhe rubbed his chin. Was I being a bit too much? At this moment, something unusual was happening in the Chinese live broadcast room. Hops had ditched his usual suit attire today, instead wrapped entirely in a black robe. His figure appeared bulky, as if something was strapped to his body. Good morning, viewers. Welcome to the live broadcast of 400 Days of Wilderness Survival, Day 6. Facing the camera, He Xiang greeted first. He Xiang, as charming as ever. Don't overdo it. He Xiang's face looks a bit pale. Did he have a vigorous workout last night? Everyone knows He Xiang likes to exercise. So what? The audience teased He Xiang. Even He Xiang couldn't help but blush, clearing his throat before turning to interact with the guests. Wenwen, you seem to be in a good mood today. Is there anything happy you'd like to share with everyone? He Xiang said with a smile. Lu Wenwen's lips curled into a faint smile. Hearing He Xiang's words, she revealed a hint of pride. I successfully reached the master rank in Wild Knowledge King last night. Wenwen, that's impressive. I'm still at the hiker rank, Xiang exclaimed in surprise. The Wild Knowledge King that Lu Wenwen mentioned was a knowledge-based game launched globally by the 400 Days of Wilderness Survival production team on the first day of the show. It encompassed all knowledge related to wilderness survival and nature. Due to the show's popularity, countless people who couldn't participate in the program downloaded the game. The questions were highly challenging, with many not even searchable online. Climbing the ranks was extremely difficult. Lu Wenwen's master rank was the highest in the game. It was equivalent to the level of survival experts like Bear Grylls and Suyu in real life. Of course, while the game tested theoretical knowledge, practical skills were another matter entirely. The show's intention was to encourage people around the world not to be addicted to the internet and to learn more about wilderness survival, preferably by venturing into nature. This wasn't the first time such an initiative had been taken. In the United States, there was once an elderly man in his 70s. He converted most of his wealth into gold and placed it in an ordinary wooden box. He then hid the box in a mountain range in the US and created a treasure map. The map was posted online, causing a sensation in the US. The old man's goal was to get modern people to disconnect from the internet and explore nature. At the time, hundreds of thousands of Americans participated in the treasure hunt. However, due to the vast area, no one found the treasure after 10 years. But one day, 10 years later, a college student passionate about exploration deciphered the map and finally retrieved the box. The show's intentions were good. They also awarded a small monthly bonus to those who reached the master rank. Although it was only a few $100s, it attracted a lot of people. So far, the game had only been open for 6 days, and very few had reached the master rank. Lu Wenwen's achievement showed how hard she had worked. Compared to the single Lu Wenwen, Xiang, with a family, had also played the game but didn't have the time to delve deeply into it. He was still at the lowest rank. Useless. Hops showed disdain. He had heard of the game, but even though he wasn't on par with Bear Grylls, he was considered half an expert. He had no interest in such games. Lu Wenwen was a complete novice in wilderness survival, yet she reached the master rank in the game and was proud of it. Did she really think she could survive in the wild? If anyone else had said that, Lu Wenwen would have retorted immediately. But with Hops, relying on his experience and reputation, she had no idea how to respond, only turning her head away in anger. Hops, since Wenwen is young and wants to enter our field, we should encourage her. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Bear Grylls spoke up. Hops certainly wasn't going to encourage Lu Wenwen. These past few days, he had been thoroughly rebuked by her, and he wasn't about to let it go. Snake King, your outfit today has a bit of a Halloween vibe. Xiang changed the subject, addressing the question on everyone's mind. Despite Hop's blunt manner of speaking, he was extremely particular about his appearance. It was the first time he had been seen in a black robe. Finally asked, huh? Hop's heart raced with excitement, but his face remained calm. That's because... As he spoke, Hop suddenly threw off the black robe. In the next moment, the entire live broadcast room and all the viewers were horrified. A two-headed snake with a shimmering, rainbow-like sheen was coiled around Hop's body. Upon sensing the light, it raised its body and flicked its tongue at the surroundings. A snake, it's a snake. Lu Wenwen was so scared her face turned pale. She immediately stood up and retreated behind Bear Grylls. Xiang was also dumbfounded, a chill running through him as he stared at the snake. Hops, that's going too far. Bear Grylls' angry voice echoed. Chapter 86, Lu Wenwen's counterattack. Shangjun is being selfish. ***. Is there? Don't worry, my Linda is very well behaved. Hops calmly sat in his seat, completely disregarding the feelings of those around him, and even stroked the snake's head with both hands. Teacher can animals like this be brought into the live stream? Lu Wenwen was most afraid of snakes. If it were any other animal, she would have already gone up and smashed it to death. I don't know either. Xiang was almost in tears. Yesterday morning there had been an accident in the live stream, and today another unexpected incident occurred. It was never peaceful. Ask quickly, teacher Lu Wenwen shouted. Xiang snapped back to reality, took a few steps back, and spoke into his earpiece. After a while, Xiang's face turned even more grim. Teacher what's the situation? Lu Wenwen sensed something was wrong and immediately asked. The production team said that Snake King had reported in advance, and they had consulted with the higher-ups. At this point, Xiang took a deep breath and continued. The higher-ups approved it. What? Lu Wenwen's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She had never heard of any program allowing a guest to bring a snake in front of the camera. Xiang could only smile bitterly. The production team said that since their program is the first of its kind globally, it's natural for a snake to appear in the live stream, as long as it doesn't harm anyone. This? Lu Wenwen's face showed signs of distress. Her seat was next to Hop's, and since the production team had approved it, she didn't dare to go back to her seat. It was a joke. Who in their right mind wouldn't be afraid of a snake, especially when it was right next to them? The audience was also filled with exclamations of shock. Faced with such a scene, they couldn't find the words to express their astonishment. Like Lu Wenwen, most of them were also afraid of snakes, but since they were watching a live stream, they weren't too frightened. Instead, they began to admire the snake on Hop's body. It's a rare two-headed snake. Look at the snake's pattern, it's iridescent. So beautiful. Snake King truly lives up to his name. He even has this kind of snake. Of course, not everyone was pleased, especially Lu Wenwen's fans. He knew Sister Wenwen was afraid of snakes, yet he still brought it to the live stream. Didn't you hear, Teacher They didn't know about it. Hops reported it to the production team on his own. What a manipulative move. If it weren't for that snake, Sister Wenwen would have knocked Hops out with one punch by now. Hops scrolled through the live stream's comments, unable to hide his smug satisfaction. He hadn't violated any rules. In fact, when the production team initially invited him, they had hinted at letting him bring a snake to the live stream. But he had refused. Even so, when he came to China, he had still airlifted his beloved snake, Linda, to China. Lu Wenwen had openly admitted on the first day that she was afraid of snakes, something Hops remembered clearly. As the days went by and she continued to confront him, Hops found himself unable to gain the upper hand in words. So, he came up with this move to annoy her. Linda, bow. Hops snapped his fingers, and the two-headed snake named Linda immediately stood on Hop's shoulder, lowering both heads like a human bowing. Bear Grylls watched Linda with interest. He had heard that Hops had a rare snake, and this was the first time he had seen it. Linda is so intelligent. Xiang forced a compliment. That's natural. Just as Hops was about to boast, he noticed Lu Wenwen's brows relax slightly and inwardly sneered. But don't let Linda's current gentleness fool you. Once angered, she fears no lion. Even I would be bitten. As he spoke, Hops glanced deeply at Lu Wenwen. Sure enough, Lu Wenwen shuddered and continued to hide behind Bear Grylls. Bear pointed to the trembling staff member beside him. Hops, with this, the live stream can't continue. Boring. Hops stroked one of the snake's heads, and Linda coiled back around him. Then Hops picked up the black robe from before and put it on. With that, the tense atmosphere in the live stream eased. Both the staff and Lu Wenwen breathed a sigh of relief. However, Lu Wenwen still hesitated. Don't worry, Hops may not be good at much, but he's very skilled with snakes. Unless he instructs it, the snake won't bite anyone. Bear patted Lu Wenwen's back in reassurance. Thank you, Bear. Lu Wenwen felt reassured and calmly returned to her seat. Hops wasn't about to let her off that easily and suddenly said, Not necessarily. Maybe Linda wants to bite someone. Is that so? Lu Wenwen stared coldly at Hops. As long as you're not afraid of being charged with intentional harm, go ahead. You. Hops' face turned red. Indeed, if Linda did bite someone, there were only two possibilities. One was that Hops admitted Linda had bitten without his command. In that case, Hops' crime would be minor, but his reputation as Snake King would be ruined. For Hops, that would be worse than death. The other possibility was that Hops had instructed Linda to bite. In that case, Hops would face criminal charges, but his reputation would be preserved. There's still a long way to go. I can't let this girl bring me down. Hops suppressed the anger in his heart and turned his gaze to the screen. At that moment, the screen switched to Chu Zhe's group. After breakfast, the The two were continuing to build the bamboo hut. Although they were efficient, it was clear they would be busy all day. The director quickly switched to other groups at Heeseong's instruction. Since it was morning, most contestants had just finished breakfast and were heading out, so there wasn't much to see. After switching between a few groups, the director focused the camera on the treehole group. They noticed that Shangjun and Wang Yi had split up. As newcomers with little experience, why would they choose to split up? Seeing this, everyone was curious. The screen was divided in half, one side showing Wang Yi and the other Shangjun. Both were walking through the forest. The audience grew impatient. Could they have been wrong? Was nothing going to happen? Suddenly, Wang Yi stopped and began chopping at the branches in front of her with a shovel. What is this? So Wang Yi came to chop wood. Boring. I want to see the moon fairy. Look at Shangjun. After walking for a long time, Shangjun pushed aside the bushes in front of him and was overjoyed. A syzygium tree appeared before his eyes, covered in fruit. It's syzygium. So Shangjun wants to eat alone. No wonder they split up. They're in the same group. How can Shangjun do something like this? Don't forget they fought before. Being selfish isn't a big deal. The audience began to discuss among themselves. Shangjun licked his lips and approached the syzygium tree. He was from the south and had often eaten syzygium since he was a child. Although not very sweet, they were high in water content and often used to quench thirst in the summer. The more he thought about it, the more he felt Wang Yi was a fool for not recognizing syzygium. But just as he was about to reach out and pick a fruit, he suddenly noticed something at the base of the tree. He approached closer and his face changed. There, lying motionless under the tree, was a bird, already dead. Chapter 87. Shangjun discovers it. If it were any other day and Shangjun came across a bird's corpse on the ground, he would have ignored it completely. But now, things seemed a bit strange. Shangjun couldn't help but feel suspicious. He crouched down and used a stick to flip the small bird over. After a careful examination, he didn't find anything unusual. He stood up, ready to pluck a wax apple to eat. But then, something crossed his mind, and he crouched down again. He noticed that the bird's beak and claws were covered with a large number of ants. This isn't right, Shangjun frowned. Although ants do eat carrion, they are generally not interested in the corpses of larger animals like birds. Clearly, the ants were attracted by something else, especially since they were only clustered around the beak and claws. Sugar? Shangjun quickly thought of a possibility. Since the bird was under the wax apple tree, it must have eaten a wax apple. The residual sugar on its beak and claws would attract the ants. But if the bird had only eaten a wax apple, why did it die? Shangjun examined the bird closely and found no external injuries. Its wings were intact, so it wasn't killed by a fall. Could it be poison? When Shangjun considered this possibility, he was startled. He immediately stood up and looked above the spot where the corpse was found. Sure enough, a wax apple not far above was damaged, clearly bitten by the bird. Despite the high temperature, Shangjun felt a chill run down his spine. If he hadn't noticed this earlier, he would have surely died after eating it. Wang Yi. Shangjun clenched his teeth in anger. Yesterday, he had found it strange that although wax apples are native to the southeastern coast of China, they are widely available in most parts of the country due to advanced cold chain transportation. Wang Yi was from the north, which Shangjun knew, but it was odd that he didn't recognize the wax apple. At the time, Shangjun hadn't paid much attention. Now he realized that Wang Yi's ignorance was a ruse. If he had fallen for it, he would have been dead by now. Shangjun clenched his fists, his eyes flickering with determination. He wouldn't just sit back and wait for his demise. Shangjun's self-talk was clearly heard by the audience. What? A bird died from eating a wax apple? How could a wax apple be poisonous? Maybe all tropical fruits are like that? Impossible. Regardless of the variety, they are not toxic. I think Shangjun is overreacting. The bird must have eaten something else before it suddenly died. Yeah, maybe it was bitten by a venomous creature. There are plenty of poisonous plants and animals in the rainforest. The audience wasn't entirely convinced by Shangjun's claims. Most felt that he was exaggerating. Shangjun's face darkened as he cautiously wandered around. If Wang Yi had smeared poison on the wax apples, there must be evidence nearby. If he could find that evidence, Wang Yi's fate would be in his hands. However, after searching for a long time, Shang Jun found nothing. This doesn't make sense. Wang Yi's skills are even worse than mine. How could he know about a poison I don't? Shang Jun was deeply puzzled. His gaze swept across the surroundings, pausing on a few plants with purple flowers before quickly moving on to other plants. Violets, Shang Jun muttered. He had seen pictures of violets in books before, and they seemed similar to what he was looking at now. He knew that violets were non-toxic. What Shang Jun didn't know was that violets are temperate plants and cannot survive in high-temperature environments, nor do they tolerate waterlogging. If Shang Jun had known this, he would have realized that the flowers here couldn't be violets. Could Wang Yi have killed a venomous animal? After some more time passed, Shang Jun still found nothing. He glanced at the drone behind him, contemplating whether he should report this to the production team. Without evidence, it might just scare him off, Shang Jun decided. He decided not to report this, not only to the production team but also to Wang Yi. However, Shang Jun circled the wax apple tree. The tree was very sturdy and thick, having grown for many years with at least 100 fruits on it. Even if Wang Yi had tried, it would have been impossible to poison every single fruit. Shang Jun carefully examined the fruit that the bird had bitten. He wanted to see if he could determine whether the wax apple was poisoned from the details. Damn it! Shang Jun couldn't help but curse, feeling frustrated enough to want to hit someone. Despite knowing that the wax apples in front of him were rich in nutrients, he couldn't eat a single one. Who knows if Wang Yi had coated every fruit with poison? Forget it. Life is more important than food, Shang Jun sighed, plucking a purple flower before turning to leave. Since he couldn't eat the wax apples, he had to find other food to fill his stomach. Meanwhile, Chuzhe continued building the bamboo hut. Yesterday, Chuzhe had only laid the foundation of the hut, covered the ground with wood, and tied up one wall with bamboo. There was still 2/3 of the work left. Chuzhe and Shan Huangshue worked together again. With yesterday's experience under their belt, the two had developed a high level of coordination. Although Shan Huangshue had been upset in the morning, she wouldn't make things difficult for him at this moment. Long bamboo. Chuzhe called out from inside the hut. Shan Huangshue quickly picked up a long bamboo and handed it over. They worked together, but no chatting was allowed. Thanks for the hard work, Miss Shen, Chuzhe said as he took the bamboo, noticing that she still didn't seem to want to talk. Shan Huangshue let out a soft hum, ignoring him. Chuzhe rolled his eyes. Women were hard to understand. Since she was still upset, Chuzhe focused on laying the floor. The floor was made by laying bamboo over the wooden base. This way, it would be both waterproof and strengthen the hut. After finishing the floor, the bamboo hut's foundation was complete. All that was left was to cover it with some straw. Next, Chuzhe started tying bamboo to the other 3 walls. This task didn't require much skill but was quite tedious. Every piece of bamboo needed to be tightly bound with rope. If any were loose, they might fly away during strong winds. Second wall done. Chuzhe sat on a rock, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Seems like we're still short. Chuzhe looked at the open space, where the pile of bamboo had diminished. There were still 2 walls and the roof left to build, and from the looks of it, they didn't have enough bamboo. We're running out of bamboo, Shan Huangshue said, walking over with a blank expression. I know, Chuzhe nodded, not noticing Shan Huangshue's expression as he pondered whether to use the remaining bamboo first or go fetch more. Let's go fetch more. Chuzhe finally decided. He reasoned that with the little bamboo left, they needed time to process it. If it rained suddenly, they wouldn't be able to fetch more, and the hut wouldn't even have a roof. It would be better to fetch the bamboo first. That way, even if it rained, they could finish building the hut in the rain. Chapter 88. A pleasant surprise after encountering a weasel. After sharing his thoughts with Shan Huangshue, she naturally had no objections. Unknowingly, Chuzhe had become the leader. Shan Huangshue rarely disagreed with Chuzhe's ideas. Picking up the entrenching tool, the two headed toward the bamboo forest. Unlike last time, this time they were well prepared. Chuse's backpack contained some smoked meat and bamboo tubes filled with water. Now that they had the conditions, they certainly wouldn't mistreat themselves. The blade is a bit dull. On the way, feeling bored, Chuse glanced at the bottom of the entrenching tool. The blade had lost its former sharpness. Fortunately, this time they needed far fewer bamboo shoots than last time, so it would still suffice. Chuse decided that if he had time tonight, he would sharpen the entrenching tool. After all, it was their only tool, and they needed to take good care of it. Well, Shen Huangxue hesitated, looking as if she wanted to say something but couldn't bring herself to do so. Chuse couldn't help but laugh. Just say it. There's no one else here. Will it still be able to cut bamboo? Shen Huangxue quickened her pace, walking ahead of Chuse, and her voice reached him. Of course, Chuse replied naturally. For an ordinary person, it definitely wouldn't work, but his strength was considerable, so he could manage. That's good, Shen Huangxue sighed in relief. Suddenly, she saw a black shadow flash past the bushes ahead. Chuse, what's that? Shen Huangxue immediately pointed to the spot and asked. Huh. Chuse followed her finger and looked over, but all he saw were grasses and trees. There's nothing there. I just saw an animal. I'm not sure what kind, though, Shen Huangxue said, her brows furrowed as she tried to recall the scene. Really? Chuse's expression turned serious. Gripping the entrenching tool tightly, he approached the bushes. Asterisk swish. 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 Asterisk. The entrenching tool struck the bushes repeatedly, but all that came out were a few grasshoppers. How could that be? Shen Huangxue murmured. Although it had only flashed by briefly, she was certain she hadn't been mistaken. Chuse parted the bushes and suddenly his eyes lit up. You weren't wrong. He plucked a few hairs from a plant stem. The hairs were dark brown, not very long, and had a pungent odor. These hairs. Shen Huangxue seemed to recall something, and suddenly her face paled. Could it be a black bear? Chuse's mouth twitched, and he said irritably, Shouldn't we hurry back then? Without hesitation, Shen Huangxue was about to head back to the camp. Seeing Chuse still studying the hairs, she finally came to her senses. Chuse, it's not from a black bear, is it? Shen Huangxue asked uncertainly. Of course not, Chuse chuckled. He then handed the hairs to her. Smell this. Shen Huangxue nodded and took a whiff of the hairs. A strong, foul odor hit her nostrils, making it quite unpleasant. This smell is so familiar. To Chuse's surprise, Shen Huangxue didn't show any disgust. Instead, she seemed lost in thought. Have you smelled this before? Chuse asked, curious. I smelled it when I was young, following my grandfather on hunting trips, Shen Huangxue explained. Then, with confidence, she added, It's the smell of a weasel. It must be a weasel. After saying this, she looked at Chuse, hoping to see surprise on his face. But instead, Chuse looked rather perplexed. Am I wrong? Shen Huangxue asked. Come on, Miss Shen. These are black hairs. What kind of weasel has hair like this? Chuse said with a smile. Maybe it got muddy. Shen Huangxue rubbed the hairs in her hand, but there was no color coming off, making her feel a bit embarrassed. But there's one thing you got right, Chuse consoled her. What's that? Shen Huangxue perked up, listening attentively. This particular smell does belong to the weasel family, Chuse explained. But it's not a yellow weasel, the kind you mentioned. Judging by these hairs, it's probably a pine marten. Only the pine marten has completely black fur. Come on, let's look for it. The pine marten's fur is very useful, Chuse said and pushed through the bushes. Shen Huangxue followed. There it is. They were on the right track, and Shen Huangxue spotted the black shadow again. Chuse began running, chasing after it. The shadow clearly knew it was being pursued and started darting left and right, moving very fast. This exposed its body to the sunlight. Chuse finally got a good look. Black fur, a white face with black markings, and a cat-like body. Chuse's guess was correct. It was indeed a pine marten. In that case, we can't let it go, Chuse quickened his pace. The pine marten was fast, and Chuse wasn't slow either. But since the forest was the pine marten's territory, gradually, Chu Zhe was left behind. Eventually, the pine marten disappeared from sight. Just wait. One day, I'll catch you and eat you. Chu Zhe said unwillingly, staring ahead. Even Chu Zhe can't handle everything? A light laugh came from behind, and Shun Huangxue walked over slowly. You saw it too. The pine marten kept diving into low spots. How could I possibly catch up? Chu Zhe said irritably. Then, he continued walking forward. In fact, he was puzzled. The pine marten had suddenly disappeared from his sight. That must mean there was a den ahead. What? As he approached, Chu Zhe was stunned by what he saw. A cliff had appeared in the otherwise dense forest. It was about 30 or 40 meters high, very steep. Chu Zhe looked up and his pupils constricted. A black shadow was moving on the cliff face. No wonder it disappeared. It must have climbed up. At this point, Chu Zhe had given up. Shun Huangxue also walked over, astonished by the sight of the cliff. What did this mean? The center of this island had a mountain, and they were now at its foot. Let's go, Chu Zhe said to Shun Huangxue, who was still gazing at the cliff. Wait, what's that? Shun Huangxue was overjoyed, pointing upward. Huh? Chu Zhe looked up, confused. Dendrobium officinale? Shun Huangxue jumped in excitement. Is Dendrobium officinale a medicinal herb? Chu Zhe guessed. Yes. Shun Huangxue's mood improved, and her tone became normal as she happily explained. Dendrobium officinale is taken orally to nourish the body. With it, we won't have to worry about minor ailments like headaches. Oh? So effective? Chu Zhe's eyes lit up. In her excitement, Shun Huangxue suddenly remembered where the Dendrobium officinale was located and immediately became dejected. Let's just go. Why? We absolutely have to get the Dendrobium officinale. Chu Zhe asked, puzzled. Chu Zhe, you saw it too. The Dendrobium officinale is in a crack dozens of meters up. How could we possibly reach it? Shun Huangxue was very disappointed. In fact, Dendrobium officinale had many medicinal effects, one of which was soothing pain. However, Shun Huangxue was too shy to mention this to Chu Zhe. What's the big deal? Watch me, Chu Zhe said confidently. Chapter 89. The Controversy Before Free Solo Climbing. Chu Zhe set his backpack and entrenching tool on the ground and removed his Chongfeng Yi. Shun Huangxue was momentarily stunned before her eyes widened slightly. Chu Zhe, do you intend to? Otherwise what? Chu Zhe retorted. No, absolutely not. Shun Huangxue decisively refused. It was ridiculous. They had no professional equipment, and climbing a cliff dozens of meters high was extremely dangerous. If he slipped, it would mean instant death. Even she couldn't do anything to help. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Chu Zhe was eager to try, speaking with full confidence. Chu Zhe, forget about the Dendrobium officinale. I don't want it anymore. Shun Huangxue shook her head vigorously, hoping to change Chu Zhe's mind. But Chu Zhe had other ideas. It was rare to come across such effective medicinal herbs. He absolutely couldn't let them go. What if they didn't have professional equipment? In ancient times, herbalists would climb cliffs without any safety measures. Moreover, since acquiring climbing skills, Chu Zhe had only used them to climb a tree that one night, and hadn't shown off in front of the audience yet. Chu Zhe was eager for popularity points. As Chu Zhe took off his clothes, the viewers in the live stream also guessed his intentions. What? Chu Zhe is going to climb the cliff? Is he crazy? What's the point of climbing that thing? According to Fairy Yu, there's Dendrobium officinale on top, and Chu Zhe is going to climb up to pick it. Damn, if he falls, it's straight to the underworld. Chu Zhe is fearless, always walking on the edge of life and death. The viewers were excited, calling their friends and focusing intently on Chu Zhe. Viewers, Suyu is eating a fruit called the goat milk fruit. In the China live stream, the screen showed Suyu's group. At the moment, Suyu and Wang Jun were eating a red fruit, and He Xiang, who recognized it, was explaining to the audience. The goat milk fruit is sweet and sour, with plenty of water. Besides eating it raw, it can also be. Before He Xiang could finish, his expression suddenly changed. Lu Wenwan, who was nearby, noticed and asked, Mr. He, what's wrong? Wenwan, Chu Zhe is in trouble again. He Xiang let out a bitter laugh before changing the subject. Viewers, let's take a look at Chu Zhe's group. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen smoothly switched to the 36th live stream. What greeted the viewers was the tall cliff ahead and Chu Zhe, who had taken off his shirt and was walking around. The viewers, unaware of the situation, looked at Chu Zhe's slender body. Chu Zhe is being a pervert. Why did he take off his clothes? He doesn't even have any muscles. How can he carry hundreds of pounds of bamboo? He's too skinny. I bet he doesn't even weigh 130 pounds. The viewers didn't know Chu Zhe's intentions and were commenting on his physique. Seeing the audience's focus shift, He Xiang coughed lightly. Shun Huangxue discovered Dendrobium officinale dozens of meters above the cliff, and Chu Zhe volunteered to climb it barehanded. What? Mr. He, are you serious? Lu Wenwan was shocked and turned to ask. He Xiang smiled without answering. It's too dangerous. Bear Grylls frowned and shook his head. As an expert in wilderness survival, his climbing skills were extraordinary, but in the show, he would always secure himself with a climbing rope to prevent accidents. After all, in unfamiliar terrain, no one could guarantee the rocks were solid. Years of rain could make them extremely fragile. Without a climbing rope, if a rock broke, it could be fatal. Chu Zhe, however, was different. Despite being the first time encountering this cliff, he dared to climb it barehanded. Bear Grylls believed that, globally, there were no more than a handful of people capable of this. This kid is looking for death. Hop sneered, his right hand reaching into his black robe to stroke Linda. His plan was still in preparation, though there was a risk of exposure. But Chu Zhe had given him a surprise. If Chu Zhe fell to his death from mid-air, it would be perfect. Even the best can slip up. Chu Zhe, your luck won't last forever. Hop sneered repeatedly. In his eyes, Chu Zhe's success was all due to luck. But he forgot that in the wild, luck played a minimal role. One's own strength was the most important. Chu Zhe had personally killed a bamboo rat and a rabbit. In fact, most other groups had encountered many herbivorous animals, but their skills were lacking, allowing the animals to escape. However, Hops clearly couldn't accept that Chu Zhe was very strong. Don't disappoint me, Chu Zhe. Hops licked his lips, revealing a sinister smile. Meanwhile, the production team was in an uproar. Damn it, Chu Zhe is causing trouble again. David was furious. The night before last, Chu Zhe had ventured into the rainforest alone, leaving the drone behind, causing the production team to be on high alert, fearing Chu Zhe would disappear in the rainforest. Yesterday morning, a shocking event occurred, leaving David overwhelmed, still instructing PR and water armies to try to reduce the heat. David had originally planned to relax in the office today, sipping wine. But unexpectedly, just one day later, Chu Zhe was causing trouble again. He refused to listen to Shan Huangshue's advice and decided to attempt a free solo climb. David just wanted to shout, "Are you out of your mind?" After calming down, David immediately arranged a countermeasure. Currently, Chu Zhe's group had the highest popularity, which was undeniable. Although Shen Huangshue's fame contributed, it was undeniable that most were attracted by Chu Zhe's strength. This had made Chu Zhe a key focus of the production team. He absolutely couldn't afford to have an accident. A few minutes after David's arrangement, a helicopter took off from the island, heading towards Chu Zhe's location. Additionally, David arranged for 3 staff members to monitor Chu Zhe's drone footage simultaneously. If Chu Zhe really fell from the rocks, they had to cut the footage immediately, without any delay. Furthermore, David made other arrangements to ensure Chu Zhe's safety and prevent viewers from seeing anything they shouldn't. Interesting. In the rest hall, Jack was awakened by the voices of his colleagues. After understanding the situation, he revealed a meaningful expression. Meanwhile, Chu Zhe, who was being watched by the whole world, was ready. For the past 10 minutes, he had seemed to be wandering around, but in fact, he was looking for the best climbing point. He couldn't just climb directly below the Dendrobium officinale, even though it was the shortest distance, but whether it was suitable for climbing was still unknown. This time, Chu Zhe first checked the position directly below the Dendrobium officinale. But the rocks were not only protruding but also connected, making the climb extremely difficult. Chapter 90. An unexpected accident in free solo climbing. Chu Zhe's crisis. With Chu Zhe's skills, he was confident he could climb from the lowest point. However, doing so would undoubtedly consume a lot of energy, which didn't seem worth it. That's why Chu Zhe spent over 10 minutes finding the best climbing spot. Chu Zhe, be extremely careful. If you can't continue, come down. The Dendrobium is right there and won't run away. We can always pick it from the top of the cliff later, which would be much easier. Shun Huangshue's face was filled with worry. Chu Zhe took a deep breath and nodded. Then he turned to face the cliff, which was dozens of meters high. By floor count, it was at least 15 stories tall. Let's begin. Chu Zhe didn't waste any more time. His mental and physical state were at their peak. First, he tightly gripped the rock crevices with both hands, placed his feet in an outer 8 position on the lower rocks, and slightly bent his knees. Chu Zhe looked toward the upper left, which was his next climbing point. After observing for over 10 minutes, Chu Zhe's mind had already mapped out a perfect climbing route. Normally, as long as no accidents occurred, this route would be flawless. This is one of the essential qualities of a skilled climber. Focusing on his left hand and feet, Chu Zhe suddenly extended his right hand upward to the right, grabbing a protruding rock. Then, he stepped onto the rock with his feet and moved his entire body forward. Chu Zhe's movements were swift. Once he reached a point, he barely glanced before moving again, without any hesitation. Below, Shun Huangshue watched with bated breath. As a disciple of traditional Chinese medicine, she knew many precious herbs grew on cliffs and steep walls. But she rarely climbed to pick them herself. Usually, she relied on locals for help. The locals, who lived off the mountains, were familiar with every plant and were practically born climbers. However, Shan Huangshue estimated the angle of the cliff to be about 85 degrees, almost vertical. This was terrifying. If Chu Zhe shifted his weight outward, he would immediately fall and die. Now, Shun Huangshue deeply regretted her decision. If only she hadn't mentioned the Dendrobium and just listened to Chu Zhe to leave. A few minutes passed, and Chu Zhe was now about 10 meters above the ground. At this height, as long as Chu Zhe didn't land on his head, he wouldn't be in immediate danger of death. Chu Zhe, if it's too difficult, come down. Shun Huangshue's breathing quickened. She couldn't bear to watch every step Chu Zhe took, fearing he might fall at any moment. Chu Zhe didn't respond. Climbing required absolute focus. He couldn't think of anything other than climbing. This was to prevent losing balance due to shifting focus. It was like walking down the street and suddenly thinking about something. If you kept at it, your walking posture would soon deform, and you might lose balance and fall. And Chu Zhe was free solo climbing, with no second chances. If he lost balance, it would be fatal. Chu Zhe's climbing route so far looked perfect. As a result, he gradually climbed to the halfway point. At this point, he still felt energetic, showing no signs of fatigue. This was normal. After all, the world record holder for free solo climbing once scaled a 1,000-meter cliff in 4 hours without any rest. From this, it was clear Chu Zhe's stamina was more than sufficient. Shen Huangshue, seeing Chu Zhe's steady progress, gradually relaxed. She realized she had underestimated him. Chu Zhe was a man who only took action when he was confident. She didn't truly understand him. Shaking her head, Shan Huangshue decided that in the future, she would simply follow Chu Zhe's lead. Chu Zhe is amazing. Exactly, this isn't climbing. It feels like a leisurely stroll. How can such a slender body have such strong upper body strength? The audience discussed among themselves. Chu Zhe, is there anything you can't do? Lu Wenwen said excitedly. He Xiang also agreed with a smile. Indeed. Even Bear Grylls was astonished. So far, apart from the black bear and the jackal, nothing had been too difficult for Chu Zhe. What a freak of nature. Don't get too excited. He's only halfway up. Hop snorted coldly, secretly cursing Chu Zhe. Fall. Fall. It was unclear if Hop's curse took effect, or if Chu Zhe's luck had run out. The moment Hops finished speaking, an accident occurred. Move to the upper left. Chuzé thought, extending his left hand while maintaining his balance, grabbing a protrusion above. Move over. Chuzé thought, glancing downward to the left. After finding 2 footholds, he first stepped his left foot onto them, then gripped the previous position of his left hand with his right hand, and moved his right foot to where his left foot had been. Suddenly, the protrusion his left hand held and the foothold his left foot stood on crumbled, sending rock fragments crashing to the ground below. Caught off guard, Chuzé could only desperately cling to the cliff with his right hand and foot, as half his body lost support and swayed precariously. This is bad. Shen Huangxue, who had been watching from above, turned pale. Her body went cold, her face drained of color. She couldn't imagine what she would do if Chuzé couldn't hold on and fell. Chuzé! Lu Wenwen cried out anxiously. Well done. Hops almost jumped for joy, but he restrained himself, maintaining a calm exterior while his heart raced with excitement. This rock is too fragile. Xiang thought something was wrong and immediately said, Bear, what should we do now? It's not good. Bear furrowed his brows and said immediately, Chuzé's right hand has moved to his left hand's position, but there's no place to grip, and the same goes for his left foot. Xiang felt puzzled. Bear, since the right hand is in the left hand's position, why not just move the left hand to the right hand's position? As he spoke, Xiang demonstrated the hand switch. That won't work. Bear shook his head. This action, while giving the left hand a support point, also makes it easier to lose balance. And given Chuzé's current situation, your method won't solve the root of the problem. 3-point fixation method, Mr. Bear explained. The 3-point fixation method refers to using 4 support points, both hands and feet. The climber alternates between using 3 of these points to keep the body fixed on the rock wall. Finally, one hand or foot can be used to climb upward to move the body. But the karate kick is used in special situations, like Chuzé's current predicament where he can't move normally using the 3-point fixation method on either side. So now, he can only use the karate kick or jump directly with both hands. Of course, the latter is too difficult. If he can't grab hold, he'll fall straight into the abyss. So generally, the karate kick is the best choice. Press your left foot against the rock wall horizontally to gain a support point, like the posture of a karate kick, and then slowly shift your body weight until you've completely moved across. Mr. Bear, what's the point of explaining all this? Chuzé can't possibly do it, Hopkins said indifferently. The most difficult part of this step is controlling the body's center of gravity, Mr. Bear continued, ignoring Hopkins. The karate kick only has 2 support points, so it's very easy to make a mistake. Just as Mr. Bear finished explaining, Chuzé began to move. After the previous accident, Chuzé's forehead was covered in a dense layer of sweat. It wasn't tension or fear. It was the normal reaction of the body suddenly releasing adrenaline when walking on the edge of life and death. Chuzé enjoyed this feeling. Unlike last time when he was watching from a tree, this time, a mistake meant certain death with no chance of survival. Keep in mind, he was currently on a rock wall over 20 meters high, equivalent to nearly 10 floors of a building. Jumping from the top of a 10-story building, no matter how lucky you are, would result in a fatal fall if you hit the ground. Chuzé was currently supporting his body with only 2 points. He could hold on for a short time, but if his right arm muscles tired or his right leg cramped, it would be over. Therefore, Chuzé had to move to a new position as soon as possible and adjust his body using the 3-point fixation method. As Mr. Bear said, the rock wall to his right was smooth, and the only grip point to his left had shattered and was unusable. However, Chuzé looked to his left. About a meter to the left was a vertical protrusion about 10 centimeters wide. Although it was only a meter away, it seemed within reach. But don't forget, he was currently on a rock wall dozens of meters high with no safety measures. He wasn't panicking. The more dangerous the situation, the more excited Chuzé became. After taking a deep breath, Chuzé slightly shifted his center of gravity to the left and pressed his left hand tightly against the rock wall. Although there was no suitable grip point, this helped prevent his body from leaning backward. Then, His suspended left leg suddenly extended and kicked the protrusion a meter away. This wasn't the end. It was only the first step. Since his left foot was now firmly pressed against the left protrusion, Chuzé shifted his center of gravity significantly. At the same time, his left hand left the rock wall and, following the movement of his body, quickly reached out toward the protrusion a meter away. Chuzé. Shen Huangxue, who had been watching Chuzé, had turned her head and crouched down, not daring to look at the next scene. Whether he succeeds or not depends on this grab, Mr. Bear said with a burning gaze. His center of gravity is completely on the left. If his left hand doesn't grab the protrusion, the only outcome is falling to his death. What? Lu Wenwen was startled and nervously stared at the screen. Come on, Chuzé, don't disappoint me. Hopkins was excited. The more dangerous Chuzé's situation, the more thrilled he was. Quick, you three, keep a close eye on him. If Chuzé falls from the rock wall, immediately close the live stream, understood? The producer ordered the 3 staff members. Yes. The staff members responded in unison. A few seconds passed, and the live stream continued. Chuzé accurately grabbed the protrusion a meter away and, using his left foot and left arm as support, moved the rest of his body over. Thus, Chuzé had temporarily escaped danger. Immediately, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Huangxue directly collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Compared to Chuzé's calmness, she seemed more like the one walking a tightrope on the rock wall. The audience exclaimed in shock, and comments flooded in like a tidal wave. Mom, why am I kneeling while watching the live stream? I'm having a heart attack. Someone call 120 for me. Having a heart attack and still have time to type? Damn, is Chuzé even human? Look at him. He's still smiling, clearly enjoying himself. If it were me, I'd be too scared to even move. No doubt, the enhanced body from the system is indeed much stronger than my previous life's body, Chuzé thought to himself. In his previous life, Chuzé, who enjoyed thrills, had naturally tried rock climbing. But liking thrills didn't mean he was foolish. His upper body strength was weak, making free climbing impossible, so he eventually gave it up. Now, his upper body strength was no longer an issue. As long as he focused on body coordination, flexibility, and precise judgment, there was no problem. After a brief rest on the rock wall, Chuzé continued climbing. Coincidentally, the location of the dendrobium was only about 3 or 4 meters from the top of the cliff. This was also why Shen Huangxue had mentioned earlier that they could find an opportunity to dig up the dendrobium from above. Only a third left, Chuzé muttered after glancing above and grabbing a crack on the right to move his body. The path ahead was no longer as dangerous as before. Chuzé steadily moved by gripping or hooking onto support points. After another 20 minutes, Chuzé was less than 10 meters away from the dendrobium. Shen Huangxue was no longer as nervous and worried as she had been at the beginning. After observing for these several tens of minutes, Chuzé's rock climbing skills were at a high level, practically expert level. However, Shen Huangxue still wasn't completely at ease. After all, who knew if an accident might happen in the middle? Only a few meters left. Looking at the black spot on the rock wall, Shen Huangxue murmured, Chuzé has truly accomplished an amazing feat. Xiang said with a smile. Yes, if it weren't for the live stream, who would believe it? Lu Wenwen also said with a smile. Mr. Bear nodded. Although free climbing is highly risky, there are still many people around the world who enjoy this sport. But before each free climbing attempt, they would spend a month, or even several months practicing with ropes at that location. After all, they weren't cats with 9 lives. The purpose of rope practice was to find the safest climbing route. Chuzé was different. He had only observed for a dozen minutes before starting to climb. Although there were some twists and turns along the way, Chuzé was about to succeed. However, Chuzé on the rock wall didn't think so. After looking at both sides, his face darkened. Chapter 92. Unexpected Events. Chuzé's Stunning Leap. ***. This is bad. Chuzé's face darkened. Earlier, while observing from below, the height above was too great, and Chuzé couldn't see the details, such as the specific points on the rock face. Originally, he had planned to climb up first, as rocks eroded by wind and rain usually have some uneven spots. But now, the situation was quite awkward. Chuzé looked up and to both sides, his face grim. The cliff wall was smooth, with no points to grip. Chuzé guessed it was due to the rain washing away any rough spots. Although Chuzé was now pressed against the cliff wall, requiring little physical effort, it wasn't a solution. What should he do? Chuzé gazed at the rock wall to his right, deep in thought. Why isn't Chuzé moving? Hiseong was surprised. From the start of the climb, Chuzé had been moving very quickly, and this was the first time he had stayed in one place for so long. Did he run into trouble again? Lu Wenwen frowned. Trouble indeed. Bear's tone grew heavy. This startled Hiseong and Lu Wenwen. Bear, what's wrong? What trouble did Chuzé run into? Lu Wenwen immediately asked. Take a close look at Chuzé's sides and above, Bear replied, pointing at the screen instead of answering directly. The two followed his gaze. Soon, the intelligent Lu Wenwen's face changed. Chuzé has no way forward. Exactly. Bear nodded. What do you mean, Wenwen? Hiseong was confused. Lu Wenwen quickly explained, and only then did Hiseong fully understand. Why not just use karate kicks again? Hiseong asked naively. Karate kicks require specific conditions, and they won't work here. Bear shook his head and sighed. In my opinion, Chuzé should go back down. Even he would find it very difficult to go up from here. Very difficult? So there is a way? Lu Wenwen seized on the key point in his words. There is indeed a way, and only one. Bear let out a bitter smile. However, this method is extremely dangerous. Even expert free climbers would need to practice in advance, otherwise, the failure rate is over 90%. 90%? Lu Wenwen's face turned pale. Hiseong was stunned. What kind of method had such a high failure rate? Bear, are you talking about a double hand jump? Hops glanced at Bear and said. He knew a lot about climbing and immediately saw through Bear's thoughts. Yes, that's the only way right now, Bear confirmed. Bear's being too conservative. For a first-time double hand jump, the failure rate is over 99%, Hops said emotionlessly. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience in the live stream was stunned. Chuzé, you're still young. Come down. That's right. Forget about the iron-skinned dendrobium. As long as you're alive, we believe you can make it to the end. Trying to show off? Huh? Thought you were so great? Now you're getting what you deserve. Some were worried about Chuzé, while others mocked him. However, the latter group was in the minority and was quickly silenced by angry viewers. A double hand jump involves letting your body leave the rock face, with no support, and using your hands to accurately grab a point on the side, Bear explained to the audience. Did you notice? About 1.5 meters from Chuzé, there are some uneven spots on the rock wall. If he can reach there, Chuzé can easily get the iron-skinned dendrobium. Jump sideways directly on a cliff dozens of meters high? Hiseong's mouth twitched. Just thinking about it made his legs weak. No wonder the failure rate for this method was so high. This was essentially gambling with one's life. Without any support, the climber's life depended on their hands. If they could grab hold, they lived. If not, it was certain death. Chuzé, don't do it. Lu Wenwen clenched her fists. Although she was only watching through the screen, she felt as if she were there. She understood that even as a world martial arts champion, there were many sports beyond her reach. And Chuzé was now demonstrating one of them. Free solo climbing. Oh, Chuzé in trouble again? In the rest hall, Jack's eyes lit up. He immediately picked up a glass of brandy, took a sip, and his mood improved. Meanwhile, the spotlight was on Chuzé, who was calmly thinking. Give up? Of course not. Chuzé felt his blood boil. After observing all around, he focused on a rock protrusion 1.5 meters to his right. That was the only point. He had to grab it with both hands. There was no second chance. After adjusting his breathing, Chuzé's eyes locked onto the protrusion. He leaned his body closer to the rock wall, placing his left hand next to his right, both hands gripping the cracks tightly. He slightly twisted his body to face the right. Chu Zhe's going to jump. This kid really dares. If it were me, I'd have fallen by now. The audience watched Chu Zhe intently. Thanks to Bear's explanation, everyone knew what Chu Zhe was about to do. Chu Zhe, don't be reckless. Come down. The only on-site witness, Shan Huangxue, looked at Chu Zhe, who had been stationary for a long time, and her brows furrowed with worry. Although she didn't know what Chu Zhe was going through, she was certain he had encountered some difficulty. The iron-skinned dendrobium is mine. After getting ready, Chu Zhe pushed off with his feet, released his hands, and his entire body leaped into the air. In that instant, everyone's breath caught. Shun Huangshue's face turned pale. She clearly saw Chu Zhe's reckless move and immediately covered her eyes. The next moment, Chu Zhe's left hand grabbed the protrusion, and his body hung halfway on the rock wall. For climbers, as long as their hands had a grip, their feet would find support. Chu Zhe grabbed the protrusion with his right hand, bent his body, and his feet found footing on the otherwise unsteady rock wall. Chu Zhe really stood firm. Although it looked precarious, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Shun Huangxue, who had experienced a roller coaster of emotions, sat back down, covering her chest, feeling completely drained. Chu Zhe, if you do that again, I might really have a heart attack. Chu Zhe's breathtaking leap left all the viewers in awe, deeply impressed. Chu Zhe, you're my idol. Damn, I'm completely blown away. My heart almost stopped just watching. I almost peed myself. Does Chu Zhe not fear death? You guys wouldn't know, but my heart condition, which hadn't flared up in 10 years, just did. Luckily, I took my meds, or I'd be meeting the king of hell right now. Bullshit. If it hasn't flared up in 10 years, where did you get the meds? The audience engaged in heated discussions. The wealthy viewers went crazy, showering the live stream with gifts. In just 1 minute, the live stream received over 1 million in gifts. Chapter 93. Successfully Harvesting Dendrobium Officinale. Shit. Who the hell is this Chu Zhe? Jack was furious, immediately smashing the glass in his hand onto the carpet, the loud crash drawing the attention of the surrounding staff. He's like a cockroach that just won't die, Jack muttered to himself, suppressing his anger. Before executing his plan, he needed to remain as low-key as possible. If other employees caught wind of his actions, it would be disastrous. Despite his powerful background, he would undoubtedly be fired if caught. He didn't want to leave the island without getting his revenge on Chu Zhe. Incredible. Inside the live stream, Xiang was stunned. Is this guy a monster or something? Lu Wenwen exclaimed, her mouth agape. Calling him a monster is an understatement, Bear Grylls praised with a smile. The audience couldn't stop showering him with compliments, and the atmosphere in the live stream reached its peak. Except for Hopkins. Chu Zhe. Hopkins clenched his fists, his face dark. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't believe Chu Zhe had actually pulled off that double-hand leap. Even now, it was hard for him to accept. In the sport of free solo climbing, Western countries were the strongest, followed by Eastern countries. Chu Zhe's performance was nothing short of astonishing. Even the most experienced free solo climbers wouldn't dare to make such a leap without prior practice. They tread on a tightrope called life and death, valuing their lives more than anyone else. They wouldn't attempt anything without certainty. Chu Zhe's performance also shocked the entire world. Westerners loved extreme sports, and the more dangerous and thrilling, the better. When they saw Chu Zhe's leap in the official live stream, they were instantly captivated. Their reactions mirrored Bear Grylls, and messages in various languages flooded the screen, translated into international common languages. The live stream was soon filled with so many comments that viewers had to either turn off the comments or reduce their size. Media outlets around the world scrambled to report on the news. They didn't just highlight Chu Zhe's impressive performance on the show, but focused on the emergence of a new genius in the world of free solo climbing. Chu Zhe from China. Videos and photos were attached, with notes stating it was Chu Zhe's first time facing this cliff. Is Chinese contestant Chu Zhe actually a free solo climbing expert? Chu Zhe's legendary leap has been named the best of the year by the Extreme Sports Association. A Western expert believes Chu Zhe's leap is unrepeatable. The world was in an uproar. Countless viewers replayed the moment, in awe of Chu Zhe's incredible courage and composure under pressure. In comparison, their own contestants seemed dull and unimpressive. What is Johnson doing? Look at Chu Zhe from China. There's no comparison. Baka, why is our Sakura country's Hikawa still sleeping? What a waste. Didn't the Korean peninsula say that Master Kim is amazing? Look at him now, eating wild vegetables and being chased by bees. With Chu Zhe's brilliance as a shining example, viewers from other countries grew increasingly dissatisfied with their own contestants' performances. The so-called Master Kim from the Korean peninsula, who had been hyped before the show, was now in a sorry state, being chased by a swarm of bees. Fortunately, he was covered in mud, so he wasn't stung too badly. Otherwise, he might have fainted or even faced life-threatening injuries. Meanwhile, Chu Zhe, now the global focal point, continued to climb upward. He was less than 3 meters away from the Dendrobium officinale. Victory was within reach. Chu Zhe didn't let his excitement get the better of him. Instead, he continued to climb steadily. Phew! A scarred hand gripped the rock crevice, and Chu Zhe let out a long breath. At that moment, the entire world erupted in cheers. People of all backgrounds and nationalities celebrated Chu Zhe's achievement. Chu Zhe's actions had also firmly silenced those who claimed he was just seeking attention. Many more people were captivated by Chu Zhe, becoming his ardent supporters. Well done, Chu Zhe. Xiang stood up, pumping his fists in the air. I knew you could do it, Lu Wenwen said happily. You're celebrating too soon, Hopkins sneered. Snake King, what do you mean? Lu Wenwen asked, startled. Asking that question shows you don't understand climbing at all, Hopkins mocked. Xiang and Lu Wenwen were too preoccupied with Hopkins' words to argue with him. Bear Grylls, seeing the situation, shook his head and spoke up. Host Wenwen, do you think it's easier to go up or down? That question. Xiang and Lu Wenwen exchanged glances, deep in thought. Going up is easier, right? It's like climbing stairs or going uphill, where you have to overcome gravity. Going down doesn't require as much effort and is much easier. Xiang offered his opinion first. His reasoning made sense, and many viewers agreed, sending supportive comments in the live stream. Hopkins chuckled derisively, his voice loud enough for everyone to hear. Lu Wenwen, who had initially agreed with Xiang, now had second thoughts. Xiang's answer was what any normal person would think. Given Bear Grylls and Hopkins' expressions, there must be more to it. Going down is harder, Lu Wenwen offered another answer. Oh? Why? Bear Grylls asked with interest. I don't know the reason. I'd appreciate it if you could explain, Bear, Lu Wenwen said, her face slightly flushed as she coughed lightly. It's simple, Bear Grylls said, pointing to the screen showing the cliff. The essence of climbing is to keep moving upward by grabbing protrusions or gripping rock crevices. When going up, your field of vision is open, and you can easily confirm the next grip point by slightly lifting your head. But when going down, your body blocks your view, making it narrow. Every step backward requires careful confirmation of the next grip point. Otherwise, you risk losing your footing and falling. So Chu Zhe is even more at risk now? Lu Wenwen's earlier excitement vanished, replaced by deep concern. The audience gasped, fervently praying for Chu Zhe's safety. Meanwhile, Chu Zhe gazed at the Dendrobium officinale nestled in the rock crevice, a faint smile appearing on his calm face. Despite the ups and downs, he had finally succeeded. Fortunately, the rock crevice where the Dendrobium officinale grew also had a small platform, just a few centimeters wide. Though small, it was enough for Chu Zhe. He used his left hand to grip the platform, then his right hand to carefully harvest the Dendrobium officinale. From his pocket, he pulled out a bark rope, tied the herbs together, and secured them to his waist. This way, the Dendrobium officinale remained intact without obstructing his vision. After securing the herbs, Chu Zhe adjusted his posture and began to descend slowly. As Bear Grylls had explained, the difficulty of descending increased exponentially. Many climbers had fallen to their deaths while descending, often due to poor visibility and choosing the wrong support points. Chapter 94. The Speed That Shocked the World. The world's free solo climbing experts were intently watching Chu Zhe. They wanted to see how this Chinese master of free solo climbing would perform while descending. The Chinese audience, on the other hand, was nervous due to Bear Grylls' words. Some even covered their eyes, unable to bear watching. Xin Huangxue, who was on site, had already spotted the herbs at Chu Zhe's waist but wasn't rejoicing. She wasn't a novice when it came to climbing and understood the saying that it's easier to climb up than to descend. She swallowed hard, her heart racing, and her brows furrowed with worry. Chu Zhe. However, what surprised everyone was that Chu Zhe's speed while descending was astonishingly fast, even faster than when he was climbing up. What's going on? Hops widened his eyes, his expression one of disbelief. Bear, this isn't what you said, is it? Lu Wenwen was surprised and turned to look at Bear Grylls, only to find the latter gaping in astonishment. This defies logic. Bear Grylls' inner voice roared. The expressions of the experts who had been closely observing Chu Zhe were identical. All of them were gaping in shock and awe. They were all top figures in the field of free solo climbing. Yet even they doubted they could achieve what Chu Zhe was doing. Eric, could you do this? Nonsense. This is suicide. I still want to live a few more years. Do you think Chu Zhe might have practiced here before? Absolutely not. This is Chu Zhe's first time here. He had no opportunity to practice. Then how did he do it? How did he confirm the positions of the support points so quickly? This question left even the experts baffled, and the audience was even more confused. But this didn't stop them from cheering for Chu Zhe. They didn't fully understand, but they were in awe. Chu Zhe, safe and sound, return in peace. Xin Huangxue closed her eyes and crouched down, muttering to herself. She had no idea of Chu Zhe's current situation and thought he was carefully descending. In the live stream, everyone was cheering. Chu Zhe's performance was exceptionally impressive, putting them at ease. Lu Wenwen smiled, happily chatting with Yixiang. Impressive, truly impressive. Bear Grylls stared at the screen, suddenly praising Chu Zhe, but then he changed the subject. But Chu Zhe is in danger again. What's wrong, Bear? Lu Wenwen asked curiously. Chu Zhe's descending route is exactly the same as his ascending route. Bear Grylls explained. How is that possible? Yixiang exclaimed in surprise. It's possible, but it requires extraordinary memory and a calm mind. Hops said, stroking Linda as he spoke. Moreover, only by following the same route as before can he achieve such speed now. Then, what danger are you referring to, Bear? Lu Wenwen asked. Since the route is the same, then the hand jump position? Bear Grylls didn't finish his sentence. Lu Wenwen's face turned pale. Yes, the route was the same, which meant Chu Zhe would have to perform the hand jump again, still carrying a high risk of falling. Chu Zhe should be fine, right? Yixiang said uncertainly. Not necessarily, Hops deliberately said. Humans tend to be overconfident in what they can do, and the second time around, there's a high chance of failure. Moreover, this move itself has an element of luck. I don't think Chu Zhe will succeed. Bravo! As soon as the words left his mouth, a cheer erupted in the live stream. Clap, clap, clap. Photographers, staff, and directors alike all applauded spontaneously. Hops looked around in confusion. He saw Lu Wenwen and Yixiang jumping up in excitement. What happened? Hops was completely bewildered. Chu Zhe did it again. The hand jump was successful once more. Yes, and it looked even more stable than the first time. Who would have thought that such a difficult move in the industry would be performed twice by Chu Zhe in such a short time? The staff's whispers reached Hop's ears. His mind was filled with shock and disbelief. He had been too busy mocking to notice Chu Zhe's actions. This is impossible. As a guest, Hops could freely replay the footage on his phone. He started the replay, and within just a few seconds, his face turned grim. Chu Zhe's jump was flawless, perfect in every way. And when he reached the jumping position, he didn't hesitate, executing the hand jump cleanly and decisively. Does he really not fear death? Hops muttered, his eyes vacant. How could there be such a person in the world? Such a move would require experts to prepare for a long time. Yet Chu Zhe did it in less than 5 seconds. And it was perfect, utterly incredible. Humph! Jack snorted coldly. Seeing Chu Zhe steal the spotlight was even more unbearable than eating dirt himself. It seems the plan needs to be advanced. Jack thought to himself before leaving the rest area. The world was once again in an uproar, with viewers expressing how thrilling it was. More and more people tuned in to the live stream. The official live stream's viewership soared to over 700 million, setting a new historical record. After the hand jump, the rest of the route had no significant challenges, and Chu Zhe's climbing speed increased even more. Even the spot where he had previously performed the karate kick posed no problem. In just a few minutes, Chu Zhe's feet touched the ground. After tens of minutes of climbing with intense concentration, the moment his feet hit the ground, Chu Zhe's mind relaxed, and even he felt a bit dizzy. Shun! Chu Zhe was about to call her over when he looked around and saw Shen Huangxue, facing a tree trunk, crouching down, covering her ears, and muttering something faintly. Chu Zhe, you must come down safely, come down safely. Shen Huangxue kept muttering. If Chu Zhe comes down safely, what will you do? I'll do whatever Chu Zhe says, as long as he comes down. Shen Huangxue answered without hesitation. As soon as she said it, she realized something was wrong. Turning her head, she saw Chu Zhe smiling and crouching beside her. You? Shen Huangxue's mouth opened slightly, her face full of surprise. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. That's what you said, don't go back on your word. Chu Zhe pulled the clothes from Shen Huangxue's arms. They were the ones he had taken off before climbing to ensure his body wouldn't be hindered. Me? Shen Huangxue was dumbfounded. Chu Zhe had just finished picking the iron-skinned dendrobium a few minutes ago. How did he suddenly appear in front of her? After Chu Zhe put on his clothes, Shen Huangxue reached out and pinched his arm. So little muscle, it's really Chu Zhe. Are you complimenting me or insulting me? Chu Zhe's face turned black, and he stretched out his right hand. In the next moment, a small bundle of green plants appeared in his hand. Chapter 95. Treating Wounds. Chu Zhe's astonishing endurance. Iron-skinned dendrobium? Shen Huangxue was overjoyed, taking it and examining it repeatedly in her hands. Fantastic, Chu Zhe. It really is iron-skinned dendrobium. Thank you so much. Shen Huangxue was extremely happy and was about to thank Chu Zhe when she suddenly froze. Earlier, while taking the iron-skinned dendrobium, she hadn't noticed Chu Zhe's hands, which were covered in scars and bloodstains, especially his 10 fingers, which were cut all over by sharp rocks, with terrifying scabs of blood still clinging to them. Chu Zhe, hurry back to the campsite. Shen Huangxue grabbed her backpack and pulled Chu Zhe along as she spoke. What's the rush? It's just a small wound, Chu Zhe said casually, knowing what Shen Huangxue was worried about. A small wound? Shen Huangxue retorted with annoyance. Sure, it might be a small wound back home, but we're on a natural island now, teeming with microorganisms and bacteria. If you don't treat the wounds on your hands, they'll definitely fester and become infected soon, which would be dangerous. All right, Dr. Shen, I'll listen to you, Chu Zhe said, not unaware of the logic in Shen Huangxue's words, but in his mind, moving the bamboo was the top priority. For some reason, an inexplicable sense of urgency had arisen in his heart, constantly urging him to finish the bamboo hut as soon as possible. That's good, Shen Huangxue said, quickening her pace. Wait, didn't you just say you do whatever I say? Chu Zhe suddenly remembered that line and asked with a mischievous tone. Huh? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Shen Huangxue looked at Chu Zhe with confusion, as if she truly didn't know what he was referring to. If it weren't for hearing it with his own ears, Chu Zhe might have actually believed her. When did this girl become such a great actress? Chu Zhe thought to himself, scratching his head on the surface. Is that so? Then forget it. Enough chit-chat, let's get back, Shen Huangxue said, walking briskly forward with a teasing glint in her eyes. She obviously knew what Chu Zhe was referring to, but earlier, due to her excessive worry, her thoughts were in chaos, and when Chu Zhe asked her, the words just slipped out. As for why she said that, she didn't know. In any case, she was still concerned about her pride and would never admit to saying those words, even if it killed her. The distance from the cliff to the campsite wasn't too far. The two of them walked for a few tens of minutes and arrived. Chu Zhe, sit down first, Shen Huangxue said sternly. Not soon enough, Shen Huangxue smiled faintly, then took out a flat stone, placing the dragon's blood resin on it and pounding it with a stick. Is she trying to get revenge? Chu Zhe thought, his hairs standing on end. What are you thinking? Don't worry, I won't deliberately mess with you. Shen Huangxue glanced at Chu Zhe and said calmly. How could that be? I wouldn't dare question Miss Shen's professionalism, Chu Zhe said, puffing out his chest. All right, Shen Huangxue looked at the stone, where the dragon's blood resin had been pounded into powder. First, let's wash our hands. Shen Huangxue lifted the pot lid, revealing half a pot of boiled water. That should be enough. She picked up a bamboo cup, filled it with water, and walked over to Chu Zhe. Extend your hands. Chu Zhe immediately extended his hands. The wounds were numerous, and although the blood had long since coagulated, they were still shocking to see. On the way, Shen Huangxue had already washed Chu Zhe's hands with 2 small cups of boiled water from her backpack. Now, she had to do it again, as the previous water was indeed a bit too little and might not have been thoroughly cleaned. Shen Huangxue held the bamboo cup above Chu Zhe's left hand, just a few centimeters away, and poured the water. The clear water flowed over the scarred palm, dripping one by one through the gaps between the fingers onto the ground, moistening the soil beneath. Shen Huangxue then placed granular charcoal on the palm. Rub it carefully, then throw it away. Chu Zhe nodded, feeling the charcoal in his palm and rubbing it carefully. Don't miss the back of your hands or the gaps between your fingers, Shen Huangxue reminded. Chu Zhe's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but mutter softly, so nagging. What did you say? Shen Huangxue's gaze turned cold as she questioned. Although Chu Zhe's voice was low, her hearing was sharp, and she faintly caught the 3 words. Nothing. I said it's very professional. Chu Zhe looked at her innocently. You'd better, Shen Huangxue snorted lightly. After seeing Chu Zhe finish rubbing, she continued pouring water, thoroughly cleaning both hands. Shouldn't we be applying the medicine now? Chu Zhe felt a sense of unease and asked. No, the second step is disinfection, Shen Huangxue revealed a charming smile. Under normal circumstances, Chu Zhe would definitely be mesmerized, but now he only felt the arrival of a devil. What are you going to do? Chu Zhe asked. Disinfect, of course. Since you're not afraid of pain, just endure it. Shen Huangxue used chopsticks to pick up a piece of charcoal, plunging the other half into the fire. In just a few seconds, the charcoal turned red hot. Could you be? Chu Zhe gasped. Endure it. Shen Huangxue firmly grabbed Chu Zhe's left hand and pressed the red-hot charcoal directly onto the wound. Instantly, Chu Zhe felt a searing pain. However, he didn't cry out, silently enduring it. Shen Huangxue looked at him with some admiration. Despite Chu Zhe's calm expression, she could tell from his trembling body just how painful it was. The burning time was brief. Soon, Shen Huangxue took out another piece of charcoal, heated it in the fire, and pressed it onto the other wounds. A few minutes later, Chu Zhe was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been through a bath. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed someone could endure such pain. Shen Huangxue was deeply shocked. She was human too, with her own sense of pain, and she couldn't bear it herself. Yet, Chu Zhe had truly endured it, not uttering a single sound throughout the entire process, so much so that one might have thought he was asleep. Chapter 96. Unlucky Johnson. Done? Chu Zhe asked calmly, as if the previous pain had never existed. Shen Huangxue was momentarily stunned. Just one more step. I'll apply some medicine to your hands. As she spoke, she sprinkled the prepared dragon's blood resin powder onto the wounds on Chu Zhe's hands. Ouch! Chu Zhe couldn't help but cry out. The moment the dragon's blood resin touched the wounds, Chu Zhe felt a piercing pain, as if salt were being poured onto the injuries. However, The pain soon subsided, replaced by a tingling numbness. With the help of dragon's blood resin, you should be fine by tomorrow, Shen Huangshue said, examining Chu Zhe's hands closely before revealing a satisfied smile. Take a break before you go back to moving bamboo, or else the wounds might reopen. All right. Chu Zhe didn't object. He picked up some bark from the side and began making rope. Shen Huangshue smiled, took some bamboo shoots from the shelter, and left the camp with the steel pot. It's not noon yet, is it? Chu Zhe frowned, glancing at the sundial. Judging by the shadow, it was around 10 o'clock. Am I an idiot? Chu Zhe knocked his head. If it were usual, how could he have asked such a silly question? It would take half an hour to go to the stream and back, plus washing vegetables, and he would be back around 11. It was about time to start preparing lunch. All right, I should rest. The rapid climbing on the rock wall had drained Chu Zhe of much of his energy and strength. As soon as he relaxed, fatigue and drowsiness swept over him. Taking advantage of the free time, Chu Zhe crawled into the shelter to rest. Meanwhile, Johnson and Smith trudged listlessly through the jungle. After receiving orders last night, they had to leave their comfortable cave and venture into unexplored areas. Smith looked up at the sun, which was about to reach its zenith, and his face darkened. Johnson, it's been a morning, and we've got nothing. What do we do? Fuck, you ask me. Who do I ask? Under Johnson's calm exterior, he was cursing non-stop. It's fine, as long as we can catch something today, right? That's true. Smith was very uneasy. Not only had they failed to hunt, but they hadn't even seen a single animal. What do you know? Johnson was extremely dissatisfied with Smith's attitude. In his eyes, this was a challenge to his abilities. Smith might be an agent with many skills, but when it came to jungle survival, he was far inferior to himself. Just follow obediently. Johnson was blunt. Smith sneered inwardly. Johnson was carrying an important mission from the organization. His task was to assist Johnson. If Johnson failed, he wouldn't suffer much punishment, as he wasn't good at wilderness survival to begin with. Since Johnson was being so rude, Smith felt he should teach him a lesson. Stop. Suddenly, Johnson's face changed, and he stared ahead, whispering, Is it here? Smith's eyes lit up. If he could complete this additional task, he would surely receive a significant reward. Don't talk, just watch me. After saying that, Johnson slowly moved forward with a soldier's shovel. He had just spotted a fox. Last night, the organization's mission was to hunt and kill a large animal within 3 days. Johnson knew this would be difficult, but what if it were a small animal? Like killing 5 foxes. He believed even the organization wouldn't complain. Therefore, Johnson decided to track the fox and find its den to wipe it out. The drop location given by the production team is really bad. Apart from the cave being somewhat useful, there are hardly any wild fruits. Johnson was quite agile. At this moment, he showcased the skills he had acquired during his time as a Marine in the Southeast Asian jungle for assassination missions. As an agent, Smith couldn't keep up with Johnson's pace and could only trail behind from a distance. This guy is arrogant, but he does have skills. Smith admitted Johnson's abilities. Sure enough, after a short period of tracking, Johnson spotted another fox running to join the first one. The second fox was noticeably larger than the first, and Johnson guessed it was probably a mother and child. Tonight, we'll have a feast. Johnson licked his lips, his mouth watering. Why aren't they moving? After the foxes met, they stayed in place and showed no intention of leaving. This made Johnson a bit anxious. Soon, he understood. The second fox, the larger one, had caught a large mole, and the 2 foxes were sharing it. Damn, how long will this take? Johnson frowned, his face darkening. He was tracking the foxes, and their vigilance was high. If it weren't for his expertise in stealth, he would have been discovered long ago. Staying in one place for too long would only increase the risk of exposure. Should I make a move now? No, I'll wait a bit longer. Johnson had a big appetite, and these 2 foxes didn't interest him. A whole den of foxes was his target. These mosquitoes, don't they fear exploding from drinking my blood? The worst part of staying still was the countless mosquitoes that swarmed towards the exposed skin. They kept biting, but Johnson endured for the sake of the foxes. The mole is almost finished. Finally, the waiting is over. Seeing the mole reduced to about a quarter, Johnson breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he cursed these damn mosquitoes. Suddenly, Johnson's mind was filled with a strong sense of impending danger. It was a feeling of impending death. He immediately became alert. This feeling of impending danger had saved him countless times during his covert missions. After scanning his surroundings, he found no abnormalities. Johnson still didn't relax. He trusted his sixth sense. He carefully observed his surroundings again. What's that? Johnson narrowed his eyes, focusing on a yellow object in the left-hand grass. From a distance, it seemed to blend in with the soil. Only with close observation could one notice the black stripes on the yellow. Wang Jin's snake. Johnson was very familiar with this snake. These snakes were common in the Southeast Asian jungle. The Wang Jin snake was non-venomous but agile, highly aggressive, and ferocious, making it very troublesome to deal with. This is bad. Johnson's heart sank. He was in a dilemma. Judging by the Wang Jin snake's appearance, it was highly likely to attack him. Johnson was confident he could kill it, but it would definitely make noise and scare away the foxes. If he ignored it and let the Wang Jin snake strike, the outcome would be the same. Why is this so coincidental? Johnson couldn't understand. Usually, snakes wouldn't attack humans unless they were extremely hungry. But this Wang Jin snake was constantly flicking its tongue and showing its sharp fangs, clearly very aggressive. At such a critical moment, that guy is actually missing. Johnson looked back, but didn't see Smith's figure. There's no other way. Johnson gritted his teeth. For his own sake, he had to make the best choice. Chapter 97. Smith's Scheme. Wang Yi's shock. Johnson still remembered his mission. Survive until the end and claim the grand prize. This way, not only would he gain wealth that he could never spend in a lifetime, but his life would no longer be in any danger. Even a snake counts as an animal. Johnson had no choice. He had already made his decision. Although Johnson remained still, the king cobra had no intention of leaving. Finally unable to hold back, its slender body shot forward like an arrow, striking at Johnson with lightning speed. Boom! Johnson, of course, would not sit idly by. The shovel appeared above him and struck directly at the snake's vital point, severing its body before it could even react. Johnson did not feel pleased. He turned to look at the foxes. If the foxes hadn't fled, he might still have a chance. The two foxes that were originally there had disappeared, clearly frightened off by the commotion. Bad luck. Johnson cursed under his breath. He had tracked them for over 10 minutes, all for nothing, and snakes, being the easiest to catch, presented no challenge at all. Where did that bastard Smith go? Johnson stopped dwelling on it and looked around, feeling irritated. Although Smith was not as capable as himself, he was still an agent. How could he have been so easily left behind? What Johnson didn't know was that Smith was currently hiding behind a large tree, wearing a smug expression. Johnson's confusion was justified. Normally, snakes do not attack humans on sight, let alone when Johnson was standing still, showing no signs of aggression. The king cobra's aggression was the result of Smith's handiwork. On the way, Smith had caught a king cobra that was sleeping on a tree branch. Carefully, he had thrown it near Johnson's position. At the time, Johnson's attention was mostly focused on the foxes, and he had not noticed Smith's actions. The king cobra, disturbed from its sleep, was extremely angry. It could not find Smith, who had already hidden far away. Therefore, the snake followed the scent and crawled to Johnson, mistaking him for the one who had captured it. The foxes are gone. Let's see how you explain this to the organization. Smith sneered inwardly. He had turned off his camera throughout the entire process, and his actions were swift, lasting less than a minute, making it impossible for anyone to suspect anything. Everyone would assume the king cobra had been there all along. At this moment, Johnson, with a gloomy expression, was returning with the snake's body. He glanced around, as if searching for Smith. Johnson, did you catch it? Seeing this, Smith hid his smug expression and showed a look of curiosity, asking innocently. There was an accident. No. At Smith's question, Johnson's face grew even darker. It's okay. We still have 3 days. Smith patted Johnson on the shoulder, comforting him. I know. Johnson did not feel that he would fail the mission. He was just angry that the foxes had escaped from under his nose. Let's continue with lunch first. Smith pointed to the sky, saying, All right, lunch will be this. Johnson nodded, shaking the snake in his hand. He decided to eat the snake completely, down to the bones, to vent his anger. Meanwhile, in the jungle, Wang Yi was in high spirits, skipping as he walked. Man's loneliness is not a sorrow. Wang Yi hummed a tune, carrying a pile of wild fruits to enjoy. This morning, Shang Jun had deliberately suggested they split up. Wang Yi was more than happy to agree. He wandered around the area, leisurely, making sure to maintain his usual expression in front of the cameras. He only returned to the tree hole close to noon. That Shang Jun is gone. It's much more comfortable with one less person. Wang Yi thought to himself as he pushed aside the branches. Just ahead was the tree hole. But what made his face change was Shang Jun was sitting calmly on a rock, drinking white water. Seeing Wang Yi approach, he waved his hand. Brother Wang, how was your morning? How is this possible? Wang Yi's eyes widened in shock, frozen in place, the wild fruits slipping from his hands without him even noticing. Shang Jun was still alive? According to his plan, shouldn't Shang Jun have eaten the waxberry and died from poisoning? Could it be that Shang Jun ate the waxberries and wasn't poisoned? No way, such bad luck? Wang Yi's expression shifted. Due to time constraints, he hadn't coated every waxberry with poison. He had only selected some from the front and sides. Even so, Wang Yi believed that if Shang Jun ate the waxberries, he would eat at least 2 or 30. No matter how lucky he was, he wouldn't escape being poisoned. But now, Shang Jun was sitting safely by the fire, looking completely unharmed. And his expression was calm, as if nothing had happened. Is this guy some kind of chosen one? Wang Yi thought viciously. No, that's not it. Suddenly, Wang Yi felt something was off. Shang Jun's words earlier had seemed a bit strange. Brother Wang, Brother Wang? Wang Yi realized. Initially, Wang Yi and Shang Jun had addressed each other by their names followed by brother. After their fight, they had started calling each other by their names directly. This was the first time since then that Shang Jun had used this form of address, making Wang Yi feel very strange. Could he have found out? Wang Yi was startled inwardly. If Shang Jun had discovered the poison on the waxberries and remained silent, returning to the camp to subtly confront him, it would explain why his address had changed. You, Shang Jun. Wang Yi forced a smile. I'm fine, found some fruit. How about you? Me. Shang Jun nonchalantly crossed his legs and then slowly asked. Brother Wang, were you very surprised by my appearance? What? Wang Yi's eye twitched, and he asked with a smile. Why would that be? What makes Brother Wang say that? Is that so? I saw Brother Wang's first reaction upon seeing me, full of deep confusion and bewilderment. I thought. Shang Jun raised his voice slightly at this point. I wouldn't be coming back. What kind of joke is that? There's no dangerous place around here. Of course, Brother Shang would return safely. Wang Yi also changed his address. Is that so? Shang Jun narrowed his eyes. Wang Yi felt a chill run down his spine, as if being watched by a venomous snake. Even if I don't know how Shang Jun saw through the flaw, he must know. Wang Yi couldn't understand. His perfect plan had been seen through by Shang Jun, this fool. What Wang Yi didn't know was that his plan had almost succeeded, but in the end, it was foiled by a bird. Wang Yi, since you don't show mercy, don't blame me for being ruthless. Shang Jun took a fruit from Wang Yi's hand and ate it without hesitation. He showed no concern for whether it was poisoned or not. It was a joke. If it really was poisoned, then Wang Yi would certainly be held accountable. Therefore, these fruits were definitely safe to eat. Chapter 98. Shang Jun's Counterattack. In the 3 hours between when Shang Jun saw through Wang Yi's scheme and noon, he did nothing but sit on a rock in front of the campfire, deep in thought. What was he thinking about? Of course, how to kill Wang Yi without raising any suspicion towards himself. But even now, Shang Jun still had no clue. Under the constant surveillance of the drones, a perfect plan seemed impossible. Even now, he couldn't understand how Wang Yi had managed to poison those wax apples without being caught by the production team. He hadn't considered poisoning Wang Yi in the same way. But first, he didn't even know which plants were poisonous and which weren't. The only poisonous creature he knew of was a venomous snake. But not only did he not know how to catch one, even if he did, how could he safely extract the venom from its fangs? And how could he get the venom into Wang Yi's body without arousing any suspicion? How is it, Brother Shang? Delicious, right? Wang Yi sat on another rock, smiling as he asked. It's pretty good, crisp and refreshing, with a taste similar to apples. Shang Jun nodded, then casually picked up another fruit and took a bite. Wang Yi's eye twitched as he watched. They had previously agreed that whatever one of them picked belonged to them and didn't need to be shared. Now, Shang Jun was blatantly disregarding the rules and forcibly taking his hard-earned fruits. It was something Wang Yi found unbearable. But it also showed that Shang Jun had truly seen through him and had no intention of playing along with him. I need to be careful too. I can't let him get the better of me. Wang Yi silently took a bite of the wild fruit, which, although delicious, tasted like sawdust in his mouth. By the way, Brother Wang, I spent all morning looking for that fruit tree you mentioned last night, but I couldn't find it. Where exactly is it? Shang Jun suddenly asked. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Wang Yi sneered, deliberately furrowing his brow and speaking with difficulty. I saw it by chance yesterday. It's been over 10 hours since then, and I didn't mark it, so I've already forgotten. That's a pity. I was really looking forward to trying it. Shang Jun feigned disappointment. Maybe we'll see it again in the future, Wang Yi said, feeling more and more uneasy. This time, he had lost both his wife and his soldiers. Not only had he failed to poison Shang Jun, alerting him to the danger, but he had also contaminated the entire wax apple tree. He had smeared the liquid of the monkshood plant on it. Once it entered the bloodstream, it would quickly lead to death. Wang Yi would now stay far away from it, and even if the wax apple tree bore fruit again next year, he wouldn't dare to go near it. Brother Wang, I saw several snakes along the way. How about we eat some snake meat? Shang Jun suggested. Snake meat? Wang Yi pondered. He had heard that snake meat was very delicious and rich in nutrients, far better than earthworms or the like. But neither of them had any experience catching snakes, and most of the snakes here were venomous. Normally, if you didn't provoke them, they wouldn't waste their venom on you. If you foolishly provoked them, not only would you likely fail to catch them, but if either of them got bitten and the production team arrived late, they would definitely be done for. So, no matter how you looked at it, this suggestion wasn't feasible. Yet, Shang Jun had brought it up. Wang Yi thought for a moment. Could it be that Shang Jun wanted to use the snake to kill him? That made sense. After all, if both of them tried to catch a venomous snake, Shang Jun could deliberately set him up. For example, when the snake was about to bite Shang Jun, he could push Wang Yi forward, and the snake would bite him instead. Trying to kill me? Not a chance. After thinking it through, Wang Yi shook his head. He outright refused. Although Shang Jun's plan could harm him, Wang Yi could also turn it around and use it against Shang Jun. But since the plan was Shang Jun's idea, it was better to play it safe and decline. Brother Wang, can you climb trees? Not discouraged by Wang Yi's refusal, Shang Jun asked again. A little. I climbed trees when I was a kid, but not so much now. Wang Yi replied uncertainly. Well, on my way back, I found a bird's nest. From below, I could see there were about a dozen eggs. At this, Shang Jun sighed heavily. But the nest is at the top of the tree, and I can't reach it. A dozen? Wang Yi's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but lick his lips. Yes. You know, there are plenty of animals in the forest that love bird eggs. If we're late, we might not even get a single one. Shang Jun pressed on. That's true. We should hurry. Although he knew it might be a trap set by Shang Jun, Wang Yi didn't want to give up on the dozen eggs he had mentioned. And reminded him, I'm not stupid. I won't starve myself. Chu Zhe shrugged, expressing his helplessness. Oh, so you're saying I talk too much? Shen Huangxue huffed lightly. No, I'm grateful to Miss Shun. Chuzé chuckled, then rubbed his hands together. I see that Miss Shun has been very tired lately. As a token of my gratitude, how about I give you a massage? Nice try, but keep dreaming. Shun Huangshue's mouth twitched. She knew exactly what Chuzé was up to. Not to mention that there were 2 drones filming them the entire time. Even under normal circumstances, with the gender divide, Shun Huangshue would never let a man touch her. Alas, that's my heartfelt offer. Apart from that, my massage skills are pretty good. Don't you want to consider it? Chuzé said, revealing a hint of regret. How about this? I'll give you a free bone adjustment to relax your body. What do you say? Shen Huangshue took the initiative. Chuzé's expression changed. He trusted Shan Huangshue's skills, as she had inherited the essence of traditional Chinese medicine. There were very few people in the entire country who could surpass her in medical expertise. But who knew if this little lady might deliberately make things difficult for him and embarrass him? Ahem, never mind. Chuzé coughed lightly, ending the topic there. Shun Huangshue's eyes gleamed with triumph. She raised her chin slightly, revealing her fair neck, like a proud swan. Let's talk about something serious. Let's eat quickly and finish building the bamboo hut. For some reason, that ominous feeling in my heart is growing stronger. Chuzé looked at the distant sky, which was clear and cloudless, yet a shadow still lingered over his heart. Chapter 99. Handling the Dendrobium officinale. Premonition? Why didn't I feel anything? Shen Huangshue tilted her head, not quite understanding Chuzé's meaning. You know, the sixth sense, Chuzé said with a wry smile, trying to explain. The sixth sense? Is that reliable? Shen Huangshue asked skeptically. It's hard to say. It's something very intangible, invisible, and untouchable, yet we can't afford to ignore it. Chuzé was a firm believer in the sixth sense. In his previous life, it had saved his life multiple times during the crazy races he participated in. Therefore, he placed great importance on the sudden premonition he had now. Shen Huangshue, on the other hand, was a staunch atheist. She didn't believe in fortune-telling, divination, or anything supernatural. All right, I see your hand is almost fully healed, Shen Huangshue nodded. Soon, the entire pot of deer meat was devoured, not even a drop of soup left behind. After Shen Huangshue went to the creek to clean the pot, Chuzé stirred it with his finger. Next, he took a straight wooden stick he had previously prepared and smeared the powder onto it. This is the last bit. Chuzé gritted his teeth and sprinkled the remaining salt onto the stick. This would make the sharpening process even more efficient. With the sharpening stone ready, Chuzé held the bottom of the entrenching tool and placed the blade on the part of the stick that had been coated with powder and salt. Then, he began sharpening. He was well aware of the worn parts of the blade, so he alternated between sharpening the front and back. Soon, the blade was restored to its former sharpness. Under the moisture and salt, it even gleamed with a cold light. Snap! A piece of firewood was effortlessly split in half. Chuzé tested it and found the effect to be quite significant. The sharpening stick, not throwing it away, keeping it for next time, Chuzé started to tidy up. By tidying up, he meant storing the sharpening stick to prevent Shen Huangshue from accidentally using it as firewood. Next, he flipped the wet stone over to face the sunlight. Just as he finished, Shen Huangshue returned with a steel pot full of water. Chuzé, what are you busy with? Shen Huangshue asked curiously as she saw Chuzé moving around from a distance. Look, Chuzé said, and with a flick of his hand, a piece of wood was cleanly split in two, with a smooth, mirror-like cut. Not bad. You really know your stuff, Chuzé. Shen Huangshue smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Of course, who do you think I am? Chuzé replied without modesty. You're really shameless, saying you're fat and you're puffing up, Shen Huangshue chuckled. Ever since Chuzé had climbed the cliff to pick the Dendrobium officinale, she had started to treat him as a friend. Her attitude and tone were no longer as distant as before. She spoke freely without any reservations. Take a good rest. We'll leave after boiling the water, Chuzé said seriously. I'll just handle the Dendrobium officinale. Shen Huangshue nodded and headed towards the shelter. In reality, Dendrobium officinale in China is only of medium-high grade and not particularly precious. This is because it can be cultivated on a large scale. While Dendrobium officinale, however, is extremely rare, even more so than pandas. Moreover, the medicinal effects of artificially cultivated Dendrobium officinale are naturally not as good as wild ones. Each wild Dendrobium officinale grows in the crevices of cliffs, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. In ancient times, it was even known as the number one of the 9 immortal herbs. Only 4 stalks. Shun Huangxue untied the rope and counted, feeling a bit disappointed. If only there were more. But she quickly dismissed the thought and started processing the Dendrobium officinale. She took a bamboo container and poured water over the Dendrobium officinale, meticulously washing it. Shen Huangxue was thorough in her cleaning. The key difference between, if it were any other herb, I would definitely process it, Shen Huangxue shook her head. But this is Dendrobium officinale, so there's no need. Why? Chu Zhe asked. If Dendrobium officinale is dried directly, its medicinal effects will be greatly reduced. It's better to use it fresh, Shen Huangxue explained with a smile. Let's add the Dendrobium officinale to tonight's dinner to nourish our bodies. That sounds great, but if drying it isn't good, then how do you process it into medicine? Chu Zhe asked again. Well, this involves our trade secret. We use special techniques to process it into medicine, which largely preserves its medicinal effects. Shen Huangxue glanced at the drone and coughed lightly. Chu Zhe felt a bit awkward, as he had forgotten that the drone was recording everything. Just a few more minutes, the water will be ready soon. Chu Zhe changed the subject to cover his awkwardness. Shen Huangxue nodded lightly and sat down. A few minutes later, the water was boiled. They filled their bamboo cups, packed them into their backpacks, and headed towards the bamboo forest once more. Meanwhile, Suyu sat half leaning on a rock, chewing on some leaves. These were one of the edible leaves he knew. At the moment, Suyu was feeling extremely irritable, even on the verge of losing his temper. Su-gu, we're out of water. A voice came from not far away. The speaker was his teammate, Wang Jun. Upon hearing this, Suyu's expression grew cold. He stood up and silently walked towards the camp. Chapter 100, Suyu's Plan. The harmony of Chu Zhe's team. Suyu and Wang Jun had agreed last time that Suyu would be the one in charge on the surface. Unexpectedly, just one day later, Wang Jun couldn't hold back anymore. He started ordering Suyu around again, acting domineering and commanding. Even when Suyu secretly brought up the rules to Wang Jun again, it was completely useless. Wang Jun was determined to act like a boss. When have I ever suffered such humiliation? Returning to the camp, Suyu picked up a steel pot and headed towards the water source. During the past day or so, he hadn't stopped thinking about getting rid of Wang Jun. But so far, he hadn't found an opportunity to strike. If he really wanted to eliminate Wang Jun, he could do it after damaging 2 drones at night and then act without restraint. However, he would definitely be suspected, as there was no one else around except Suyu and Wang Jun. Therefore, to clear himself, he needed to find a way for Wang Jun to die that wasn't obviously caused by human action. Like falling to death, drowning, or being poisoned. As an expert in this field, Suyu could think of quite a few methods. But Wang Jun seemed like a cat that had gotten a taste of the forbidden, sensing something and becoming more cautious. Usually, when walking through the forest, Wang Jun would keep a distance, trailing far behind. During meals, Wang Jun would make sure Suyu ate first before he would eat. This left Suyu with no opportunity at all. Deep in thought, Suyu arrived at the stream. He submerged the steel pot in the water, and it quickly filled up. Seeing this, Suyu lifted the pot, ready to head back. Suddenly, he felt his shoes getting wet. Looking down, he realized some water had dripped from the bottom of the pot. Drip, drip. Suyu's eyes narrowed as an idea came to him. Wang Jun was a complete novice in the wilderness. That much was certain. Suyu could take full advantage of this. He remembered the first night, when it had been drizzling outside. Wang Jun had been quite panicked, as the shelter was built by Suyu, and with rain outside, no one knew if it was sturdy enough or if it would collapse. At the time, Suyu had been quite disdainful, confident that his shelter was very sturdy. Unless a heavy storm hit, there would be no problem. It's been over 4 days since it last rained. Suyu calculated the days and looked up at the sky. He knew that in this humid region, if it hadn't rained for a long time, the next rain would definitely be a heavy storm. And Suyu had no intention of building a safer shelter. Suyu didn't mention it, so naturally, Wang Jun didn't know. When the heavy rain really came, the shelter would be destroyed. At that point, Suyu wouldn't need to lift a finger. Wang Jun would be doomed. Please rain soon, Suyu muttered, carrying the steel pot back towards the camp. Meanwhile, Chu Zhe and Shun Huangxue had arrived at the bamboo forest. Chu Zhe noticed a pile of dung. What's this? Shun Huangxue asked beside him. If I'm not mistaken, it should be from a wild boar. Chu Zhe remembered that it was thanks to the wild boar that they had found the bamboo forest. Shun Huangxue also recalled, immediately running into the bamboo forest. Soon, she called out. Some bamboo shoots here have been eaten. Chu Zhe wasn't surprised. Wild boars don't eat bamboo, only the shoots. However, yesterday, the two of them had spent several hours in the bamboo forest without seeing any wild boars. And today, they had found some again. Chu Zhe guessed that the wild boars might be nocturnal. If that's the case, it would be hard to catch them. Chu Zhe thought for a moment, then shook his head. He took the army shovel and slashed at a bamboo. Swish! The sharp blade instantly cut through the bamboo, which fell to the ground with a thud. Really handy. Chu Zhe was quite satisfied. Next, the two repeated yesterday's tasks. Chu Zhe was in charge of cutting the bamboo, while Shun Huangxue handled the transportation and bundling. After several rounds of cooperation, the harmony between the two had improved significantly. As soon as Chu Zhe finished cutting the bamboo, Shun Huangxue would drag it away, not wasting a single moment, which left the audience in awe. Why do they seem like an old married couple? You wouldn't know it just by looking. They really seem like a pair. Who says they aren't? The two of them haven't said a word to each other the entire time, yet they managed to complete their tasks without disturbing the other. Incredible. Just look at the other teams. The Treehole team doesn't even compare, and Suyu's team isn't much better. The audience discussed. Xiang and Lu Wanwan were all smiles, very satisfied with their performance. It's hard to imagine that 6 days ago, Chu Zhe and Shun Huangxue didn't even know each other, Lu Wanwan said with a smile. In terms of teamwork, no other pairing among the contestants can match Chu Zhe and Shun Huangxue, right? Bear Grylls? Xiang nodded and asked. After a moment of thought, Bear Grylls agreed. Indeed, since the draw was random, the two members of each team basically wouldn't know each other, so their personalities, abilities, and physical conditions are all different. Take Johnson as an example. Bear Grylls mentioned Johnson. Hops gave Bear Grylls an unhappy look, but didn't say anything. He was quite wary of Bear Grylls' dominant position in the field of wilderness survival. Moreover, so far, Bear Grylls had eaten countless snakes. When Linda appeared, Hops had even paid special attention to Bear Grylls' expression. Unlike the other's fear, Bear Grylls seemed quite enthusiastic. Hops had no doubt that if it weren't for the live broadcast, Bear Grylls would have already taken action. Johnson is a retired Special Forces contestant, and Smith is the captain of a security company. That's right, Smith's actual identity is a special agent from the United States, with the surface identity of a security company captain. Even so, his abilities are not to be underestimated. Both are very strong, which cannot be denied, Bear Grylls continued. But from dissecting bats in the cave, it's clear that Johnson is in the dominant position, and their personalities are completely incompatible. You've noticed Smith's expression. He's actually dissatisfied, just constrained by various reasons and hasn't exploded yet. Johnson's personality is impatient, and his speech isn't very polite, while Smith is calm and steady, completely incompatible in personality. An hour ago, Johnson discovered a fox, and logically, both should have followed it. But Johnson rushed forward on his own, completely ignoring Smith's feelings. I agree with what you're saying, Bear Grylls, Hops interrupted. I can't believe. Lu Wanwan looked at Hops in surprise. This guy actually agreed with Bear Grylls' point of view. However, Hops drew out his words. For Johnson, a teammate not only doesn't help but also holds him back. Isn't doing so correct? On the flip side, Chu Zhe still needs Shan Huangshua's help. Doesn't that mean Chu Zhe is weak? What nonsense! Lu Wenwen was furious. It was completely illogical. What Hop says does make sense, Bear Grylls admitted. But you've forgotten the purpose of the show arranging 2 people per team. Purpose? Hop's eyes widened slightly, as if he had realized something, his face changing dramatically. Chapter 101. Urgent situation for Chu Zhe. Purpose. Xiang and Lu Wenwen exchanged puzzled glances, completely unable to comprehend what they were talking about. The purpose of the program team pairing 2 contestants together wasn't to allow the contestants to better survive. After all, if one person fell ill or got injured, their teammate could take care of them, greatly increasing their chances of survival. But seeing Bear's mysterious words and Hopkins's enigmatic expression, it seemed that things weren't as simple as they appeared on the surface. Realizing he had let something slip, Bear immediately signaled to Hopkins. Hopkins then patted Linda, who immediately emerged from his embrace and slithered across the floor. Ah! Lu Wenwen felt a chill run down her spine and let out a startled scream. Xiang and the staff members instinctively moved back. Sorry, Linda might be hungry, Hopkins said with a hint of apology, then added, Don't worry, I've brought food. As he spoke, he pulled out a few strips of dried meat from his pocket. Linda, flicking her forked tongue, approached and devoured them in one gulp before slithering back into Hopkins's embrace and remaining still. Only then did everyone relax. It was undeniable that Linda's 2-headed appearance was highly intimidating. Anyone would be afraid upon seeing her. Seeing this, Bear nodded slightly. Hopkins's distraction technique was flawless. After Linda's scare, everyone had already forgotten about what Bear had said earlier. Lu Wenwen still clutched her chest, not yet recovered from her shock. Xiang had already started his commentary, though his trembling hands betrayed his inner fear. Hey, Hopkins, Bear said in a low voice. What is it? Hopkins asked. Let me take care of Linda for a few days. I'm quite interested, Bear said straightforwardly. Hopkins's expression changed. What kind of international joke was this? If Linda ended up with Bear, she'd probably end up on the dinner table in a few days. Bear, when we have time, I'll take you to my breeding room. You can pick any snake you like there, Hopkins said, looking troubled. But Linda really isn't an option. A 2-headed snake is already a mutated species, let alone one with a rainbow-colored body. It's practically unique in the world. I was hoping to breed more like her. That's true, Bear nodded. Then it's settled. No problem, Hopkins agreed readily. In reality, Hopkins could have easily refused Bear's unreasonable request. But given Bear's significant standing in the field of wilderness survival, far beyond his own, Hopkins figured that trading a snake for Bear's favor would be a great deal. Meanwhile, Wang Yi, under the guidance of Sheng Jun, arrived at the base of a large tree. The bird's nest is on the second branch from the top. See it? Sheng Jun pointed to the branches above. The second one from the top, Wang Yi said, following the direction of Sheng Jun's finger and looking up. Sure enough, he spotted a sizable bird's nest on the branch. Through the gaps in the nest, he could faintly see large patches of white. Wang Yi knew these were the bird eggs. Sheng Jun, this guy, didn't lie to me. But why did he want me to climb the tree? Does he want me to fall to my death? Wang Yi stroked his chin, deep in thought. Sorry, Wang Yi, I really can't climb trees, Sheng Jun said, noticing Wang Yi's flickering gaze. Luckily, this tree isn't too thick, and the branches aren't too dense, or I wouldn't be able to climb it, Wang Yi said after sizing up the tree. I can get the eggs without a problem, but what about the split? You take 8, I'll take 2, Sheng Jun replied without hesitation. Why so generous? That's strange, Wang Yi thought, growing even more suspicious. In the past, Sheng Jun and he would fight over a single earthworm. Yet now, with delicious bird eggs at stake, Sheng Jun was offering a split that Wang Yi found very satisfactory. It was unbelievable. However, Wang Yi felt that an 8-2 split would be advantageous for him, but since Sheng Jun had found the nest, it wouldn't be fair for him to get so little. You take 3, I'll take 7. That's settled, Wang Yi decided, feeling charitable. This was also an attempt to show Sheng Jun goodwill, hoping to resolve their past grievances. All right, Shang Jun agreed without objection. Wang Yi took a few steps back and gestured toward the nest position. About 4 meters high, Wang Yi estimated. 4 meters wasn't too bad, especially with the grass and soft ground as a cushion. Even if he fell, he probably wouldn't break any bones. The last time I climbed a tree was during college, Wang Yi reminisced. He was from the north and had always loved climbing trees as a child. Although it had been about 7 or 8 years since he last climbed, his body hadn't forgotten. With a sudden leap, he tightly clamped his legs around the trunk and, with the help of his hands, steadily climbed upward. In no time, Wang Yi had easily reached the top. Approaching the nest, he saw a pile of white bird eggs. Counting quickly, there were 13 in total. I'm rich. Wang Yi almost cried with joy, finally free from eating earthworms until he was sick of them. He then placed the eggs in his backpack and hoisted it onto his back. Following that, he slid down the trunk smoothly. There are 13 eggs. I'll take 9. You take 4, Wang Yi said eagerly before Shang Jun could even ask. That's enough, Shang Jun said, his face expressionless, leaving Wang Yi unable to read any emotions. This was unsettling, as it indicated that Shang Jun was skilled at hiding his true thoughts. Wang Yi silently heightened his vigilance. It was already afternoon, and the cautious pair decided to return to their tree hole. Time to grill some bird eggs. On the other side of the island, Chu Zhe had finally finished cutting enough bamboo. Not only that, but to be safe, he had cut a dozen more than necessary. Let's hurry back, Chu Zhe said, glancing at the sky, feeling the urgency. According to his plan, they had to finish building the shelter before sunset. From the current position of the sun, they were right on schedule. Therefore, they couldn't afford any delays. Chu Zhe decided that even if a group of rabbits hopped by, he wouldn't pay them any mind. The two then began transporting the bamboo. Just like last time, Chu Zhe transformed into a powerhouse, carrying 2 bundles of bamboo toward the campsite. Shun Huangshua's eyelids twitched as she watched. Even though she had seen it many times before, Shun Huangshua still wanted to say, Chu Zhe, you skinny guy with no muscles, where do you get such strength? Suppressing her too tall, Shun Huangshua carried a few bamboo stalks and followed Chu Zhe's footsteps. At this moment, every contestant was busy. Some were gathering firewood, others collecting fruit, and some were still worrying about food. Few were as forward-thinking as Chu Zhe. What no one knew was that, as Chu Zhe had predicted, a natural disaster was about to strike. Chapter 102, Bamboo Hut Completed. Sky Anomaly. You've worked hard. Carefully placing the last bundle of bamboo on the ground, Chu Zhe wiped the sweat from his brow. I didn't carry much. You should be the one saying that, Shen Huangshua smiled. Do you want to take a break? Chu Zhe asked. Let's finish it first. Shen Huangshua shook her head. All right. Chu Zhe then walked over to the bamboo. Taking out a bamboo ruler, he measured and began cutting. After finishing the cutting of some bamboo, Chu Zhe continued building the bamboo hut. As before, Shun Huangshua helped out. The two worked quickly. Soon, the third wall was completed. Chu Zhe started working on the last wall, the fourth one. This wall was a bit special. A door needed to be left in this wall. Chu Zhe chopped the longer bamboo into shorter pieces. Then, following the previous method, he built the wall, the only difference being a space of less than a meter left in the middle. That was where the door would be. After finishing the wall, Chu Zhe didn't start building the door but focused his attention on the roof. The climate here has a lot of rain, so a double-sloped roof would be better, Chu Zhe thought. Building the roof was very challenging. Even Chu Zhe needed to spend a lot of time on it. First, he had to build a support frame, which served the same purpose as the foundation of a house, to enhance stability. Chu Zhe chose several thicker logs and cut them to the same length. He placed them diagonally on the roof, crossing each other, and tightly bound the intersection points with ropes. For safety, Chu Zhe tied the ropes twice, so if the first rope broke, the second one could still support. This was the most critical part of the roof. If the ropes loosened or broke, even a moderate wind of level 4 or 5 could blow the roof away, let alone a rainstorm. After securing the ropes, Chu Zhe placed thinner logs at equal intervals diagonally across the middle. Originally, Chu Zhe had planned to use only thick logs, but due to limited resources, he had to compromise. The thinner logs posed no problem, as they only served to improve stability, with the bamboo being the main structure. Once the frame was complete, Chu Zhe placed bamboo pieces in the gaps between the logs, with each log spaced about 20 centimeters apart, just enough to fit 4 bamboo pieces. At the junctions where the bamboo and logs met, Chu Zhe tightly bound them together. After some time, the roof was completely covered with emerald green bamboo. That should be about it. Chu Zhe looked at the bamboo hut and rubbed his chin. The hut now only lacked a door. Shenhuangxue, Chu Zhe suddenly turned and called out. What is it, Chu Zhe? Shenhuangxue had just picked up a bamboo piece when Chu Zhe called out, causing her to flinch and drop the bamboo, luckily not hitting her foot. Come over and try, Chu Zhe said. Try what? Shenhuangxue walked to the bamboo hut. Kick it a few times. Chu Zhe pointed at the hut. Are you strong stability? However, a single wall is still a bit thin. I'll reinforce it when I have the time, Chu Zhe thought, starting to build the bamboo door. Building the bamboo door was quite simple. It just required binding the bamboo pieces together. By the way, Shenhuangxue, Chu Zhe suddenly thought of something. Please go ahead. Shenhuangxue listened. Go outside and collect as many straw and broadleaves as possible, Chu Zhe immediately said. Got it. Shenhuangxue glanced at the hut, understanding, and turned to leave. With Shenhuangxue gone, Chu Zhe continued without slacking off. After binding the bamboo, a door was completed. How should I install it? Chu Zhe thought. Soon, he had an idea. He sawed 3 positions on the side of the bamboo where the door would be placed. The bottom quarter, the top, and the middle. Since bamboo is hollow, it saved Chu Zhe the effort of hollowing it out. Then, he sawed 3 corresponding positions on the door, but they were offset. Finally, Chu Zhe installed the bamboo door. Due to the slight gaps between the bamboo pieces, the door fit snugly against the hut. However, for added stability, Chu Zhe tied several more ropes around the edges to prevent the bamboo from breaking under the weight of the door. Just as the door was finished, Shenhuangxue returned with a large pile of straw and broad leaves. Last step, checking for gaps and making repairs, Chu Zhe pointed at the hut. I understand. Shenhuangxue nodded. Even if she hadn't eaten pork, she had seen pigs run. She took the broad leaves and went around the 4 walls, stuffing the gaps between the bamboo. Chu Zhe carried the straw inside. The roof was made of a wooden frame with a layer of tightly packed bamboo. Chu Zhe weaved the straw, filling the gaps between the bamboo and the frame. In no time, from inside the hut, the roof was completely covered with straw, with no trace of bamboo visible. Chu Zhe did this to insulate and prevent excessive heat loss. Stepping outside, Shenhuangxue was still filling the gaps. Chu Zhe looked at the roof and shook his head. He felt it still wasn't enough. Climbing onto the roof, Chu Zhe first completely blocked the gaps between the bamboo with broad leaves. Then, he weaved the remaining straw and tied it onto the roof. This way, the roof had a layer of straw, followed by bamboo and broad leaves, and then another layer of straw. This should be good. Chu Zhe jumped on the roof, which stood firm without any wobble. At this time, Shenhuangxue had also finished. The bamboo hut was now airtight and ready to be occupied. The sky had also darkened. I'll go make dinner. Chu Zhe, you handle the rest here, Shenhuangxue said and left. Chu Zhe nodded. He made final reinforcements to the hut. He tied the hut with ropes again, and in some key positions, he inserted bamboo into the ground for added stability. Although the bamboo isn't enough, it should be fine. Chu Zhe shook his head. If the bamboo grove weren't so far from the campsite, Chu Zhe would have cut it all down for building the house. What a nice smell. As night fell, a delicious aroma wafted over. Chu Zhe took a deep breath, inhaling the scent, and a strong hunger immediately hit him. All right, that's it for today. Chu Zhe rubbed his flat stomach, about to head to the campfire. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and the air became unusually hot. Chu Zhe looked up and saw large black clouds gathering in the sky. A storm was coming. Chapter 103. Bamboo lanterns and bamboo umbrellas. The storm approaches. A storm is coming. As they approached the campfire, Chu Zhe said this matter-of-factly. His tone was calm, as if he were discussing something trivial, without the slightest hint of panic. What did you say? Shen Huangxue was quite surprised. Busy cooking, she hadn't noticed the sky. Glancing up, her expression changed. Indeed, it was as he said. I didn't expect your premonition to come true. Shen Huangxue looked at Chu Zhe, feeling incredulous. Who would have believed that just a few hours ago, when the sky was clear and cloudless, Chu Zhe had mentioned the possibility of a storm. Let's hurry and move all the supplies into the bamboo hut. Chu Zhe smiled and said, All right. Shen Huangxue nodded. The two began to divide the tasks. Chu Zhe was responsible for moving the firewood and the remaining bamboo into the hut. Additionally, he needed to dismantle the awning, as it was made of solid wood and couldn't be wasted. As for the shelter, dismantling it would take some effort, and with time being tight, Chu Zhe decided to leave it for now. If it could withstand the storm, he would dismantle it later. Shen Huangxue moved everything inside the shelter, such as her medicinal herbs, bamboo shoots, smoked snake meat, and venison, in the thatched mats. As the wind strengthened, the two quickened their pace. After transferring the supplies, Chu Zhe finished dismantling the awning. Then, he moved the campfire inside the hut. To prevent the flames from touching the bamboo floor, Chu Zhe brought in several flat stones and placed them on the floor. He then moved the campfire onto the stones, making it much safer. However, Chu Zhe wasn't satisfied yet. He grabbed his army shovel and walked out of the bamboo hut. Soon, a rustling sound came from not far away. Shen Huangxue had finished laying the thatched mats, which would be their sleeping area. Chu Zhe, what are you doing? Hearing the noise outside, Shen Huangxue looked out and saw Chu Zhe digging something in the ground, as if there were some treasure inside. Preparing some sand, just in case. Chu Zhe pointed to the campfire behind Shen Huangxue and said, As expected of you, Chu Zhe, you thought of everything. After praising him, Shen Huangxue lowered her head, feeling an inexplicable sense of defeat. Compared to Chu Zhe, she felt like a novice in the wilderness, knowing nothing. She hadn't even considered the most basic fire prevention measures. Chu Zhe didn't know what she was thinking. After piling the sand near the corner of the bamboo hut by the door, he didn't stop. He turned his attention to the roof. There was a complete bamboo wall between the roof and the door. Chu Zhe planned to make 2 holes in it. After all, burning a campfire indoors would consume oxygen and produce a lot of soot. Chu Zhe had to ensure proper air circulation indoors. Otherwise, they might inhale soot while sleeping, affecting their health. With the army shovel, he cut out 2 holes a few centimeters in size above the door. Then, he inserted the cut bamboo directly into the holes. This way, both smoke and air could be well ventilated, while preventing the holes from becoming too large and allowing sand or stones to blow in from outside. Suddenly, it feels a bit cramped here. After watching Chu Zhe's entire process, Shen Huangxue looked around the bamboo hut and said sincerely, Yeah, who would have thought the supplies would take up so much space? Chu Zhe chuckled wryly. In fact, smoked meat and medicinal herbs didn't take up much space. The most space-consuming item was the firewood. With the upcoming heavy rain, there wouldn't be a single dry piece of wood in the entire rainforest for the next few days. Their stored firewood was crucial. Maybe we'll build a storage room when we have time, so the firewood doesn't have to be kept inside the bamboo hut. Chu Zhe had an idea. Agreed. Shen Huangxue fully supported the idea. Besides taking up space, firewood was also more prone to catching fire than bamboo, posing a certain safety hazard. By the way, Chu Zhe thought of something else. He quickly fetched a bamboo pole, and with a few cuts, he divided it at the bamboo joints. Following the same method as when making bamboo cups, Chu Zhe made 4 bamboo tubes with lids. Chu Zhe, why do we need so many bamboo cups? Shen Huangxue asked curiously. Currently, each of them had 3 bamboo cups, 1 in use and 2 as backups. For the 2 of them, that was already sufficient. Bamboo cups? Chu Zhe shook his index finger. I'm making something essential for rainy days. Essential for rainy days? Shen Huangxue became intrigued and immediately sat on the ground, closely observing Chu Zhe's actions. Chu Zhe removed the bamboo lid and, using the army shovel, carved a dozen or so circles of varying sizes on both sides of the bamboo tube. This left Shen Huangxue scratching her head. She couldn't figure out what Chu Zhe was making. After finishing the circles, Chu Zhe picked up a sharp stone and pressed it hard against one of the circles, causing a circular piece to fall into the bamboo tube, leaving a small hole in its place. Following the same method, Chu Zhe soon had over a dozen holes on both sides of the bamboo tube. Could it be? Shen Huangxue's eyes lit up, as if she had guessed what it was. Chu Zhe smiled, his hands still working. He carved out 2 small holes at the top edge of the bamboo tube, threaded a rope through them, and tied the other end to a wooden stick. A lantern? Shen Huangxue exclaimed in surprise. That's right. Chu Zhe nodded, and with a flick of his right hand, the bamboo tube tied to the wooden stick swayed from side to side. Normally, when it's not raining, we can just carry torches when we go out. But on rainy days, especially heavy rains or even storms, when the sky is completely dark and you can't see your hand in front of your face, torches won't work. Then we'll need to carry lanterns. Chu Zhe, I don't even know how to praise you anymore. Shen Huangxue's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. Chu Zhe's thoughtfulness was truly impressive. In comparison, she felt like she didn't measure up. Praise? No need for that, really? Chu Zhe waved his hand. Don't go overboard with the praise. If you really feel compelled to, make sure you come up with at least 100 words to do my good looks and exquisite craftsmanship justice. Here he goes again. Shen Huangxue suppressed the urge to curse and turned her face away. Chu Zhe coughed lightly, not showing the slightest hint of embarrassment. Then, he placed 8 bamboo poles side by side, cut them lengthwise into halves, and then cut them in half again. He took one half, angled it into a double slope shape, tied it tightly, and laid a layer of broad leaves at the intersection, securing them in place. Next, he took a bamboo pole and placed it horizontally across the inner middle section. He tied both sides tightly with ropes through the gaps between the bamboo slats. Finally, Chu Zhe pierced a hole in the middle of the horizontal bamboo pole, inserted another bamboo pole through it, and pushed it all the way to the top. What do you think? Chu Zhe looked smug. A bamboo umbrella? Truly ingenious. Shen Huangxue's eyes sparkled with delight. Did you learn all this from videos and books too? Of course. Chu Zhe replied calmly. At that moment, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the entire area, and the bamboo hut was even brighter. Boom! Following a thunderclap, the sound of rain pouring down soon filled the air. Chu Zhe and Shen Huangxue knew that the wind, thunder, and lightning were all present. This was likely to be an exceptionally fierce storm. However, their expressions remained calm as they began eating bamboo shoot and snake meat soup. With their bamboo hut, they had nothing to fear from any weather. Chapter 104. Contestants' Reactions. Su Yu's Scheme. Not only did the lightning strike near Chu Zhe's location, but the entire island was illuminated. The following thunderclap was deafening, and the contestants reacted differently. This is bad. Johnson was still out hunting. After a day of effort, he managed to catch a snake and 2 mice. Even so, it was far from the task assigned by the organization. Johnson, let's head back quickly. Smith looked at the sky, which had turned as dark as ink in just a few minutes. All right. Compared to Smith's panic, Johnson remained calm. Firstly, their shelter was a cave. A storm wouldn't affect them at all. Secondly, Johnson was no stranger to such extreme weather. However, since he had to stay for 400 days, he couldn't be too careless. Compared to the task, it was better to return to the cave first. Johnson and Smith walked back to the cave one after the other. This thunder and lightning. In the treehole group, Shang Jun jumped up from the stone, his face filled with fear. 5 days ago, during the light rain, there was only one thunderclap, and the sound was far less intense than this one. Before he could recover, another thunderclap roared overhead. Shang Jun and Wang Yi's ears immediately rang, causing temporary deafness. A tree hole won't work in this weather. Wang Yi covered his ears and crouched painfully on the ground. Shang Jun stood there, completely at a loss. During the previous light rain, staying in the tree hole was manageable, but now with the lightning and thunder, if the tree above the tree hole was struck by lightning, they would be in danger. But where else could they go? They had already searched the area and found no cave. Otherwise, who would want to squeeze into this cramped corner? Wang Yi, what should we do now? Shang Jun was out of ideas, his thoughts in disarray. How the hell would I know? Wang Yi cursed under his breath. Shang Jun, let's pile up some sand at the entrance of the tree hole to prevent the rain from splashing inside. Wang Yi came up with a decent idea. All right. In his panic, Shang Jun grabbed a shovel and started digging nearby. Wang Yi, meanwhile, stacked firewood into a double layer and tied it together. Although they had previously placed a wooden board at the entrance of the tree hole, in such severe weather, a single thin board was clearly inadequate. That's why Wang Yi made a double-layered board. It's going to be a sleepless night. Another thunderclap sounded, and Wang Yi couldn't help but sigh. Last time, during the light rain, the sound of the rain outside had kept them awake. Facing the imminent heavy rain, the noise at night would undoubtedly be unbearable. Sushan, it's going to rain. I wonder if we can hold out. In the Sushin group, Li Yong was a bit worried. Unable to find bamboo, they had to build a shelter with wood. Su Wudi had no intention of rushing things. First, he built a small wooden hut of a few square meters. It stored their supplies and housed the two of them. As two grown men, it was quite cramped. But there was no other choice. Time was tight, and this was the best they could do. Don't worry, I've reinforced the wooden hut. Su Wudi showed no sign of worry. Not only was the foundation of the wooden hut deep, but he had also tied large stones to the four corners to prevent it from being blown away by the wind. Li Yong, finish eating and go to bed early. If you stay up late, you might not be able to sleep. Su Wudi reminded him. Li Yong nodded. Meanwhile, most of the other contestants, upon learning of the impending storm, were in a state of panic. Most of them lived in crude shelters that couldn't withstand the storm, except for the few groups living in caves. Both the Chu Zhe group and the Su Shun group remained calm. Everyone could see that Su Shun had his own small wooden hut. Though it was quite cramped, it was just a temporary solution. Chu Zhe, on the other hand, had built a bamboo house that spanned 20 square meters, and the entire structure was exceptionally sturdy. Once the door was closed, not even a fly could get in. However, among these 200 contestants, there was one who wasn't scared by the rain but was instead excited. He was Su Yu, the wilderness survival expert from China. Su Yu had been thinking in the afternoon about when it would rain, giving him a chance to deal with Wang Jun. Who would have thought his wish would come true, and a heavy rain would come at night? Wang Jun, the king of hell wants you dead by the third watch. You won't see the fifth. Su Yu leaned against a tree, smirking coldly. At that moment, Wang Jun frowned and walked over. Su Yu, with the thunder and lightning, the rain is going to be heavy. Can our shelter hold up? Of course it can. Absolutely. Su Yu patted his chest, deliberately saying so. He had to make Wang Jun let his guard down and hopefully sleep soundly at night. Once the shelter collapsed. Thinking of this, Su Yu's expression turned sinister. Boom, boom. The thunder grew louder, and the sky was covered with dark clouds, making it feel like the end of the world with the night. Soon after the lightning and thunder, the clouds seemed to open up, pouring down a torrent of rain. At this moment, the entire island was instantly covered in rain. Time to head back. Su Yu chewed on a piece of grass, feeling the cool rain on his hand, and quickly headed towards the shelter. Through the shelter, Su Yu could vaguely see that Wang Jun had already lain down to rest, completely unaware of him. Let me add fuel to the fire. Su Yu moved quickly. There was nothing behind him. The drone had already flown into the shelter due to the rain. That's why Su Yu could temporarily disappear from the viewer's sight. In less than half a minute, Su Yu entered the shelter. What he had just done was simple. He cut a few strands of vines that tied the shelter to the wood. This way, no matter how heavy the rain was, the shelter in its loosened state would definitely collapse. But he didn't cut all of them, so as not to arouse Wang Jun's suspicion. Wang Jun was highly vigilant against him, and Su Yu couldn't let him notice anything. Snore. To Su Yu's surprise, as soon as he entered the shelter, Wang Jun's snoring had already started. Sleep, and you won't even know how you died. Suyu sneered inwardly and then lay down, closing his eyes. At that moment, Wang Jun, who had been snoring, suddenly opened his eyes, narrowing them. As Suyu had guessed, Wang Jun was highly vigilant against him. Wang Jun was a real estate salesperson, most adept at reading people. After the thunder, Wang Jun had asked Suyu if the shelter could hold up. Although Suyu had expressed confidence, his entire demeanor had been very self-assured. But Wang Jun had still detected a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. This wasn't the satisfaction of self-congratulation, but the satisfaction of a successful plan. Therefore, Wang Jun was very certain that Suyu was hiding something from him and had already made a plan. While pretending to sleep, Wang Jun thought about it for a while but couldn't figure it out. He had also considered the shelter, but if the shelter really collapsed, how would Suyu survive? Adapt to the situation, and tonight, just don't sleep. Wang Jun decided to stay awake and see what Suyu was up to. Chapter 105. Confident Master Jean. Unlucky Hikawa Okasaka. Wake up, don't sleep. What's wrong? The show is starting, and there's a heavy storm on the island for the survival challenge. What? Hold on, I'm going to watch it now. Such conversations appeared all over the world. Countless viewers flooded into the live stream. They all wanted to see how the contestants would battle nature. What is this? Why are the treehole group still hiding in their treehole? What's so surprising about that? I think they could stay there forever. Look at Chu Zhe and Shun Huangxue, resting in their bamboo hut, completely undisturbed by the rain. So carefree. Su Xin isn't bad either, living in a small wooden house that will definitely hold up. Sigh. How did the treehole group become so pathetic? It's embarrassing. Wait, there's another group. No way, Suyu and Wang Jun are still in their shelter. With Suyu's experience, why hasn't he built a house? After scanning through the various live streams, the audience was puzzled. Not just them, but He Xiang and Lu Wanwen were as well. Due to Chu Zhe's remarkable performance, which often attracted the audience's attention, the show had plenty of highlights. This led the director to frequently switch the camera to Group 36. In a sense, the Chinese livestream could almost be renamed the Chu Zhe livestream. Since Suyu and Wang Jun's behavior started to become strange, they no longer had any eye-catching moments. He Xiang hadn't paid attention to Suyu for several days. Others were the same. But to everyone's surprise, Suyu was still holed up with Wang Jun in their shelter. It was simply unbelievable. With Suyu's experience, wouldn't he know that after securing food, they should quickly build a proper house? No one would believe he didn't know. What is Suyu doing? He Xiang felt both angry and relieved. Angry because Suyu, one of China's most popular contestants before the show, had become so underwhelming. Relieved because Chu Zhe's group and Su Shun's group were performing exceptionally well, especially Chu Zhe's group, who were already comfortably living in a bamboo hut, while other contestants hadn't even built their houses yet. At this moment, they were receiving worldwide attention. Mr. He, are you sure Suyu is highly skilled? Lu Wanwen began to doubt Suyu's abilities. It wasn't her fault. Suyu's performance had been disappointing. It shouldn't be like this. Bear Grylls had known Suyu for a few years and had even participated in shows and adventures together. Suyu was a capable person. Could it be that Suyu isn't planning to continue with the show? The more Bear thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Otherwise, why would Suyu keep going out without considering the house situation? Meanwhile, two South Korean contestants were anxiously making their way through the forest. Master Jean, thank goodness for you. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. One of them flattered. The other person was Master Jean, one of South Korea's two renowned survival experts. Hearing the flattery, Master Jin's face showed a proud expression as he said, Xiao-in, follow my lead, and one day you'll reach my level. Yes, Master Jean. Xiao-in nodded like a chick pecking at rice. This afternoon, they had discovered a cave several kilometers away from their camp. Master Jean decisively decided to move. So the two packed up their camp and headed to the cave. Unexpectedly, before they even reached their destination, the sky was already roaring with thunder. And Master Jean, the cave is so close to the water source, We won't need to walk several kilometers every time we need water. Xiaoyin added, "This is heaven's opportunity for our South Korea. The prize is ours." Master Jean waved his hand, speaking with utmost confidence. Of course, with Master Jean, how could we not win? Xiaoyin appropriately praised. Without Master Jean, I might have been eliminated on the first day. The show said the prize is split 50-50, but to repay Master Jin's kindness, I'll take just 30%. Xiaoyin was already imagining the scene 400 days later. 30%? Master Jean was a bit dissatisfied. In his opinion, Xiaoyin deserved only 10%. What use was Xiaoyin? Just someone who followed him for the ride. How dare this person even think of taking 30%? However, although Master Jean was inwardly dissatisfied, he didn't show it. We're here. The cave was in sight. This cave was discovered by Master Jean while chasing a lizard. The location was excellent, and the cave was neither too big nor too small. It was enough for the two of them to live in. But being close to the water source meant more mosquitoes. Before they even approached the cave, the exposed skin on Master Jin's body seemed like a delicacy, attracting countless mosquitoes. Once the fire is lit, see if you still dare to bite. Master Jean snorted coldly. The two immediately entered the cave. South Korean viewers also saw Master Jin's performance. I told you Master Jean still has skills. Last time with the wasps, who wouldn't run? Master Jean is amazing, surpassing other countries. Look at China's Chu Zhe, already living in a bamboo hut. What's the use of that? They're over a kilometer away from the water source, while Master Jin's cave is less than 100 meters. Every time Chu Zhe fetches water, he spends an extra 40 minutes, while Master Jean can use that time for meaningful tasks. The future is clear, isn't it? Wow, Master Jean is too strong. The other Master Park isn't doing so well, spending days without finding bamboo, and the wooden house isn't finished. Now, he can only stay in the shelter. It can't be helped. Master Park is doing his best. Even now, some contestants still have broken shelters. Our hope is Master Jean. Meanwhile, a team from Japan was in a miserable state. The rain was getting heavier, as if a dam had burst, with endless torrents. Baka, Takeda-kun, are we going to stop here? Hikawa Okasaka's face was gloomy. Despite wearing waterproof gear, the relentless downpour was too much to handle, and he was already drenched. Hikawa-kun, don't give up. There's always a way. Takeda Shinji clenched his teeth, refusing to give up. For the honor of Japan, they had to give it their all. It had to be said, these two contestants were quite unfortunate. This afternoon, while searching the forest, they spotted a rabbit. Then, they relentlessly pursued it. After an unknown amount of time, the rabbit finally disappeared from their sight. At that moment, they noticed the sky darkening, followed by flashes of lightning. Hikawa Okasaka and Takeda Shinji hurriedly headed back. Their shelter, though crude, was still better than being drenched in the wild. But before they had gone far, the rain couldn't wait to pour out from the clouds. In an instant, they were drenched, their vision blurred. They could hardly move. Chapter 106, Covered Up? Due to the torrential rain, Hikawa Kuban and Takeda Shinji had no choice but to take shelter under a tree. If this rain doesn't stop, it'll be difficult for us to return today, Hikawa said gravely. Takeda shielded his head with his hands. The constant dripping of cold rain from the tree above was making him extremely uncomfortable. While the physical discomfort was bearable, he had been rigorously training every day for this show, building a strong physique. It was the psychological discomfort that bothered him the most. The decision to chase the rabbit in the afternoon had been Hikawa's own doing. Takeda had known from the start that their speed couldn't match that of a rabbit, so he had wanted to give up midway. But Hikawa had insisted, claiming he could catch it, spouting nonsense about how he was sure to succeed. Takeda had believed him. This had led to them missing the best time to return to their camp, ultimately leaving them stranded in the rain. Hikawa is too reckless. I can never trust a single word he says again, Takeda thought to himself. The torrential rain splashed onto the ground in front of them, creating waves of water. Takeda stared blankly at the scene, feeling numb. Suddenly, he noticed that there was a spot not far away where no water splashed. This was strange. Gritting his teeth, Takeda dashed into the rain, ignoring Hikawa's surprised gaze. "Takeda, are you crazy?" Hikawa was puzzled. Had Takeda been hit by the rain and lost his mind? Takeda ignored him and quickly moved toward the strange spot. "This is..." Takeda's eyes widened in surprise and delight. "There's still hope. I, Takeda, am saved." He immediately returned to the tree and explained the situation to Hikawa. "You mean there's a hole on the side of that pit?" Hikawa asked, astonished. "Yes, it must be an animal's den. Now it's ours." Takeda replied. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Without hesitation, Hikawa ran to the edge of the pit and looked down. Sure enough, there was a small earthen hole on the side, just big enough for them to crawl into. "Takeda, well done," Hikawa praised, then jumped into the pit. "Luckily, we found it in time," he muttered. The pit was quite deep, over 2 meters, and due to the rain, there was already about 10 centimeters of water inside. If they had found it later, they would have been completely soaked. "Takeda, throw the entrenching tool down. We need to widen the entrance," Hikawa shouted. Takeda immediately tossed the entrenching tool down and then jumped into the pit himself. "The entrance is too small. If we don't widen it, we'll suffocate tonight," Hikawa said, shaking off the rain from his face. He grabbed the entrenching tool and began to shovel away the soil around the entrance, throwing it into the pit. The wet soil made the task easier, and soon the entrance was widened a bit. "I can't take this anymore. I'm going in." Hikawa couldn't bear the rain any longer and threw down the entrenching tool, crawling into the hole. Seeing this, Takeda quickly followed. Due to the rainwater seeping through the ground, the inside of the hole was extremely damp. Water dripped from the soil above, and even the air felt wet. Despite the harsh conditions, neither of them had any intention of leaving the hole. Compared to the torrential rain outside, the dripping water inside was negligible. They just needed to endure one night, and the next day they would return to their camp. After the storm began, although most contestants hadn't finished building their shelters, each team had found a place to take cover from the rain. Tree holes, caves, and even the pit chosen by these 2 Japanese contestants. Everyone was trying to withstand nature's fury, all aiming to survive this unprecedented storm. Each contestant had their own reasons for participating, but the ultimate goal for all was to survive until the final day, win the life-changing prize, and live a carefree life. As time passed, live streams from around the world began to shut down, and viewers dispersed to start their night lives. Team Leader, the solar batteries of drones 48 and 89 are damaged. Team Leader, the solar batteries of drones 116 and 178 are damaged. Although the show had gone off air, the production team was busy dealing with the aftermath. The sudden heavy rain had not only made life difficult for the contestants, but had also damaged their drones. The show's drones were the most advanced in the world, not yet available for commercial use. The drones were shaped like metal spheres, only a few centimeters in diameter, equipped with 2 night vision cameras, one in use, the other as a backup. The battery system was similarly designed with a high-tech solar panel as the main power source and a backup hidden power supply, fully charged and only used when the main power failed. "Activate the backup hidden power supply." The team leader immediately gave the order. A man beside him, Jim, the head of logistics for the production team, looked extremely troubled. His responsibilities included everything from the food and supplies for the island's staff to the drones following the contestants. The drones, being high-tech products, were incredibly expensive. From the reports he had just heard, over a dozen drones had been damaged by the rain. With a total of 200 drones deployed, a tenth of them were now malfunctioning. "I'm going to get scolded again," Jim thought helplessly. Tomorrow, he would have to retrieve and repair the damaged drones while deploying the backups. On top of that, he would need to purchase additional backups to prevent such incidents in the future. However, he knew the current budget wouldn't cover it, and he would have to request more funds, likely facing a scolding in the process. "Everyone says this department is lucrative, and I believe them," Jim muttered to himself. After standing for a while and roughly estimating the numbers, he left. Tonight would be a sleepless night for him. Not just Jim, but most of the contestants on the island were also unable to sleep. Pitter-patter. The heavy rain mercilessly pounded on the shelters, accompanied by the howling of the wind from all directions. This made Wang Jun feel uneasy. It was late at night. The shelter, which had been fine during the light rain, was now riddled with holes. Rainwater seeped in through the cracks, dripping onto both of them. Wang Jun felt completely soaked. Suyu is nothing special, Wang Jun thought disdainfully. The shelter was fine for sleeping under normal conditions, but it couldn't withstand bad weather. Suddenly, a strange sound came from inside the shelter. What's that sound? Wang Jun was startled. Despite the rain and wind filling his ears, he still noticed the third sound. Before he could think, the creaking sound grew louder. Then, a sudden splash of rain hit his face. Wang Jun looked up in terror. Where's the cover? Gone? Chapter 107. Suyu's plan succeeds. Shun Huangshue goes out. No, where's the cover? Wang Jun was stunned, not even caring about the raindrops falling on his face. Just moments ago, the cover of their shelter had been blown away. Rain fell straight from the sky, hitting the two of them without any obstruction. This is bad. Suyu seemed to wake up suddenly and sat up immediately. Looking at the hole above, he was astonished. What surprised him was not the missing cover, but the fact that Wang Jun hadn't fallen asleep. However, he quickly realized that Wang Jun's luck was terrible. If the entire shelter had been blown apart and the wooden beams had fallen, Wang Jun definitely wouldn't have been able to react in time. Unexpectedly, the roof of the shelter was blown away first, and the rain woke Wang Jun up. Suyu didn't know that Wang Jun had never fallen asleep from the beginning and was always on guard against him. What should we do now? Wang Jun shifted his position, moving to the other side. Even though half his body was still getting wet, it was better than having water pour into his head. Now. In the darkness, Suyu rolled his eyes. He wanted to clap his hands in celebration, but he couldn't. The drone was still filming, and he couldn't afford to reveal any flaws. Wait, I'll go fix it, Suyu said, readying himself to go out. Whoosh. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in. The shelter, already without a cover, was like a pile of scattered wood, instantly blown away. Suyu and Wang Jun were immediately exposed in the jungle. Ouch! Wang Jun let out a startled cry. His back had just been hit by a piece of the blown-away wood, causing intense pain. Wang Jun, are you okay? Suyu pretended to be concerned. Of course, I'm not okay. Where am I supposed to sleep now? What are we going to do? Wang Jun was furious. Trash shelter, trash Suyu. With the heavy rain, the shelter gone, no way to make a fire, and the moonlight blocked by thick clouds, the island was pitch black. Wang Jun couldn't even see Suyu's face. In this situation, what could he do? Come up with an idea quickly, or else? Wang Jun didn't finish his sentence, but the threat was clear in his tone. Suyu didn't get angry. Instead, he wanted to laugh. You can see for yourself. It's pitch black, impossible to move. I have no solution. Suyu sighed deeply, looking very helpless. He wasn't lying to Wang Jun. He genuinely had no solution. After all, even if you're experienced, what can you do when you can't see anything? Useless. Hearing this, Wang Jun couldn't help but curse under his breath. Although the voice was small, Suyu still heard it. He snorted coldly but didn't say anything more. No, the rain is too heavy. I'll go hide first. With no ideas, Wang Jun had even fewer, but he didn't want to stay in the rain for another second. He quickly got up and ran out, relying on his memory. As long as he hugged a tree trunk, the branches would provide some buffer, and he wouldn't get too drenched. As soon as Wang Jun left, Suyu's heart filled with joy. Running around blindly in this weather was essentially courting death, saving him the trouble of persuasion. Thud. A sound came from outside, followed by a string of curses from Wang Jun. Although Suyu couldn't see Wang Jun, based on the sound and his memory, he knew Wang Jun had tripped over a rock near the campfire. He's really a rookie. Suyu shook his head. In the wild, one must remember every detail around them. This is a basic quality of a professional explorer. After all, the wilderness changes every day. You never know when something in your camp might mysteriously disappear. It could be due to animals or human actions. If it's the former, that's fine. But if it's the latter, it's dangerous. That's why Suyu had already memorized everything. Even with his eyes closed, he wouldn't step on the campfire. All right, Wang Jun's gone somewhere, and I need to find a place to hide too. Suyu stood up and walked slowly into the forest. At this moment, he had already become the victor. While Suyu and Wang Jun were drenched, Chu Zhe and Shun Huangxue slept in the warm bamboo hut. The bamboo hut was very quiet, with only the occasional crackling of the campfire. The sound of the rain outside was very faint, not affecting their rest at all. Shun Huangxue sat up, her face slightly red. She needed to relieve herself, probably due to drinking too much water before bed. Although it was raining outside and going to the bathroom would be troublesome, Chu Zhe had already thought of everything. He made a lightweight bamboo umbrella and 4 bamboo lanterns. And on this dark island, the bamboo hut was brightly lit by a roaring campfire, providing warmth and light. Shun Huangxue glanced at Chu Zhe, who was breathing evenly, clearly deep asleep. She stood up and added a few pieces of firewood to the campfire. I remember it was. Shun Huangxue recalled the steps Chu Zhe had told her. Dry leaves. Shun Huangxue remembered. She opened the lid of a bamboo lantern, placed some dry leaves inside, and then poked them with a burning stick, instantly igniting the leaves. Seeing this, Shun Huangxue quickly pulled out the stick and tossed it into the campfire. She closed the lid and held the wooden stick, causing the wooden lantern connected to it to float in the air, emitting a faint light through the small holes in the bamboo tube. That's enough. Shun Huangxue didn't expect the wooden lantern to be as bright as a torch. She just wanted a little light in the pitch-dark night, providing some mental comfort. Creak. With the bamboo umbrella in hand, Shun Huangxue pushed open the bamboo door. Splash, splash. The rain outside was still heavy, and gusts of wind blew the rain directly into the hut. In just a few seconds, the floor was soaked. Seeing this, Shun Huangxue quickly opened the bamboo umbrella and held the lantern, walking out. She didn't want Chu Zhe to be disturbed because of this. After closing the door, she headed into the forest. Is she going to be all right? Chu Zhe muttered. In fact, he had woken up when Shun Huangxue added firewood to the campfire. Chu Zhe was very alert, even inside the bamboo hut. He still remembered that this place was within the territory of a black bear and had the traces of a lone jackal. Therefore, Chu Zhe usually stayed in a light sleep. Fortunately, they slept for a long time, as there was nothing to do after dinner, and most contestants chose to sleep to replenish their energy and strength. So Chu Zhe maintained this state every day, feeling energetic and strong the next day. After waking up, although he didn't open his eyes, Chu Zhe could still judge Shun Huangxue's actions through subtle sounds. After Shun Huangxue went out, he felt a bit worried. With the strong wind and the rain falling at an angle, the bamboo umbrella couldn't completely protect her, only shielding her upper body as much as possible. Moreover, due to the rain, the ground had become muddy, with puddles of various sizes. They were wearing specialized hiking boots, but even so, it was possible to step into the mud or a puddle and not be able to get out. However, Chu Zhe felt his concern was unnecessary. Shun Huangxue wasn't a delicate flower in a greenhouse. Her experience in the mountains wasn't any less than his. I might as well continue sleeping. Chu Zhe couldn't help but yawn, closed his eyes, and went back to sleep. Chapter 108. Crisis. The Predator in the Darkness. Boom. Thunder rumbled intermittently overhead on the island. Lightning bolts as thick as a bowl streaked across the sky, some even striking the trees on the island. Hit by over 1,000,000 volts, the temperature soared to 20,000 degrees in an instant, causing the trees to burst into flames, only to be extinguished by the torrential rain almost immediately, leaving only charred remains. It was at this moment that Shun Huangxue stepped out of the bamboo hut. Outside, it was pitch dark, with no moonlight at all. Fortunately, she was holding a lantern with burning dried leaves inside, emitting a faint glow through small holes. I need to finish quickly and get back. For some reason, Shen Huangxue felt an uneasy sensation growing within her. She quickened her pace, finishing her task under a tree and then hurrying back toward the bamboo hut. All around, only the sound of rain filled the air, yet Shen Huangxue felt a chill run down her spine, as if a monstrous creature with a gaping maw was lunging at her. She turned to look, but through the light of the lantern, she saw nothing. I must be overthinking, she thought, but her unease did not dissipate. Instead, it grew stronger. Suddenly, she heard a sound. It's not the rain. Shen Huangxue's hearing was sharp. Despite the rain masking other noises, she could still discern the difference. It's the sound of splashing water from footsteps. Shen Huangxue's face changed, and she started running, glancing back at the same time. At that moment, a lightning bolt flashed across the sky, illuminating the entire heavens for just a second. Even in that brief instant, Shen Huangxue caught sight of the source of the disturbance behind her. A jackal. It's the lone jackal Chu Zhe mentioned. Shen Huangxue's heart raced, her blood boiling, yet she felt no fear, not even terror. With her extensive hunting experience, she knew that compared to larger beasts, dealing with a smaller animal like a jackal was much simpler. Moreover, the rain had revealed the jackal's movements. This gave Shen Huangxue a chance to prepare. The jackal, apparently, had also realized that this human had spotted it. But the arrow was already on the string, and it had to be released. The jackal lunged directly at Shen Huangxue. The lightning's glow had faded, and the jackal's form disappeared into the night. Still, Shen Huangxue could sense its position. A pair of glowing green eyes was rapidly closing in on her. Even though she was less than 10 meters from the bamboo hut, there was no time to rush inside. Shen Huangxue had no time to think of a strategy. The jackal was already lunging at her with its gaping jaws, its sharp teeth glinting with a chilling light, capable of piercing through any prey's skin and tearing off a large chunk of flesh. Thud. A dull sound rang out. The jackal hung suspended in midair, its teeth caught in the bamboo umbrella. Shen Huangxue was unharmed. In the nick of time, she had thrown the lantern behind her, thrusting the bamboo umbrella upward with both hands firmly gripping the handle. The next moment, the jackal pounced. Having been injured by a black bear before, the jackal had spent 3 days recuperating. During that time, it had occasionally eaten small animals, but it was still far from being full. So, the jackal had returned to the black bear's territory once more. The heavy rain had masked its presence, and the black bear would not venture out to hunt in such weather. Thus, the jackal had invaded the black bear's territory and, by chance, wandered near the camp. It was just as Shen Huangxue opened the bamboo door, the slight sound catching the jackal's attention. This led to the series of events that followed. This jackal is going to... Shen Huangxue thought, realizing the danger. The jackal kicked with its hind legs, freeing its teeth from the bamboo umbrella and leaping backward. Its eerie green eyes locked onto her, unwavering. This jackal truly is, as Chu Zhe said, a fallen jackal king. As Shen Huangxue slowly backed away, she noticed the bamboo umbrella had been damaged, allowing rain to pour in, instantly soaking her clothes. Oh woo! The jackal growled menacingly, steadily closing in on Shen Huangxue. It could tell that the object the human had used to block it was now broken. One more attack, and it would surely sink its teeth into her neck. It's about to make its move. Shen Huangxue sensed the jackal Sa Qi, tightly gripping the bamboo umbrella, her only weapon. Crackle, crackle. Accompanied by a series of sounds, the green light began to move rapidly, circling around Shen Huangxue. Ignoring the rain on her face, she followed the movement of the green light, her body quickly adjusting to keep up. She knew that if she slowed down even slightly, the jackal would exploit the opening and pounce, leaving her with no chance of survival. However, jackals were inherently cunning, let alone this former jackal king. For the jackal, spinning in circles wouldn't cause much dizziness, but Shen Huangxue was different. Under intense concentration, the constant spinning began to make her head feel heavy, yet she gritted her teeth and continued, her body still able to match the jackal's movements. Even so, Shen Huangxue couldn't sustain such high-intensity activity for long, and her body finally began to sway. The jackal's eyes narrowed, and it lunged. To it, this was the opening it needed. Here it comes. Shen Huangshue's body swayed, but her gaze still locked onto the green light. The light grew closer. Shen Huangshue quickly pulled out the longest part of the bamboo umbrella's handle and struck the jackal with all her might. Oh woo! Shen Huangshue's reaction was swift. The jackal, caught midair, had no chance to dodge. With a pained cry, it was sent flying. But before Shen Huangshue could catch her breath, the green light was upon her again. Clearly, the previous strike had done little damage. Shen Huangshue had no choice. Bamboo was hollow, making it a much weaker weapon than a wooden stick. Moreover, in the pitch darkness, she could barely see the jackal's form, relying only on the glow of its eyes to judge its position. The jackal's night vision far surpassed that of humans, allowing it to clearly see Shen Huangshue's every move. Thus, both the timing and the terrain favored the jackal. Thud. Seeing the jackal pounce again, Shen Huangshue placed the bamboo stick diagonally in front of her chest and sidestepped. A sharp scraping sound rang out. The jackal landed behind her. That was close. Shen Huangshue couldn't help but feel relieved. Luckily, the bamboo stick had blocked her chest. Otherwise, the jackal's claws would have surely raked across her. I need to get back inside the hut quickly. Shen Huangshue didn't want to sit and wait for death. But the jackal began circling again, trying to trap her. Shen Huangshue felt cornered, unable to fight effectively or escape. This was the jackal's cunning strategy. If it were daytime, I wouldn't be in such a predicament. Shen Huangshue glanced at the bamboo hut with her peripheral vision, sighing inwardly. Earlier, she had thrown the bamboo lantern against the bamboo door, making a slight sound. Though the rain muffled the noise, it was still audible inside the hut. Yet, after so long, Chu Zhe still hadn't come out. Chu Zhe must be sleeping too soundly, Shen Huangshue thought. At that moment, the jackal launched another attack. Shen Huangshue tried to repeat her previous dodge, but the muddy ground caused her foot to slip, throwing her balance off. The jackal missed its target again, but noticed Shen Huangshue's imbalance. Twisting its body, it kicked off with its hind legs and charged forward. It's over. With her balance lost, Shen Huangshue could only watch as the green light drew nearer. She closed her eyes, feeling utterly defeated. Just then, a hurried footstep sounded beside her. In the next moment, she was pulled into a tight embrace. Shen Huangshue, are you all right? Hearing the familiar voice, Shen Huangshue's nose tingled, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. In the midst of the downpour, it was impossible to tell whether it was tears or rain. Chapter 109. New Abilities. Stern Chu Zhe. Congratulations, host. You have reached 1 million popularity points and have earned 1 lottery draw. The system's voice echoed in Chu Zhe's mind just as he was about to rest. Finally here, huh? Chu Zhe instantly lost all desire to sleep and immediately proceeded with the lottery. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a beginner's combat techniques experience pack. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a beginner's plant guide experience pack. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an upgrade qualification, combat techniques and plant guide. Chu Zhe nodded in satisfaction. These experience packs were excellent and exactly what he urgently needed. With the combat techniques, he would have the ability to fight against wild beasts. The plant guide would allow him to further utilize the natural resources of the jungle. But what is an upgrade qualification? Chu Zhe clicked on it, revealing a detailed explanation. Upgrade qualification allows the host to upgrade any beginner's experience pack to intermediate level. Use all experience packs now. As soon as the words left his mouth, a flood of information surged into his mind, and warm currents coursed through his body. After a while, Chu Zhe opened his eyes. He clenched his fists, feeling that his body had fully mastered the combat techniques. However, he was not satisfied. Use the upgrade qualification to upgrade combat techniques to intermediate, Chu Zhe mentally commanded. Ding! Upgrade qualification in use. Accompanied by the system's mechanical voice in his mind, Chu Zhe gained deeper insights into combat techniques. At the same time, Warm currents surged through his body again, further enhancing his physical abilities. Combat techniques were not just about knowledge. The system also instilled muscle memory for combat and even significantly improved flexibility. Only with such enhancements could he perform high-difficulty movements. Chuzé felt excited as he recalled the various combat techniques in his mind. He stood up and started practicing a few moves in the air. This is incredible. I feel like I could tear apart a black bear with my bare hands. With every punch, the air around him produced sharp popping sounds, a result of the speed and friction against the air. It's just that I have no opponent to practice with, and it's driving me crazy. Chuzé shook his head as he listened to the rain outside. With such heavy rain, he decided not to venture out and planned to practice on a tree tomorrow when the rain stopped. Time to rest. Chuzé twisted his neck, producing cracking sounds. He then sat on the straw mat, ready to lie down. That moment, the bamboo door seemed to be hit by something, producing a faint sound. Huh. Chuzé's hearing was not as sharp as Shen Huangshue's, but the system's body enhancement serum had been continuously improving his senses, including his hearing. Although the rain was heavy, he distinctly heard something. Chuzé stood up, his gaze fixed on the bamboo door. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Through the bamboo door, he saw a faint flicker of fire. In such a heavy rain, the only thing that could still emit a flame was the bamboo lantern he had made. Since the lantern was thrown against the bamboo door, and Shen Huangshue was nowhere to be seen, Chuzé's face darkened with a serious expression. He immediately grabbed the military shovel by the door. Shen Huangshue, you're in danger. He pushed the door open. Outside was pitch black. Not only could he not see Shen Huangshue, but even his own body was barely visible. This isn't right. Chuzé didn't rush into the rain but stood at the doorway, carefully scanning his surroundings. The bamboo lantern was now at his feet. This indicated that Shen Huangshue was within 20 meters of the bamboo hut. What's that? Chuzé suddenly noticed two eerie green lights to his right, moving around in the darkness. It's a jackal. Without a second thought, Chuzé charged towards the lights. If it were anyone else, they might not have recognized it. But Chuzé had personally witnessed a jackal's fight with a black bear at night, and the jackal's glowing green eyes left a deep impression on him. There was no way he could mistake it. Although he didn't know why the jackal chose to hunt on such a rainy day, it didn't matter. Jackal, now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. As Chuzé got closer to the green lights, a small flash of lightning illuminated the sky, allowing him to see Shen Huangshue's unbalanced figure. This is bad. Chuzé also saw the jackal launching an attack on Shen Huangshue, its sharp teeth clearly visible. Chuzé pushed off the ground, increasing his speed, ignoring the mud splattered on his lower body. I see her, it's Shen Huangshue. In an instant, Chuzé reached Shen Huangshue's side. Although he couldn't see her clearly, her silhouette was faintly visible. Without hesitation, Chuzé wrapped his arms around her slender waist and pulled her into his embrace. At that moment, the jackal's attack arrived. Chuzé narrowed his eyes, focusing on the green light, and kicked out with a powerful blow. He accurately struck the airborne jackal, sending it flying with a painful yelp. Chuzé didn't pursue the attack. Under these circumstances, ensuring Shen Huangshue's safety was the top priority. Moreover, in the pitch-black darkness, he couldn't tell if Shen Huangshue was injured. If she had been bitten by the jackal, immediate treatment was necessary. Shen Huangshue, are you okay? Chuzé's voice was urgent, mixed with concern. I'm fine. Hearing the familiar voice and feeling the warmth of his chest, Shen Huangshue couldn't help but shed tears. Although she was different from ordinary women, excelling in both spirit and physical strength, just moments ago, she had truly experienced a near-death situation. If not for Chuzé's timely arrival, she might have been killed by the jackal. That's good. Chuzé smiled softly. He helped Shen Huangshue stand up and released his hold on her waist. Go back first. I'll handle this. Chuzé spoke firmly. But Shen Huangshue bit her lip, unwilling to leave Chuzé. Unlike humans who are accustomed to daytime activities, jackals prefer night or early morning, giving them superior night vision. She had witnessed the cunning nature of this jackal and was deeply worried about Chu Zhe's safety alone. This jackal is very cunning. I'm not injured and can be of help. I won't hold you back. Shun Huangxue whispered. Not injured? Chu Zhe frowned. Whether someone is injured isn't just about physical condition. Mental state is even more critical. From the moment he arrived, Shan Huangshue's breathing had been rapid, and her speech was labored. He could tell that her mental state was poor. However, he could understand. Who could remain calm after being ambushed by a jackal in the rain? No, you are holding me back right now. Go back to the bamboo hut immediately. Do you hear me? Chu Zhe spoke decisively, his tone stern. He didn't choose a gentle approach, but was extremely strict. The jackal was still watching them closely. Chu Zhe was confident in killing the jackal, but had no confidence in protecting Shan Huangxue. After all, jackals are incredibly agile, and Chu Zhe couldn't keep up with their speed. Chu Zhe, you? Shan Huangshue's eyes widened slightly. It was the first time she had heard Chu Zhe speak so sternly. At that moment, she no longer argued and obediently retreated back to the bamboo hut. Chapter 110. Battle between life and death. She's safe now. Seeing Shan Huangxue standing at the door of the bamboo hut, Chu Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about Shan Huangxue and could focus entirely on dealing with this cunning jackal. Oh whoa. The jackal clearly realized that the human who had kicked it was not easy to deal with, and it kept growling low. Come on, attack, attack. Chu Zhe thought inwardly. He held the engineer's shovel in his hand, confident that if the jackal came forward, he could strike it directly. The immense force would undoubtedly inflict serious injury. However, the jackal hesitated to attack, not even resorting to the circling tactic it had used against Shan Huangxue. Could it be? Chu Zhe shook his head, flicking off the raindrops clinging to his eyelashes, and a suspicion began to form in his mind. Perhaps the jackal was aware of the power of this weapon and therefore did not intend to attack first, choosing instead to confront him. This isn't good. Although Chu Zhe's physique was extraordinary, under the relentless downpour of the storm, he couldn't possibly outlast the jackal. After all, jackals living in such climates had been through countless rain showers. In that case, Chu Zhe made a decision. At the same time, back in the bamboo hut, Shan Huangxue, drenched from head to toe, gripped the doorframe tightly with her right hand. Her face filled with worry as she stared at Chu Zhe's location. Chu Zhe, please don't be reckless. Shan Huangxue was both worried and anxious, and she felt ashamed of her own helplessness. Suddenly, she heard a loud thud. It sounded like something heavy falling into water. Something heavy? Shan Huangxue was startled. What could be heavy except for the engineer's shovel in Chu Zhe's hand? Chu Zhe, are you crazy? You just threw away your only weapon? Shan Huangxue couldn't believe it. Chu Zhe was smart and cautious, even more so than herself. How could he make such a seemingly foolish choice? Shan Huangxue couldn't understand it at all. While Shan Huangshue's attention was entirely on Chu Zhe, two drones hovered above her, recording everything. Chu Zhe, and what kind of animal? Jack was still in charge of the night shift for Group 36, and he noticed Chu Zhe had run out. In the pitch-black darkness, even with the drone's night vision, it was impossible to see clearly. Jack then turned on the power-draining thermal imaging function. When the drone's lens refocused on the outside, Shan Huangxue, looking disheveled, ran back. Only then did Jack realize what had happened. On the thermal imaging, a taller figure could be seen standing in the rain, facing a four-legged animal. Although it was impossible to tell what kind of animal it was from the thermal imaging, this didn't stop Jack from feeling ecstatic. Chu Zhe, you're done for. Jack felt a surge of satisfaction, his eyes wide as he wanted to witness Chu Zhe being mauled to death by the unknown animal. At this moment, Chu Zhe threw away the engineer's shovel. Come on, Jackal, I've shown weakness. It's your turn to act now, right? Chu Zhe stood still, unmoving. Soon, Chu Zhe's prediction came true. The jackal indeed began to circle again, trying to find a weakness in this human. This is my chance. Chu Zhe turned his back to the jackal. This was a golden opportunity for the jackal. Launching a sneak attack from behind was a natural instinct for any carnivorous animal. The jackal leaped to the side, then turned its front legs, pushed off with its hind legs, and in the instant it landed, its body rotated 90 degrees. In the next moment, it pounced directly at Chu Zhe's back. Chu Zhe turned his head and saw the green light rushing towards him, but he didn't panic at all. He leaned back, and the jackal brushed past his chest. "You're asking for it." As Chu Zhe leaned back, in the instant the green light passed, he suddenly swung his fists. In the next moment, Chu Zhe felt his fists hit something soft. He knew this was the jackal's belly. A woo! The jackal let out a painful howl. Under the force of Chu Zhe's fists, its body was sent flying into the air. It finally landed heavily on the ground. There. Chu Zhe listened to the sounds around him, and at the moment the jackal landed, he ran towards that spot. He knew the saying, "If you don't finish off a tiger, it will bring trouble." Tonight, he had to kill this somewhat abnormal jackal. Otherwise, he and Shen Huangxue would never feel safe. With long strides, Chu Zhe clearly heard the sound of splashing water not far ahead. The jackal is running. Chu Zhe sped up again. It's too dark. If only there was a flash of lightning. Chu Zhe stared hard ahead. The sound continued, but the jackal was nowhere to be seen. In this way, Chu Zhe might miss due to misjudging the position. However, it was unclear whether it was due to Chu Zhe's inner prayer or the arrival of Lady Luck. A lightning bolt suddenly appeared, and the night sky flashed white once more. "Found you." Chu Zhe saw the jackal's position. It was only a few steps away, and it was limping as it ran, likely injured from falling to the ground. Chu Zhe immediately pounced, grabbing the jackal by the neck. The jackal turned its head, trying to bite Chu Zhe's hand. Chu Zhe wouldn't give it that chance, directly punching it on the head. The jackal instantly collapsed to the ground, dizzy and disoriented. Seeing this, Chu Zhe continued to swing his fists without mercy, raining down blows. The jackal initially let out a few cries of pain, but the sound grew fainter and fainter, until finally, no matter how hard Chu Zhe hit, there was no sound at all. Is it finally dead? Chu Zhe wasn't entirely sure. Jackals were cunning and could even feign death. He pounded it a few more times, noticing no abnormalities in the body, before finally stopping. The major threat is finally dealt with. Chu Zhe sat in the rain, indifferent to the rain pouring down. He reflected on the previous battle. Earlier, he was able to dodge the jackal's attack by leaning back significantly, a result of enhanced flexibility. Later, Chu Zhe used a fist technique from martial arts, directly sending the jackal to its demise. Survival of the fittest is the law of nature. Don't blame me. Chu Zhe muttered. Then he stood up, dragging the jackal's body towards the wooden hut. Where's Chu Zhe? Where's the jackal? What's the situation? Shen Huangxue was frantic with worry. Just a moment ago, the green light disappeared. In its place came the sound of heavy splashing. Shen Huangxue guessed that both Chu Zhe and the jackal were moving, and at a very fast pace. Could it be that Chu Zhe is being chased by the jackal? Shen Huangxue couldn't bear to imagine that scene. At this moment, the sound of splashing water disappeared. Shen Huangxue's face changed. Could it be that Chu Zhe had been bitten to death by the jackal, and it was now enjoying its dinner? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. In that case, she couldn't just sit and wait. Even if she couldn't save Chu Zhe, she couldn't allow his body to be eaten by wild animals. She grabbed a nearby wooden stick, ready to rush into the rain. Suddenly, her pupils dilated. In the dense rain ahead, a figure appeared faintly, and as time passed, it gradually became clearer. Behind the figure, a dark shadow slowly moved across the ground. She knew Chu Zhe had one. Chu Zhe. Shen Huangxue couldn't help but call out. At this moment, in her heart, Chu Zhe's figure seemed to tower above all. Chapter 111. Drying clothes? Jack, furious. What? This is impossible. Jack stared at the screen with an expression of utter disbelief, unable to calm down for a long time. What's wrong, Jack? A colleague beside him heard his exclamation and asked with confusion. It's nothing, nothing at all, Jack said, lowering his head with a dark expression. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't imagine how Chu Zhe had managed to kill a carnivorous animal in the rain. This level of strength made him wary. Is this the martial arts of China? In his view, Chu Zhe must have used some mysterious martial art from China. Only then could such an incredible feat be explained. Chu Zhe, even if you survived, you can never imagine what awaits you in the future, Jack sneered. At the same time, he deleted all the footage from when the thermal imaging was activated until now. He didn't want Chu Zhe to become famous again because of this incident the next day. Although the data on this computer was gone, the video still existed in the main control room. That was a classified area, and even Jack had no right to enter. His uncle, George, the board member, had the authority, but he was currently in the United States and not on this island. However, Jack wasn't worried that his actions would be discovered. The nighttime broadcasts weren't aimed at the audience. Plus, the nighttime footage was mostly of contestants resting, and even if someone got up, it was just to go to the bathroom, nothing interesting. Therefore, the higher-ups didn't pay much attention, and it was highly unlikely they would go out of their way to check the video recordings in the main control room. Thinking this, Jack pressed a button. The drone hovering inside the bamboo hut began to land. At the same time, Chu Zhe just walked into the bamboo hut. The first thing he did upon entering was to throw the jackal inside. A large amount of rainwater dripped off the jackal's fur, splashing into the fire and making a sizzling sound. Chu Zhe, you're completely soaked. Quickly take off your clothes and dry yourself by the fire, or you'll easily catch a cold, Shen Huangxue said, when her face turned slightly red. To dry her body, she would have to take off her clothes. The drones were manageable. She could just turn off the cameras. But Chu Zhe was still here. Thinking of this, Shen Huangxue felt troubled and couldn't bring herself to say it. After all, Chu Zhe had just saved her life. If she said something like this now, wouldn't it seem like she didn't trust him? Chu Zhe noticed her expression and understood the thoughts of the young girl. He smiled and turned to walk toward the corner. What is he doing? Shen Huangxue's gaze followed Chu Zhe. Standing in the corner, there was a wooden cage used for bathing. Chu Zhe grabbed both sides with his hands and pulled hard. The vines in the middle instantly snapped, and the wooden cage split into two halves. Then, Chu Zhe held one half in each hand and walked toward the fire. He placed one half near the door and the other near the straw fire. The two halves were directly connected in the middle and tied with rope. In this way, three sides were blocked by the wooden cage, leaving only one side open. You can dry yourself now, Chu Zhe said, suddenly thinking of something. He opened the bamboo door and rushed out. Chu Zhe. Shen Huangxue felt her heart warm. Chu Zhe had gone to great lengths to consider her feelings. But what was he doing outside again? You forgot. There's something outside. Chu Zhe shouted. I remember now. It's the shovel. Shen Huangxue knocked her head, feeling silly for being so forgetful in the rain. Then she turned off the cameras and walked into the wooden cage, unzipping her jacket and taking off her outer clothes. Although one side of the wooden cage was still open, she wasn't worried. She had already trusted Chu Zhe completely. So warm, Shen Huangxue said, sitting on the stone in front of the fire and taking off her tank top and underwear. At this moment, she was completely naked, revealing her graceful figure and alluring body, though unfortunately, no one was there to appreciate it. She curled up, trying to get as close to the fire as possible. The fire was burning strongly, and within just a few tens of seconds, Shen Huangxue felt that most of the rainwater on her body had evaporated. Her cold body began to warm up, and her face turned rosy. Shen Huangxue is taking off her clothes? In front of the screen, Jack suddenly became excited, his mind starting to imagine some inappropriate scenes. However, Jack then became somewhat uneasy. He hoped that Shen Huangxue would forget to turn off the drones, so he could manually control the drones to hover above the wooden cage and peek openly. However, it was obvious he was thinking too much. The first thing Shen Huangxue did was to turn off the cameras of the two drones. The screen instantly turned black. F********. Jack stood up in anger, his body trembling uncontrollably. This caught the attention of his colleagues around him. They also noticed the black screen and showed understanding. They knew what Jack was angry about. Everyone knew that Group 36 had a beautiful female contestant, and she must have been doing something that caused her to turn off the cameras, making Jack frustrated. Brother, don't be discouraged. We'll have plenty of opportunities in the future. A colleague walked over, patted his shoulder, and said meaningfully. After all, it was only the 6th day, and they were supposed to monitor for 400 days. He didn't believe that there would be no benefits to watch in such a long time. Get lost, Jack said with a dark face, directly shouting. You. The colleague angrily pointed at Jack, but, due to Jack's background, didn't dare to argue and could only slink back to his seat. Choose. Jack became angrier and angrier, finally directing all his anger at Choose. At the same time, Choose pushed open the bamboo door and walked in, directly throwing the shovel by the door. What a lousy weather. Not even a bit of light. Almost couldn't find the shovel, Choose complained a few times. Hearing this, Shun Huangxue knew that he had gotten even wetter and felt some heartache. She looked at the clothes drying by the side and couldn't help but hesitate. Although she wanted Choose to dry himself immediately, the current situation clearly wasn't suitable. No, I have to think about Choose. Shun Huangxue clenched her teeth. She swung her underwear over the fire, and after less than half a minute, when she felt it had warmed up a bit, she put it on. Chapter 112, A Conversation by the Campfire. Choose, come in and dry yourself with me. After putting on her underwear, Shun Huangxue carefully checked herself and, satisfied that everything was in order, spoke in a clear voice. Huh. Choose was taken aback. Did dry together mean? An alluring scene flashed through Choose's mind, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. No, this isn't the time to think about that, he scolded himself, suppressing the turmoil within him. Despite the beauty's invitation, he couldn't bring himself to join her. However, he did need to dry himself off. After all, he had been in the torrential rain for over 5 minutes. Then, he had gone out to retrieve the entrenching tool, which took another 2 minutes. If Choose didn't remove his wet clothes and dry himself soon, he was sure to catch a cold and suffer from a fever tonight. Shun Huangxue, I need to move the wooden cage. Don't be nervous, Choose said, picking up a sharp stone they had specifically used to cut small objects. He cut the rope between the 2 wooden cages and moved one to the side. As the cage shifted, Shun Huangxue was exposed to Choose's view. Although Choose felt it was somewhat unethical to sneak a peek at Shun Huangxue at this moment, his gaze still drifted over involuntarily. Wow. Choose was completely stunned. Sitting by the campfire, Shun Huangxue was curled up, her head buried between her knees. Her long hair, like ink spilled across a canvas, glistened with droplets of water. She wore only black underwear and panties, her flawless skin exposed to the air, glowing beautifully under the firelight. Truly a national beauty, Choose murmured. You. Although Shun Huangxue kept her head down, she could feel Choose's heated gaze and couldn't help but feel a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Had enough? Not enough, not enough, Choose blurted out without thinking. Choose. Shun Huangxue's voice rose in volume, snapping Choose back to reality. Ahem, he coughed, blushing and feeling extremely awkward. He quickly moved the wooden cage to Shun Huangxue's side, positioning it so the front end was close to the campfire. Choose then sat on the other side of the cage. This way, the two were separated by the cage while drying themselves by the fire. Choose, this guy. How infuriating. Shun Huangxue touched her face, feeling it burning, unsure if it was from embarrassment or the heat of the fire. She had never been seen by a man, even in her underwear, in all her life. Earlier, when she had invited Choose to dry himself with her, she had already decided he would have to keep his eyes closed the entire time. Although Choose had come up with a good idea to separate them, he had still seen her body. Even now, Shun Huangxue's heart was still pounding. Forget it, he didn't do it on purpose. Considering how he performed tonight, I'll forgive him, Shun Huangxue consoled herself, and her irritation faded. Instead, curiosity took over. Choose, how did you kill the jackal after throwing away the entrenching tool? Shun Huangxue voiced her doubt. What other choice did I have? I had to do it barehanded, Chuze chuckled, explaining, bare-handed? Shun Huangshue's mouth slightly opened, her eyes widening in surprise. She knew that under those circumstances, there was only one choice. But she had been deeply wary of the cunning jackal and had little faith in Chuze. When she saw Chuze kill the jackal, her first thought was that he must have used some clever strategy. But hearing the answer from Chuze himself, she was still deeply shocked. Chuze, you really? Shun Huangshue stammered, her mind filled with questions. She wanted to ask, yet was afraid of intruding on Chuze's privacy, leaving her indecisive. Chuze quickly stripped down to his underwear and moved closer to the campfire to warm up. At the same time, he noticed Shun Huangshue's tone. Ask whatever you want to know, Chuze said, having already prepared a set of explanations. There was no privacy issue Shun Huangshue needed to worry about. Am I really asking? Shin Huangshue confirmed. Go ahead, Chuze replied with a smile. Chuze, do you know self-defense? Shin Huangshue asked, most puzzled by how Chuze could kill a jackal barehanded without getting hurt. Just a bit, Chuze nodded. Just a bit? Shin Huangshue's mouth twitched, feeling like giving him a good smack. Although she hadn't seen the fight between Chuze and the jackal, the outcome suggested Chuze must be highly skilled in self-defense or martial arts. Yet, he claimed it was just a bit. This made Shan Huangshue feel both embarrassed and disheartened. So how did you? Before she could finish, Chuze interjected. Watched videos. Watched videos? Shun Huangshue huffed, pouting in dissatisfaction. Chuze, do you think I'm stupid? Of course not. Miss Shin is both beautiful and intelligent, with a sharp mind. That's more like it. Shun Huangshue's expression softened, a smile appearing on her face. But then she realized she couldn't be swayed by Chuze's words. Then why did you say you learned from videos? It's not like you can learn such powerful self-defense just by watching videos, she said. You're right. Under normal circumstances, that would be impossible. Chuze agreed without rebuttal, then changed the subject. But I'm not an ordinary person. Based on online videos, I exercise daily, putting in much more effort than the average person. That's how I built my current physique and strength. Then I watched countless martial arts videos, practicing the key points repeatedly. Once wasn't enough, so I practiced 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, even tens of thousands of times, until I mastered them. What? Shun Huangshue was deeply impressed by Chuze's words. She didn't doubt his sincerity. After all, while Chuze might have hidden his personal abilities in his profile, his family background must be true. Growing up in an orphanage, he likely went hungry and cold, making it impossible for him to receive guidance from a master and learn martial arts. As for the grandfather who raised Chuze until he was 8, the profile clearly stated he was an old carpenter. Therefore, she believed Chuze without question. Chuze, second question, Shun Huangshue continued. Ask away, Chuze shrugged. Shin Huangshue smiled as she voiced her questions, and Chuze patiently answered, his responses flawless. Shin Huangshue fully believed him. The rain outside continued, as if endless, pouring down from the dark clouds. Most contestants were miserable, unable to sleep at night, experiencing for the first time just how insignificant humans are in the face of nature. Meanwhile, Chuze and Shan Huangshue sat by the campfire, their conversation deepening after the crisis as they talked freely about everything. Time quickly passed, and a new day finally arrived. Chapter 113. The first contestant eliminated. In the morning, the island was shrouded in mist. Upon closer inspection, many trees on the island were toppled, with broken branches and leaves scattered everywhere, and even animal carcasses were not uncommon. It was as if a disaster had struck. The first thing the viewers did upon waking up was to open the live stream, and then the world was shocked. In the upper right corner of the live stream, there were 3 numbers, originally 200. Now, it had changed to 199. What did this signify? One contestant had been eliminated during the torrential rain last night. Confused viewers immediately opened the official website. Indeed, a latest announcement caught everyone's attention. Last night, the island experienced an unprecedented storm, and all contestants were actively fighting against nature. However, Unfortunately, the production team discovered that the pulse data from the wristband of the contestant from Kim Da-sik from Korea had disappeared. The production team, undeterred by the storm, dispatched a medical team to Kim Da-sik's location. After examination by the medical team, it was confirmed that Kim Da-sik had tragically passed away. Subsequently, the production team, based on pre-death footage and an autopsy, deduced the sequence of events. Due to the storm, the stream outside Kim Da-sik's cave surged, flooding the cave, and various aquatic creatures, including a freshwater electric eel approximately 1.5 meters long, entered the cave along with the water. Kim Da-sik did not notice the presence of the electric eel and, undressing, entered the water to catch shrimp and crabs, eventually touching the electric eel and being electrocuted to death on the spot. Finally, the production team expressed deep condolences for Kim Da-sik's death. After reading this announcement, the viewers fell silent. Kim Da-sik from Korea had been electrocuted to death by a large electric eel. A vibrant life had vanished overnight. I believe all the viewers are aware of the departure of Kim Da-sik from Korea, Hee-seong said gravely in the Chinese live stream. This not only serves as a wake-up call for the remaining contestants, but also fully demonstrates the insignificance and helplessness of humans in the face of nature. That's right, Bear Grylls said, deeply moved. I once survived in the African savannah and witnessed a young man from a local tribe fight a hyena for his coming-of-age ceremony, only to be bitten to death due to exhaustion. I was powerless. With a pack of hyenas ahead, no one dared to save him. Bear Grylls' heart was as clear as a mirror. Even he had no way to resist nature. Hops did not bring Linda to the show today. Unlike the other's solemn expressions, he looked quite interested in the production team's announcement. This is what wilderness survival is all about. Hops thought to himself. He did not mourn Kim Da-sik's death, but was instead excited. In his view, true wilderness survival should involve fatalities. If no one died, it would seem incredibly unrealistic. Meanwhile, the production team faced a barrage of attacks from viewers. Why is this show still airing after someone has died? I see this as a show that involves slaughter. The production team callously disregards the lives of the contestants, treating them all as tools to make money. Exactly, I agree. Otherwise, why would they only provide the contestants with a shovel? If they had given tents and sleeping bags, perhaps this tragedy could have been avoided. Investigate the production team. Strongly demand the show be taken off air. The immense popularity of 400 Days of Wilderness Survival has made countless industry professionals envious and jealous. Given such a serious incident, in addition to the viewers' criticism, they naturally joined in, vilifying the production team. In Korea, the audience's first reaction was disbelief. Kim Da-sik was a top wilderness survival expert in Korea. How could he have been so humiliated by an electric eel? Disbelieving Korean viewers protested on the official website, demanding the production team provide evidence to prove that Kim Da-sik's death was real. The production team responded swiftly, providing 3 videos and several photos. The first video showed Kim Da-sik's cave filled with the water reaching above his ankles. The second video showed Kim Da-sik moving in the water, which had now risen to above his calves. Soon, Kim Da-sik caught a crab from the water and threw it onto the shore. It's worth noting that Kim Da-sik's teammate, Little Ian, was chopping wood and starting a fire deep in the cave, not in contact with the water. The third video was very short, only about 10 seconds long. The angle was underwater near Kim Da-sik. A long black shadow could be clearly seen swimming towards Kim Da-sik. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared and kept flickering, followed by continuous screams. The photos showed Kim Da-sik's body, with his face blurred, but his physique confirmed it was indeed him. After reviewing the production team's evidence, the Korean viewers were disheartened. They did not grieve over Kim Da-sik's death, but were instead furious about it. Now that Kim Da-sik was dead, where could Korea possibly hope to survive to the end and win the grand prize? What a load of crap, Kim Da-sik. I spit on him. Kim Da-sik was such a fool. He actually sought refuge in a cave during the storm. Even a primary school student knows that's a bad idea. Exactly. This idiot wasted our country's spot. Such a waste. The Korean viewers cursed and mocked Kim Da-sik's decision last night. Little did they know that after Kim Da-sik entered the cave, they had praised him endlessly. Their flip-flopping was faster than turning a page, completely forgetting their previous words. The ugliness of humanity was on full display. Even many foreign viewers couldn't stand it and went to the Korean livestream to defend Kim Da-sik. Although Kim Da-sik's death was an accident, ultimately, he shouldn't have entered a lower-lying cave during the rain. When he entered the cave, it was destined that rainwater would flood it. By then, even if he hadn't been electrocuted by the electric eel, he could have been killed by piranhas or a venomous water snake. Kim Da-sik's death was a result of his own actions. No one knew why Kim Da-sik, considered a wilderness survival expert by Korea, chose to enter the cave to avoid the rain. Unfortunately, this answer would never be known. While the world was still reeling from Kim Da-sik's death, the live streams of the other contestants resumed. Today's live stream started half an hour later than usual. According to the production team, it was to replace the drones without disturbing the contestants' rest. Last night storm tested not only the living contestants, but also the cold drones. After retrieving 30 drones, the production team opened the live streams. Viewers flooded into the live streams of their favorite contestants. They wanted to see how their favorite contestants were holding up, if they were injured or not. Many viewers checked out all the live streams. Most contestants looked pale and lethargic, clearly affected by the storm. One group of contestants, however, stood out as particularly different, even peculiar. Chapter 114. The Jet Warrior Hikawa-kun. What the hell? Did I see that right? My God! Exclamations erupted around the world. Looking at the two figures on the screen, they were utterly shocked. Most contestants were driven mad by the storm, starting a new day with dark circles under their eyes. And what were Chu Zhe and Shin Huangshu of China doing? The screen clearly showed the two of them sound asleep in the straw of a bamboo hut. The fire inside the hut had gone out, with a few faint red embers still glowing, indicating it had just been extinguished. This proved that the hut must have been very warm. No comparison, no harm. When did the contestants from China become so strong? Something's not right. I was following Chu Zhe a few days ago, and he was still living in a straw hut. How did he suddenly move into a bamboo hut now? 99 other teams don't even have bamboo huts, yet these two already have one. There must be something fishy going on. Viewers around the world, seeing the miserable state of their own contestants while Chu Zhe and Shin Huangshu lay carefree in the bamboo hut, felt resentment and relentlessly criticized them online. Some even claimed that Chu Zhe was the illegitimate son of the program's director, receiving special treatment from the show. Others believed that Chu Zhe and Shin Huangshu's drop point was predetermined by the program, the best of the 100 locations. In short, rumors of a conspiracy spread like wildfire. The program team issued a special announcement, presenting various evidence to prove there was no conspiracy and dismissing claims that Chu Zhe was anyone's illegitimate son as absurd. Although foreign viewers reacted strongly, Chinese viewers were overjoyed. Chu Zhe's outstanding performance made them, as Chinese, feel proud, and they even crossed the Great Firewall to refute the negative comments. Did you guys notice? The drone had sufficient battery and, under the control of the staff, switched to flight mode. The drone successfully ascended into the air. At this moment, viewers noticed a clothesline set up beside the fire, on which hung two sets of Chongfeng Yi and a dark tank top. One set was undoubtedly Chu Zhe's, while the rest belonged to Shin Huangshu. What did this mean? The audience immediately got excited, their breathing quickening as they stared intently at the beautiful figure on the straw. Unfortunately, Shin Huangshu was covered with broad leaves, and from the screen, all that could be seen were her fair arms. Moon Fairy, please turn over. Not asking for much, just kick the broad leaves a bit. Brothers, I can't take it anymore. Old man, are you weak in the knees? What did you see that made you so overwhelmed? Wait, I just thought of something terrifying. What is it? Hurry up and tell us. You guys think last night the Moon Fairy might have been completely exposed to that beast Chu Zhe? Holy crap, no way. My heart is shattered. I strongly demand to gouge out Chu Zhe's eyes. I want to stomp on them. Seeing this scene, the audience couldn't stay calm. Their attention remained fixed on Shan Huangxue. They knew Shan Huangxue was only wearing underwear, and if she turned over or got up to change, there would definitely be a great treat. But no matter how long they waited, the two remained in their slumber, showing no signs of waking up. This is bad. Both of them are naked and sleeping so soundly. Something fishy must have happened last night. Right, I have the same feeling. With Chu Zhe's strength, how could the frail moon fairy resist? The audience once again posted their speculations on the official website. This attracted the attention of the program team. The higher-ups immediately instructed the relevant personnel to retrieve the footage of any abnormal occurrences involving Chu Zhe's team from the previous night. The person in charge then passed the order to the staff member responsible for monitoring Chu Zhe's team during the day shift. However, after fast-forwarding through the footage 5 or 6 times, the staff member found no abnormalities. Very puzzled, he had no choice but to report the situation to the person in charge. The person in charge was initially surprised, suddenly thinking of Jack, who had caused trouble during the night shift. He decided to review the recording from start to finish himself. Suspicious, he noticed a detail. At 10 p.m., Chu Zhe and Shan Huangxue were still resting in the bamboo hut, but the next scene was a black screen, and it lasted for a full 10 minutes. When the screen reappeared, both Chu Zhe and Shan Huangxue's clothes were soaked. Clearly, the footage before and after couldn't be connected. It should be noted that the drone's camera had to be manually turned off. But the screen showed both of them lying on the straw, and then it went black. Jack must be behind this. What is he trying to hide? The person in charge had a suspicion. Given Jack's previous violation of the rules and his rebellious nature, it wouldn't be surprising if he broke the rules again. It seems the truth is in the main control room. Being in charge of managing 400 employees, the person in charge was no fool. He instantly understood everything. He also knew that even if the recording on the computer had been tampered with, the data in the main control room couldn't be altered. Not to mention the firewall there was on par with national systems, even in practical terms. Deleting any data required extremely high permissions, which Jack clearly didn't have. Thinking this, the person in charge headed towards the room where the higher-ups were. He wanted to apply to retrieve the footage from the previous night from the main control room. At the same time, a team from Japan exploded onto the global stage. Even the news of Master Jin's death was overshadowed, as a new hot topic took over the top spot on global news. Shocking! A yellow stain appeared on the back of a Japanese contestant's pants. What is the truth? Pants dyed yellow? What exactly happened to the Japanese contestant last night? A shocking scandal of the Japanese contestant. The biggest joke since the show began. Various news articles flooded the internet, and the Japanese contestants themselves had no idea they had become the focus of the world. They were now hurrying back to their camp, as there was something they had to deal with urgently. Takeda-kun, do you think the drone might have captured us when we came out just now? Hikawa Gozaburo covered his buttocks with a few broad leaves, trying to hide something. Hikawa-kun, don't worry. When you came out, the drone was still motionless, and the camera function was probably off. Takeda Shinji shifted his body slightly, holding back the urge to vomit, and replied, "Damn it, this is so embarrassing." Hikawa Gozaburo's face was grim. Last night, they had both hidden in a pit, and although the rain kept dripping in, compared to the torrential rain outside, it was negligible. They had planned to endure the dampness for the night. However, Hikawa Gozaburo must have caught a chill, because as dawn approached, he suddenly felt a violent churning in his stomach. This was followed by a series of explosive sounds. He realized he had diarrhea and prepared to transform into a jet warrior to relieve himself outside. Chapter 115. The Unbearable Takeda-san. After waking Takeda Shinji, the latter left, and Hikawa Kozan also exited the pit. However, when Hikawa Kozan saw the situation inside the pit, he was completely stunned. Remembering how, just the previous night, the water was only a dozen centimeters deep, now, due to the continuous heavy rain overnight, the water had risen to waist level. Let's climb out first. Hikawa Kozan's legs were tightly clamped together. He was about to lose control, even feeling as if it had already happened. But the next moment, Hikawa Kozan felt utterly desperate. The soil on both sides was soft and slippery, and after several attempts, he couldn't climb out. Finally, after spending a long time with his lower body submerged in water, his stomachache worsened. Hikawa Kozan was sweating profusely, gritting his teeth and persisting. He had no clean clothes to change into. If he couldn't hold on, he would have to walk around bare-bottomed for days. But this kind of pain was not something an ordinary person could endure. In the end, Hikawa Kozan couldn't bear it anymore, and as his mental state relaxed, the pain disappeared. He sighed in relief, feeling completely at ease. "Hikawa-san, aren't you going to get out?" Takeda Shinji asked with a frown. However, Hikawa Kozan was feeling so comfortable at the moment. It was as if he were floating on air, and he ignored Takeda Shinji. What's that smell?" Takeda Shinji suddenly caught a whiff of something foul and couldn't help but take a few more sniffs. "Why does it smell so much like?" Takeda Shinji didn't say it out loud, but in his mind, the image of feces had already appeared. Could it be? Takeda Shinji suspiciously stared at Hikawa Kozan, who was submerged in the water. In the next moment, his eyes widened. A large patch of yellow filth suddenly appeared on the surface of the water around Hikawa Kozan, and the stench spread, becoming even more intense. Holy crap! Takeda Shinji's eyelids twitched, and he cursed out loud. Fortunately, he had returned to the pit after Hikawa Kozan left. Otherwise, he would have been contaminated by the feces. Hikawa Kozan also caught the smell and looked up to see his teammate glaring at him. He showed a hint of embarrassment on his face before heading towards the pit. His clothes were also stained with the filth floating on the water's surface, and from a distance, it appeared as though a layer of gold had been applied to the waist of his Chongfeng Yi. "You? Don't come any closer." Takeda Shinji's face showed panic, and he couldn't help but back away. "Takeda-san, as the saying goes, true colors show in times of trouble. Your words are truly heartless." Hikawa Kozan reprimanded him and then, without further concern, climbed into the pit. Takeda Shinji was on the verge of madness, but due to Hikawa Kozan's stronger physique, he dared not speak out. He could only shrink into the deepest part of the pit, keeping his distance from Hikawa Kozan, all the while hoping for dawn to arrive. Soon, the pit was filled with an unbearable stench. Takeda Shinji, in the poorly ventilated space, felt it even more acutely. Breathing in the smell, he vomited up the food he had eaten the day before. "Takeda-san, your vomit is so foul, truly disgusting." Hikawa Kozan frowned and deliberately pinched his nose. "It's all your fault. Besides, no matter how bad it smells, it's nothing compared to your poop." Takeda Shinji raged inwardly. "Hikawa-san, I need to get out, move aside." Takeda Shinji suppressed the urge to curse and spoke in a low voice. Hikawa Kozan also realized his words were a bit excessive and didn't say anything more, making way. Since the surface of the water in the pit was covered with filth, Hikawa Kozan had to extend his foot to the opposite pit wall, allowing Takeda Shinji to exit without getting him recontaminated. "How am I supposed to get out?" Takeda Shinji was somewhat troubled. Was he supposed to wade through the water and get himself covered in filth? Absolutely not. Takeda Shinji took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. However, the air he inhaled was far from fresh. It was unbearably foul, mixed with the smell of vomit. Cough, cough. Takeda Shinji was choked to the point his face turned purple. "I can't take it anymore. I need to get out of here quickly." Takeda Shinji looked around the pit walls. Suddenly, he spotted the shovel standing nearby. He came up with an idea. He was short, only about 1.5 meters tall, and thus quite light. If he stepped on the top of the shovel and then jumped, he could leave the pit without getting wet. Takeda Shinji immediately acted, and it turned out to be feasible. He jumped directly onto the ground. This left Hikawa Kozan, who was ready to laugh, completely dumbfounded. In his current predicament, he naturally wanted his teammate to share his misery. But to his surprise, Takeda Shinji had simply stepped on the shovel and escaped. This made him extremely uncomfortable. The drone was currently motionless, probably saving power, but once the rain stopped or dawn arrived, it would surely resume filming, and he would become the laughingstock of everyone. Thinking of this, Hikawa Kozan wanted to brave the rain and return to the camp. However, despite the heavy rain that had lasted all night, it showed no signs of stopping. He could only stay in the pit, where even the air was nauseating, making him want to escape every second. Meanwhile, his teammate, Takeda Shinji, was hiding under a tree, letting the rain drip down in large drops, but he refused to return. 2 hours later, the rain gradually subsided. Hikawa Kozan could no longer endure it. At this point, he was emitting an unbearable stench, even to himself. More importantly, after 2 hours, he could feel that the filth had solidified and stuck to his bottom, making him extremely uncomfortable. I need to get back quickly. Hikawa Kozan crouched down and mimicked Takeda Shinji's actions, stepping on the shovel. However, the shovel had already tilted under Takeda Shinji's weight earlier, and when Hikawa Kozan stepped on it, it slid sideways. In an instant, Hikawa Kozan splashed into the water. Since he fell directly into the water, a few drops splashed into his mouth. In his panic, he didn't notice, only feeling that his mouth was salty and smelled foul, like eating stinky tofu. Damn it, Takeda-san, save me! Hikawa Kozan shouted loudly, trying to distance himself from the filth, but the more he struggled, the closer he got to it. Hikawa-san, what happened? Takeda Shinji came over and was startled. Good lord, everyone else was staying away, but you jumped in for a bath. Hikawa-san, I truly admire you. Takeda Shinji said sincerely. Nonsense. I accidentally fell in. Hurry up and pull me out. Hikawa Kozan was furious, his face turning red, and he felt like punching him. Chapter 116. The infamous Hikawa Kuin. Wangi scared out of his wits. After some effort, Takeda Shinji managed to pull Hikawa Goben out of the pit, enduring the unbearable stench. Let's hurry back, Hikawa Goben said, noticing the drone had taken off at some point and feeling anxious. Wait, Hikawa Kuin, I need to relieve myself, Takeda Shinji said, his face twitching as he quickly ran behind a tree. As soon as he reached the tree, he vomited. Although he had already emptied his stomach of yesterday's food while in the pit, what came out now was only bile, yet he still felt nauseous. It wasn't that his tolerance was weak, it was just that Hikawa Goben at this moment seemed like a pile of excrement. Anyone who approached him would only react more strongly and dramatically than himself. After retching, Takeda Shinji casually plucked 2 blades of grass, rolled them into 2 green balls, and stuffed them into his nostrils. Only after completing this did he emerge from behind the tree. Takeda-kun, let's go. Seeing him emerge, Hikawa Goben said and started walking forward. Takeda Shinji quickly ran in front of Hikawa Goben. Joking aside, falling behind him would mean being constantly assaulted by that stench. Meanwhile, the drone began its live broadcast, and viewers worldwide noticed that one of the contestants from Sakura Country was covered in excrement. In an instant, Hikawa Goben's name resounded globally. In China, what a tough guy, doing this to himself? Those poop yellow pants almost made me laugh to death. What a bizarre character from Sakura Country. Was he so hungry that he jumped into a latrine? Unbelievable, bro. Just thinking about it makes me feel sick. In Curry Country, I didn't expect people from Sakura Country to have a heavier taste than us. Hikawa Goben is truly an admirable man. What's the big deal? Compared to the Ganges, he's clean. Unlike the disgusted reactions from audiences around the world, Curry Country showed either disdain or admiration. Having lived alongside the Ganges for years, they were already accustomed to the most extreme filth in the world. Of course, there were also Curry Country residents living far from the Ganges, which led to the polarized comments. In Sakura Country, the public was in an uproar. Baka, what is Hikawa Kuin doing? He's tarnishing the face of our great Sakura Country. Hikawa Goben should commit seppuku to atone for his sins. So disappointing, Hikawa Kuin. How could you betray the emperor? I heard Hikawa Goben signed up as a swordmaster. Now it seems he's just a worthless fool. Hikawa Goben's current image had utterly humiliated Sakura country. The public began to curse him, and some even resorted to doxing, wanting to take revenge on his family. Facing the heated discussions worldwide, the program team showed no intention of shutting down the live broadcast. Instead, they prominently featured it on the homepage of their official website. It was evident that the program team aimed to capitalize on the situation to attract more viewers and boost their revenue. Meanwhile, as the live broadcast began, several groups of contestants from China also gained attention. Su is mighty. Su is invincible. Su is still strong. It's hard to believe he's a sprinter. Look at the other countries' contestants' misery compared to Chu Zhe and Su Shan. It's incomparable. Similar to Chu Zhe, Su Shan and his teammate Li Yong spent the night resting in a small wooden hut, barely affected. The hut, though small, was exceptionally sturdy. Even the previous shelter was completely blown away, yet the hut remained intact. This made them one of the few groups with a proper house. After all, starting with only a shovel, building a house was as difficult as a hell-level challenge. Moreover, the production team wasn't foolish. They wouldn't set the drop point near bamboo forests. For example, Chu Zhe and Shan Huangshue found bamboo but had to carry it several kilometers back to their camp. Without Chu Zhe's incredible strength, capable of moving hundreds of pounds of bamboo in one trip, the time spent transporting the bamboo needed for building the hut would have doubled. This way, completing the bamboo hut by the evening of the 6th day would have been entirely impossible. Thus, currently, only Chu Zhe had completed a bamboo hut. While Su Shan's group and Chu Zhe's group performed exceptionally well, other groups left much to be desired. These two, the Sleeping Dragon and Wise Phoenix, are still hiding in a tree hole. It's absolutely hilarious. Are they laying eggs or what? What kind of environment could give rise to such oddballs? To be fair, many trees on the island were struck by lightning last night. These two were really lucky to have avoided it. Yeah, if lightning had struck, they'd be done for. The treehole group, as expected, chose to stay hidden in the treehole during the sudden storm, covering the entrance with sand and wood to block the rain. The sky has finally brightened, and the rain has stopped. Inside the damp treehole, with a thick layer of standing water on the ground, Wang Yi, with heavy black circles under his eyes, pushed open the wooden door at the entrance. "We survived the ordeal," Shang Jun said, shivering in the corner, still trembling with fear. Like Wang Yi, he also had dark circles under his eyes. Last night, with lightning flashing and thunder roaring, the storm raged on. The treehole, though able to shelter them from the rain, had extremely poor soundproofing. They couldn't sleep not only because of the various noises outside, but also because they feared falling asleep and being struck by lightning. This wasn't unfounded. During the first half of the night, a sudden thunderclap exploded right by their ears, scaring Wang Yi so much that he wet his pants. However, seeing that the tree trunk above them showed no signs of damage, they felt relieved. But it was also terrifying. This time, the lightning struck a nearby tree. What about next time? Wang Yi and Shang Jun had no sleep, spending a night in fear. Since it stopped outside, Shang Jun said and rushed out. "Damn, the place still stinks of Wang Yi's urine after a whole night," Shang Jun muttered under his breath. Of course, he only thought this to himself. He couldn't say it aloud. If he angered Wang Yi and they got into a fight, they would surely lose their qualification, as they were already on the program's blacklist. Wang Yi, on the other hand, rushed to the stream the moment he emerged from the tree hole. Although several hours had passed since he had wet himself, the lingering odor was still noticeable. He didn't want to spend the entire day trekking through the wilderness with such a pungent reminder of his fright. His immediate priority was to remove his underwear and hiking pants and wash them thoroughly. After Wang Yi left, Shang Jun went to the nearby forest to gather some firewood. They had no habit of collecting firewood in advance. They basically only looked for it when they needed it and ignored it otherwise. As soon as he entered the forest, Shang Jun was stunned. A huge tree in front of him had split from top to bottom, its center charred black. Shang Jun took a deep breath, realizing this was the tree struck by the lightning closest to them last night, only about 10 meters away from their tree hole. For the first time, Shang Jun felt a desire to retreat. Chapter 117. Suyu's Breakfast. Wang Jun's Night. A whole night has passed. I wonder if that guy Wang Jun is dead yet? Suyu chewed on a grass stem, leisurely leaning against a tree branch. A few wooden planks, pieced together, shielded his head from above. After their shelter was blown away last night, he and Wang Jun went their separate ways. Suyu didn't know where Wang Jun was hiding, nor did he care. After all, Wang Jun had no experience at all, and in this environment, it was highly unlikely he would survive. Suyu, on the other hand, had already thought of a plan. He had prepared some wooden planks in advance, climbed up to a tree branch he had chosen beforehand, and the long planks were enough to cover his body completely. Although rain still intermittently blew onto him, Suyu didn't mind, as long as his head was protected. In fact, Suyu's wilderness survival skills were indeed impressive, and his physical fitness was also quite good. After a whole night, Suyu felt a bit mentally tired, but his body was in no worse condition. All right, time for breakfast. Suyu moved quickly, sliding down the tree in a flash. Then he headed towards the campsite. The shelter could be rebuilt, but the location couldn't be abandoned. Soon, he arrived at the campsite. The area was a mess, filled with leaves, broken branches, and puddles. Looks like I need to find a new place. Suyu glanced around and had no desire to clean up. He figured it would be a waste of time to tidy up, so it was better to find a new spot. After all, the rainforest was vast, and finding a place to settle down wouldn't be too difficult, though it would require some planning. Of course, this was no problem for Suyu, who was well versed in such matters. Suyu ignored the mess at the campsite and walked directly to the back of a large tree. The stone hasn't been moved. Under the tree was a gray diamond-shaped stone. Suyu examined it carefully and relaxed his expression. He then moved the stone aside, dug into the dirt, and soon uncovered a bundle wrapped in broad leaves. Seeing this, Suyu dug it out and placed it on the ground. Smells great, cough cough. Looks like I arrived just in time. Wang Jun slowly walked over from a distance, covered in mud as if he had rolled in the dirt, looking extremely disheveled. He limped slightly and coughed a few times between words. Damn, this guy is still alive? Suyu's heart sank, and his good mood vanished instantly. His face darkened, even more so than a pot bottom. But it looks like he had a rough night. Suyu glanced at Wang Jun with his peripheral vision, starting to analyze the situation. He's coughing nonstop, probably caught a chill, and has a fever. There aren't any medicinal herbs around here, so even if he doesn't die, he won't last long. Sugu, it seems like you're not too happy to see me? After coughing once, Wang Jun said, Wang Jun, you're finally back. I was worried all night. Suyu's expression instantly changed from gloomy to cheerful. He laughed loudly, stood up, and walked over, handing the skewered bird eggs to Wang Jun. Wang Jun snorted coldly in his heart, but remained expressionless on the surface. He bit into a bird egg, shell and all, chewing with a crunching sound. Suyu's guess was correct. Wang Jun had indeed had a rough night. After the shelter was blown away, Wang Jun, believing Suyu was unreliable, stumbled around the forest in the dark like a headless fly. In that environment, he couldn't see anything clearly. Without remembering the route, Wang Jun bumped into trees several times. Eventually, he had to extend his arms to prevent his body from touching the trees again. After searching for a while, Wang Jun still couldn't find a completely sheltered spot. His steps grew heavier, and realizing his severe exhaustion, Wang Jun had to find a large tree to hide under. However, rain dripped down through the leaves, continuously falling on Wang Jun, making him extremely uncomfortable. But Wang Jun had no other choice. Was he just going to sit and wait for death? Of course not. Wang Jun quickly came up with a plan. The tree he was hiding under had very broad leaves. Wang Jun tore off a large pile of them, basically stripping the tree of its front leaves, leaving bare branches. Then he crouched beside the tree, pulled up some nearby weeds, and spread them over the ground. After laying the grass, Wang Jun spread the broad leaves on top. He then immediately lay down and covered his entire body with the remaining broad leaves. This way, the rain would only drip onto the broad leaves, with most of it eventually flowing to the ground, and only a small portion would seep through the gaps onto Wang Jun's clothes. It wasn't a perfect solution, but it was a temporary fix. Wang Jun spent the night like this. Of course, the constant sound of rain made it impossible for Wang Jun to fall asleep, even though he was tired. In the morning, feeling the rain lighten up, Wang Jun got up, only to feel icy cold and a throbbing headache. Despite the grass and broad leaves, the heavy rain had left him soaked for a long time, draining his body heat and causing his temperature to drop, resulting in discomfort. He then followed his memory back to the campsite. Although he couldn't find his way at night, it was manageable during the day, as he had been living here for 6 days. When he arrived at the campsite, Wang Jun was stunned. He had been coughing non-stop, his head felt heavy, and he was limping. Yet, Suyu, who had spent the night in the wild without a shelter, looked as if nothing had happened, happily roasting bird eggs. This made him incredibly angry. In his anger, he suddenly thought of a possibility. If Suyu had easily survived the ordeal of last night, could it mean that this was all part of his plan? Had the shelter being blown away been anticipated? Thinking of this, Wang Jun's blood pressure rose, and a lump of phlegm got stuck in his throat. After coughing a few times to clear it, he saw Suyu about to eat the bird eggs and quickly walked over, calling out the words he had said earlier. "Smells great, cough cough. Looks like I arrived just in time." Chapter 118. Suyu endures. Chuze relaxes. The bird eggs taste great. There were 2 bird eggs on each skewer, totaling 3 skewers. Wang Jun finished 1 skewer in just 2 bites, causing Suyu's eye to twitch. Damn it, this guy comes at the worst time, just when I'm about to enjoy my meal. Suyu knew he could only have 1 skewer out of the 3. Sure enough, after tossing aside the wooden skewer, Wang Jun, still unsatisfied, gestured to Suyu with a flick of his fingers. Reluctantly, Suyu handed over another skewer. At the same time, he quickly grabbed the last skewer and started eating. Originally, he had planned to eat slowly, but now he decided it was best to get it down as fast as possible. "Sugu, you seem in good spirits, huh?" Ahem, ahem. After coughing a few times, Wang Jun continued. "I wonder where you took shelter from the rain last night?" Under a tree, under a tree." Suyu had already prepared an excuse. Although Wang Jun couldn't climb trees, Suyu still didn't want to reveal the real method. "Under a tree?" Wang Jun sneered. He had spent the night under a tree himself, and the dense branches during the heavy rain were like a sieve, making it impossible to stay there for a whole night. Suyu must have had some preparation. The more Wang Jun thought about it, the angrier he became, and his coughs persisted. He regretted his impulsiveness last night. If he had stayed with Suyu, his body wouldn't be in such a state now. Strong sense of conviction. Of course, Wang Jun didn't believe him. However, with his current condition, he was in no shape to move, his head was pounding, and he needed a long rest. He had no choice but to talk to Suyu. What if Suyu really did bring him some herbs out of kindness? It wasn't impossible. After all, even a cornered dog would jump over a wall. If Wang Jun reached a life-or-death situation, he might just reveal Suyu's secret. As for Suyu giving him poisonous herbs, Wang Jun immediately dismissed the idea. After all, Suyu was a well-known expert in the world, and there was no way he would use such underhanded tactics in broad daylight. As for that secret, even now, Wang Jun found it hard to believe. He knew that if the secret came out, Suyu would instantly become the target of everyone's ire. This was also why Suyu was being so humble. Ahem. Wang Jun coughed once, leaning against the tree. "By the way, Sugu, the shelter's gone. When are we going to build another one?" Hearing this, Suyu frowned. The surrounding area was in complete disarray. After a few seconds of thought, Suyu decided to follow his own plan. After all, Wang Jun was already sick and wouldn't last much longer. "This place is ruined. We need to find another spot to settle," Suyu said. "Find another place?" Wang Jun leaned his back completely against the tree, his head tilted back, slowly analyzing Suyu's words. Perhaps due to the severe headache, Wang Jun asked discontentedly, "Isn't this place good enough? You can see my condition. How can I even walk?" "This place certainly." Suyu was just about to explain the reason when he changed his mind. This place isn't bad either. Since you're not feeling well, I'll build another shelter here. As he spoke, Suyu didn't plan to slack off. He always acted decisively. He needed to hurry and build 2 shelters. After all, Wang Jun was sick. If they slept in the same shelter at night, who knew if it would infect him? Oh, and remember to prepare lunch early. Wang Jun reminded weakly. Suyu stumbled, his face darkening. He had been quite patient, but Wang Jun was pushing his luck. Stay calm, stay calm. Suyu kept reminding himself inwardly. With Suyu's skills, if he really wanted to kill Wang Jun, he could do it without causing any pain. But it would definitely be noticed by the production team, and his reputation would be ruined for life. Suyu didn't think it was worth trading his entire future for Wang Jun's life. Fortunately, Wang Jun was already sick. Just endure a few more days. Suyu began cleaning up the campsite. At the current state of disarray, even cleaning it up would take a considerable amount of time. Meanwhile, in the quiet bamboo hut, stretching out his arms, Chuze slowly opened his eyes. The drowsiness was still there, but now was not the time to sleep. After all, a walk through the rainforest after the rain was bound to yield some unexpected discoveries. Only because of last night's unexpected event did they stay up late, otherwise, they would have been up by now. This feels so good. Chuze moved his body, thinking inwardly. This was his first night sleeping in the bamboo hut. The experience was far better than the shelter. The shelter was narrow, small, dimly lit, and infested with mosquitoes. The bamboo hut, on the other hand, was spacious, bright, and had fewer mosquitoes. Once I grow some mosquito-repelling plants in the bamboo hut, there won't be any more worries of mosquito bites. Chuze pushed aside the straw, revealing his solid chest, dotted with a dozen small red spots. I wonder if the clothes are dry by now? Chuze got up, wearing only his underwear. There was no helping it. The only set of clothes had been completely soaked by the rain. However, the clothes had been placed near the fire all night, so they should be dry by now. Chuze touched the clothes, feeling the lingering warmth, and smiled in satisfaction. After putting on the clothes, Chuze moved his body and turned his gaze to Shen Huangxue. Since the bamboo hut was relatively large, there was a distance of several tens of centimeters between their sleeping spots, with each of them sleeping at opposite ends of the hut. This was strongly requested by Shen Huangxue. The reason was unclear to Chuze, and he couldn't figure it out. After all, this distance made them farther from the fire. Fortunately, the bamboo hut had better insulation than the shelter, so even sleeping at the far ends, they didn't feel cold. It's the first time I've seen Shen Huangxue sleep so soundly. Chuze smiled, quickly glancing over. Shen Huangxue was only wearing her underwear, though she had covered herself with straw. However, through the gaps, one could clearly see the smooth, jade-like body beneath the straw. Non-virtuous thoughts should be avoided. Chuze turned his head away, only to suddenly notice the drone flying above the roof, its red light blinking, indicating that the live broadcast had already begun. Chapter 119. A Dream Talking Girl. Envious viewers. This won't do. Chuze glanced at Shen Huangxue, who was still deep in sleep, and shook his head. Although he had only known Shen Huangxue for 6 days, the memories in his mind contained everything about her. At this moment, countless viewers were sitting in front of their computers, their faces filled with lecherous expressions, eagerly waiting for some eye candy. Chuze was a selfish person. He certainly wouldn't be thinking about his fellow male compatriots. He immediately walked over to the campfire. He removed another set of smaller-sized outdoor jackets and strapless bras from the clothesline. After folding them neatly, he placed them beside Shen Huangxue. All right, what should we have for breakfast? Chuze started the fire and placed the steel pot filled with last night's rainwater on the campfire. Having done all this, Chuze pushed open the bamboo hut and walked out. He went outside to breathe in some fresh air and relax his body. After all, although the bamboo hut was nice, it felt quite stuffy. Soon, Chuze returned, holding some wild vegetables in his hand. In the past, he wouldn't have known what wild vegetables were, but now his knowledge far surpassed even Shen Huangxue's. The water in the steel pot had just started to boil, and he began preparing breakfast. All their supplies were inside the bamboo hut, so Chuzé saved himself some trouble. He took out some venison and bamboo shoots, along with the wild vegetables, and threw them all into the steel pot. After covering it with a lid, Chuzé started organizing their supplies. Seeing the complete jackal skin in the corner, Chuzé couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Jackal meat wasn't particularly tasty, and the nutritional value was pitifully low, far inferior to herbivores. Chuzé only cut out the best parts of the jackal's meat, while the rest was buried in a deep hole. The most important part of the jackal was its fur. Currently, he and Shun Huangxue only had one set of clothes each, making it difficult to have anything to change into. If their outdoor jackets were to get damaged in the future, it would be fine for him as a man, but it wouldn't be acceptable for Shun Huangxue. Thus, Chuzé had already decided to make a new set of clothes for her using this complete jackal skin. As for himself, Chuzé glanced at the deer skin beside him and felt a bit of regret. This deer had been bitten by the jackal multiple times, leaving the deer skin incomplete with holes all over, making it unsuitable for clothing. Chuzé hadn't thought of what to do with it yet, so he decided to put it aside for now. Besides, there were also 2 rabbit skins. This was the current fur inventory for both Chuzé and Shen Huangxue. It was worth mentioning that just this alone put them far ahead of other contestants. Most of the other contestants had only small animal skins like badger, weasel, and rabbit. Not a single one had a large animal skin. It wasn't a matter of not encountering them. It was just that these animals were extremely cunning, and no matter what the contestants tried, they couldn't catch them, leaving them to watch helplessly as wild boars and other animals ran off. Breakfast is almost ready. After organizing the supplies, Chuzé lifted the pot's lid to take a look. It's time to wake her up. Chuzé scratched his head. He walked over to Shun Huangxue and gazed at her long eyelashes and delicate face, feeling a stirring in his heart. Suddenly, Shun Huangxue's face showed a hint of embarrassment and annoyance, before quickly returning to calm. Chuzé, you scoundrel. Bastard. Huh. Chuzé was startled, then looked at Shun Huangxue's tightly closed eyes, realizing what was happening. So it was just a dream. Chuzé looked at Shun Huangxue with a strange expression. I wonder what she dreamed about to be cursing at me. Chuzé was puzzled, but just as he was about to shake her awake, he thought of something. This is rare. I might as well take the opportunity to admire her while I can. So, Chuzé lay down on the bamboo floor and quietly watched Shun Huangxue's sleeping face. Not bad. Despite her unpredictable temper, she's indeed quite beautiful. Chuzé silently evaluated in his heart. Bastard Chuzé. Another voice rang out, and the next moment, Shun Huangxue suddenly sat up straight, her back stiff, her eyes slightly open, and a sleepy yawn escaping her lips. It was just a dream. Shun Huangxue let out a sigh of relief. In the dream, she had been grinding medicinal herbs when Chuzé suddenly appeared and started causing trouble, making her furious. Really, Chuzé even disrupts my dreams. Shun Huangxue muttered, rubbing her sleepy eyelids. At that moment, her ears twitched, and she heard a faint gulp. The sound wasn't hers, so it must be. Shun Huangxue quickly turned her head, her eyelids twitching. There was Chuzé, wide-eyed and lying next to her, his face showing a hint of awkwardness, but his gaze was fixed on her with a hint of passion. Chuzé, what are you doing here? Shun Huangxue was very puzzled. Well, it's like this. Chuzé sat up, his face calm and composed as he pointed to the steel pot not far away. I've already made breakfast and was just about to wake you up. Chuzé explained calmly. Is that so? Shun Huangxue was a bit suspicious. However, she also noticed the continuous steam rising from the steel pot, indicating it had been cooking for a while. And she had indeed been sleeping earlier, so Chuzé's explanation didn't seem to have any holes. But then why were you lying down just now? Shun Huangxue asked the key question. Cough cough. Do you believe me if I say I slipped? Chuzé coughed lightly, making up an excuse on the spot. Slipped, huh? Shun Huangxue glanced at the floor, which was completely dry. She smiled, deciding not to expose him. Well then, I'll... Shen Huangshue suddenly noticed that although Chu Zhe's face was turned toward her, his gaze was fixed below. She looked down and her cheeks instantly turned crimson. Earlier, a layer of straw had been covering her, but due to sitting up, the straw had been caught under her armpit and hadn't fallen onto her legs, yet it was still a few centimeters away from her body. This caused Chu Zhe to have a clear view of her ample bosom from the side. Not only that, but her smooth, white back and slender waist were also clearly visible. It made up for the disappointment of not getting a good look the previous night. Chu Zhe. Shen Huangshue glared fiercely at Chu Zhe. Realizing he was in the wrong, Chu Zhe chuckled awkwardly, stood up, and immediately turned off the drone. At the same time, the news of Shen Huangshue waking up spread across the entire Chinese livestream. Millions of viewers immediately swarmed into the 36th group's live stream room, all eager to catch a glimpse of the scene. Holy crap, the moon fairy really isn't wearing an outer garment. So beautiful. Brothers, I'm off first. Damn that straw. Fall down a bit more. We can't see anything. Saw but didn't really see. What a waste. The drone was filming Shen Huangshue from the front. As mentioned earlier, the straw hadn't fallen down, so the viewers could only see her fair arms. The real view was exclusively for Chu Zhe. The viewers quickly noticed Chu Zhe's presence and began cursing loudly. Holy crap, look at what Chu Zhe is doing. What a beast. Chu Zhe's lecherous smile clearly means he saw everything. Drone, switch angles, extra chicken legs tonight. No fuel needed. Yes, I want to see too. Damn, is Chu Zhe doing a survival challenge or enjoying life? He's eating better than us and getting better perks too. It's so damn enviable. The viewers cursed, but they were incredibly envious of Chu Zhe's current situation. Chapter 120. Searching for supplies. Discovering geraniums. Soon, Chu Zhe stood up and walked toward the drone. The viewers also knew what Chu Zhe intended to do and exclaimed in surprise. Holy crap, Chu Zhe, don't come over. Chu Zhe, please, don't turn it off. I even tipped you $1,000. Don't turn it off. Chu Zhe, you can't hog all the fun. That's not fair. The viewers were persistent, trying to persuade Chu Zhe through their comments. However, Chu Zhe was in a secluded place, completely unaware of their comments. Even if he knew, he wouldn't agree. Come on, isn't hogging all the fun great? Snap. Chu Zhe accurately pressed a button on the drone. In the next moment, the live broadcast screen went black instantly. Immediately, viewers across China, and even the world, smashed their screens and used their most affectionate language to greet Chu Zhe's family members. Chu Zhe had turned off Shen Huangshue's drone, but not his own. He did this to avoid suspicion. After all, Shen Huangshue was currently dressed lightly, and turning off the cameras could easily lead to misunderstandings. Chu Zhe quickly surrounded Shen Huangshue's position with a wooden cage. Then he sat by the campfire, and the drone followed him. It's worth mentioning that the drone tracks each contestant's location through their wristbands. It won't happen that Chu Zhe is in one place, but his personal drone turns to film other contestants. This guy, suddenly acting so serious. Seeing Chu Zhe's series of actions, Shen Huangshue felt warm inside and revealed a charming smile. She picked up the strap beside her, ready to wear it, but suddenly blushed. Would Chu Zhe do something strange with the clothes? Although Shen Huangshue had always focused on medical studies, she was somewhat aware of some of the secrets of boys. She trusted Chu Zhe, but she also had to be cautious. Then she picked up the strap and sniffed it carefully. Fortunately, besides a charcoal smell, there was no other odor. That's great. Shen Huangshue breathed a sigh of relief. Then she quickly put on her clothes. Although Chu Zhe didn't say it explicitly, she knew time was pressing. After quickly finishing breakfast, the two of them headed out with their backpacks and bamboo tubes filled with water. Shen Huangshue was stunned the moment she stepped outside. The once clean campsite was in complete disarray, with broken branches and leaves scattered everywhere. The shelter they had built earlier was gone, leaving only a few wooden poles slanting in the mud. We'll clean up together when we get back. Chu Zhe wasn't surprised by her reaction. He had also been shocked when he went out to pick wild vegetables earlier. We'll have our work cut out for us. Shen Huangxue rubbed her forehead. The two then ventured into the jungle. This time, they headed west. That was an unexplored area. Chu Zhe vaguely remembered the scene when the helicopter brought them here. The island was vast, surrounded by the ocean in all directions. Based on his landing position, he was sure that heading west would definitely lead them to the beach, and it would be the shortest distance. On the way, Shen Huangxue was puzzled by Chu Zhe's decision. She had thought Chu Zhe would go to the bamboo forest, but instead, he chose to explore a new area. After all, a violent storm had just passed, and the rainforest would surely be filled with potential gains. Most people would choose familiar places to save time, but Chu Zhe went against the grain, which was hard to understand. Chu Zhe smiled and explained. The initial items the program team gave us were just a shovel and a backpack, right? Yes. Shen Huangxue nodded. That's right. What we need to do now is to try our luck. Chu Zhe said. Try our luck? Shen Huangxue was even more puzzled, her lips pouting cutely. Chu Zhe, can't you just say everything at once? What can we gain at the beach? Chu Zhe asked again. Seafood? Seawater? Sand? Seaweed? Shen Huangxue racked her brains. No, there's one more thing. Chu Zhe extended a finger and shook it. Marine trash. Trash. Shen Huangxue's eyes lit up, instantly understanding Chu Zhe's idea. Indeed, the ocean is filled with countless pieces of trash. Last night, the island had just been washed by a storm, and surely, a lot of trash had been washed ashore. And the rules set by the program team didn't say anything about not being able to pick up marine trash. That means even if they found a boat on the beach, it wouldn't be against the rules. Chu Zhe, you're a genius. Shen Huangxue couldn't help but compliment him. Isn't that obvious? Chu Zhe wasn't humble at all. But don't get too excited too soon. Chu Zhe had some concerns. Shen Huangxue glanced at him but didn't say anything. She also knew that there were many types of marine trash, and only a few of them would be useful to them. Whether they could gain anything on this trip depended on two words. Luck. A glass bottle, a plastic bucket, something like that would be enough. Shen Huangxue prayed inwardly. The forest after the storm was quite difficult to navigate. Not only was the ground muddy, but there were also many half-broken branches hanging down, blocking the way. This made their progress slow. Fortunately, this area was unexplored, so Shen Huangxue could carefully observe the surroundings while Chu Zhe cleared the path, perhaps finding something unexpected. Before Shen Huangxue could discover anything, Chu Zhe, who was clearing the path ahead, was first surprised and then excited. Geranium. Chu Zhe directly approached a plant with red flowers. Geranium. Why does it sound familiar? Shen Huangxue murmured, trying to recall. She had an impression, but it was vague. Oh, there's a plant Shen the doctor doesn't know. Chu Zhe whistled, intentionally teasing. Don't rush, I'm about to remember. Shen Huangxue glared at him and tried to recall again. Soon, she remembered. It's Sheila Red. Shen Huangxue said with a huff. Yes, one of the aliases of geranium is indeed Sheila Red. Chu Zhe nodded. No wonder geranium sounds so familiar. Shen Huangxue was quite helpless. Sheila Red is a traditional Chinese medicine with the effect of clearing heat and inflammation. And Sheila Red itself is made from geranium. Generally, traditional Chinese medicine practitioners call the medicine by its name, and Shen Huangxue was no exception. If it weren't for her good memory, she really would have been laughed at by Chu Zhe. But Chu Zhe, you actually know geranium, that's incredible. Shen Huangxue said curiously. Geranium is a common plant in the West, and although it is also cultivated in China, its popularity is not high. It was indeed strange that Chu Zhe knew geranium. Not only do I know geranium, but I also know most plants. Chu Zhe thought inwardly. Of course, this could only be said in his heart, and on the surface, he had to explain a little. I know there are many insects and bugs in the wild, so I deliberately memorized plants with mosquito-repellent effects, and geranium is one of them. Chu Zhe explained with a smile. Chapter 121. A Morning of Bargains. Excited Smith. So that's how it is, Shen Huangxue said, covering her mouth and laughing softly. Geraniums indeed have excellent mosquito-repelling effects. This is one of the reasons many people enjoy growing them. First things first, this geranium can't be used as your medicinal herb, Chuzé said, preemptively. He then rolled up his sleeves, revealing his arm covered in dense red spots. Unlike your mosquito-repelling physique, I've been bitten to death these past few days. If it weren't for my strong willpower, anyone else would have gone crazy by now, Chuzé said with a wry smile. I understand, it's yours, Shun Huangxue replied, her eyes showing a hint of concern as she saw Chuzé's arm. She had never been bitten by mosquitoes her whole life and couldn't fully empathize with Chuzé's suffering, but she understood it well. I'll make a mark, Chuzé said, carving a sign on the surrounding trees. They would come back to collect the geranium after returning from the beach. Then, the two continued westward. Along the way, they saw many trees split in half and charred black, a testament to how terrifying last night's lightning had been. Chuzé, look over there, there's an animal, Shin Huangxue said, her sharp eyes spotting something in the distance. Chuzé looked and saw an animal lying motionless in a puddle not far away. It's already dead, Chuzé said, approaching to find it was a fox. He nudged it with his foot. Its body was stiff, clearly having been dead for some time. Can we still use it? Shun Huangxue asked. The animal's death didn't matter. They could still use its meat and fur. No, Chuzé shook his head, feeling a bit regretful, then explained, there's no sign of blood loss on this fox, and its fur has several burnt patches. If I'm not mistaken, it was struck by lightning. Fur that's been struck by lightning is problematic to begin with, and now that it's so stiff, it's unusable. As for the meat, Chuzé pointed to the puddle. If this fox had been lying on a rock or somewhere dry, we might have been able to cook and eat it. But after a night of soaking in this puddle, the number of bacteria and microorganisms inside it must have multiplied countless times. The body is already starting to rot. Finally, Chuzé said with a smile, eating it now, even if it's cooked, would cause health issues. Scavenging isn't that easy. Shun Huangxue nodded, understanding the situation. At the same time, almost all the contestants were out scavenging. In reality, only a small portion knew that the forest after bad weather held treasures. However, going out every day was a must for each contestant, and they all had varying degrees of success in their searches. Animals aren't as smart as humans. So many died on the island last night. From small frogs and lizards to larger lynxes and rabbits, they all lay in some corner of the forest. If nothing unexpected happens, their bodies will decompose within a few days, leaving only bones and fur behind. Oh, Will, look what I found. My God, you found a dead wild chicken. Look, there's a weasel over here. Seems to have been crushed by a tree. Yash Yamamoto-kun, I found a badger. As the saying goes, out of misfortune comes fortune. After the storm, the contestants reaped a bountiful harvest. However, unlike Chuzé, who would analyze the animal carcasses to determine if they were usable, many contestants hadn't eaten proper meat from day one and were starving. Seeing animals fall into their laps, they had no reason to refuse. Some animals were even pierced by branches, the pierced parts severely rotting and emitting a foul smell. Ordinary people would avoid such carcasses, knowing the bacteria and microorganisms on them were terrifying, and touching them risked infection. But the contestants from Curry Nation didn't care. They directly carried the carcasses away, dissected them, and even kept the rotten meat, simply washing it by the river before throwing it into a pot to cook. Joking aside, they were from Curry Nation, having built an immune system impervious to all poisons over time. How could they be scared by something like this? Meanwhile, the world's attention was focused on a group of contestants, especially the Americans, who were overjoyed. Johnson must be a devout believer. Otherwise, God wouldn't be so kind to him. Since the show began, no one has ever gotten such a big animal, not even Chuzé from China. Fantastic. Johnson did well. This is the level of an American. In the footage, Johnson and Smith were extremely excited. In front of them lay a wild cow, its body rising and falling, its rapid breaths indicating it was still alive but exhausted. "Johnson, we've completed the mission," Smith exclaimed excitedly. "Yes, the mission is complete," Johnson said with a smile, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. "Is the drone still filming?" Smith glanced behind him, seeing the drone following closely, and nodded. This way, the news of their capture of the wild cow would spread across the world, and he, Smith, would become famous. Once famous, he would find a way to leave his undercover agent identity behind. He had a family, 6 children, and the meager salary of an undercover agent was far from enough to support them. Smith had long thought of changing careers, envious of those internet celebrities and live streamers who made hundreds of millions a year, more than some top celebrities. "Let's drag it back to the camp quickly. Things might change if we delay," Smith said, rubbing his hands together and rushing forward. Johnson had been puzzled all along. Why would a dying wild cow be lying in the forest? He couldn't figure out the answer. But as he got closer to the cow, Johnson smelled something unusual. "This smell?" Johnson's face changed dramatically as he shouted, "Smith, come back, we need to retreat." "What are you talking about, Johnson?" Smith frowned, not listening to him. After all, a dying wild cow was right in front of him. How could he let it go? This cow could provide them with food for a whole month. This idiot! Johnson cursed under his breath, his eyes fixed on the cow as he moved backward. "I hope I'm wrong." But the next moment, a black shadow leaped from behind the cow, soaring through the air straight towards Smith. As an undercover agent, Smith should have been cautious, but his mind was completely occupied by the wild cow, and he didn't notice the shadow in time. Only when a shadow blocked his vision did he look up. "Johnson, save me." Seeing the shadow so close, Smith's face turned ashen. Chapter 122. The Death of Smith. Unexpected live broadcast. "Johnson, save me." Smith turned and ran for his life in fear. The shadow revealed its true form under the sunlight. It was a tiger, 2 meters long, with thick and dense fur that shifted between orange and brown, white fur on its belly, and distinctive vertical black stripes. Its forehead had horizontal black lines, resembling the Chinese character for king. A tiger! Smith felt a chill run down his spine as despair flooded his mind. The organization hadn't mentioned anything about tigers being in this area. Idiot! Johnson hit himself immediately. The only weapon, a shovel, was in Smith's hands. What could Johnson do against a tiger unarmed? Smith's reflexes were faster than most, but the tiger was too quick. It pounced on Smith, its jaws wide open, and knocked him to the ground. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the jungle. After a few seconds, the sound disappeared. Johnson glanced at the shovel lying near the tiger and left reluctantly. The tiger feasted on its prey. It could smell another human nearby, but since the human kept retreating, and it already had a wild buffalo and a human as food, it was more than enough. So the tiger didn't bother chasing after Johnson. Johnson escaped, but Smith's drone remained. The bracelet was still there, broadcasting the gruesome scene live. The world seemed to fall silent. Unlike Master Jin's death at night, the audience witnessed a living person being killed by a tiger in real time, torn apart and devoured. Strangely, the production team made no effort to cut the live feed, as if intentionally letting the audience watch. That's too brutal. Smith was just torn apart by the tiger. Is that the speed of a wild tiger? Completely different from the ones in zoos. Johnson was a former Special Forces soldier? What a coward. Exactly. Smith was in a desperate situation, and he just sold out his teammate. Disgusting. Is this show even going to continue? 2 people are already dead. What do you expect? Chuze encountered a black bear too. This is the cruelty of nature. If you're scared, don't complain. Speaking of Chuze, I'm even more impressed. He survived right under a black bear's nose, while Smith died instantly. I heard Smith has 6 kids. Dying so young, what will happen to them? Don't worry, the agreement includes a clause that if a contestant dies accidentally, the production team will provide compensation. The audience debated, some criticizing the production team for their questionable motives, while others condemned Johnson for abandoning his teammate. In truth, they knew that facing a 2-meter-long adult wild tiger, Johnson's choice was the right one. Besides, he had no weapon and no equipment. A single swipe from the tiger could break a human's bones. Johnson had thought this through and decided not to throw his life away like a fool. I need to get the shovel back, and that tiger needs to be killed. As Johnson moved quickly through the jungle, he muttered through gritted teeth. When Smith approached the buffalo, Johnson had smelled a strong stench of blood. Having participated in many secret missions with the Marine Corps and having killed dozens of enemies with his bare hands, Johnson's sensitivity to the smell of blood was far beyond that of ordinary people. Just a whiff told him the amount of blood was far more than what a human could produce. Since there were no other animals around except the buffalo, it must have been the buffalo's blood. Seeing the buffalo on the verge of death, Johnson realized it had been chased by a fierce predator, bleeding all the way before collapsing here. The predator that killed the buffalo must be nearby, lurking in the shadows, watching them. And the identity of that predator was obvious. The buffalo's natural enemy was the tiger. This was why Johnson retreated immediately upon discovery. "Smith, your death makes things easier for me." Johnson felt no sorrow for his fallen teammate, only a sense of relief. After all, Smith was sent by the organization, ostensibly to assist, but who knows what hidden intentions he had. "First, I need to get a weapon." Johnson quickened his pace. Without a weapon, he felt vulnerable. The news of Smith's death caused a stir in the United States. Just minutes ago, they had praised the duo. Now, Smith was dead, and Johnson had fled. Yet, instead of feeling sympathy for Smith, the Americans were furious. Smith was too weak. One encounter with the tiger, and he was dead. We Americans aren't this weak. Johnson was a Special Forces soldier? Is that all he's got? I heard he even won the title of Soldier King. But judging by his performance, it's obviously fake. Disappointing. Johnson, I even tipped you a few $100. Shame on me. The American audience was deeply disappointed. Among the many contestants, Johnson had the highest support. But when faced with the tiger, he revealed his true cowardice, fleeing with his tail between his legs. In their eyes, Johnson should have at least fought the tiger, showcasing the bravery and invincibility of American Special Forces. Cowardice. That was the impression Johnson left on the Americans. Meanwhile, Hikawa Gohan finally ran back to the campsite. He grabbed his backpack and some supplies, then rushed towards the river. Takeda Shinji followed from a distance, holding his nose, feeling utterly disgusted. He felt like his entire body was covered in an unbearable stench that wouldn't go away. At the riverbank, Hikawa turned off the drone and took off his pants. Takeda, watching from behind a tree, grimaced in disgust, feeling nauseous. Hikawa's rear was covered in feces, the entire area a mess, with yellow streaks running down his legs. It was utterly revolting. It's impossible to scrape off. Hikawa tried to scrape it off, but found it difficult due to the time it had been stuck. However, he had anticipated this and fetched a wooden brush from the campsite, scrubbing his rear vigorously. I can't take it anymore. Takeda leaned weakly against the tree, the drone capturing everything. Neither of them knew that Hikawa's entire process at the riverbank was being broadcasted worldwide. Everyone's reaction was the same as Takeda's. Damn, I just vomited up my Huangmin chicken. You're lucky. I threw up my breakfast bread. Seriously? Are we really comparing this? Forget it. I even vomited out last night's dinner. Brother, you win this round. Chapter 123. The infuriated Takeda Shinji. Hikawa Kozan's every move was watched by everyone. Although the scene was utterly disgraceful, it was still a breathtaking spectacle, something the audience had never seen before. Plus, since it was through a screen and not during mealtime, while people might complain, few actually left. Hikawa Kozan spent a long time scrubbing but only managed to wash off a little. If this doesn't come off, it'll be a huge joke, someone commented. Yeah, if it stays stuck to his butt, his teammates will be suffocated by the smell. Ha ha ha, I'm dying from laughter. Hikawa Kozan's washing speed was painfully slow, and the production team soon realized something was off. Blurry mosaics began appearing on the screen. The production team reacted quickly. Finally, we don't have to see that disgusting sight anymore. Trying to cover it up. Someone who doesn't know might think it's some kind of privacy. TSK. Hikawa Kozan seems like a decent guy, always smiling. Do people in Sakura like this? Nonsense. Of course they do. The Chinese audience chuckled and kept teasing. Some viewers from Sakura noticed the comments from the Chinese side and became furious. Nonsense. Hikawa Kozan is just an exception. He doesn't represent all of Sakura. Exactly. We in Sakura aren't that filthy. In my opinion, Hikawa Kozan isn't even from Sakura. We're so smart. He's just too stupid. Facing the rebuttals from the Sakura viewers, the Chinese side began to counterattack. Oh, I see. So people from Sakura don't like that kind of thing. I get it now. What a heavyweight country. Are you trying to kill me with laughter? Ha ha ha. To be honest, Hikawa Kozan is really pitiful. He survived for 6 days, only to be abandoned by his own people, even losing his nationality. At this point, viewers from other countries also joined in. Since the people of Sakura don't want Hikawa Kozan, my curry country will take him. After our observation, Hikawa Kozan is a true warrior, very suitable for living in curry country. As expected of curry country, the white bear country is deeply impressed. The night country is shocked. Do curry country and Sakura have such heavy tastes? The Sakura and curry countries, unwilling to back down, engaged in a verbal battle with viewers from other countries. Meanwhile, Hikawa Kozan, at the center of the storm, remained completely unaware, still humming a tune as he scrubbed his body. What kind of karma did I accumulate in my past life to end up with such a teammate? Takeda Shinji felt a deep sense of sorrow. Looking up at the sky, it was a cloudless day with the scorching sun, yet there was no hope in sight, only despair. Takeda-kun, let's go. After an unknown amount of time, Hikawa Kozan appeared in Takeda Shinji's view. The latter glanced at him, and the next moment, his face changed. Baka, Hikawa-kun, what are you doing? Takeda Shinji's face turned red as his right hand trembled, pointing at Hikawa Kozan. He was about to explode with anger. Hikawa Kozan was shirtless, but he had something wrapped around his lower body, using it as underwear. And that item was none other than the backpack the production team had initially given to the contestants. How dare he? Doesn't he know how important the backpack is to us? Takeda Shinji was so furious he couldn't speak, while Hikawa Kozan looked confused, which made Takeda Shinji want to punch him. Takeda-kun, the backpack's only function is to hold things. It's not worth getting so angry over. Hikawa Kozan didn't seem to care at all, and even explained to Takeda Shinji. You know nothing. Takeda Shinji, remembering the rule against attacking teammates, suppressed his anger and sat gloomily by the tree. The backpack's function was far more than just storage. Once they had baskets or barrels, the backpack could be freed up. The backpack provided by the production team was of excellent quality, made of waterproof, moisture-proof, and fire-resistant materials. In the future, it could be disassembled and used to make clothes or tools for the two of them. But now, everything was ruined. The thought of the backpack touching Hikawa Kozan's but made Takeda Shinji feel sick. Let's go, Hikawa-kun. We need to find some food. After saying that, Takeda Shinji walked into the forest. Wait for me, Takeda-kun. Hikawa Kozan adjusted the backpack-turned underwear and followed. Meanwhile, Chu Zhe and Shun Huangxue were still walking through the forest. We're a bit far from the camp, aren't we, Chu Zhe? Shun Huangxue wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, It's even farther than the bamboo forest. Chu Zhe nodded. How much longer? If we keep going, the round trip will take nearly 2 hours. Shun Huangxue asked. How would I know? Chu Zhe chuckled wryly. He wasn't a god. How could he know such things? Huh. Chu Zhe let out a soft exclamation, his lips curling into a smile. He then walked to a tree, pointing at the trunk and asked, Shun Huangxue, can you see anything different here? Different? Curious, Shen Huangxue crouched by the tree, staring at the spot Chu Zhe was pointing to. After a long while, she said, "The color at the bottom of the trunk is darker." "Correct." Chu Zhe nodded. "Do you know why?" "This?" Shen Huangxue showed some difficulty. She had grown up in the mountains and forests, never having seen such a peculiar sight. Seeing her expression, Chu Zhe leaned against the tree with his arms crossed, looking relaxed. Shen Huangxue wasn't from the coast and lacked the knowledge of wilderness survival, so her confusion was understandable. Shen Huangxue didn't give up. After careful observation, she noticed something shiny on the lower part of the trunk. She reached out and touched it, feeling some white crystals on her fingers. "What is this? Why is it on the bark?" Shen Huangxue had no intention of tasting it. Who knew if it was toxic? As a doctor, she was even more cautious. If she fell ill, there would be no one to save her. White crystals. The more Shen Huangxue looked, the more familiar they seemed. Suddenly, she remembered the scene of Chu Zhe boiling salt. Salt crystals, seawater. A flash of insight struck her mind. Chu Zhe, this place was recently submerged in seawater. In other words, the tide extends here, which means we're not far from the coast. Chu Zhe looked at the young woman in front of him, his eyes filled with surprise. He hadn't expected her to figure it out. Seeing Chu Zhe's reaction, Shen Huangxue knew her analysis was correct and couldn't help but feel a bit proud. She was eager to hear Chu Zhe's incredulous tone. "So, what are we waiting for? Let's go." However, Chu Zhe's figure had already moved away, his voice drifting over. "You." Shen Huangxue was momentarily stunned, then snorted softly and followed. Not long after, they finally reached the coast. But the next scene left them both shocked. Chapter 124. Death on the Beach. It's the smell of the sea. Shen Huangxue had a deep impression of the ocean. As someone from the inland, she still vividly remembered the excitement and joy she felt the first time she saw the ocean. The unique scent of the sea was etched in her memory. Chu Zhe smiled but remained silent. Shen Huangxue quickened her pace, and after passing through a patch of forest, a burst of strong light momentarily blinded her. In the next moment, the azure sea and golden sand came into view. Dark green reefs stretched endlessly, seagulls soared in the sky, their cries clear and loud. "Chu Zhe, we're here." Shen Huangxue, disregarding her image, took off her shoes and ran onto the beach barefoot. Chu Zhe did the same, stepping onto the soft sand. A wave of comfort washed over him, and the fatigue of recent days dissipated somewhat. "It's a pity the sun is too strong, otherwise, we could have a sunbath." Chu Zhe felt a bit regretful. With such strong ultraviolet rays, sunbathing was not advisable as it could easily lead to solar dermatitis, or sunburn. For the two of them who were surviving, it was best to avoid such risks. But if we get the chance in the future, I definitely want to try it. Chu Zhe wasn't about to give up. He decided that once all the camp measures were in place, he would come back and turn this place into his private beach. At that moment, a gentle breeze blew by. Chu Zhe took a deep breath and immediately frowned. Where is this fishy and rotten smell coming from? It's quite strong. Chu. Lawn. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Chu Zhe's daydream. Looking up, he saw Shen Huangxue staring in horror at something ahead while backing away. "What's wrong, Shen Huangxue?" The beach had a step curve, and from Chu Zhe's angle, he couldn't see what Shen Huangxue was looking at. "Chu Zhe, come and take a look." Hearing Chu Zhe's calm voice, Shen Huangxue calmed down and pointed to the beach below. Chu Zhe's expression turned serious, and he walked over. Once beside Shen Huangxue, he too was stunned by the sight before him. Below, the beach was covered with green crabs, densely packed, with at least 1,000 of them. Most importantly, all the crabs were motionless on the sand. A foul stench hit them head-on. Chu Zhe and Shen Huangxue immediately covered their noses and coughed a few times. "Why are there so many dead crabs?" Shen Huangxue frowned, puzzled. "I don't know either." Chu Zhe shook his head. He wasn't a biologist, and even the top experts in the field would have a hard time explaining this scene. In the live broadcast of the Chinese audience, The scene of Chu Zhe's group was being shown. The director, upon learning that Chu Zhe had arrived at the beach, quickly switched the feed. However, the scene wasn't as idyllic as expected. Through the drone's follow-up shots, thousands of crabs mysteriously died on the beach, shocking all the viewers. Why? Did the crabs commit suicide, or were they killed by predators? What a pity! If those thousands of crabs hadn't died, how delicious they would have been on the table. Is this the cruelty of nature? A small population just disappeared from the world. The audience was in awe. Lin Xiang was also at a loss, turning to ask, Bear Grylls, what's going on? Turning to Bear Grylls when in doubt had become a tradition in the live broadcast. Do I look like someone who studies marine biology? Bear Grylls thought to himself, do I look like an expert in marine biology? That said, his decades of experience in wilderness exploration gave him knowledge that the average person didn't have. In fact, mass crab deaths do happen around the world. Bear Grylls searched his memory and said, the most severe case was in a beach in the Night Kingdom, where over 50,000 crabs died. What? 50,000? Lu Wenwen was shocked. The number 50,000 was enormous, and just imagining a vast beach covered with dead crabs was terrifying. That's horrible. Lu Wenwen sighed. Bear Grylls, what was the reason? Xiang asked. Bear Grylls smiled and continued. Later, after analysis by a group of scientists, the conclusion was death due to low temperatures. Low temperature. Lin Xiang muttered. Bear Grylls, this island is between the tropics and subtropics. It can't be low temperatures that killed them, right? Lu Wenwen asked. There are many reasons. Low temperature is just one of them. Bear Grylls nodded and continued. Other reasons, such as food, environment, or even the proliferation of algae, can lead to the extinction of a species. Xiang couldn't help but gasp. Compared to humans, other creatures in nature were incredibly fragile. Can those crabs still be eaten? Lu Wenwen asked. She thought it was a pity that thousands of crabs had died, and maybe some of them could still be eaten. No. Bear Grylls quickly denied. Bear Grylls, why not? Xiang asked curiously. Judging from the appearance of the crabs on the beach, they don't seem to have died for long, so they should be edible, right? Bear Grylls shook his head. Crabs are detritivores, carrying a large number of bacteria in their bodies, so they spoil and rot faster than other animals after death. So that's why. Xiang finally understood why crabs had to be bought alive, unlike fish, which could be eaten dead. Bear Grylls is truly amazing. He resolved a question that has puzzled me for years. A few days ago, I was cheap and cooked a few dead crabs, ate them, and ended up with acute gastroenteritis, still in the hospital now. Crabs are detritivores, that's scary. I won't eat them anymore. Such a delicacy. I could eat them every day, and you won't eat them? Gout alert. Many viewers' eyes lit up as they learned more from Bear Grylls. That said, Chu Zhe is really unlucky. Who says not? After walking for dozens of minutes, he finally reached the beach, only to encounter such a bizarre scene. If it were me, I'd be so angry I'd vomit blood. If I had arrived an hour or two earlier, I might have been able to catch hundreds of crabs. This thought wasn't just on the minds of the viewers. Chu Zhe thought the same. Crabs. Chu Zhe was very frustrated and, along with Shan Huangxue, bypassed the crab area and arrived at the reef zone. I want to catch crabs. Although venison was tender, juicy, and nutritious, eating it every day could get a bit monotonous. Combined with the large number of crabs that were inedible, Chu Zhe developed a strong interest in crabs. Chu Zhe licked his lips, lifted a piece of reef, and saw a flash of green quickly moving below. He wasn't surprised by this. After all, this place was an uninhabited island just 7 days ago, and the wild resources by the sea hadn't been touched. For Chu Zhe, the death of those thousands of crabs didn't matter. With this beach, it meant having an endless supply of resources. Chapter 125, Danger by the Reef. Chu Zhe over there. I see it, be gentle. Oh no, it's run over there again. I know, leave it to me. Chu Zhe, you're amazing. By the reef area of the beach, Chu Zhe held a large crab in his hand, while Shan Huangxue cheered him on from the side, her face filled with joy. Under each rock here, there were usually fish, shrimp, and crabs hiding, and in just a short span of 10 minutes, they had made quite a haul. Dozens of crabs, 7 or 8 shrimp, for fish, and various other shellfish like conches, oysters, and razor clams. That should be enough. Chu Zhe tossed the crab into the bamboo tube they had brought and shook the seawater off his hands. After prolonged immersion, his fingers had turned white. We can't even finish all of this, Shen Huangxue said with a sweet smile. It's a pity we didn't achieve our original goal, Chu Zhe said, still feeling a bit regretful despite the abundance of seafood. Originally, they had hoped to find something washed ashore on the beach, not necessarily a wrecked ship, but even a glass bottle or foam product would have sufficed. However, after walking around the beach, they found it surprisingly clean. Aside from the thousands of dead crabs they had discovered earlier, there wasn't a single piece of marine trash in sight. Chu Zhe could only assume that the island was located deep in the ocean, far from the mainland where humans lived. Splash! A few droplets of water suddenly splashed onto Chu Zhe's face. He looked at the bamboo tube and saw that it was the fish's tail causing the disturbance. You can't have your cake and eat it too. When did I become so greedy? Chu Zhe shook his head and chuckled to himself. This trip to the beach hadn't been in vain. Although they didn't find any marine trash, they had discovered a rich source of seafood. Of course, Chu Zhe had no intention of overindulging in seafood. If he ended up with gout, that would be the end of him, and there would be no tears left to cry. Moreover, this place was still quite far from their camp. Let's pack up and find a place to eat, Chu Zhe said as he jumped down from the reef onto the soft sand. If it weren't for the increasingly strong stench of the dead crabs, he might have considered cooking right on the beach. But the smell and the sight of the corpses were too much of a downer. So Chu Zhe decided to head into the forest to build a fire instead. Shen Huangxue had no objections. Chu Zhe picked up the bamboo tube and a military shovel, ready to leave. Just then, puff! A strange sound reached Chu Zhe's ears, causing his body to stiffen momentarily. What's wrong, Chu Zhe? Shen Huangxue asked. Did you hear that sound just now? Chu Zhe asked, his brows furrowed. The sound had been fleeting, and he needed to confirm it. Sound? Shen Huangxue thought for a moment. Seagull calls, fish flopping, wind, and waves. No, there was another sound, like something breaking the surface of the water, Chu Zhe said, his heart skipping a beat. He hadn't been mistaken. There had indeed been something breaking the surface earlier, and he was certain it wasn't a fish, as Shen Huangxue had suggested, but something much larger. As for what kind of animal it was, Chu Zhe couldn't guess just from the sound. However, he had a vague suspicion and his mind conjured images of a few possibilities. We have to check it out, Chu Zhe said, looking in the direction of the sound. In the wild, encountering anything unusual couldn't be ignored. It was best to investigate carefully, or else one might not even know how they met their end when danger struck. But Chu Zhe squinted, looking into the depths of the reef. If his judgment was correct, the source of the sound was at least dozens of meters away from the reef, separated by the sea. Without knowing what kind of creature was lurking, there was no way he could swim over. Chu Zhe quickly shifted his gaze upward. Coincidentally, at the end of the reef area, a cliff about 20 meters high rose abruptly, with the height gradually decreasing eastward, eventually merging into the forest. Shen Huangxue, come on, let's go take a look, Chu Zhe said in a low voice. He needed to find out what kind of creature was lurking nearby and whether it posed a threat to their safety. Shen Huangxue also realized the seriousness of the situation, her expression turning grave. The two of them ventured into the forest, heading towards the cliff. The cliff was only 20 meters high, and they quickly made a small detour through the forest to reach it. Shen Huangxue, be extremely careful. If you fall, it's basically game over, Chu Zhe warned as they stepped onto the edge of the cliff. Shen Huangxue remained calm, nodding as she and Chu Zhe looked down. In the next moment, they were both stunned by what they saw. Several crocodiles floated on the surface of the sea below the cliff, while a few others were constantly rolling in the water. It was clear that the commotion earlier had been caused by them. How could there be such animals here? Shun Huangshue's eyes widened slightly, her brows furrowing. Crocodiles were not unfamiliar to her. There were a few species in China, though they were rare, and she had only seen them a couple of times. Even so, she had a deep impression of their ferocity and brutality. This is bad. They're saltwater crocodiles, Chu Zhe said, his face turning grim. Saltwater crocodiles? Shin Huangshue exclaimed in surprise. Saltwater crocodiles were the largest reptiles in the world, with male specimens reaching up to 7 meters in length and weighing around a ton. They were known for their vicious nature, attacking any creature without hesitation, and there were even reports of them eating humans, earning them the nickname man-eating crocodiles. Thinking about it, we were lucky not to have been attacked by the saltwater crocodiles while catching crabs earlier, Chu Zhe said, feeling a chill run down his spine. One-on-one, he wasn't afraid. The saltwater crocodile's most powerful weapon was its incredibly strong bite, but its speed certainly couldn't match Chu Zhe's. However, below them was a group of saltwater crocodiles. Even if Chu Zhe was the strongest, being surrounded by them would leave him with nothing but bones within a minute. Shun Huangshue, we shouldn't come to this beach anymore, Chu Zhe said after taking a deep breath. I understand, Shun Huangshue said, her face showing a hint of fear. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was in an uproar. Is the production team serious? They brought crocodiles here? Damn, that crocodile must be 6 meters long. Its mouth is over a meter wide. It's terrifying. I feel like it could swallow me whole in one bite. Same here. By the way, Chu Zhe's luck is really bad. First a black bear, then jackals, and now saltwater crocodiles. What's next? Lions and tigers. You're dumb. Lions only live on the grasslands. How could there be any on this island? Who knows? Maybe the production team went all out. In fact, ever since the audience saw the jackals, some had suspected that the production team had brought these predators to the island to increase the show's entertainment value and appeal. After all, on an isolated island, it was hard to imagine such a diverse range of wildlife. And now, even saltwater crocodiles had appeared. Chapter 126, The Terrifying Saltwater Crocodile. Is that really a saltwater crocodile? Lu Wenwen widened her eyes in disbelief. The screen showed a group of saltwater crocodiles occasionally surfacing and diving back into the sea, playing joyfully. Reality told her that she wasn't seeing things. She had done her research on saltwater crocodiles. Their powerful bite force, once locked onto prey, made escape virtually impossible. They were an extremely dangerous species, not unlike tigers. However, tigers operate alone, while saltwater crocodiles hunt in groups, making them even more fearsome in some ways. TSK, the show is about to begin. Hops watched the screen with great interest, his fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest of his chair, clearly excited. Yet, he felt a tinge of regret. The terror of saltwater crocodiles lies in their aggressiveness and high success rate. They usually lurk underwater, watching animals on the shore drink, then suddenly strike, grabbing their prey and dragging it into the water. This tactic, though simple, is hard to defend against. An adult saltwater crocodile's strength is such that even a water buffalo, caught off guard, cannot resist and will be pulled into the water. Therefore, if even one saltwater crocodile is present in the reef area, Chu Zhe is as good as dead. It seems fate is calling for me to act, Hops thought, feeling somewhat reassured. His plan was nearing completion. Once it was set in motion, Chu Zhe would vanish from the show, and if luck favored him, perhaps from this world as well. Saltwater crocodiles, interesting, Bear murmured, narrowing his eyes. Truthfully, it was his first time seeing them. He had participated in over 100 wilderness survival expeditions and encountered numerous crocodiles, but they were all freshwater species, smaller in size. Saltwater crocodiles are rare, and with human hunting, it was understandable he hadn't seen one before. Yet, here was Chu Zhe, encountering one. Bear, do you think Chu Zhe and the others will be all right? Lu Wenwen asked worriedly. As long as Chu Zhe doesn't do anything reckless, like getting closer to that beach or letting blood flow into the sea, He won't attract the saltwater crocodile's attack. Bear's expression was relaxed, showing no concern. Animals, after all, have their own territories. Unlike humans, they don't pursue enemies across vast distances. Saltwater crocodiles are no different. As reptiles, they cannot stay on land for long. Chu Zhe would be fine as long as he didn't go into the water. That's a relief, Lu Wenwen said, patting her chest and calming down. She was growing more and more fond of Chu Zhe and was eagerly anticipating his future performances. She didn't want to see him meet with any accidents or be eliminated so early. 1-1. I didn't expect even a world martial arts champion like you to be afraid of saltwater crocodiles, He Xiang teased. Mr. He, who wouldn't be afraid? I know that a saltwater crocodile's mouth is 1/6 the length of its body. Take the group Chu Zhe encountered. The largest one is about 6 meters long, so its mouth is about a meter wide. I'm not that tall. One wrong move and I'd be crushed and eaten in one bite. Lu Wenwen laughed bitterly. 1-1, you know quite a lot, He Xiang said in surprise. Saltwater crocodiles are not native to China, so it's unusual for someone to be knowledgeable about them. Yet, Lu Wenwen clearly had done her research, able to share some lesser-known facts. That's not right, Hop scoffed, seemingly dismissive of Lu Wenwen's explanation. Snake King, just say what you want to say. No need to beat around the bush, Lu Wenwen said, frowning. Let me explain, 1-1. Bear cleared his throat and began. Preferring the amiable Lu Wenwen over the abrasive Hops, he decided to step in. It was better for him to explain than to let Hops mock her and risk escalating the conflict. Lu Wenwen and He Xiang remained silent, listening intently to Bear's explanation. You were correct in the first part, but there's one statement you got wrong, Bear said with a smile. Oh? Bear, please elaborate, Lu Wenwen responded without embarrassment. She knew she was a novice in this area. Her role in the show was mainly to comment on the contestants' combat scenes. Thus, she was fully open to Bear's correction and didn't feel offended. The saltwater crocodile's mouth is indeed long, but it cannot chew food, nor can it tear its prey with its teeth. Bear pointed out her mistake. How is that possible? Lu Wenwen was surprised. Then how does the crocodile eat? I've heard even water buffaloes and deer are devoured completely. He Xiang, clearly hearing this for the first time, listened intently to Bear's explanation. It's precisely because the saltwater crocodile's mouth is so long that it lacks the ability to tear and chew. Once it bites its prey, it will slam the prey against rocks or trees on the shore until the prey dies. At this point, Bear paused, picked up his teacup, took a sip, and continued. After the prey is dead, the crocodile will use the front part of its mouth to tear the prey bit by bit and then swallow it whole. Not chewing and still being able to digest, the saltwater crocodile's stomach is truly powerful, He Xiang marveled. That's natural. The saltwater crocodile possesses the strongest stomach acid among vertebrates, capable of digesting bones without issue, Bear explained. As expected of Bear, more useless knowledge gained. Laughing out loud. Who says it's useless? I can use it to impress friends every year. Learned it. I'm off to pick a fight with a crocodile. Brother, if you're going to give the crocodile some warmth, count me in. After Bear's explanation, the audience began cracking jokes. Just half an hour earlier, they had witnessed the death of Smith from the United States, who was killed by a tiger. Now, seeing saltwater crocodiles no longer stirred any emotions. After all, how could a saltwater crocodile be stronger than a tiger? Bear, the audience wants to know which is stronger, the saltwater crocodile or the tiger, He Xiang asked, glancing at the live chat. Being one of China's most renowned hosts, He Xiang's key strength was catering to the audience's emotions and opinions. This show was no different. He Xiang often picked targeted questions to ask Bear, which the audience loved. Saltwater crocodile versus tiger? The outcome depends on the situation. Bear responded without hesitation. As mentioned earlier, if a tiger is drinking by the water and is ambushed by a saltwater crocodile, the crocodile would win. However, if the ambush fails and they face off directly, the tiger would undoubtedly win. Saltwater crocodiles move very slowly on land, while tigers are exceptionally agile. Unless the tiger fights the crocodile in the water, the crocodile stands no chance. At this point, Bear suddenly smiled mysteriously. Let me share a cold fact with you. Even sharks are on the menu for saltwater crocodiles. Chapter 127. Worsening condition. Whose smell? Asterisk asterisk. The crab is so fresh. In the jungle, Chuzé held a crab and exclaimed, Chuzé, you're too carefree. We just saw a saltwater crocodile. Shenhuangshue wasn't as carefree as Chuzé. She had no appetite at all. Eat more. I won't take responsibility if you starve. As he spoke, Chuzé stuffed a plump crab into Shan Huangshue's hand. Then he picked a large shrimp and handed it to her. Chuzé, do you think I'm a pig? You're feeding me like this. Shen Huangshue was both amused and exasperated. She now held a crab in one hand and a shrimp in the other. It seems a bit inconvenient for you. If you don't mind, I can reluctantly help you peel it. After finishing his crab, Chuzé spoke calmly. Damn, Chuzé the beast is definitely thinking about Moon Fairy. Moon Fairy is my wife. Chuzé, stop dreaming. No good deed goes unpunished. Everyone can see what Chuzé is up to. The audience gritted their teeth, wishing they could replace Chuzé. Oh! Shen Huangshue was slightly surprised. It was the first time she had heard Chuzé say something like that. Could it be? At first, Shen Huangshue thought it was just flattery, but when she saw Chuzé's serious expression, she understood. What is it? While peeling the shrimp, Shen Huangshue said indifferently, It's nothing major. Chuzé chuckled and then said, Do you remember that geranium? Shen Huangshue bit off half the shrimp and slowly chewed. The task of taking care of the geranium is yours. Chuzé didn't beat around the bush. He had the plant encyclopedia, but taking care of flowers was definitely not his forte. That geranium was precious, and Chuzé wanted to cultivate a large geranium garden, eliminating the annoyance of mosquito bites. No problem. Shen Huangshue thought it would be an unreasonable request, but it turned out to be so simple. She immediately agreed. Geraniums could be used to make medicine, so even if Chuzé hadn't mentioned it, she would have taken care of it herself. Chuzé, where should we go after we finish eating? Shen Huangshue asked. Well, Chuzé thought for a moment and said, There are still 5 or 6 hours until sunset. Since we're here, it would be a shame not to explore. Shen Huangshue was thrilled to hear this. Unlike other contestants who just wanted to satisfy their hunger, she wanted to gather all the medicinal plants on the island and plant them in her own land. This meant Shen Huangshue needed to traverse the entire island. From the beginning, she had silently taken a wooden board and carved all the routes she had taken, essentially creating a small map. After quickly finishing their meal, the two headed southeast. Meanwhile, on the other side, Suyu had just finished cleaning up the camp and sat down on the ground. I didn't expect it to be noon already after cleaning up. Suyu looked at the sun in the sky and muttered. Unlike the morning's mess, the camp was now spotless. Not a single leaf was left, showing how meticulous Suyu was. He was a perfectionist. If he was going to do something, he wanted to do it perfectly, without a single flaw. That guy is still sleeping, occasionally muttering nonsense. It seems his condition is getting worse. Suyu glanced at Wang Jun, who was sleeping against a tree. Wang Jun's face was even paler, and he was sweating profusely. His lips occasionally uttered incomprehensible words. It would be better for everyone if you left this world sooner. Suyu twisted his neck, making cracking sounds. Suyu, where's the food? I'm hungry. Suddenly, Wang Jun's voice rang out. Suyu's face darkened immediately. This guy didn't even call him Sugu anymore, completely disregarding him. But this also indicated that Wang Jun was losing his mind. After all, even when he was sick in the morning, he still called Suyu Sugu. No wonder this good-for-nothing owes a huge debt. Suyu sneered inwardly. Without resting, he picked up a shovel and left the camp. He needed to find some food for lunch. Suyu remained calm, knowing this might be Wang Jun's last meal. Meanwhile, the Treehole group had made significant progress in the morning. In addition to finding a dead chicken on the way, they also found 2 dead fish by the stream. They weren't naive enough to think there was no risk in eating dead animals. But under the temptation of food, they decided that as long as they cooked it thoroughly, it should be fine. So the two began to dissect the wild chicken by the stream. Shang Jun's mind was already imagining the scene of eating chicken at noon, and before he realized it, his saliva had dripped onto his clothes. Wang Yi gave Shang Jun a disgusted look. Why isn't my teammate Su Yu or Su Shan? Instead, it's Shang Jun, who is not only useless but also stupid. Wang Yi was resentful. He had skimmed through the profiles of the other 23 Chinese contestants. They came from various professions, and he and Shang Jun were at the bottom. Su Yu and Su Shan were at the top. Next were contestants like Shan Huangxue and those with hiking experience. But Wang Yi was unlucky enough to be paired with Shang Jun. Huh. At this moment, Shang Jun frowned and sniffed the air. Wang Yi, do you smell something stinky? What stink? Wang Yi looked at him in surprise and took a deep breath. Indeed, a foul smell entered his nostrils, and it was a smell he was somewhat familiar with. Shang Jun, did you have diarrhea? Wang Yi looked at Shang Jun's pants and leaned back. You're full of crap. Shang Jun cursed loudly, his face turning red. This was live broadcast, with countless viewers watching. Wang Yi's words were a blatant slander and defamation of his reputation. I said the smell was strange. I think you're the one who messed up. You're just accusing me first. Shang Jun snorted and retorted. Not you. Seeing that Shang Jun's expression didn't seem fake, Wang Yi raised an eyebrow, puzzled. He had indeed smelled feces, and the smell was persistent, lingering without fading, indicating it was nearby. But the problem was that they had been by the stream for over 10 minutes. They hadn't smelled it before, which meant the smell had appeared suddenly. Not you. Not me. Then whose is it? Wang Yi looked at Shang Jun and asked. Why are you looking at me? How would I know? Shang Jun's mouth twitched. His stomach was a bit uncomfortable, but he had already taken care of it and wiped it clean with leaves. There was no splash on his pants. As for Wang Yi, Shang Jun didn't suspect him. Wang Yi was much cleaner than he was. If something like that had happened, he would have jumped into the water to wash himself first. Wait. At this moment, Shang Jun's eyes widened. A larger rock was exposed in the middle of the stream, which they were familiar with. Now, on the upstream side of the rock, a yellow ribbon-like object was hanging, swaying with the current. This is Chapter 128, The Quarrel of the Tree-Hole Group. Wang Yi, look. Shang Jun pointed. What is that thing? Wang Yi didn't react immediately. He stood up, took a few steps back, and then sprinted forward, leaping precisely onto the central rock. Could it be dried waterweed? Wang Yi crouched down and hooked the yellow ribbon-like object. Seeing this, Shang Jun's face twitched as he struggled to suppress his laughter. Based on his judgment, that was likely the source of the stench, yet Wang Yi had picked it up with his hands. Of course, Wang Yi had no idea what Shang Jun was thinking. He brought the ribbon-like object up to his nose and sniffed. A pungent stench hit him like a wave, and Wang Yi immediately vomited. Ugh! As he vomited, Wang Yi cursed. Damn, what the hell is this? I've never smelled anything so disgusting before. There was one more thing Wang Yi didn't say. During his freshman year in college, he had worn the same pair of smelly socks for a month during military training. After taking them off, he stuffed them under his bed, where they remained until graduation. For 4 years, the dormitory was constantly filled with a nauseating stench, yet no one could find the source. As a result, the strange smell in Wang Yi's dorm became one of the top 5 campus ghost stories. The funniest part was that it even drove away over a dozen roommates. And now, compared to the stench he had just smelled, the smell from college seemed like perfume, insignificant in comparison. Wang Yi, are you okay? Shang Jun wasn't as easily eliminated as Wang Yi. After all, if Wang Yi left, Shang Jun wouldn't be able to last long alone. Not to mention, he wouldn't sleep soundly at night. Who knows when he might be attacked by a wild beast while sleeping, and die without even knowing how. Watching the Tree-Hole Group's predicament, the audience was in stitches. Amazing. Isn't that something that came off of Rakugawa? I can't stop laughing. My jaw is out of place. What a coincidence. Ha ha ha, who would have thought Rakugawa was upstream from the Tree-Hole Group? So does that mean the stream where the Tree-Hole Group was cleaning the wild chicken? Reminded by this comment, the audience felt a chill run down their spines. The thought was too grotesque to imagine. In the live broadcast room, these two guys. Hee-seong was utterly helpless. They have been nothing short of a comedic duo from day one, constantly creating all sorts of hilarious scenarios. The Treehole Group's nickname had already spread worldwide. The two of them are like the sleeping dragon and the fledgling phoenix. Lu Wonwon was also speechless. What left her speechless wasn't that they encountered something meaningless floating downstream. That was unavoidable for anyone. It was their inefficient way of dissecting the wild chicken. After more than 10 minutes, they had only completed half of the task. At this rate, the entire process would take half an hour. In the morning, besides the Treehole Group, other contestants had also found wild chickens, and they all managed to finish within 10 minutes, already cooking them in pots. From this, it was clear that the Treehole Group not only lacked wilderness experience but also cooking skills. Their clumsy actions clearly showed that they were used to ordering takeout or dining out, with very few occasions of cooking at home. Hops suppressed his laughter, enjoying the scene. Even Bear Grylls couldn't help but chuckle. There was no way to resist. It was just too funny. The audience continued to discuss enthusiastically while keeping an eye on the Treehole Group. After more than 10 minutes, Wang Yi and Shang Jun finally finished dissecting the wild chicken and started heading back. On the way, Wang Yi occasionally sniffed the tip of his right index finger. It was this finger that had touched the yellow ribbon-like object earlier. Although he had washed it repeatedly with the stream, it still smelled faintly. Shang Jun noticed Wang Yi's expression and slowed down his pace. Looks like it's not clean yet. I better keep my distance. Shang Jun thought. Maybe rubbing it with charcoal will get rid of the smell. Wang Yi was extremely disgusted with his finger, feeling very uncomfortable. After a while, the two returned to their camp and began preparing lunch. They threw the cut chicken and fish directly into the pot to cook. Then, they sat down on the rocks, waiting in perfect harmony. They hadn't eaten any meat in 6 days. Bird eggs, strictly speaking, didn't count, just with higher protein content. The longer they waited, the more unbearable their hunger became, as if they couldn't wait to lift the pot and eat immediately. During the waiting period, Wang Yi suddenly thought of something. Shang Jun, what about this meal? This sentence seemed out of nowhere, but Shang Jun understood its meaning. I'll take 6, you take 4. With food in front of them, Shang Jun wasn't going to let any opportunity for advantage slip by. You're dreaming. It should be me 6, you 4. Wang Yi frowned, speaking firmly. Nonsense. What did you do this morning? Shang Jun retorted without hesitation. Don't forget, I was the one who found the wild chicken first. My contribution is the greatest. This morning, while the Treehole Group was searching, Shang Jun discovered the wild chicken's body under a tree. However, despite the fact, Wang Yi wasn't convinced. It wasn't like the wild chicken was hidden in the grass or some secret corner. It was lying right in their path, out in the open. Shang Jun found it first, just because he walked a few steps faster. Even without Shang Jun, Wang Yi was certain he would have found it. Thinking of this, Wang Yi snorted coldly and pointed to the steel pot. I was the one who dissected the wild chicken. You were just dealing with those 2 rotten fish? And you have the nerve to say that? Shang Jun accused. It took so long to handle a single wild chicken. It's a joke? If you're so good, you do it. Otherwise, don't talk nonsense. Wang Yi's eyes widened, his voice rising in pitch. Wang Yi admitted that he was a bit slow, but Shang Jun wasn't much better. It took him forever to deal with the 2 rotten fish, and he still hadn't even cleaned off all the scales, making Wang Yi want to hit him. He was already useless enough, but Shang Jun was even more of a waste. And you have the nerve to talk? Shang Jun wasn't backing down. The two began to argue. It was undeniable that the Treehole Group might not have many skills, but they were masters at arguing. They knew the rules didn't allow for vicious insults against teammates. So they argued in a roundabout way, making the audience cheer. I bow to their arguing skills. If I had half their talent for arguing, I could dominate middle school. Hey, want to learn how to argue? Enrollment fee is only 998, and you can become the ultimate arguing champion. Too expensive. I only charge 98, and I can teach you how to curse without using dirty words. even better than the Treehole group. I'm signing up. I've been holding back against my neighbor, Old Wong, for too long. I can't fight him, and I can't argue with him either. Watching the Shang Jun immediately spat it out and cried out in shock. How the hell am I supposed to eat this? He was furious. After all, it was a rare stroke of luck to find a wild chicken and finally have a chance to eat some meat. Little did he expect that the creek water had been contaminated, resulting in an incredibly bad taste. It's 100 times worse than stinky tofu. Shang Jun was from the south and usually enjoyed stinky tofu, but even that couldn't compare to the overwhelming stench of the chicken. So, what do we do now? Throw it away? Wang Yi sighed, realizing that getting angry wouldn't solve anything. No way. I still need to eat this chicken to fill my stomach. Shang Jun shook his head. Although it was hard to swallow, it had been cooked, so there was no risk of bacteria or parasites. If he could endure the taste, he could still get some nutrition. The two exchanged determined looks. In the next moment, they both reached for their chopsticks and dove into the pot. Holding their breath and ignoring the smell, they began to devour the food ravenously. The audience was in awe. Lao Ba would be proud. Treehole team forever. As long as the Treehole team is around, we'll never run out of laughs. These two are incredible. They can still eat with such enthusiasm. I'm so hungry just watching them. What do I do? Looks like someone has a story to tell. Spill it. Indeed, if you ignored their conversation and just watched them eat, it almost seemed like they were enjoying a delicious meal. This is what wilderness survival is all about. He Xiang couldn't help but sigh. After all, the 200 contestants were selected from a pool of 50 million viewers. Their skills and experiences varied greatly, with contestants from all walks of life. There were many like the Treehole team who had gone 6 days without a proper meal. It was just that the Treehole team seemed particularly miserable. For example, another wilderness expert from Korea, Park the Master, had become the country's only master after Kim the Master's death. However, his performance had left all Korean viewers disappointed. Although he had built a shelter, he had yet to solve the food problem. The two of them spent their days hungry, searching for food, and with no energy left for anything else. From a food perspective, this Korean expert, Park, was just as miserable as the Treehole team. This couldn't be attributed to bad luck on Park's part. As mentioned earlier, the drop points for each team had been carefully selected by the production team, each with its unique challenges. Park's drop point was near a water source with plenty of fish and shrimp. But as it turned out, neither Park nor his teammate could swim, and they were completely clueless when it came to fishing. After 3 days of trying, they hadn't caught a single fish. If it weren't for the wild fruits they had managed to find, they might have starved to death. This fishing experience had shocked the Korean audience. The renowned wilderness expert, Park the Master, turned out to be a non-swimmer, which was quite a joke. Indeed, wilderness survival isn't that simple. Even I wouldn't fare much better than them, Lu Wenwen mused. Humans, with their infinite wisdom, stand above all other creatures in the world, but at the same time, we are also fragile, Bear Grylls nodded. There are countless creatures in nature that can pose a threat to humans, even leading to death. Walking through an unfamiliar forest, you might be felled by a single sting from an unknown plant just a few hours later. And the recent deaths of Korea's Kim the Master and America's Smith have starkly demonstrated just how cruel nature can be. Bear, if it were you, do you think you could survive on the island for 400 days? He Xiang asked curiously. After all, Bear Grylls was one of the world's top wilderness survival experts, and his answer was crucial. If even he didn't think he could do it, then the chances for other contestants were slim. Of course, this didn't mean the show was a scam. After all, just surviving for a month would earn $1 million. The longer you survived, the more money you accumulated. While some elite contestants from various countries were aiming for the grand prize, most were simply trying to survive as long as possible. Every extra day meant more money. $1 million for a month's survival was an amount even corporate executives couldn't easily earn. Me? Bear laughed heartily. If you'd asked me on the first day, I'd say it's no problem. But now? At this point, Bear shook his head. With all the carnivorous animals appearing on the island, like black bears and tigers, even I can't guarantee I could handle them. As for how long I could survive, it all depends on luck. Bear chuckled wryly. To the outside world, he was seen as incredibly strong, but only he knew how much of that strength was an illusion. He was a retired soldier, not a special forces operative, so his skills were inferior to someone like Johnson. It was just that he had conducted more wilderness survival expeditions than anyone else in the world, which made people believe he was unbeatable. However, Bear knew that all the places he had been to had been pre-scouted. If there were dangerous animals like bears, lions, or tigers, he would immediately switch locations. I need to work on improving my combat skills as soon as possible, Bear thought to himself. It was his only weakness. At the same time, on the island where the production team was located, in the main control room, found it, it's this part. In the darkness, the head of the production team was shocked as he stared at the screen. After 2 hours of comparing footage, he had finally found the flaw. That kid Jack is really bold, ignoring the rules and tampering with the recordings. The head of the production team snorted coldly, clearly displeased. This footage was highly impactful, and luckily, it had been discovered before Jack could succeed. Copy complete. Send it out as soon as possible so the whole world can see what happened to that team last night. With that, the head of the production team left the main control room. A few minutes later, a video was posted on the official website. The world was thrown into an uproar. The video was dark, but in the next second, a pale, drenched woman burst into the frame. The audience recognized her immediately. It was Shen Huangxue, the genius Chinese medicine practitioner. Isn't that Shen Huangxue? Why is she so disheveled? Look at her terrified expression. It seems something is chasing her. But with the heavy rain outside, why did she go out? As the audience speculated, they continued watching. A few seconds after Shen Huangxue appeared, the drone's camera focused on the pitch-black exterior of the bamboo hut. At that moment, the screen flickered, and then 2 colorful objects appeared in the distance. The audience was momentarily stunned. Chapter 130. The shocking scene that left hundreds of millions of viewers in awe. What is that? A riot of colors? What is the drone capturing? Don't you know what a thermal image is? Judging by the shape, one is clearly a human and the other an animal. A human and an animal? Who could they be? You're so slow. Shen Huangxue just flashed by. So who else could it be? Chu Zhe. What about the other animal? The audience was engaged in heated discussions. The official video was also being played in the China livestream room. Bear Grylls, can you tell what it is? Xiang pointed at the thermal image on the screen and asked. Bear Grylls studied it carefully before shaking his head. Judging by the size, it's not a large carnivore. It could be a fox, jackal, wolf, leopard, or lynx. But since Chu Zhe has only encountered jackals so far, maybe a jackal came to ambush him on a rainy night. With his vast experience, Bear Grylls quickly pieced together the sequence of events. Then isn't Chu Zhe in danger? Lu Wenwen expressed her concern. Wenwen, don't worry. This is a recording from last night. You saw Chu Zhe this morning. The guy was full of energy. Xiang smiled and said, That's true. Lu Wenwen relaxed, but then she thought of something unusual. Mr. He, this video should have been released by the official broadcaster in the morning. Why was it delayed until noon? Lu Wenwen asked. This? Xiang was momentarily stunned, then inwardly sighed. How the hell would I know? I was just invited to host. I don't know anyone from the production team. Of course, these were just his inner thoughts. He composed himself and explained. The noon time slot has higher viewership. Releasing it then would make it more explosive. That makes sense. Lu Wenwen fully agreed with this explanation. After all, most people are either working or studying in the morning. So who has time to watch the live stream? But at noon, when people are resting and having lunch, the live stream's popularity surges rapidly. As Xiang had predicted, the video's release caused a global sensation. On that stormy night, when all the contestants were holed up in their shelters, something earth-shattering happened to Chu Zhe's team. The video continued to play. In the footage, Chu Zhe suddenly shook his right hand, and a faint sound followed, though few noticed it. Then the jackal began to move, circling around Chuzhe. A few seconds later, the jackal charged straight at Chuzhe. In that instant, some timid viewers covered their eyes. Although they knew Chuzhe was unharmed, they couldn't help but fear the worst. Oh woo! The jackal's howl was particularly clear amidst the rain. Chuzhe bent down and delivered a punch to the jackal's belly as it leaped in the air. Immediately, the jackal flew high into the air and then crashed heavily to the ground. I'm stunned. What kind of inhuman move was that? No way. Did Chuzhe grow eyes on the back of his head? How did he narrowly dodge the jackal's attack and land a punch right on its belly? I'm not well educated, but holy shit, covers it all. When did Chuzhe become so strong? It seems he has no weaknesses now. The audience was deeply shocked by Chuzhe's punch. Although their perspective made it clear what Chuzhe and the jackal were doing, they knew from the beginning that the drone wasn't using thermal imaging. So the video was pitch black, with no visibility at all. Logically, Chuzhe shouldn't have been able to see the jackal. But the fact was right in front of them. Not only did Chuzhe see it, but he also hit the jackal precisely on its weak spot. How did he do that? Hixiang was baffled and turned to look at Lu Wenwen. After all, she was a world martial arts champion. No exaggeration, Hopkins and Bear Grylls combined wouldn't be a match for her. It's a form of martial combat. Lu Wenwen immediately recognized it. There's also a hint of boxing technique in it. Martial combat and boxing? Hixiang was very puzzled. According to the information, Chuzhe had never studied martial arts since childhood, and even his school's flexibility test results were negative. His flexibility was abysmal, and he wasn't cut out for martial arts. So how did he suddenly become like Mike Tyson, delivering a single punch that took down a jackal? Yes, and judging by Chuzhe's seamless movements, it seems he's practiced this countless times, not just by chance. Lu Wenwen affirmed. Born into a martial arts family and having trained since childhood, she possessed not only formidable skills, but also a keen eye. How is that possible? Hopkins' eyes widened, and his usual disdainful, arrogant face showed disbelief. He also knew some self-defense techniques, enough to handle 3 or 4 burly men. So he could see that what Chuzhe demonstrated was the real deal. This is bad. Hopkins frowned deeply. This would drastically reduce the success rate of his plan, meaning he'd have to make adjustments. This fool, exposing his true strength. Thinking of this, Hopkins sneered, his mood instantly lightening. In his eyes, Chuzhe was a dead man walking. No matter how high his fame or how much attention he garnered, what good would it do? In the end, he couldn't escape the fate of death. I need to inform Jack right away. Hopkins opened his phone and began contacting Jack. Meanwhile, Bear Grylls had been watching Hopkins' every expression. However, Bear Grylls quickly shifted his attention back to Chuzhe. He couldn't help but sigh, acknowledging that each generation produces its own talents. Chuzhe's current wilderness survival skills were quite impressive, with no mistakes and all the necessary skills, including archery and rock climbing. Now, with martial arts added to the mix, Bear Grylls immediately placed Chuzhe on par with himself in his mind. In that situation, even if Bear Grylls had been ambushed by the jackal, he wouldn't have been able to execute such a perfect counterattack. At this moment, the jackal on the ground in the video stirred. The audience held their breath. They had all assumed the jackal was dead, but it was still alive. This is bad. If the jackal hides in the darkness, Chuzhe will be in danger. Chuzhe, be careful. With the jackal's cunning, it will surely ambush again. Due to the thermal imaging, the audience couldn't see the jackal's glowing green eyes, assuming Chuzhe couldn't see the jackal's position. The jackal's next move left everyone stunned. The jackal turned and bolted into the forest, clearly trying to escape. Did I see that right? The night is the jackal's domain, and with the rain as cover, yet it was chased off by Chuzhe? I'm dying of laughter. Chuzhe is incredible. Me and my friends are stunned. For the first time, we see a predator being chased off by a human. This scene was deeply etched into the minds of hundreds of millions of viewers, leaving a lasting impression. And Chu Zhe's name resounded across the world. Chapter 131. The Arrogant Jack. Chu Zhe, what is he doing? He's a tough guy, charging straight ahead? My goodness, is this guy an owl? How did he know where the jackal was? Who knows? Right now I just want to shout out how awesome Chu Zhe is. The comments floated across the screen. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, brightening the entire scene. This was the first time the audience saw Chu Zhe and the jackal. In the next moment, Chu Zhe leaped forward and landed on the jackal. Before the jackal could turn around to bite him, Chu Zhe firmly pressed down on the jackal's head with one hand while his other hand transformed into a fist and pounded down fiercely. Thud, thud, thud. Although the video only contained the constant sound of rain, as Chu Zhe continued to punch, the audience's heart seemed to match the scene with a sound effect. This process lasted for nearly a minute. Only when Chu Zhe stood up did the audience start breathing again. Then they saw Chu Zhe dragging the jackal towards the bamboo hut. Is the jackal dead? Of course it's dead. Wait, then why can the thermal imaging still detect the jackal? Yeah, if it's dead, its blood wouldn't be circulating. So why can thermal imaging still detect it? On the contrary, if the jackal isn't dead, Chu Zhe should be careful. The audience discussed, with most feeling puzzled. Everyone has heard of thermal imaging, but I doubt many know the principle behind it, Bear said with a smile. Principle? Isn't it obvious, based on temperature? That's right, even elementary school kids know that. The audience still understood a bit. Yes, it is indeed based on temperature, Bear nodded. Thermal imaging was very useful in the wild, and he often carried it on his expeditions to observe if any animals were lurking nearby. So, do animal corpses really not appear on thermal imaging after death? Bear asked, shaking his head. The answer is no. The reason is simple. After an animal dies, its blood stops circulating, but its body temperature still exists, gradually decreasing over time. Thermal imaging detects objects that differ in temperature from the surrounding environment, so even if the animal is dead, it can still be detected. Moreover, as the corpse decomposes due to microorganisms, it produces a lot of heat, causing the body to rapidly warm up, making it even easier for thermal imaging to detect. Another useless piece of knowledge gained. Got it. I'll go find corpses with thermal imaging goggles. I understand now. If you kill someone, bury the body deep. The audience joked. Xiang quickly interrupted, steering the conversation back on track. The video continued. The final segment showed Chu Zhe, drenched, entering the bamboo hut. When the camera shifted to the jackal on the floor, the screen suddenly went black. However, in that instant, the audience saw everything clearly. Goodness, the jackal's head was completely flattened, lying on the ground like a piece of skin. Did I see that wrong? The jackal's skull was crushed? Holy crap, what kind of strength is that? The skull is the hardest part of an animal. Chu Zhe, you're full of surprises. The audience was stunned. If someone had told them before that they could crush a jackal's skull with their bare hands, they wouldn't have believed it, thinking it was absurd. But Chu Zhe proved with facts that it was entirely possible. Chu Zhe, I'm not his match, Lu Wenwen said, taking a deep look at Chu Zhe before letting out a long sigh. However, she admitted that she was indeed inferior to Chu Zhe in terms of strength. In actual combat, she was still quite confident. After all, she had defeated competitors from over 100 countries to win the championship. When it came to martial arts, she feared no one. This kid has some tricks up his sleeve, Hopkins mused. He had just thought of a new plan but felt it wasn't feasible. Black bear. Hopkins suddenly remembered the black bear that had appeared near the camp. Bears were much stronger than humans, with thick skin and flesh. Chu Zhe definitely wouldn't be a match. That's the way to go. Hopkins hurriedly sent the message to Jack. However, he didn't know that Jack's position might be in jeopardy at the moment. On the island where the program was based, in a conference room, 7 or 8 people in suits were seated. Jack stood indifferently to the side. Jack! The man sitting on the side, named Mocha, shouted sharply, his tone extremely unpleasant. Don't think that with George's backing, you can do whatever you want. Oh really? What can you do about it? Jack sneered. At this moment, his arrogance and disdain were fully displayed. Besides, what evidence is there that I deleted the video? You. Mocha was furious but laughed instead, as the crime had already been exposed, yet Jack was still quibbling. The problematic video was recorded at 10 p.m. last night. And last night, the monitor for Group 36, which is Chu Zhe's group, was you, Jack? From the surveillance footage, we can see that no one else touched the computer except you. That means no one else had the opportunity to commit the crime. Jack, do you still want to deny it? Mocha said, revealing a triumphant smile. He had long disliked this Jack, who had immense background, and seizing this rare opportunity, he was determined to get rid of him. The program team didn't need such a useless scumbag. No, 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 Jack said, shaking his finger, leaning against the table, and speaking casually. My computer was hacked by a hacker. It must have been the hacker who did it. Hacker? Mocha's mouth twitched. Jack was clearly lying through his teeth. Based on the evidence currently available, it was obvious that Jack was the culprit. As for Jack's claim of a hacker, Mocha didn't believe it. After all, the security level here was very high, comparable to a national defense system, and only a handful of hackers in the world could break in. And why would someone of that stature break in just to delete a video? Jack, fabricating such a lame excuse, are you admitting it yourself? Admit? Huh. Jack scoffed, then pulled out a chair and sat down. Whether there was a hacker, just have your network engineers check it out. Mocha frowned, seeing Jack's nonchalant demeanor, as if there really was something to it. After glancing at his superior, Mocha immediately sent a few network engineers to investigate. A few minutes later, Mocha's face turned grim. According to the network engineers' repeated confirmation, there were indeed traces of a hacker's intrusion on the computer, and the time coincided with early yesterday morning. Well, Minister Mocha? Jack said, crossing his legs and assuming an arrogant posture. Mocha? The one sitting in the center was Errol, in charge of everything on the island and also a board member. Sir, the network department reports that there were traces of an external hacker intrusion. Mocha bowed his head respectfully. Chapter 132. The outcome. The cunning fox. ***. What? Is our network defense so vulnerable? Errol slammed the table, visibly angry. They not only stored the full-day recordings of 200 contestants, but also the surveillance footage of the entire production team. If hackers got their hands on it, the situation would escalate significantly. The privacy of the contestants and staff would be exposed to billions of people worldwide. Errol didn't care whether the show would be canceled, but his position as a board member would definitely be at risk. Luckily, my uncle is a step ahead. Old Ginger is still the spiciest. Jack remained calm, his admiration for George reaching new heights. Last night, after deleting the recordings, Jack had pondered over his actions and ultimately decided to inform George, who was in the United States. As expected, George scolded him harshly. George then assured Jack that he would handle the aftermath, telling him not to worry. Sure enough, an hour later, Jack discovered a Trojan on his computer, signaling a hacker's intrusion. Although Jack was a playboy, he wasn't stupid. He quickly understood George's intentions. This was why Jack remained unfazed even after the incident was exposed. Mr. Director, our network defense system has no flaws. It's just that the hackers are highly skilled. The head of IT bowed his head. Strengthen the network defense immediately. No more such lapses. Errol snorted coldly. He and George were not on the same team. In fact, they were rivals. Errol had always been displeased with Jack's involvement. Last time, Jack's mistake was glossed over due to George's personal intervention. This time, however, Jack had clearly made a mistake, yet it was conveniently blamed on hackers. All right. Errol waved his hand, deciding to put an end to the matter. Since there was no direct evidence linking Jack to the incident, there was no point in wasting time discussing it further. After all, the top-tier hacker must have covered their tracks perfectly, something George undoubtedly did, as Jack lacked the brains for such a feat. Let's leave it at that, Errol said. Although it was the hacker's doing, Jack is responsible for inadequate supervision. He will be docked 3 months' salary as punishment. Director? Mocha looked at Errol in disbelief. As Errol's subordinate, he knew his boss and George were rivals. In his view, Errol should have seized this opportunity to investigate the matter thoroughly, uncovering some clues for sure. But Errol ultimately let Jack off the hook. Don't worry, Director. I won't be so careless next time. After giving a perfunctory reply, Jack pushed the door open and left. Ding. As soon as he stepped out, Jack's phone chimed. He paused, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and then hid in a secluded corner. After opening his phone, his eyes widened, and after a moment of contemplation, a sly smile crept onto his face. As expected of the Snake King. Bold ideas, indeed. But this will make the plan more challenging. It seems I'll have to activate my hidden pawn. Jack thought for a moment, then calmly walked toward the rest area. Meanwhile, Chu Zhe and Shan Huangxue were trekking through the forest. Both wore serious expressions, carefully scanning their surroundings. Just a few minutes ago, Shan Huangxue had narrowly escaped an ambush by a venomous snake coiled around a tree. Had she not reacted quickly, she would have been killed on the spot. The snake's deep yellow skin blended seamlessly with the tree branches, making it nearly invisible from a distance. This was nature's camouflage. It was no wonder Chu Zhe and Shan Huangxue hadn't noticed it. Therefore, they were even more cautious than usual. Chu Zhe. What's that? Shan Huangxue pointed at something. Huh. Chu Zhe squinted and looked in the direction she was pointing. Sure enough, a bushy brown tail was sticking out from the bushes. A fox. Chu Zhe's heart leaped with joy. Earlier, they had come across a dead fox on their way here, but neither its meat nor its fur was usable. To their surprise, they had stumbled upon a live fox. Watch this. Before Chu Zhe could finish, he accidentally stepped on a twig buried in the mud. He hadn't noticed it at all. The twig snapped, producing a crisp sound. In that instant, both Chu Zhe and Shan Huangxue's faces changed. Crap! Both of them knew something was wrong. Sure enough, the bushes rustled. The next moment, a small head peeked out, cautiously observing them. Then, with a swift turn, it bolted. Fox pelts are valuable. We can't let it get away. Seeing this, Chu Zhe immediately gave chase. Shan Huangxue followed closely behind, her speed not much slower than Chu Zhe's. Despite its short legs and body, the fox's speed through the forest was surprisingly fast, not lagging behind Chu Zhe much. Thus, a fox sprinted ahead, while Chu Zhe and Shan Huangxue pursued it relentlessly. In reality, Chu Zhe could have caught up easily, but he had to dodge trees and branches, significantly slowing him down. The distance between them and the fox grew wider. Foxes can't be underestimated. They're really fast. Yeah, like slippery eels. Who can catch them? Wait, that fox looks familiar to me. Brother, don't joke around. That's a fox from the island. How could you have seen it before? Now that you mention it, I do feel like I've seen it somewhere. Witnessing this, the audience gained a new appreciation for foxes. A small group of viewers even mentioned feeling a sense of familiarity. There, quite a few viewers say this fox looks familiar. What do you think? He Xiang asked in surprise. He personally didn't see anything special. Foxes all look the same to him. That's strange. I feel like I've seen it before too. Bear frowned, deep in thought. Foxes, I remember yesterday. That's it. Bear's eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh. Bear, did you figure it out? Lu Wenwen noticed Bear's expression and asked. If I'm not mistaken, this fox is the same one Johnson encountered yesterday. Bear confidently stated. What? Impossible. One of the two foxes Johnson let go? No wonder it looked familiar. I saw it yesterday. Bear has an amazing memory. He could even remember that. The audience was in an uproar. Some sharp-minded viewers quickly caught on. So Johnson's landing spot wasn't far from Chu Zhe's? This is going to get interesting. Excited. So excited. At that moment, after an intense chase, Chu Zhe and Shan Huangxue still lost sight of the fox. The two emerged from the forest, disheartened. The next moment, they were stunned. Their faces showed shock, as if they had seen a ghost. A shovel identical to theirs was lying in a puddle, and beside it were two corpses. One was a wild boar, and the other appeared to be a human. Chapter 133. The Horrific Scene. The Second Shovel. Chuze. Shen Huangxue was shocked, but her face showed little fear. This wasn't surprising, as she was a descendant of traditional Chinese medicine and had seen countless corpses. So, the presence of a corpse didn't startle her. What surprised her was why there was a corpse here. Look at the black Chongfeng Yi. It belongs to a contestant, Chuze said gravely. Look at the black Chongfeng Yi. It belongs to a contestant, Chuze said gravely. The production team had provided all 200 contestants with identical style and color of Chongfeng Yi to ensure fairness. After all, if they were given white or blue clothes, they would be too conspicuous in the forest, which wouldn't be fair to the contestants. Thus, all contestants wore black jackets. What exactly happened here? Shen Huangxue looked around vigilantly. Chuze gripped his shovel and stepped forward. If it were before, he might not have been so reckless. But now, with his intermediate combat skills, he was confident he could react and counterattack even if a lion ambushed him. As he approached the buffalo, Chuze smelled a strong stench of blood. The blood had turned the puddle red, spreading around like a scene from hell. What a tragedy, Chuze muttered as he examined the buffalo. The entire body had been gutted, with chunks of meat torn off, exposing the white bones. Chuze crouched down, touched the blood on the bones, and found it had coagulated. He rubbed his hands to remove the blood, then shifted his gaze to the corpse wearing the black Chongfeng Yi nearby. After a glance, Chuze frowned. This was beyond just tragic. The corpse's face was unrecognizable, and the body was in pieces. Even the internal organs had been dug out and exposed to the air. What exactly happened here? And who was this contestant? Chuze wondered. He only knew the Chinese contestants and wasn't familiar with others. Judging by the yellow hair, the deceased was likely a foreigner. At that moment, Shen Huangxue walked past Chuze and approached the corpse. Chuze, the person died less than an hour ago, she said confidently after crouching down for a few seconds. Oh, how do you know that? Chuze asked curiously. It's simple, Shen Huangxue smiled and pointed to a spot on the corpse. See this purple-blue mark? Purple-blue? Chuze stepped closer and saw the mark on the chest. This is called liver mortis. It usually appears half an hour after death, and its area increases with time. So, by estimating the size of the liver mortis, we can roughly determine the time of death. Are you sure you're a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner and not a forensic scientist? Chuze asked in surprise. Times are changing, Chuze. We traditional Chinese medicine practitioners don't live in isolation, you know. Shen Huangxue shot him a look. I've also made a discovery, Chuze said, plucking a few strands of hair from the zipper of the black Chongfeng Yi. After examining them and studying the footprints on the ground, he said gravely, it's likely this contestant was killed by a tiger. Tigers, known as the king of beasts, are among the strongest predators. Their sharp, fengli teeth can crush anything. We need to leave quickly. Chuze immediately picked up the shovel stained with blood and headed back with Shen Huangxue. Although Chuze wasn't afraid of tigers, Shen Huangxue was with him. If the tiger attacked her, it would be bad. Even if he could protect her once, he couldn't guarantee her safety indefinitely. Shen Huangxue, let's go to the beach to clean the shovel, take the geranium, and return to the campsite immediately, Chuze said worriedly. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. What kind of island is this? It has saltwater crocodiles, black bears, and even tigers. The top predators could almost form a mahjong game. I wonder if other contestants are as unlucky as we are, Chuze thought. Chuze, don't forget there are saltwater crocodiles under the cliff by the sea. Isn't it dangerous to go there to clean the blood? Shen Huangxue recalled the 6-meter-long crocodile. Who knows how old it was to grow that big? Saltwater crocodiles are as sensitive to the smell of blood as sharks. If the blood mixes with the sea, the crocodile would surely swim over within a minute. However, Chu Zhe wasn't concerned. Instead, he mused, I've heard crocodile meat is a delicacy. I wonder if it's true. Chu Zhe, you? Shun Huangshue's mouth twitched. Chu Zhe was actually thinking about how crocodile meat tasted. He was insane. Well, as long as we don't go into the water, we'll be safe, Shun Huangshue shrugged, not saying much. She knew that land animals were more dangerous than marine creatures. They couldn't bring the blood-stained shovel back to the campsite. That would attract too many predators, putting both of them in danger. Meanwhile, the audience couldn't help but laugh. Chu Zhe took Johnson's group's shovel. I'm dying of laughter. Smith is so unlucky. His insides were torn out by a tiger. By the way, doesn't Chu Zhe taking another group's tool violate the rules? Violate what? This is just picking up a bargain, not stealing. Exactly, there's no rule against this. Even He Xiang nodded in approval. Although Smith was dead, he was an American, so He Xiang wasn't too sad. Johnson's group had been a top contender, and Smith had shown decent abilities, though not as strong as Johnson. With Smith dead and Chu Zhe taking the shovel, Johnson's group strength had plummeted. How would Johnson survive on his own with nothing? Humph! Hopkins glared at Chu Zhe while secretly cursing Johnson. If they hadn't gone out after the rain to look for opportunities, they wouldn't have encountered the tiger, Smith wouldn't have died, and the shovel wouldn't have been lost. Now, with the top contenders weakened, what would they use to chop trees or dissect? Just the sharpened stones and sticks they had before? Johnson, you've disappointed me, Hopkins sighed. At this moment, Johnson didn't know the shovel was gone. He returned to the cave, holding a wooden spear, and rested with his eyes closed. The tiger would need time to eat, so he couldn't go now. But he also couldn't wait too long, as there were 200 people on the island, and someone else might take it if he delayed. The chances of that were slim, though, as Johnson hadn't found any traces of other contestants in a week. It's about time, Johnson calculated and stood up. Time to reclaim what's mine. Chapter 134. The Shadow by the Sea. By the way, Chu Zhe. On the way, Shun Huangshue suddenly thought of something. There was only one body, so where did the other person go? That's true. Chu Zhe thought for a moment. He had indeed only seen one body earlier. Maybe it was taken by a tiger? Chu Zhe suggested. But it's also possible that the other person escaped or died halfway. If the other teammate is still alive, isn't it a bit wrong for us to take their things? Shin Huangshue said somewhat embarrassedly. Ahem. Chu Zhe coughed lightly. This girl was too naive. Did she think this was a game of pretend? Their purpose here wasn't just to challenge themselves, but also to win the 400 million prize, wasn't it? Weapons could be made slowly, but you could never have too many shovels. Chu Zhe was already imagining the scene of two shovels working simultaneously. Shin Huangshue, does it matter to us whether the other person is dead or alive? Chu Zhe asked back. We haven't broken any rules, nor have we stolen or robbed. We picked it up in broad daylight on the road. No one would say anything even if they saw us. Chu Zhe, stealing our shovel from the United States. My God, what has that bastard done? Disgraceful. Are all people from China like this? The audience from the United States cursed loudly. As for me, I just want to say, well done, Chu Zhe. Laughing to death, the people from the United States are furious. Yeah, not only did the top favorite team lose a member, but even their tools were taken by Chu Zhe. The audience from China was delighted. Not long after Chu Zhe left, the program's helicopter arrived at the scene of the death. Unable to land in the forest, 2 staff members descended by rope. Dressed in protective suits and gloves, they remained calm upon seeing the scene, clearly experienced. They quickly and efficiently placed the shattered body into a bag and then cleaned up any traces. This was to prevent contestants from seeing footprints and making incorrect judgments. After finishing, the helicopter left. In the rainforest, Shun Huangshue seemed to hear something and looked up. As usual, all she saw were the towering trees blocking the sky, with no view of the heavens. What's wrong, Shun Huangshue? Chu Zhe asked. I thought I heard the sound of helicopter blades just now. Shun Huangshue was not sure. Helicopter blades? Chu Zhe also habitually looked up and explained, "That's not surprising. Since someone died, the program team naturally has to come to retrieve the body. They can't just leave it exposed in the wild to be eaten by wild animals, can they?" "That's true." Shen Huangxue nodded and didn't pay it any more attention. Compared to their journey there, Chu Zhe and Shan Huangxue quickened their pace on the way back, yet it still took nearly an hour to reach the beach. The smell is even stronger. Chu Zhe pinched his nose. After a morning of exposure, the thousands of dead crabs had multiplied countless bacteria and microorganisms, making the smell even more pungent. Shen Huangxue, how come you're not reacting at all? Chu Zhe looked at Shan Huangxue, only to find her expressionless, as if she had no sense of smell. What's the big deal? Shen Huangxue smiled. My sense of smell is very sensitive. I smelled it from a distance, but for me, the smell is just average. This is average? Chu Zhe was astonished. To him, this smell was no less than that of feces. There are also some smelly ones in traditional Chinese medicine. I'm used to it. Shen Huangxue said calmly. You're impressive. Chu Zhe gave her a thumbs up. Then the task of cleaning the shovel falls to you? Sure. Shen Huangxue didn't refuse, and even reached out her hand as she spoke. Just kidding. I'll do it. Chu Zhe certainly wouldn't let Shen Huangxue clean it. As previously mentioned, if it attracted saltwater crocodiles, Shen Huangxue definitely wouldn't be able to handle it. No need to argue. I'll go too. Shen Huangxue understood Chu Zhe's intentions, but she still didn't want him to be in danger alone. At the very least, she could help him, even if it was just a little bit. Knowing the girl's stubbornness, Chu Zhe nodded and threw the other shovel they owned to Shen Huangxue before stepping onto the beach. With this, let's see if the saltwater crocodile dares to come over. Shen Huangxue gripped the shovel and swung it, feeling much safer instantly. With the shovel as a weapon, even if a saltwater crocodile attacked, she wouldn't be afraid. Chu Zhe, feel free to wash, I'll protect you. Shen Huangxue was very confident. All right, then I'll start washing. Chu Zhe walked into the sea, directly placing the shovel in the water and began scrubbing. The bloodstains had dried on it, making it relatively difficult to clean. Chu Zhe seemed calm on the surface, but he was actually fully focused on the surrounding sea. If he noticed any large ripples or strange sounds, he would immediately retreat to the beach. Even a shark might not be able to defeat a saltwater crocodile in the water, but on land, Chu Zhe was 100% confident in handling it. Shen Huangxue squinted, ready to strike. Chu Zhe, who was washing the shovel, was at his most vulnerable, and she had to spot the saltwater crocodile immediately and drive it away. Chu Zhe washed very carefully. He didn't want any residual bloodstains that might attract wild animals. Otherwise, this trip would be in vain. Bending down, Chu Zhe suddenly felt a chill down his spine and his eyelids twitched. Is the saltwater crocodile here? Chu Zhe stared at the calm sea, not noticing any sign of the saltwater crocodile. However, he didn't let his guard down. Saltwater crocodiles could lurk in the water for a long time and might have already swum nearby. First, retreat to the beach. Chu Zhe took a silent step back. At that moment, a sudden splash of water and a loud splash followed, and a massive figure opened its blood-filled mouth, instantly biting towards Chu Zhe's waist. Holy crap! Chu Zhe's hair stood on end, but he remained calm in the face of the sudden crisis. But Shen Huangxue turned pale, gritted her teeth, and charged forward. She could tell this was an adult saltwater crocodile, 5 meters long. Although not the strongest one, the pressure from being so close was still overwhelming. Chu Zhe. While shouting, Shen Huangxue raised the shovel in her hand. Too late, little girl. Chu Zhe let out a bitter laugh. Then his expression turned resolute. He held the shovel horizontally and directly stuffed it into the saltwater crocodile's mouth, which was over a foot long. He shoved it all the way in, getting stuck at the very back of the mouth. The front end was only a few centimeters away from Chu Zhe's chest. Lucky. Chu Zhe mocked himself. At this moment, the saltwater crocodile realized something was stuck in its mouth and opened its mouth, biting down hard. Crack! A faint sound was heard, and several teeth fell out. Chapter 135. Difficult to deal with. Still trying to bite through the shovel? What a joke. Seeing the saltwater crocodile's foolish action, Chu-Zhe couldn't help but chuckle. The entrenching tool was made of high-carbon steel, extremely hard. The crocodile's teeth, though also hard, were as fragile as glass compared to the shovel. Chu-Zhe, I'm coming. Shen Huangxue was ready to give the crocodile a whack with the shovel. Shen Huangxue, don't move. I'll flip the crocodile over, and then you press the shovel firmly against its belly. Chu-Zhe quickly shouted. What? You're going to flip it over? Shen Huangxue was stunned, unable to believe it. After all, an adult saltwater voice was urgent and loud, exploding in her ears. Although she couldn't understand why Chu-Zhe said this, Shen Huangxue trusted him completely. Without hesitation, she immediately retreated, her body moving backward. As she retreated, she noticed out of the corner of her eye that Chu-Zhe had stepped on the crocodile's lower jaw and then pulled the shovel out to the side, leaping backward. Chu-Zhe, what's going on? Shen Huangxue asked. Look at the sea. Chu-Zhe's face was grim. Shen Huangxue turned her head and saw, after a few seconds, a dozen saltwater crocodiles emerging from the water, lined up, their eyes fixed on them. Why so many? Shen Huangxue was shocked. Being targeted by a dozen adult saltwater crocodiles would leave nothing but bones. Fortunately, this group of crocodiles knew the ocean was their territory and didn't rush ashore recklessly. They're trying to save that crocodile. Chu-Zhe was very regretful. He had already flipped the crocodile, and with a swipe of the shovel, the unprotected belly would have been instantly slashed open, allowing them to drag the crocodile back to the camp. Both the crocodile leather and meat are rare resources. This isn't simple. While frustrated, Chu-Zhe analyzed the situation. Chu-Zhe, what did you notice? Shen Huangxue stood on the sand, with dense forest behind her. Look closely. Chu-Zhe pointed to the crocodile that had attacked him. After they left, the crocodile, with the help of the buoyancy of the water, finally flipped over and planted its limbs on the sand. Knowing its companions had arrived, the crocodile glared fiercely at Chu-Zhe and Shen Huangxue. It seemed to know it had nearly died at the hands of these two. After a low growl, the crocodile slowly retreated and returned to the sea. At the same time, a larger shadow appeared in their field of vision. That is, Shen Huangxue's pupils contracted. The 6-meter-long saltwater crocodile king had arrived, and the crocodile that had attacked them walked up to the crocodile king, behaving intimately, as if there was some relationship. Chu-Zhe, are you saying that the crocodile that attacked us has a deep relationship with the crocodile king, possibly a mate or offspring, and therefore, upon discovering it was in danger, immediately ordered the other crocodiles to attack? Shen Huangxue said with apprehension. Probably. Chu-Zhe looked deeply at the saltwater crocodile king. It seemed that to deal with this group of crocodiles, they would first have to deal with the crocodile king. But from the way it had commanded earlier, it was clear that the crocodile king had some intelligence and wouldn't be foolish enough to charge onto the shore to fight them. If that's the case, Chu-Zhe's eyes darted around, and he started jumping from side to side. Not only that, but he also shouted, "Come here, little crocodile." Chu-Zhe. Shen Huangxue stared wide-eyed at Chu-Zhe. If she didn't know this man was normal, she might have thought he was crazy. Although the saltwater crocodiles couldn't understand the strange behavior of humans or what he was shouting, the fact that he wasn't running away but instead jumping around was clearly a provocation to them. The crocodiles were getting restless, and soon two of them couldn't resist anymore, preparing to climb ashore to bite the extremely arrogant human to death. At this moment, the crocodile king behind them growled a few times. The front crocodiles immediately retreated. Within half a minute, all the crocodiles had disappeared into the sea. Difficult to deal with. Seeing this, Chu-Zhe frowned. Shen Huangxue also understood. It turned out that Chu-Zhe was trying to provoke the saltwater crocodiles. Chu-Zhe, what did you notice? Shen Huangxue asked. I'll make a trap when I have time. After thinking for a while, Chu-Zhe said. Although the crocodile king was clever, Chu-Zhe wasn't without a plan. It was just that the materials needed were difficult to make, and required some time to prepare. Are these crocodiles so intelligent? Maybe it's because they've lived for a long time. After all, it's 6 meters long. When that group of crocodiles came, I almost peed my pants just watching through the screen. I'm already taking a shower, stinking of urine. That scene was too real. As the largest reptiles in the world, saltwater crocodiles have an overwhelming sense of oppression. Even through the screen, the audience was terrified. After all, the average adult male height is around 1.7 meters, while an adult saltwater crocodile is 3 times that length. In the audience's eyes, it's a massive creature. Let's go. Chu Zhe turned and left. Shun Huangxue followed. Suddenly, Chu Zhe felt a chill down his spine and abruptly turned around. He found a pair of eyes emerging from the sea, staring dead at him. The Crocodile King? Chu Zhe twisted his neck and smiled. Then, after taking the geranium, the two headed back to the camp. Although they had wandered around all day and seemed to have no significant gains. But let's not talk about anything else. Just the value of the new entrenching tool they obtained far exceeds the harvest of a single animal. After all, animals can be hunted, but there are only 100 entrenching tools in total, each extremely precious. Moreover, they had a very sumptuous seafood feast by the sea, plus the mosquito-repelling plant geranium. It can be said that the harvest was quite rich. Chapter 136. Worsening Condition. Clues Uncovered. Cough, cough. Wang Jun's face was pale as he leaned against a tree, coughing incessantly. Beside him, Suyu was constructing a new shelter. Judging by that guy's condition, he won't make it through the night, Suyu thought, keeping a close eye on Wang Jun's every move. Bring me some water, Wang Jun said weakly, too exhausted even to address Suyu by name. Suyu's expression darkened, but he still filled a wooden cup with water and handed it to Wang Jun. Wang Jun gulped it down in one go, only to feel his head growing even heavier. This is bad. My condition has worsened again, Wang Jun thought, fully aware of his deteriorating state. He knew that due to the lack of proper nutrition over the past 6 days, his immune system had weakened significantly, making him easily susceptible to catching a cold, which had now spiraled out of control. Cough. Wang Jun coughed again, spitting a mouthful of phlegm into the jungle. Suyu frowned but said nothing. Despite his own robust health, he was not immune to the risk of being infected by Wang Jun. I need to speed up, Suyu thought as he finished the framework for 2 shelters, with only the exposed parts left to fill in. Suyu, have you really not seen any medicinal herbs that could help? Wang Jun asked, slapping his cheeks to stay awake, his voice tinged with desperation. Herbs aren't easy to find, and I'm not a traditional Chinese medicine expert. Usually, in wilderness survival situations, I just carry a first aid kit. I'm not very familiar with herbs, Suyu replied, shaking his head. He wasn't deceiving Wang Jun. He truly lacked expertise in this area. Common Chinese herbs used to treat minor ailments might not even exist on this island, considering the vastly different growing conditions. Even if we found a few, their effects would be negligible and wouldn't address the current crisis. After all, traditional Chinese medicine typically requires a combination of several herbs to be effective. Drink more hot water. Maybe it'll help, Wang Jun said, refusing to give up as he drank another cup of hot water. I have to hold on. I absolutely must hold on. Wang Jun thought, his voice barely a whisper as he inwardly roared with determination. He was burdened with massive gambling debts, and without winning a substantial prize, his future would be utterly ruined. Finally back, Chu Zhe and Shan Huangxue, after walking all day, finally returned to their camp. Seeing the familiar bamboo hut, both of them showed signs of fatigue. No one could walk for an entire day without feeling the strain, especially after going through so much. Despite the red glow in the sky, neither Chu Zhe nor Shan Huangxue was in a hurry. They first rested inside the bamboo hut, during which Chu Zhe also lit a fire. Not bad, Chu Zhe said, stroking the newly acquired engineering shovel with satisfaction. As he touched the blade, Chu Zhe noticed significant wear, indicating it had been used extensively. What kind of people are in that group to have used the engineering shovel like this? Chu Zhe wondered, puzzled. Maybe they were cutting wood to build a shelter, Shen Huangshue chuckled. Could be, Chu Zhe nodded. If that were the case, it would either be an experienced group or two newcomers. Oh well, I don't care who it is, Chu Zhe said with a carefree laugh, stretching his body before picking up a steel pot and heading outside. At the same time, Johnson was stunned by what he saw in front of him, so much so that he didn't even notice his wooden spear falling to the ground. According to his memory, there should have been Smith's body next to the wild boar, with an engineering shovel nearby. But now, both the body and the shovel were gone. What happened? Johnson clenched his fists in anger, then picked up his spear and walked over. He wasn't worried about any wild animals attacking, as there was nothing left to eat. The wild boar's meat had already spoiled after a day of intense heat, with microorganisms multiplying rapidly, emitting a foul stench. Even if a wolf were starving, it wouldn't touch such food, as it would surely sicken or even kill them. Approaching the wild boar, Johnson first noticed irregular bloodstains about a meter away on the ground, now dried and dark brown. This must be where Smith was killed, Johnson muttered, crouching down to examine the ground closely. He picked up a small piece of black fabric and surveyed the surrounding area. The material of the Chongfeng Yi suggests that Smith was collected by the production team, Johnson deduced immediately. If the body had been dragged away by a wild animal, there would have been more fabric scattered around, not just in one spot. Additionally, there were no signs of dragging, leading Johnson to conclude that the production team must have taken the body. So how did the engineering shovel disappear? Was it taken by the production team? Johnson thought, then dismissed the idea. The production team's background was enormous, so they wouldn't single him out for trouble. Was it taken by a wild animal? Johnson considered, then began to carefully examine the ground. If a wild animal had carried away the shovel, there would be some trace left behind. Nothing, Johnson growled in frustration. Where had the engineering shovel gone? Damn it, without the shovel, my efficiency will be much slower. What should I do? Johnson thought, unwilling to give up as he lay down on the ground, inspecting every inch of soil. Soon, he found the spot where the shovel had originally been. This wasn't surprising. When Smith died, the ground was still moist, and the shovel had left a noticeable mark when it fell. It was only under the setting sun that Johnson hadn't noticed it at first. What's this? Johnson squinted, his gaze falling on the edge of a puddle. There, he saw a footprint, half in the water and half on the soil. Is this Smith's footprint or? Johnson wondered, suspecting someone else might have been there. However, there were over a dozen of Smith's footprints around, so Johnson measured them with his fingers and compared them to the footprint in the puddle. He found that the footprint in the puddle was significantly larger than Smith's. Different. Johnson's eyes narrowed with a fierce glint. He realized someone must have taken his engineering shovel. Judging by the sole pattern, it was clearly from a contestant, not a staff member collecting the body. Don't let me find out who took my stuff, or I'll make sure you have no place to bury your corpse. Johnson growled, cutting a small piece of wild boar hide before turning to leave. He needed to start making traps to defend against unknown enemies. Meanwhile, Chu Zhe sneezed on the way back. Who's cursing me? Chu Zhe rubbed his nose, puzzled by the sudden sneeze. I haven't offended anyone. Maybe someone's praising me, Chu Zhe muttered to himself, carrying the steel pot filled with water back to the camp. Chapter 137. The Method. Happy Hikawa Hirabomi. Dinner's ready. Dinner's ready. As dusk fell, the bamboo hut glowed with the light of a crackling fire, casting a rosy hue on the faces of the two inside, making them look like apples. Chu Zhe smiled and lifted the pot lid, releasing a cloud of steam that rose and dissipated into the air. It smells so good. Chu Zhe was impatient. The long trek of the afternoon had long since depleted the seafood they had for lunch, leaving him feeling hollow inside, his stomach rumbling incessantly. Of course. Shen Huangshue gave a light hum, looking somewhat proud, as if to say that a meal made by her own hands couldn't possibly be anything but delicious. Chu Zhe's appetite was piqued, and he began eating first. Shen Huangshue, on the other hand, remained calm and unhurried. Picking up a piece of venison was one of them. It wasn't that they hadn't encountered any animals, or that they looked down on them. The reason was simple. They couldn't catch them, no matter what. So far, they had let animals escape more than 10 times. If they could have caught even one, they wouldn't be in such dire straits. Therefore, to fulfill Wang Yi's wish, they would have to keep scavenging. Shengjun, do you have any way to catch that badger? Wang Yi put aside unrealistic thoughts and decided to face reality. In fact, they had discovered a badger 3 days ago, and including today, they had encountered it 3 times. They had naturally tried 3 methods to capture it, but all had been in vain. In their eyes, the badger seemed to have become a spirit, always deftly dodging their traps or attacks, escaping effortlessly. Maybe we should dig a deeper pit? Shengjun swallowed and said, after finishing the wild chicken in 2 meals, catching that badger was their only way to have meat. Years away, there was a campsite glowing with firelight. Damn it, these cursed mosquitoes. Hikawa Hirabomi kept slapping his legs. He was wearing underwear made from his backpack. From his thighs down to his ankles, he was exposed, and since washing up at noon, he had been constantly surrounded by swarms of mosquitoes, the buzzing sound never ceasing. Seeing the dense red spots on his legs, Hikawa Hirabomi was terrified. Takeda-kun, do you think I might have contracted some disease? Compared to the blood he had lost, Hikawa Hirabomi was more concerned about his body. It's possible. Takeda Shinji involuntarily took a step back. Indeed, being bitten by so many mosquitoes, there was a real possibility of contracting a disease. That meant he needed to stay away from Hikawa Hirabomi. Then what about sleeping tonight? Takeda Shinji thought of a frightening possibility. Currently, there was only one shelter, and he would have to share it with Hikawa Hirabomi. No way, absolutely not. Takeda Shinji's face turned pale. The reason for the infection was obvious, but what he couldn't bear was the stench emanating from Hikawa Hirabomi's body. Even after washing for a long time, there was still a lingering smell. And then there was that pair of pants. Takeda Shinji's gaze shifted to the clothesline a meter away from the fire, his mouth twitching. There hung a pair of black mountain pants. The pants were already dry, but the yellow stains on the back were still visible, although lighter than in the morning. Hikawa-kun, you should wash those pants again. After a few glances, Takeda Shinji finally couldn't hold back and said. Hikawa Hirabomi heard this, stood up, and took the pants down, sniffing them close to his nose. Takeda-kun, there's no smell? He said, handing the pants to Takeda Shinji. Don't you believe me? Smell it? It's not about the smell. Takeda Shinji covered his nose with disdain and leaned back. Look at the back of the pants yourself. The back? Hikawa Hirabomi turned the pants over and looked, sighing. Takeda-kun, what can I do? There's no detergent, no soap. It's impossible to wash them clean. To be honest, I did a good job getting them this clean. Hikawa Hirabomi had no choice. He had washed these pants for an hour. He only stopped when he couldn't get anything else out of them. As for the underwear, it had been buried in the ground. As it was stained inside and out, no amount of washing would clean it. I guess I'm just unlucky. Takeda Shinji left with that remark, picking up a shovel and leaving the campsite. Takeda-kun, where are you going? Hikawa Hirabomi called out in a low voice. I'm going to find a place to sleep, don't worry about me. Takeda Shinji said coldly. In fact, he just climbed up a short tree next to the campsite. The temperature on the island at night was high, and without a shelter, one wouldn't catch a cold. The only thing Takeda Shinji had to worry about was the wild beasts and poisonous insects in the rainforest. As for wild beasts, there was no need to worry. Through several days of observation, Takeda Shinji knew that there were only small animals like badgers around, and they hadn't even heard the roars of any wild beasts. I can't be so unlucky as to be bitten by a poisonous insect, can I? On the short tree, Takeda Shinji yawned and muttered to himself before starting to rest. Hikawa Hirabomi, on the other hand, was quite happy. The shelter had been quite cramped, and since Takeda Shinji wasn't going to sleep there, that was even better. He jumped into the shelter, enjoying the space to himself. Chapter 138. Reaping What You Sow. The condition. ***. Late at night, Most of the contestants were deep asleep, but there were always a few who were destined to be sleepless. Gurgle. With a sudden churning in his stomach, Wang Yi woke up instantly. He wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and began rubbing his belly. For some reason, his stomach was hurting, and it wasn't just a normal ache. Did I eat something unclean? Wang Yi thought, enduring the pain. But he hadn't eaten anything strange today, only some wild chicken and dead fish he had picked up. I can't hold it anymore. Rubbing his belly didn't help. Instead, the churning inside grew worse. Wang Yi rushed out immediately to relieve himself. Shortly after Wang Yi left, Shang Jun also woke up. Not surprisingly, his symptoms were identical to Wang Yi's. After all, they had eaten the exact same food in the same quantities. Oh my Lord, I was sleeping so soundly, and you pull this on me? Shang Jun sighed heavily. He had been having a beautiful dream where he was the world's richest man, with endless wealth, indulging in every luxury imaginable. But the dream shattered halfway through. When he opened his eyes, all that awaited him was a damp tree hole and annoying mosquitoes. What was I dreaming of? Shang Jun laughed bitterly after coming to his senses. Before he got involved in gambling, he actually had over $1 million in savings. Back then, he was quite the playboy, eating and drinking lavishly, surrounded by hangers-on. But after accumulating massive gambling debts, he lived on instant noodles, and those so-called friends vanished without a trace. In that moment, Shang Jun felt like a transparent person in society. No one cared, not even if he died. Where's Wang Yi? Shang Jun realized Wang Yi was no longer in the tree hole. But then he heard a loud biff amidst the noisy chirping of insects outside. So he's also got a stomachache. Well, I'm not the only one suffering. Shang Jun felt relieved and crawled out of the tree hole, heading in the opposite direction. For him, if Wang Yi wasn't suffering, Shang Jun would feel even worse than eating crap. Since Wang Yi was also in pain, Shang Jun felt no pressure and happily attended to his own needs. A few minutes later, both men returned to the tree hole. Huff. They kept taking deep breaths, continuing to rub their stomachs. Even after relieving themselves once, their stomachs showed no signs of stopping. Both could clearly hear the sounds coming from their stomachs. Here we go again? Wang Yi grimaced, his eyes wide as he immediately got up and rushed out. Wang Yi is too weak. Shang Jun watched coldly. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, he started paying attention to Wang Yi's every move. My stomach feels a bit better. Shang Jun felt a glimmer of relief. But his relief was short-lived. Soon, his stomach growled again. Shang Jun had to go out once more to relieve himself. This went on, and eventually, both men were completely exhausted. They leaned weakly against the tree hole, their faces pale, with no strength left in their bodies. Shang Jun, do you think this is because of something we ate? Wang Yi asked weakly. Maybe the wild chicken wasn't cooked long enough? Shang Jun replied weakly. Looks like we need to avoid dead animals. If this happens again, we're done for. Wang Yi laughed bitterly. The energy they had expended that night far exceeded what they had taken in during the day. Not only that, but their stomachs were now completely empty. Overall, they had lost big time. I'm so hungry. I really want some poached chicken, steamed chicken, or even a big plate of chicken. Shang Jun sighed heavily. Yeah, now that I think about it, it would be better to just work and pay off the debt. At least we'd have food to eat, unlike now, starving one moment, full the next. Wang Yi was so hungry his vision was blurry, and he felt a tinge of regret. Are you thinking of giving up? Shang Jun picked up on the tone in his voice. The production team allowed contestants to quit at any time. All they had to do was press the button on their wristband, and the production team would come to take them away. No, I was just kidding. Wang Yi shook his head. He wanted to give up, but reality didn't allow it. How would he pay off the debt if he quit? We have to hold on. Wang Yi reached under his butt and fished out a fruit, taking a bite. The crisp sound and faint aroma of the fruit immediately caught Shang Jun's attention. Holy crap, Wang Yi, do you still have food? Shang Jun was astonished. He had already finished his own stash, not even a crumb left. I was saving it for a midnight snack in case I got hungry. Wang Yi replied calmly. There's only one, and I can't share it with you. Just give me a bit? Shang Jun felt like his stomach was on fire. If he didn't eat something soon, he might end up with a perforated stomach. No way, I'm even hungrier than you. Wang Yi was firm. His condition wasn't any better than Shang Jun's, and their relationship wasn't exactly friendly, so helping Shang Jun was out of the question. How about this? I'll give you half of my share tomorrow? Seeing that soft persuasion wasn't working, Shang Jun started negotiating. Half isn't enough. I want a full share. Wang Yi said slowly. A full share? Are you crazy? You're taking advantage of my situation. Shang Jun, already weak, raised his voice in anger at Wang Yi's words. Half a fruit, and Wang Yi wanted a full share of his tomorrow's portion? That was ridiculous. You think I'm taking advantage? Wang Yi sneered, then lowered his voice, speaking slowly and deliberately. I am taking advantage of your situation. What are you going to do about it? If you have the guts, don't eat it. This? Shang Jun was stunned. Could he really refuse to eat? Of course not. Unless he wanted to endure a night of hunger. Last night, he had already lost sleep due to the thunder, and if he didn't sleep tonight, he might go insane. Fine, a full share it is. Now give it to me. Shang Jun clutched his stomach, feeling unbearable pain. TSK. Feels pretty good. In the darkness, Wang Yi looked arrogantly at Shang Jun. Although he couldn't see Shang Jun's face clearly, it must have been quite a sight. You better keep your word, Wang Yi said, breaking the fruit in half and handing the other half to Shang Jun. Shang Jun quickly grabbed it and stuffed it into his mouth. So good. So hungry that he didn't even chew. Shang Jun swallowed it like a pig eating ginseng fruit. After eating, it didn't help at all. His stomach still felt like it was on fire. Wang Yi, do you have any more? Shang Jun's voice trembled slightly. Really none left. Wang Yi shook his head. He had managed to hide one. Expecting a whole stash was unrealistic. Besides, if Shang Jun had found out, Wang Yi would have been left with no choice but to swallow his words. Chapter 139. Wang Jun's departure. The plan begins. Jun, where are you? I have money now, don't leave me. In his sleep, Wang Jun mumbled to himself in a daze. Suyu was not by his side. He had already built a second shelter and was resting. My head is killing me. Wang Jun suddenly woke up, feeling an unbearable headache, a cold chill all over his body, and his forehead burning hot. If this continues, I will definitely have to withdraw from the competition. Wang Jun still had a sliver of consciousness and was calmly analyzing the situation. If he were to be killed by a wild animal, that would be it. The production team wouldn't have time to rescue him. But if a contestant falls ill and the condition worsens, the production team would certainly not stand idly by. The wristband worn by the contestants has the function of monitoring various physical indicators. Wang Jun knew that if he didn't do something, the production team's helicopter might already be on its way. Suyu, that guy, bragged about being the top wilderness survival expert in China, but now it seems he's not much to write home about. As Wang Jun muttered, he crawled out of the shelter. Moonlight poured down, casting a silvery glow over the lush forest. Despite the beautiful scenery, Wang Jun had no heart to appreciate it, as his life might be at stake. I don't believe there's not a single herb in this vast place. With that, Wang Jun dragged his heavy body into the darkness. Since Suyu couldn't be relied upon, he had no choice but to rely on himself. He had no way back. He was gambling with his life. No success, no survival. At the same time, on the satellite island where the production team was stationed, two figures were whispering in a dark corner, and upon closer inspection, one of them was Jack. Has the shift been arranged? Jack asked in a low voice. Yes, young master. The shadow replied. Good. Right. As long as the mission is completed successfully, I will definitely report to Uncle George and note your great contribution. Jack nodded and said slowly, Thank you, young master. Wright's eyes lit up, and he grinned. The two began to confirm the details of the mission from start to finish to ensure that no mistakes would occur. Young master, what about the control tower? Jack was a bit concerned. Don't worry, I've already arranged everything, Jack said confidently. That's good. Wright nodded. This way, he could basically complete the mission. Right? Everything is in your hands. Finally, Jack patted his shoulder and said in a deep voice, I guarantee the mission will be completed, Wright said and disappeared into the darkness. Jack, humming a tune, walked towards the rest hall with a light step. An hour later, it was already late at night. Two figures appeared on the helicopter pad of the satellite island. One of the figures was carrying a bag, which looked bulging, and it was unclear what was inside. Owen, is everything ready? Wright asked in a low voice. It's ready. Owen hefted the bag on his back and replied. Then let's go quickly, Wright said and walked towards a helicopter at the back. Owen followed. After pushing open the door, the two entered. Wright was the pilot, while Owen sat in the back. His task was also extremely important. A few minutes later, a helicopter took off from the silent helipad without attracting any attention. Meanwhile, Jack, with his legs crossed, took a sip of wine elegantly. Let's see, it should have taken off by now. Chuze, wait for the big gift I'm sending you. Soon, Jack returned to his computer. He couldn't wait to see Chuze's death. The show is starting. We've reached the island. In just over 10 minutes, the helicopter arrived over the island. Wright operated the control stick while inputting the pre-recorded latitude and longitude into the main control screen and activating the autopilot function. Owen, get ready. Wright glanced at their position and called out. Understood. Seeing this, Owen immediately opened the bag and took out its contents. It turned out to be a cage. Upon closer inspection, it contained 4 small animals, 2 bamboo rats and 2 wild rabbits. Owen tied 1 bamboo rat and 1 wild rabbit together, then attached another rope to the seat below. Ready, Owen said. Wright nodded, focusing intently on the screen's positioning. Release in 10 seconds. After a while, Wright suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Owen quickly opened the cabin door and cut a few slits on the wild rabbit and bamboo rat with a knife. Then he threw the rabbit and rat out. Since the other end was connected to the helicopter, the bamboo rat and wild rabbit did not fall but hung in the air. Soon, blood seeped from the wounds and began to drip. After doing all this, Owen put on a pair of special goggles. The goggles had a thermal imaging function. He gripped the handle, half his body hanging out, staring straight down. Right, can the helicopter's altitude be lowered a bit more? Owen frowned and asked. To be honest, it's already at a critical altitude. I'll try. Wright was quite helpless. He was an experienced helicopter pilot. Under normal circumstances, he would absolutely refuse such an unreasonable request. After all, it could easily lead to a crash. However, the primary task at hand was to complete what Jack had instructed. Therefore, he put his personal safety aside. He was aware that as long as he completed the task perfectly, he would be under the protection of George, the board chairman, and receive endless wealth. Thinking of this, Wright didn't hesitate to operate the helicopter and start lowering the altitude. Owen focused intently on the area below, unsure of what he was looking for. Haven't seen it yet? Wright asked. No, lower it more. Owen replied anxiously. He knew that lowering the altitude was extremely dangerous, yet he couldn't see anything and was extremely anxious. Wright gritted his teeth and lowered the altitude again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded inside the helicopter. Wright, what happened? Owen was startled and, no longer caring about looking below, turned back and asked. At the same time, he hoped fervently that the helicopter wouldn't have any problems, or his life would be in danger. Owen, just focus on your task. This is just the alarm from the sensor at the bottom of the cabin, warning us that the helicopter is only 3 meters away from an obstacle. Wright didn't panic, but lowered the altitude again. The central control screen was filled with red text, clearly displaying several numbers. Wright knew that these numbers represented the distance between the helicopter and the obstacle. Chapter 140. Remediation. Exposure. Haven't found it yet? Wright asked anxiously. He kept descending, and the distance to the obstacles below was now less than a meter. If not for his experience as a skilled pilot, the helicopter might have already started to malfunction. Not yet. Owen was sweating profusely with anxiety. Impatient, he once again threw the other two animals out using the same method as the first time. Got it. The wait finally paid off. Through his thermal imaging goggles, he could clearly see a large mammal running from a distance. Right, hurry up! Owen exclaimed with excitement, his voice filled with joy. Finally here? Wright was startled, his face lighting up with elation. He quickly input the next set of coordinates, pulled the control stick, and the helicopter hovering in the air immediately flew in a certain direction. At the same time, the 4 live animals suspended below also flew along, their blood splattering in the air and dripping onto the forest and ground. It's following. Owen kept a close watch. Great. Wright suppressed his excitement and meticulously controlled the helicopter. The helicopter moved slowly through the air. Below, there was indeed a dark shadow following. Attracted by the smell of blood, but unable to find its source, it was now extremely agitated. Roar! Unable to hold back any longer, it let out a mighty roar. Instantly, the animals in the surrounding forest were frightened into a frenzy, fleeing in all directions. The 2 men in the helicopter couldn't help but nod. This was exactly the effect they were aiming for, right? What if they wake up from this roar and run away? Feeling the deafening sound below, Owen asked, "This?" Wright was momentarily stunned. He hadn't considered so much. He was just following Jack's instructions. We don't need to worry about it. Just follow the plan. Wright didn't have the energy to think about such things. After all, he was the pilot, and if anything went wrong, both of them would be in danger. Owen nodded and continued observing. However, the good situation didn't last long. Stop, stop, stop. Owen suddenly called out. Wright immediately halted the helicopter in mid-air. What's wrong, Owen? It's not following anymore. Owen said with confusion. Impossible. These are live animals, and they have an absolute attraction to this creature. Wright's face darkened, unable to believe it. Wait. Wright suddenly realized something. Quick, pull up those rabbits and bamboo rats and see if they're still alive. You mean? Owen's eyes widened, and he immediately pulled up the 4 animals. They're dead. After checking, Owen's face turned grim. Not just dead, there must be another reason. Wright suppressed his anger and asked. Owen lifted the 4 animals and weighed them. Not a single drop of blood flowed out, which meant the blood had completely drained. Owen was terrified. This was his mistake. Initially, to attract its appearance, Owen had poured the second batch of blood before the first batch had completely drained. This led to the awkward situation of the blood running out midway. Owen, what should we do now? Wright was so furious he wanted to kill him. Such a basic mistake had disrupted the plan, and the substantial benefits promised by Jack were now unlikely to materialize. His dream was completely shattered. Ideas. Owen's forehead was covered in beads of sweat as his mind raced, desperately trying to find a way to fix his mistake. Without blood, well, just throw the animals down at intervals. I'm sure it will attract its attention. Owen proposed his solution. Will that work? Wright was skeptical. Of course. These 4 animals died not long ago, and their bodies are still warm. It might not eat dead things, but it won't likely pass up such close food. Owen wiped the sweat from his face and explained. That does make some sense. Wright thought for a moment and decided to give it a try. There was no other option anyway. We should have let the young master bring out the second plan. Wright thought as he controlled the helicopter to fly backward. Meanwhile, Owen threw a bamboo rat directly down. At the same time, inside the bamboo hut, Chu Zhe and Shun Huangxue were sleeping soundly. Suddenly, Chu Zhe sat up, his eyes still closed, but his expression was one of confusion. Was there something just now? Chu Zhe patted his face to wake himself up. His physical condition was far superior to that of an ordinary person, and his hearing had also improved significantly. Just a moment ago, he had heard a very faint sound. Since he was asleep, he hadn't heard it clearly, but there was a familiar feeling in his heart. Did I mishear it, or was it just a dream? Chuzhe pondered. At that moment, the fire crackled, causing Chuzhe's expression to change. Black bear. Chuzhe remembered. That sound was the roar of a black bear. Chuzhe had been lying on the branches at the time and had heard it very clearly, leaving a deep impression. Chuzhe quickly donned his windbreaker and stood up. Based on the sound just now, the black bear is still some distance away, so we're safe for the time being. Chuzhe began to analyze. Black bears are active at night, so a roar isn't unusual, but why did it come to our campsite? Chuzhe didn't understand. After a week of exploration, he knew that there were basically no foods that black bears liked in this area, like bamboo shoots, honey. There were bamboo forests, but they were far away. In such a place, the black bear's roar would be absolutely inaudible. Chuzhe, what happened? Shun Huangxue asked drowsily. She felt the slight vibration of the bamboo floor and opened her eyes, only to see Chuzhe standing by the fire, motionless. Chuzhe was momentarily stunned. He didn't know whether to tell Shun Huangxue about the analysis he had just made. After all, the only clue was the sound he had heard in his sleep, with no other evidence. Shun Huangxue had been following him all day and was physically and mentally exhausted. If he told her, she would obviously lose sleep. It's better to confirm the authenticity of the news before telling her. Thinking of this, Chuzhe turned his head and smiled. Shun Huangxue, it's nothing. I just got up to add some firewood. Go back to sleep. Chuzhe said gently. Oh, okay. Shun Huangxue looked at him for a moment, didn't say much, and then lay down again. Phew. Chuzhe breathed a sigh of relief, finally managing to cover it up. Firewood. Chuzhe was afraid Shun Huangxue would see through him, so he picked up a few pieces of firewood and added them to the fire. Instantly, the flames dimmed slightly, but soon grew brighter again. Chuzhe, are you hiding something from me? At this moment, Shun Huangxue's voice came from behind, her tone carrying a hint of coldness and confusion. Crap, how did she notice? Chuzhe's heart skipped a beat, realizing the situation was bad. Chapter 141. A Flaw. Owen's decision. ***. No, we're teammates. How could I possibly hide anything from you? Chuzhe forced a smile, trying to brush it off. But Shun Huangxue let out a light snort, her pert nose wrinkling slightly, clearly dissatisfied. This annoying guy, she'd already figured it out, yet he still refused to admit it. Chuzhe, do I really have to point out your flaw? So it was my behavior just now that gave it away. Chuzhe thought to himself, but after recalling it several times, he still couldn't figure out what was wrong. Seeing him remain silent, Shun Huangxue didn't press further. Instead, she lazily stretched her arms, revealing her alluring curves in full. Under normal circumstances, Chuzhe might have been tempted to steal a few glances. But now, with the situation changed, his gaze was fixed firmly on the campfire, not even a hint of a glance elsewhere. Indeed, Shun Huangxue noticed this detail and became even more convinced that her suspicions were correct. Chuzhe, do you know where your flaw lies? In the silence, Shun Huangxue broke the stillness first. After several moments of thought, Chuzhe let out a long sigh and finally shook his head. This meant he admitted to Shun Huangxue's words. There was indeed something he was hiding from her. One is your tone, the other is your expression. Shun Huangxue explained. You might not have noticed, but your tone was quite serious, completely inconsistent with your smiling expression. Is that so? Chuzhe let out a soft exclamation. So that was it. Then, Shun Huangxue paused and asked, what exactly is it? Sigh. Chuzhe had no choice but to sigh and recount the entire matter, while Shun Huangxue's expression gradually changed. Chuzhe, are you sure you didn't mishear? Shun Huangxue was extremely shocked. The black bear was a master of hiding by day and hunting by night. If it had set its sights on them, that would be a serious problem. Although the sound was faint, it didn't just appear once. I'm certain. Chuzhe nodded gravely. Should we go out and take a look? Shun Huangxue asked. Let's stay inside and observe for a while first. Chuzhe shook his head. Going out now would be unwise and downright foolish. First, The sound indicated that the black bear was still some distance away from them. Second, even if the black bear happened to approach this area, the camp had neither the food it liked nor the scent of blood to attract it. The bear would likely lose interest and leave. Of course, there was also the possibility that the bear could track them down by their scent. In any case, as long as they stayed inside and adapted to the situation, they should be fine. Right, how far are we from the camp? Owen threw down the third animal and, looking at the last remaining one, gritted his teeth and asked, 1 kilometer. Wright glanced at the control panel and replied, "We're running out of bait." Owen was at a loss. What a waste of space. Wright let out a cold snort. Owen was his partner, and while he'd thought the man was capable before, now he seemed utterly useless. What should we do, Wright? Owen couldn't think of a solution. Do you expect me to magically conjure bait out of thin air? Wright nearly shouted. But for the sake of his future happiness, Wright racked his brains. No food left, no fresh blood either. Wright muttered to himself, then suddenly his eyes lit up. Owen, it seems we'll have to make do with you. Wright said slowly, his tone icy. Wright, what are you planning? Owen sensed something was off in the other man's tone and asked cautiously, his heart racing. It's simple. Wright's tone became eerily calm, but Owen's heart hung in the balance. Since there are no animals left, isn't there still fresh blood? Blood. Owen was confused, furrowed his brows, and picked up the last remaining rabbit, shaking it vigorously. Right, you can see, there's no blood left. Owen shook his head. Who said I was talking about the rabbit's blood? Wright let out a cold laugh. What? You mean? Owen's face turned pale. So Wright wanted to use his blood as bait. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Wright smirked mysteriously. Are you kidding me? Owen was shocked. After all, they were still a kilometer away from the camp. At their current speed, even a liter of blood might not be enough, and if he lost 2 liters, he'd be dead for sure. Owen, you have a beautiful wife and a well-behaved son. Wright began to apply pressure. What are you saying, Wright? Owen took a deep breath. Nothing. You must know how powerful the George family is. I'm sure you'll make the right decision. Wright said. I know. Owen's face showed a struggle. He was here for the hefty reward and knew a bit about the George family. To put it bluntly, even in the United States, the George family held significant influence. Maria, Tom. Owen's mind flashed with images of his wife bustling in the kitchen and his 1-year-old son taking his first steps, making him hesitate. Don't worry, your wife and child will receive support from the George family. They'll never lack for food or drink, and I'll take care of them too. Seeing this, Wright pressed further. All right. Owen's face hardened, and he made his decision. Wright, please take care of my wife and child. Owen said, then slashed his left wrist with a knife, and blood gushed out. He immediately extended his left hand, and the blood flowed rapidly from his wrist to his fingertips, finally dripping down. It's coming. Their efforts hadn't been in vain. Through the scope, they could clearly see it following the blood trail. Owen also breathed a sigh of relief. This way, he wouldn't need to make a second cut. But as his blood continued to flow, his heart raced, and panic began to set in. Right, can we go faster? Owen tried to urge. If we go too fast, it won't be able to keep up. Wright remained indifferent. To him, as long as the mission was completed, Owen's life or death didn't matter. Sigh. Hearing such a cold response, Owen didn't get angry but closed his eyes in despair. But soon he opened them again. He still needed to keep an eye on the situation below. Meanwhile, inside the bamboo hut, Chuzé suddenly jolted. It's back? Did you hear it? Chuzé frowned and asked. Very clear. Shun Huangshua's brows furrowed. She'd heard it clearly just now. What's more, the sound had grown louder. This meant the black bear was getting closer. But why would the black bear be heading straight toward us? Chuzé fell into deep thought. Chapter 142. The Smug Right. Jack's Perfect Plan. Chuzé. Faced with such a crisis, Shun Huangshue was at a loss and looked to the man in front of her for guidance. Wait a little longer, Chuzé said calmly, not panicking. He was still pondering what could have attracted the black bear here. At that moment, a faint sound echoed in their ears again. Chu Zhe and Shen Huangxue exchanged glances. They were familiar with this sound. Is it a helicopter? Shen Huangxue asked doubtfully. Yes, Chu Zhe nodded. But why would a helicopter fly here at this time? Shen Huangxue asked again. Well, Chu Zhe replied uncertainly. It could be that a contestant has forfeited or been eliminated. Or perhaps a contestant is in urgent need of rescue. Could they have also encountered wild beasts? Shen Huangxue thought of their own predicament. It's possible, but not entirely, Chu Zhe replied. In any case, there must be contestants who have been eliminated. Chu Zhe, today is the 7th day. How many people do you think have been eliminated? Shen Huangxue asked. It's hard to say. Chu Zhe shook his head. Each contestant has their own way of surviving and encounters different situations, even crises. Those with strength can get through safely, while those without are eliminated. That's the natural law. But if I had to guess, around 10, Chu Zhe speculated. Many of them probably forfeited. I believe contestants who are used to a life of luxury and debauchery can't endure this for long. That makes sense, Shen Huangxue agreed wholeheartedly. On the helicopter, Owen was dizzy and disoriented, his body filled with exhaustion and drowsiness. Right, how much longer? Owen mustered all his strength to speak. Just hold on a little longer, we're almost there, Wright replied indifferently. Almost? Owen wanted to laugh, but he no longer had the strength to control his facial muscles. He could only mumble with a stiff expression. Right? You told me that a minute ago, and now you're saying the same thing. It seems I can't escape my fate of death. Right? I hope you'll keep your promise and take care of my wife and child. And don't even think about my wife, or you'll regret it. Owen's voice grew softer, like a whisper, until it eventually faded away. Owen? Owen? Seeing no response, Wright called out a few times, but all he received was dead silence. Dead? That's a relief, Wright thought, unmoved, even amused. The foolish Owen not only risked his life for the mission, but also entrusted his wife and child to him. His wife, Maria, Wright's thoughts began to wander. Owen had shown him a photo of Maria earlier, and it had made Wright envious for a long time. Compared to his own ugly wife, Maria was a beauty. Originally, Wright had planned to visit Owen and his wife after the show to discuss their feelings. But now, it seemed within his grasp. As for Owen's son, Tom, Wright felt indifferent. After all, the boy wasn't his own flesh and blood. Why go out of his way to care for him? Moreover, with the Fusher gene provided by the George family, Tom wouldn't go hungry. Wright had already decided to divorce his current wife and marry Maria. However, he didn't know that Owen had warned him before his death, a warning Wright hadn't heard. All right, we're almost there. Time to leave. Wright saw the helicopter had reached the preset coordinates and immediately pushed the control stick, heading towards Satellite Island. Owen, are you ready to go down? On the way, Wright glanced back and his face darkened. Owen was strapped in with a seatbelt, making it impossible to throw him out when the door opened. I'll have to figure something out back at the base, Wright thought. Meanwhile, whirr, the sound of the helicopter's rotors passed overhead. Chu Zhe, do you feel like the helicopter is flying a bit slow? Shen Huangxue asked, puzzled. Indeed, normally, whether it's for rescue or taking someone away, speed is essential. Unless? Chu Zhe paused. Unless what? Shen Huangxue asked. Unless the helicopter is looking for something, Chu Zhe speculated. Looking for something? Shen Huangxue nodded. Soon, the sound of the rotors grew fainter and eventually disappeared. I guess they found it? Shen Huangxue tilted her head, looking somewhat cute. No, it definitely wasn't looking for something. Chu Zhe shook his head. Then, Shen Huangxue was about to ask further when suddenly, roar, another sound emerged. No good, it's getting closer again. Chu Zhe's expression changed, and he stood up without hesitation. Grabbing a shovel, he pushed open the bamboo door and rushed out. Shen Huangxue, stay and guard the house. Chu Zhe shouted as he left. I understand. I'll guard the bamboo house. Shen Huangxue looked at the supplies in the corner. picked up a piece of firewood, lit it, and held it in her hand. All animals in the world fear fire. The only difference is the degree of fear and the animal's condition. For example, a half-fed wolf would attack a person, but if the person held a torch, the wolf would usually stay at a distance, afraid to approach. However, a very hungry wolf would attack even someone holding a torch. Therefore, Shen Huangxue couldn't be sure whether the black bear would be afraid of the fire or unaffected. It shouldn't be a problem, Shen Huangxue thought. The black bear, being an omnivore, mostly ate plants, with meat only making up a small part of its diet. So this black bear wasn't likely to be extremely hungry. Moreover, since the island had been uninhabited, the bear might never have seen fire before, so the threat should still work. On Satellite Island, is the show starting? Jack was excited. He then picked up a glass of wine and sipped it slowly. Wright did well. By now, he should be on his way back. Next, let's see Chu Zhe's performance. I hope he doesn't disappoint me. Jack clicked his tongue, showing an interested expression. However, Jack twisted his neck. I still need to think about how to deal with Wright tonight. That fool Wright actually believes he has the approval of George Dongshi. Jack chuckled, patting himself on the back for his own cleverness. Everything was his own arrangement. He had merely invoked the name of the George director and made promises, and sure enough, many fell for it, obeying his orders. This way, once I deal with Wright, no one will know it was me behind this, and no one will know Wright's true purpose. Jack thought, laughing loudly, drawing glances from his colleagues. Chapter 143, Discovery. Ambush. ***. I remember the direction is. Moving cautiously through the forest under the cover of night, Chu Zhe navigated by moonlight, which illuminated the surroundings much more clearly than before. He was heading towards the black bear's location, determined to uncover its true intentions. Without understanding the bear's motives, even if he managed to repel it, he would remain uneasy. After walking for a while, Chu Zhe felt something drop onto his hair, resembling a liquid. He touched it, examined it under the moonlight, and found it to be dark red. What is this? He sniffed it and was greeted by a strong metallic scent. Blood. Chu Zhe was momentarily stunned. Why would blood be dripping from above, especially when there were only trees overhead? Could it be that some animals are fighting or injured up there? He looked up but saw nothing but moonlight filtering through the leaves. No strange sounds accompanied the scene. This is getting weird. Chu Zhe scratched his head, puzzled. Tonight had already brought strange occurrences. Rescue helicopters, roaring black bears, and now blood from the sky. I'll deal with the bear first. Putting the blood mystery aside, Chu Zhe focused on the immediate threat, the black bear. Roar. A deep roar echoed from the depths of the forest. Chu Zhe's eyes sharpened, and in a flash, he moved to a nearby tree and climbed up in an instant. The black bear is here. He lay low on the tree, observing the scene below. This felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the time he had watched the bear's battle with the jackals. Thud. Thud. Soon, a massive figure appeared in the distance, moving slowly, each step shaking the ground. This isn't good. The campsite is only a kilometer away. Chu Zhe realized the danger. If the bear discovered the campsite, it would be a constant threat. Time ticked by. The bear slowly approached. Chu Zhe got his first clear look at the bear's full form. Its body length must be over 2 meters. He was impressed yet wary. A typical black bear rarely exceeded 1.9 meters, and this one was clearly over 2 meters, indicating it was no ordinary foe. What's that? When the moonlight shone on the bear's body, Chu Zhe noticed numerous darker spots on its black fur, accompanied by a faint metallic scent. If those are blood stains, Chu Zhe pondered, it means the bear had a fight tonight. But since its body doesn't show any injuries, the blood must have come from its prey. If that's the case, the bear should be full and wouldn't travel far. This led Chu Zhe to a conclusion. Unless it's chasing its prey. He then thought of the blood on the tree and realized the connection. The bear fought with another beast, which fled after being injured. The bear is now following the scent of blood. Since there's blood on the tree, the prey must be an animal capable of climbing. Zhe analyzed the situation. However, time was running out, and the bear was about to pass right under him. With no time to figure out where the prey had gone, Zhe had to act to protect the campsite. He narrowed his eyes, adjusted his posture, and slowed his breathing. His shovel was placed near the tree, as he couldn't carry it while climbing. Now, Zhe prepared for an ambush. The black bear was strong, but it had a fatal weakness, its nose, just like the saltwater crocodile. If he could strike it accurately, he could repel or even kill the bear without injury. While he was confident in a direct fight, doing so without injury would be much harder. We've kept our distance before, but since you've invaded my territory, don't blame me. Before climbing the tree, Zhe had smeared mud on his body to mask his scent. The bear had poor vision, but keen hearing and smell. As it approached Zhe's tree, the bear sniffed the air, sensing something. This made Zhe tense. If the bear discovered him, a fierce battle would ensue. However, the strong scent of blood around them hindered the bear's senses. After pausing for a few seconds, it continued forward. Here it comes. Zhe remained still, his body in a crouching position. The tree he was on was only 3 meters above the ground, and with his current strength, jumping down wouldn't harm him. After a brief wait, the bear finally reached the tree. Now, Zhe seized the moment, leaping down and landing on the bear's back. Crack! Despite his swift movement, the sound of stepping on a branch alerted the bear. It roared, clearly aware of Zhe's presence. In the next instant, the bear stood upright, turned towards Zhe, and swung its right paw with incredible speed. This branch is too brittle. Zhe cursed inwardly. But there was no time for regrets. The bear's paw strike was no joke. It could easily break a human's bones. The bear's attack was flawless, combining precision and speed, aiming directly at Zhe's head. Not bad, bear. Zhe remained calm, a faint smile on his lips. Now, let me show you the strength of humans. As the bear's paw closed in, Zhe suddenly twisted his head, narrowly dodging the strike. The paw missed, and Zhe seized the opportunity to grab the bear's right paw, flipping himself onto the bear's back. The bear, realizing the enemy was now behind it, tried to bite down, but it was too late. Zhe released the paw, gripping the bear's neck tightly, his feet half planted on its back. The bear, experienced in dealing with attackers on its back, charged towards the nearest tree. Just before impact, it turned, slamming its back against the tree. With the momentum and the bear's weight, Zhe would suffer severe injuries if he didn't act. Bring it on. Zhe kicked off with force, simultaneously gripping the bear's neck and performing a 360-degree flip over its head. Chapter 144. Escape. The vicious woman? Roar. The enemy was in the air, and the black bear immediately raised its paws to meet the attack. Zhe, meanwhile, loosened his grip with both hands, transforming his palms into fists and delivering a precise punch to the bear's nose. In the next moment, the bear's paws froze mid-air, and its body came to a halt. Zhe somersaulted and landed safely. Although the bear was momentarily dazed, this was no time to gloat. Zhe rushed to the tree, grabbed the entrenching tool, and with a swift turn, leaped a few steps to the bear's side, slashing down without hesitation. The massive black bear quickly regained a sliver of consciousness. It could hear something rapidly approaching its face. Instinctively, the bear raised its left paw to shield its face. That won't do, Zhe sneered coldly. As he swung the entrenching tool with his right hand, he simultaneously threw a left punch, striking the bear's left paw. The powerful force caused the paw to shift, exposing the bear's entire head to Zhe's view. Got it. Zhe slashed the entrenching tool fiercely at the bear's head. Roar. In the next instant, a spray of blood erupted, scattering in front and splashing onto Zhe. Without a word, Zhe took a few steps back. The bear, racked with pain, had gone into a frenzy. It roared continuously, flailing its paws wildly. It missed, Zhe noted, observing the deep gash from the bear's left eye to the lower right side of its face. Judging by the amount of blood, the left eye seemed to be blinded. This will be easier to deal with, Chuzé thought, staring at the bear. Although the bear was now enraged and more aggressive, its lack of strategy and tendency to charge blindly made it easier for Chuzé to handle. I wonder how delicious a bear paw is. Chuzé licked his lips, looking confident, but in the next moment, he was completely dumbfounded. The bear suddenly turned and, with a burst of strength in its limbs, disappeared into the night in just a few steps. What the hell? Chuzé was stunned. Was this really a bear? Why would it run away? In Chuzé's mind, shouldn't it be fighting to the death? Why did this happen? Chuzé felt deeply disappointed, as if a sure victory had slipped away. I don't understand. Chuzé sighed, not intending to chase after the bear. After all, this area was the bear's territory, and if it wanted to escape, Chuzé might not be able to catch up. Moreover, with the poor night vision and the bear's natural camouflage, if it hid in a dark spot without moonlight, not only would Chuzé not be able to see it, but he also risked being ambushed by the bear. This is bad. Such creatures are known to hold grudges. It won't be peaceful in the future. Chuzé shook his head. It was like letting a tiger return to the mountain, leading to endless trouble. But since it had come to this, Chuzé could only return to the camp with the entrenching tool. On the way, reflecting on the entire encounter, Chuzé was not entirely satisfied with his performance. If he had been more cautious during the sneak attack, or if he had directly severed the bear's head, it wouldn't have had any chance to retaliate or escape. How is Chuzé? Inside the bamboo hut, Shan Huangxue held a torch, her expression tense. Less than 10 minutes after Chuzé disappeared, the roaring of the black bear echoed continuously. This made Shan Huangxue very worried, fearing that Chuzé might be in danger. But there was nothing she could do to help. Although she had learned some martial arts, she was no match for a black bear. Going out would only be a hindrance. Chuzé would have to fight the bear while ensuring her safety. She didn't want to be a burden. Wasn't it better to just stay in the hut? Chuzé, you must come back. Shun Huangxue silently prayed. Ouch! She felt a burning sensation in her hand and looked down to see that the torch was nearly burned out, with the flames about to touch her hand. Shin Huangxue quickly tossed the remaining torch into the bonfire and then lit another stick of wood. Then she began to listen carefully to the sounds outside the hut. Bang! Bang! Soon, Shun Huangxue's expression changed. For the first time, she heard a sound other than the bonfire. Wait, isn't that? Shun Huangxue tilted her head, feeling puzzled. If she wasn't mistaken, it was the sound of an entrenching tool striking rock. This sound was very familiar to both her and Chuzé. After all, the entire camp was in a rocky area, and they often heard this sound while working with the entrenching tool. At this thought, Shun Huangxue became excited, her face lighting up as she immediately stood up and walked to the bamboo door. After taking a deep breath, she opened the door. In the rest area, it's been so long. Chuzé must be dead by now, Jack said with a gleeful expression. With Chuzé gone, tomorrow he would return to the United States to indulge in luxury, finally escaping this dull and boring life. I wonder if that guy, right, has come back yet. Jack couldn't help but touch the short knife hidden at his waist. This was a treasure he had acquired for millions of dollars in the black market. It was said to be able to cut through iron like mud and slice through hair with a single breath. As a direct descendant of the George family, Jack naturally had his own means of survival. This short knife was just one of them. He could already imagine the look of disbelief on Wright's face when the knife pierced his chest. TSK, TSK, TSK. Jack chuckled evilly, his gaze fixed on the screen. On the screen, Shun Huangxue was moving towards the bamboo door. This made Jack feel a bit regretful. Is the black bear here? Jack sighed. What a beautiful Chinese woman, dying at the hands of a black bear. It was such a pity. Huh. Jack let out a soft exclamation when he noticed that Shun Huangxue's expression wasn't solemn but rather joyful. Does she hate Chuzé so much? She doesn't seem like that in everyday life. This Shun Huangxue is quite a deep-hearted woman, Jack mused with interest, taking a few more sips of wine. But in the next moment, he looked horrified, spitting out the wine and covering the screen. He didn't bother to wipe the screen, his eyes wide, staring fixedly at the screen. In the scene, after Shen Huangxue opened the bamboo door, Chu Zhe walked slowly from a distance, calm and composed, even greeting Shen Huangxue. He couldn't believe it. Even after all that, Chu Zhe wasn't dead? Or was Chu Zhe just taking a casual stroll outside and then returning? It must be that. Wait a bit longer. The black bear will attack soon. Jack slumped her ear as if she couldn't believe what she had just heard. Ahem. I scared the bear away. Chu Zhe coughed lightly and repeated himself. Really? Shen Huangxue looked at Chu Zhe skeptically. Although this guy usually liked to joke around, his expression now didn't seem fake. Could it be true? Is the black bear that weak? Shen Huangxue found it hard to understand. This little girl. Chu Zhe's mouth twitched. What do you mean the bear is weak? It's me who's too strong, okay? So Chu Zhe recounted the entire incident. My God, is he joking? Jack, listening, couldn't help but tremble. If what Chu Zhe said was true, his strength would be terrifying. No, as Shen Huangxue said, there's not even a scratch on his clothes. Without evidence, I don't believe his one-sided account. Jack calmed down slightly and sent a message to Hopkins with what Chu Zhe had just said. After all, he had no experience in wilderness survival, while Hopkins was a seasoned veteran. Compared to himself, Hopkins would definitely be able to judge the authenticity of Chu Zhe's story. In a luxurious hotel in China, Hopkins was eating snake meat while keeping an eye on the stock market on the screen. Is this cook new? It's overcooked. Hopkins was very dissatisfied. Few people knew that the so-called Snake King had an indispensable habit. He had to eat snake meat every night before going to sleep. Many around him didn't understand why the Snake King, who should cherish snakes, insisted on eating one every day. Only Hopkins knew that during a survival experience in the desert, he had been separated from his group. If it weren't for catching and eating a snake, the starving Hopkins would have died in the wilderness long ago, let alone become the Snake King now. Therefore, Hopkins ate snake meat every day to remind himself not to indulge in comfort and forget the potential dangers. F***K. The stock is falling again. Hopkins glanced at the screen and his face darkened. He couldn't understand why the stocks he bought always fell, while those he didn't buy always rose. Should I sell? Hopkins hesitated. Selling now would cut losses, but holding on might lead to a big rise. Ding. At that moment, his phone buzzed. Hopkins's eyelid twitched, and he calmly opened his phone. Tonight, there was a plan he had personally arranged. He wasn't sure of the exact time, but he had instructed Jack to report the entire process to him. Opening the phone, the first message read, Hopkins, the bait plan succeeded. As expected, Hopkins was very calm. The success of the plan was within his expectations. Success means Chu Zhe's death is not far off. Hopkins cut a piece of snake meat, put it in his mouth, and showed a satisfied expression. At this moment, the snake meat tasted even more delicious. After slowly chewing and savoring, Hopkins continued reading. Chu Zhe left the bamboo hut for over half an hour before returning. Returned? Hopkins had just taken a sip of whiskey when he saw this line, almost spitting it out. His calm expression instantly froze. What's going on? Hopkins frowned. According to Chu Zhe, he scared the black bear away. Although I don't believe it, his expression and tone don't seem fake. Snake King, what do you think? Needless to say, it's definitely fake. Hopkins snorted coldly. He didn't believe Chu Zhe had such strength. In his view, Chu Zhe probably hid outside for a while before entering the bamboo hut, all to win Shen Huangxue's favor. Thinking of this, Hopkins typed a reply. Jack, don't panic. Proceed with the original plan. I believe the black bear will take care of everything. Understood. Seeing Hopkins's message, Jack felt slightly reassured. At that moment, he received another message. Right, young master, I'm back? Finally back. It's time to wrap things up. Jack stood up, glanced at Chu Zhe confidently speaking on the screen, and then turned to leave. A few minutes later, Jack arrived at the agreed location. Looking around, he didn't see Right come out. Jack knew he must be hiding. If seen by others, it could raise suspicions. Young master, I'm here. Wright emerged from a dark corner, smiling at Jack. Young master, did the black bear attack the camp? Wright asked. No. Jack shook his head. That's not right. Wright was puzzled. He had indeed led the black bear to the coordinates before leaving. Young master, can you see anything unusual from the footage? Worried about his mission failing, Wright quickly asked. Your mission was done well. Jack didn't have time to chat with Wright. He patted Wright's shoulder and whispered, That's what I thought. Only then did Wright feel relieved, but then he said gravely, Young master, Owen is dead. Owen? Your colleague? Jack's tone was cold, showing no emotion. Yes. Wright nodded. That's interesting. Jack was intrigued. According to the plan, no one should have died. Wright then recounted what had happened on the helicopter. So it was Owen's fault. Knowing the truth, Jack dismissed it. What about the body? Don't worry, young master. It's already been thrown into the sea. The body is tied with stones and won't float. Wright said confidently. Good, Wright, you're a talent. Jack was very satisfied. Wright had saved him a lot of time. Time to send him to hell. Jack pulled out a hidden dagger and quietly approached Wright's ear. Wright, I'll give you what's owed to you tonight. Thank you, young master. Wright was overjoyed, completely unaware of the imminent danger. But how do I deal with Owen's death? Reporting it to the family will surely get me severely reprimanded. As Jack spoke, he sighed. Young master, no one else knows about Owen's death except us two. Why bother telling outsiders and increase the risk of exposing us? Wright had already prepared to cover up Owen's death. Oh, good idea. Jack appreciatively glanced at Wright, but then shook his head. There's one thing you got wrong. Wright was momentarily stunned. What had he said wrong? Chapter 146. Plan failed? Only one person knows about this. Do you understand? A demonic whisper echoed, and before Light could react, a sharp pain erupted in his chest. He looked down to see a blade already plunged into his heart. Light struggled to breathe, then everything went black as he collapsed to the ground. Don't blame me. This whole thing had nothing to do with the family. It was all my idea. Jack muttered to himself as he pulled the dagger out. He then took a handkerchief from his pocket, wiped it clean, and stuffed it into Light's pocket. Luckily, I'm so smart. Jack felt a sense of smug satisfaction. The agreed location was right by the sea, and he could just toss the body in. Wait. Jack recalled how Light had dealt with Owen. I need a rock. I should tie a rock to him. Jack turned to look for a large stone nearby. No, the body is right here. It's too risky, especially without rope. Better to just throw him in now. Jack dismissed the idea of tying a rock, dragged Light to the edge of the cliff, and without hesitation, tossed him down. The sound of a splash echoed as the body hit the water. Jack then turned and left. However, just a few seconds after Jack's departure, a figure emerged from the sea below. Jack, you better watch out. Light growled, his face pale and blood streaming from his chest, staining the water red. A George family heir doing something so treacherous. Light swam toward the shore. If it weren't for my right-sided heart, you would have succeeded. Indeed, Jack had no idea Light's heart was on the right side, a rare condition since birth. That dagger hadn't pierced his heart after all. The moment Light saw the blade, he understood everything. So he played dead, confident Jack wouldn't bother to check. The reasoning was simple. First, in Jack's mind, he had stabbed through Light's heart, which meant certain death. Second, if he had stabbed again, more blood would spill, making it harder for Jack to clean up. And this handkerchief? As he rested on a rock, Light pulled out the blood-soaked handkerchief Jack had used to wipe the blade. This is evidence. I need to keep it safe. Light tucked it away and took a few deep breaths. I need to get to the clinic quickly to treat my wounds, or I really might die. With his severely injured body, Light made his way along the shore. Although the cliff was above, there was a beach nearby, a place where staff often came to sunbathe during breaks. Light was very familiar with the area. Meanwhile, Jack, feeling completely at ease, had returned to his seat. Jack, you've been gone for too long. The supervisor appeared out of nowhere, speaking sternly. I had diarrhea. What can I do about it? Jack shrugged, feigning helplessness. He didn't lose his temper. He knew this supervisor was under Errol and harbored a deep dislike for him. You're getting more and more out of line. The supervisor snorted coldly. If it weren't for your uncle, you wouldn't even get a drop of alcohol. Drink less, or I'll report you to your uncle for delaying work. Got it. Jack replied indifferently. Who would want to stay in this godforsaken place? But tomorrow he'd be leaving, so he might as well let the supervisor rant. Let me see what Chuz is up to now. Jack opened the screen. His face changed the next moment. Chuz was lying on the straw, sound asleep, and even through the headphones, Jack could hear faint snores. What is this guy doing? Isn't he afraid of the black bear anymore? Jack couldn't comprehend. In his mind, Chuz should be cowering by the campfire in fear. How could he be sleeping so peacefully, as if nothing was wrong? Could it be? Jack's heart skipped a beat as he recalled Chuz's earlier words. At the time, he thought Chuz was bluffing, but now, there might be a grain of truth to it. Impossible. Jack quickly dismissed the thought. Wait, maybe the coordinates are wrong? Jack considered another possibility. He dragged the mouse. Aura when angry was quite intimidating. Even those who usually tried to curry favor with him turned their heads, afraid the anger might spill over to them. Don't show up in front of me tonight, or you might not like what happens next. Jack stared at the supervisor, speaking each word clearly. Jack, you. The supervisor stammered for a moment, but didn't dare to retort, eventually slinking away. Chuz. Chuz. Jack seemed almost possessed, repeatedly muttering the name. Jack, you idiot. Hops, holding a brush, was cleaning Linda's scales when he saw Jack's message, instantly enraged. A complete failure. Hop's face alternated between anger and frustration. His mind raced, trying to find a way to salvage the situation. The helicopter pilot is dead. What other options do we have? Hops wished he could curse Jack out right now. But as the Western Snake King, he was still insignificant compared to the George family. He couldn't afford to offend Jack. So Hops typed a few words to reassure Jack. If the black bear hadn't reached the campsite and Chuz hadn't encountered it, they could just try again later. That's true. Hops is smart. Jack nodded, quickly putting the matter out of his mind. As for Light and Owen's deaths, to him, they were insignificant. Chapter 147. Wang Jun's disappearance. Truth and lies in the words. Time flew by like a fleeting white horse. The moon set, stars fell, and dawn flickered in the east. Countless lives on the island welcomed a new day once again. The temperature last night was neither cold nor hot. Slept well. Suyu stepped out of the shelter, stretching his arms. I wonder how Wang Jun is doing? Suyu twisted his neck, making cracking sounds. Hey, Wang Jun, awake yet? Suyu called out, while holding a leaf over his mouth and nose as he walked over. Huh. The shelter was empty. Suyu crouched down and touched the straw inside. It was cold, meaning Wang Jun had left long ago. Where could he have gone, sick as he is? Suyu was puzzled. Or maybe after I fell asleep, some wild animal carried him off? Absolutely not. Suyu dismissed this thought. Besides, there were no animal tracks around the shelter. Since no animals had been there, there was only one answer. Suyu suddenly remembered noticing Wang Jun getting up to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. Did he come back? Suyu tried to recall if he had heard Wang Jun return after using the bathroom. After thinking for a while, he shook his head. Forget it. It's better that Wang Jun is gone. Now it's much quieter. Suyu was very happy. He figured Wang Jun must have gotten disoriented after using the bathroom, lost his way, and was now wandering in the jungle. With Wang Jun's sickly state, he was likely to have collapsed, or even been attacked and killed by wild animals. What should I eat for breakfast? Suyu thought for a moment. He decided to go to the creek to catch fish. Previously, with Wang Jun around, he hadn't shown this skill. After all, Wang Jun couldn't catch fish, and if Suyu caught any, he'd have to share half with him. Catching fish was a very exhausting task. This way, Suyu would be at a disadvantage. Now that Wang Jun was gone, Suyu hummed a tune as he walked to the creek. Meanwhile, Chu Zhe and Shun Huangxue had woken up early. Chu Zhe had a lingering question about last night's events. Where did the blood stains on his hair come from, and how much was there? Let's go to the place we encountered the black bear last night after breakfast, Chu Zhe said during the cooking process. I also want to know what happened. Why did the black bear move towards us for no reason? Shun Huangxue agreed. Black bear? What black bear? Who the hell knows? Did something happen last night? From what Chu Zhe said, it seems they ran into a black bear? Holy crap, that animal could probably slap me to death, but Chu Zhe looks fine, not injured at all. The early viewers who had opened the live stream were stunned. They couldn't understand the conversation between the two. Xiang was also confused. Friends in the audience, please calm down. I'll ask the production team, Xiang said gently to soothe the audience's emotions before contacting the production team. What? You want us to confirm what Chu Zhe did last night? The request quickly reached the ears of the Satellite Island supervisor. The supervisor was puzzled. What had Chu Zhe done last night? He hadn't received any reports. Jack, it's always that Jack. The supervisor was very troubled. After being scared by Jack last night, he was still a bit frightened. After all, he was like an ant before the George family. If he offended them and was abandoned by Eller, he was as good as dead. Why does this Chu Zhe keep causing trouble at night? The supervisor complained while skillfully opening his computer. After clicking the mouse a few times and entering the password, he began watching the night recordings of the 36 groups. Chu Zhe is up. The supervisor muttered to himself, staring at the screen. Shun Huangxue is up too. After a few words, Chu Zhe added a few more pieces of firewood, and then Shun Huangxue lay down again. What are they talking about? I don't understand at all. The supervisor watched at 8 times speed. He wasn't here to listen to these two Chinese people chat. Chu Zhe went out. The supervisor obviously missed the most important information, but he didn't notice. The drone didn't follow. Chu Zhe went out on his own. Who knows what he did? The supervisor frowned, wondering how to explain this to the audience. Chu Zhe will probably talk about it when he returns. The supervisor sped up the playback again. Soon, Chu Zhe returned to the bamboo hut. At this point, the supervisor immediately restored the video to normal speed and began listening carefully to their conversation. So that's how it is. The supervisor suddenly understood. However, this was all based on Chu Zhe's words, with no solid evidence. The supervisor didn't dare release the video like this. If Chu Zhe was lying, it would severely damage the reputation of the production team. But the supervisor was only in charge of monitoring the contestants. He had no authority to refuse to provide the video. He then reported the matter upwards. Shortly after, Xiang received feedback from the production team. Xiang's face showed a few moments of surprise. What kind of answer was this? Mr. He, it seems the production team has given its verdict. Lu Wenwen noticed his expression and said with a smile. 1-1, you're right. Xiang nodded, then smiled at the camera. Since it was nighttime, the drone couldn't follow Chu Zhe, so the production team can't provide relevant footage. Of course, this doesn't mean Chu Zhe was lying. Please continue watching. What does that mean? Didn't anything happen last night? Why is Chu Zhe talking like this? I believe Chu Zhe. He must have encountered a black bear. That may be true, but without evidence, I don't agree. People these days like to boast and exaggerate. The audience was divided on Chu Zhe's words. What's there to argue about? Didn't Chu Zhe say they'd go to the place they met the black bear after breakfast? The truth will be clear then. Well said. Let's just watch quietly. Some viewers calmly analyzed the situation. This immediately quieted many of the audience who were caught up in heat. I lost everything, so of course I can't sleep. Oh, the Snake King also trades stocks? Bear looked at Hops in surprise. When did this guy get into stocks? Bear, you're out of touch. Speaking of this, Hops felt a bit proud. Since he had high expenses, he entrusted most of his wealth to a seasoned securities broker in the US to make more money. After a few years of operation, His wealth had indeed multiplied several times. However, last night's stock crash caused his wealth to shrink by at least half overnight. Overall, he had still made a lot of money since entering the market. Bear, why don't you hand over your assets to me? I guarantee. Oh, no. Give me half a year, and I can double it for sure. Hop said with confidence. Stop, we're live right now. Bear waved his hand, showing no interest at all. Bear, you know Chu Zhe? Before He Xiang finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. He quickly gave a few instructions. Soon, the live broadcast switched from Chu Zhe's group to another scene. The audience saw a figure appear on the screen, pale-faced and leaning weakly against a tree. Who is that? Looks really miserable. It's Suyu's teammate, don't you recognize him? So what's his name? I only know he's Suyu's teammate. Who remembers his name? You guys are no good. His name is Wang Jun, same as mine, so it left a deep impression. Can anyone explain what's wrong with him? It rained on the island the day before yesterday. Suyu's shelter was blown away, and Wang Jun, for some reason, ran out and got soaked in the rain all night and has been sick ever since. He deserves it. Staying with Suyu would have been better, but he had to show off. Exactly. Why is Wang Jun alone? Where's Suyu? I'm not sure. I saw Wang Jun and Suyu having dinner together before the broadcast ended last night, but the place in the screen clearly isn't their shelter. Some viewers answered the questions. After all, Suyu was nominally the strongest Chinese contestant, so there were still many people paying attention. At the very least, he was always in the top 5 in popularity in the Chinese live broadcast room. The situation is like this? He Xiang said with a sad expression, explaining. Last night, Wang Jun left the shelter on his own and wandered in the forest all night, eventually collapsing here due to exhaustion. The program team has determined that Wang Jun's physical condition is no longer suitable for continuing the survival challenge, so they plan to disqualify him and provide immediate assistance. I agree with that. Indeed, no matter how much money you get, you need to have a life to spend it. Look at Wang Jun. He's almost done for. Could he be infected with malaria or dengue fever? Come to think of it, there are countless mosquitoes in the jungle, so it's not impossible. Although the audience didn't want the Chinese contestant to be eliminated, they cared more about the contestants' lives. This was in stark contrast to the reactions of audiences from the US and Korea. This also exemplified the fine virtues of the Chinese people since ancient times. Unlike being disqualified after death, since Wang Jun was still alive, the program team couldn't forcibly cancel his qualification without his consent. Ding ding. In the screen, Wang Jun's wristband began to vibrate. It brought a bit of clarity to Wang Jun's hazy consciousness. My head hurts. I'm so tired, so hungry, so sleepy. Wang Jun felt extremely uncomfortable, his head pounding. The wristband is vibrating. I remember it means there's a message from the program team. With his blurry consciousness, Wang Jun pressed his right index finger on the wristband. In the next moment, a holographic projection appeared above the wristband, showing a man in a suit and tie in front of Wang Jun. Contestant Wang Jun, the program's medical staff have detected that your body is in a critical condition, and if you don't receive treatment soon, you will be in mortal danger. What a load of nonsense. Of course I know my own body. Wang Jun sneered disdainfully. So, contestant Wang Jun, do you wish to forfeit? The man asked calmly. If you choose to forfeit, you will lose your qualification for the competition, and we will arrive at your location within 15 minutes to provide treatment. Although I really want to forfeit, however, Wang Jun lowered his head, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He held Suyu's secret in his hands, and as long as he was alive, Suyu would have to listen to him. But if he left the competition, this secret would be of no use. I owe a lot of money, debts I can never repay in my lifetime. My parents are getting old, retiring next year, and there's not much savings at home. If I choose to forfeit, my entire life will be spent repaying debts. It's better to die than live like that. At this point, Wang Jun raised his head, his expression resolute. Therefore, I refuse to forfeit. What? The man's expression changed. Did the Chinese contestant really not fear death? Has Wang Jun truly put his life and death aside? Nonsense. Didn't you hear what he said? He's just desperate because of the debts he can't repay. Not worth praising. Not even worth sympathy. Gambling dogs deserve to die. Exactly. If he had this kind of spirit in his work, he wouldn't be in this situation today. The audience discussed among themselves. Most people found Wang Jun's words laughable. Only a small portion could empathize or even resonate with him. Then, contestant Wang Jun, please confirm your answer again. The man said, I will not forfeit. Wang Jun mustered all his strength and said these 3 words. All right. The man looked at Wang Jun with pity before disappearing, and the wristband turned off again. No use, huh? Wang Jun touched his forehead, still feverish, feeling despair. Last night, after leaving the shelter, he wandered around, picking and eating various plants. He had hoped to stumble upon something that could improve his condition. But his illness remained as severe as ever. I need to eat something, or my immune system will weaken. Wang Jun stood up in a daze, and after a few steps, he noticed a large group of something crawling on the ground. Upon closer inspection, they were a swarm of ants. I remember ants are edible. Wang Jun frowned, staring at the ants on the ground, thinking. Before the show, Wang Jun had watched some materials and videos. Though most of it was forgotten, he still remembered some. But many ants are poisonous. Are these? Wang Jun hesitated, fearing that eating a toxic ant would mean instant death. Can't worry about that now. Wang Jun gritted his teeth. His body severely depleted of energy, and he needed to replenish it. So he grabbed a bunch of ants, rubbed off the dirt, and stuffed them directly into his mouth. Chapter 149. Eating ants alive. Blood stains found. As soon as it entered his mouth, Wang Jun felt a strong sourness burst in his mouth, accompanied by a strong earthy taste that almost made him vomit. Ants are edible, as long as you remember that. Wang Jun muttered to himself. He's a real tough guy. Actually eating it? If he ate a highly toxic ant like a bullet ant, Wang Jun would probably be done for right away. His will to survive is so strong. It's truly admirable. The audience buzzed with discussion. Bear, is it true that the ants Wang Jun mentioned can be eaten? Xiang picked up on the most critical piece of information and asked. Lu Wenwen also looked at Bear, as she was equally unsure about this. Yes, ants are rich in nutrients essential for the human body, with protein content as high as 50%. Eating them is beneficial to the body. Bear explained with a smile. So, does that mean Wang Jun's actions were correct? Xiang asked. No, Wang Jun made 2 mistakes. Bear shook his head. First, Wang Jun ate the ants without knowing their species. As the audience mentioned, if he had eaten a highly toxic ant like a bullet ant or a fire ant, he would have surely been poisoned. Wang Jun was indeed reckless. Xiang agreed. Bear, can you tell from the footage what kind of ant it is? Lu Wenwen was worried for the Chinese contestant. It's worth mentioning that Wang Jun's luck is quite good. The ants he ate are black ants, which are non-toxic. As a world-class survival expert, Bear could identify the type of ant at a glance. Bear, what about the second mistake? Xiang noticed Bear's expression and pressed further. The second mistake? Bear paused before continuing. Although ants can be eaten, it's best to consume them after drying. Like other animals, tiny ants carry a large number of bacteria and viruses. Eating them raw can easily lead to infection. Bear, I remember you've eaten ants raw on camera multiple times before. Lu Wenwen had recently watched many of Bear's videos, including clips of him eating ants raw. That's because I ate wood ants or some ant larvae, which basically don't carry bacteria or viruses, so it was perfectly safe. Bear smiled and explained. You see, the black ants Wang Jun ate are mostly worker ants, constantly walking on moist soil, so they're naturally not clean. So, does that mean Wang Jun's situation is even more dangerous? Lu Wenwen felt a pang of anxiety. She didn't want to watch the Chinese contestant get eliminated. There's nothing we can do. Whether he survives depends on how strong his will to survive is. Bear sighed. Chu Zhe and Shun Huangxue have left the camp. Let's focus on them. At that moment, a voice came through the earpiece, and Xiang nodded before addressing the audience. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen switched to Group 36. The scene showed Chu Zhe and Shun Huangxue. Shun Huangxue, I have a question for you. On the way, Chu Zhe scratched his head and finally couldn't hold back. Oh? Is there something you don't understand? Shun Huangxue teased. Well, of course, I don't know as much as you do, Miss Shin. Chu Zhe coughed lightly. I see. You call me Miss Shun when you need me, but you call me by my name when you don't. Shun Huangxue huffed. Isn't that a sign of your greatness? Chu Zhe wasn't embarrassed. Instead, he smiled faintly. Forget it. What's the question? Shun Huangxue stopped teasing Chu Zhe and became curious. Well? Chu Zhe chuckled wryly, then rolled up his sleeves to reveal several visible bumps on his arm. These are mosquito bites from last night. Nian Nian has already transplanted geraniums indoors, so why am I still getting bitten? Chu Zhe became more and more frustrated as he spoke. He had thought that with geraniums, he would no longer have to worry about mosquito bites, but the reality was that he was still being bitten. That's simple. Shun Huangxue couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Geraniums do have mosquito-repelling effects, but the range they cover is limited. At least 4 pots are needed in a bamboo hut. 4 pots? That would take a long time. Chu Zhe's mouth twitched a few times as he sighed deeply. Here's an idea. Put the geraniums close to you at night, right next to you, and it should drive away most of the mosquitoes. Shun Huangxue offered a solution. I guess that's the only way. Chu Zhe looked dejected. Geraniums repel mosquitoes? Xiang was momentarily stunned. Recalling his own experiences, he frowned. Mr. He? Lu Wenwen had never seen Xiang lost in thought before and gently reminded him. Well, Wenwen, Shun Huangxue just mentioned that geraniums have mosquito-repelling effects, but I've planted a whole yard of geraniums at home, and in the summer, I still get bitten all over. Why is that? Xiang asked, puzzled. Mr. He, why did you plant so many geraniums? Lu Wenwen asked. For appreciation. Geraniums are very beautiful when they bloom. My wife likes them, so I planted a whole yard of them. Xiang explained. Mr. He is such a loving husband. Lu Wenwen praised. So, Bear, do you know why? Xiang smiled and turned to Bear. Mr. He, not all geraniums have mosquito-repelling effects. Bear explained. Since they're beautiful when they bloom, the geraniums your wife likes are probably common geraniums or ivy geraniums. The ones with mosquito-repelling effects are scented geraniums, which are often used to make essential oils. That's what I thought. Xiang suddenly understood. It turned out that the geraniums he planted didn't have mosquito-repelling effects. I'll talk to my wife about switching to scented geraniums. Xiang said happily. Clearly, he also hated mosquitoes. Mr. He, you should be prepared. Scented geraniums aren't very attractive. Bear warned. I was just saying that. It's not possible to replace the whole yard of geraniums. Xiang chuckled wryly. The scene of planting geraniums was still fresh in his mind. Mr. He Bear, Chu Zhe has made a discovery. Lu Wenwen's expression changed, and she quickly said. Hops squinted at the screen, still cursing Jack in his heart. Shun Huangxue, come take a look. Chu Zhe crouched down, his expression serious. Shun Huangxue walked over, bent down, and her eyes widened. In front of Chu Zhe was a clear patch of reddish-brown liquid on the ground. Based on her experience, Shun Huangxue could easily tell. It was blood. So it started here. Chu Zhe muttered to himself. This spot was several hundred meters away from where they first found blood last night. Chapter 150, Bloodstain Analysis. Unknown animal. Asterisk asterisk. This should have dripped from a high place. Chu Zhe examined it carefully and analyzed. Indeed. Shun Huangxue could also see it, but then she reacted with surprise. Chu Zhe, you actually know this? I'm just okay. I know some of the basics. Chu Zhe modestly replied. Then tell me, what else can you see? Shun Huangxue asked with interest. The blood dripped from at least 1 meter above, and it was in motion. Chu Zhe continued observing for a while, and then spoke. Correct. Shun Huangxue gave him a thumbs up. Chu Zhe, you could almost be a detective. I still have a long way to go. Chuze didn't take it to heart. Wait. Chuze turned to look at her. How do you know this? Duh, I'm a doctor. I've participated in a few cases, and over time, I've picked up some knowledge. Shin Huangxue rolled her eyes at him. Upon hearing this, Chuze's mouth twitched. It was unbelievable that a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner would be involved in crime scenes. However, he didn't ask, as it might involve her privacy. Meanwhile, He Xiang, hearing their conversation, was puzzled. Why did Chuze say the blood dripped from a height of over 1 meter? Bear Grylls? He Xiang tried to ask. Bear Grylls chuckled wryly. Host He, I have no expertise in blood analysis. I'm just as puzzled. He was usually too busy with various survival challenges to have time to learn such knowledge, which he might never use. Then Snake King? He Xiang looked at Hopkins. Well, Hopkins pondered for a moment. Truthfully, he had studied this in his youth, but decades had passed, and he had forgotten it all. However, since Bear Grylls didn't know either, Hopkins didn't want to appear ignorant. I've done some research on criminal investigation, but bloodstains are not my strong suit. Hopkins said calmly, implying that he knew a lot, just not about bloodstains. Snake King, in the end, you just don't know, huh? Lu Wenwen glanced at Hopkins, unceremoniously exposing him. Bloodstain analysis is a very profound field. Without over a decade of practical experience, one can't fully grasp it. What does a young person like you know? Hopkins snorted coldly, defending himself. A decade, huh? Lu Wenwen puffed out her chest proudly. As it happens, I do know it. What did you say? Hopkins opened his mouth wide, unable to believe it. The world martial arts champion Lu Wenwen looked no older than 30. She actually knew bloodstain analysis? This is impossible. Hopkins sneered, full of disbelief. Wenwen, do you really know it? He Xiang was also surprised. No one would have expected that a young martial arts enthusiast would know this. Yes, teacher He, let me explain it to the audience. Lu Wenwen nodded. Wenwen is so cool. Wenwen is so cool. Look at Snake King's face. It's turning green with envy. Teacher Lu is too strong. Hopkins' desperate excuses are hilarious. The audience was also excited. They were increasingly disgusted with this Western Snake King, Hopkins. Not only did he have a sharp tongue, but his character was questionable. Take just now, for example. When faced with the same question from He Xiang, Bear Grylls could candidly admit he didn't know. But Hopkins had to boast about himself before admitting he didn't know. Clearly, he was targeting Bear Grylls. So Lu Wenwen's counterattack was a delight to watch. Please look, everyone. Lu Wenwen confidently walked toward the screen. She zoomed in on one part and pointed out, first, blood that falls while moving and blood that drips while stationary appear very different on the ground. I know that too, Wenwen. He Xiang nodded, then added, but I don't understand how they differ. You can see it from the picture. Lu Wenwen pointed at the zoomed-in image. The blood forms an oval shape, with one end resembling a star-shaped protrusion, and the pointed end of the protrusion indicates the direction of movement, while stationary blood drips form a round shape. The blood in front of Chuze and Shan Huangxue is oval, which means it dripped while moving. He Xiang understood. So, Wenwen, how did they determine the height of the blood drip? Bear Grylls asked curiously. That's simple, just like determining if it's stationary. Lu Wenwen smiled. The shape of the blood drip varies with the height. When blood drips from a height of less than 10 centimeters, it forms a perfect circle. From a height of 50 centimeters, the edges of the blood will show obvious serrated patterns. But once the blood drips from over 1 meter, not only will the edges have visible serrations, but there will often be comma-shaped or line-shaped small blood drops around it. At this point, Lu Wenwen pointed to a spot in the image again. He Xiang and Bear Grylls understood. Hopkins finally recalled that distant memory from decades ago. It seems Lu Wenwen really does know it. Hopkins had been waiting to see her make a fool of herself, but she had explained it all perfectly. 1-1. So the blood dripped from an animal over 1 meter tall? He Xiang summarized. That's right. Lu Wenwen nodded. But note that this refers to normal dripping blood. If an animal's artery is damaged and blood sprays out, it will form a different shape on the ground. Bear Grylls, are there many animals over 1 meter tall? Xiang asked. Host He, there are quite a few. Bear Grylls chuckled. Large mammals all meet the criteria. Then Chu Zhe has some trouble. Xiang couldn't help but worry. At this moment, Chu Zhe and Shan Huangxue were carefully searching the nearby area. Found anything? No. How about you? I haven't either. Should we keep looking? Let's keep looking. The two searched for a full half hour but found nothing. It's strange. If an animal over 1 meter tall passed by here last night, there should be traces left nearby. Chu Zhe leaned against a tree to rest, feeling puzzled. Maybe our investigation direction is wrong? Shun Huangxue suggested. Is it wrong? Chu Zhe's mind raced, considering all possibilities and simulating them. Shun Huangxue, remember I mentioned suspecting an animal moved in the trees last night? Chu Zhe suddenly asked. I remember. Shin Huangxue recalled it vividly. Let's go there now. I'm sure its fur must still be stuck on the trees. Chu Zhe didn't bother resting and stood up. That's right. Shun Huangxue's eyes lit up. This was indeed the best approach. The two continued deeper into the forest. Chapter 151. Suspicions. 3 seconds. How could this be? As Chu Zhe and Shan Huangxue ventured further, they grew increasingly astonished. Every small distance they covered revealed a small amount of blood on the soil. And judging by the degree of drying, it was identical to the previous traces. Wouldn't bleeding this much lead to death? Chu Zhe found it hard to comprehend. For humans, of course it would. Shun Huangxue pondered for a moment before speaking. A human's blood volume is generally between 3,500 milliliters to 4,000 milliliters. Whereas the wild ox we encountered earlier had over 10,000 milliliters of blood. Wild ox. Chu Zhe seemed to have an epiphany. I was just giving an example. You don't have to take it seriously, Shun Huangxue chuckled. The blood stains here couldn't be from a wild ox. If an ox had passed by, with its weight of over 1,000 kilograms, there would undoubtedly be hoof prints in the soil. Could it be a large primate, like a gorilla? Chu Zhe considered a possibility. Given the ability to leap between trees and a larger size than humans, the most plausible candidate would be a primate. And among primates, the gorilla, being the largest, was the most likely suspect. It's possible. Some gorillas can be over 2 meters tall and weigh up to 200 kilograms, Shun Huangxue nodded. We're almost at our destination, let's hurry. With a theory in mind, Chu Zhe didn't want to waste any more time. The two continued forward. Before long, they arrived at their destination. This is it. Chu Zhe pointed at a splatter of blood on the ground. This blood stain is... Shun Huangxue uttered a soft exclamation. She knew this blood stain was different from the previous droplets. This one had been sprayed from a wound. This is the blood that sprayed from the black bear's face, Chu Zhe explained. Impressive. Shun Huangxue raised her thumb, genuinely admiring Chu Zhe. After all, she couldn't have done it herself. Yet Chu Zhe had managed to injure the black bear without getting hurt. Judging by the amount of blood sprayed, the wound was quite deep. The Moon Fairy is way too naive. Exactly, she believes whatever Chu Zhe says. I could say that's the blood of a tiger I injured. I don't believe Chu Zhe could have hurt a black bear. Neither do I. Even if the black bear was injured, it definitely wasn't by Chu Zhe. Do you remember the deer Chu Zhe dragged back earlier? I think I found the answer. Last night, under the dark skies and strong winds, the black bear encountered a fierce beast. 2 tigers can't coexist on one mountain, so they started to fight. Chu Zhe arrived just in time, hiding in a tree. Later, under the moonlight, he saw the black bear's face get slashed by the beast, and the beast eventually left injured. Chu Zhe then claimed the black bear's injury as his own doing. Brother, that makes sense. No wonder there are so many bloodstains along the way. It all seems to add up now. Seeing so many bloodstains, the audience began to speculate. They still didn't believe Chu Zhe's words. Just bloodstains alone couldn't prove anything. However, Chu Zhe was unaware of their doubts. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He was now intently observing the ground. Near the bushes, he found many scattered footprints. After a thorough search, he identified 3 types of animal footprints. Chu Zhe recognized one of them, a fox. The other 2 were unfamiliar to him, but he knew both belonged to feline species. Similar, yet distinct. Looks like last night's blood attracted quite a few carnivores, Chu Zhe remarked. The amount of blood loss is too much, Shen Huangxue also frowned. Originally, Shen Huangxue thought that dealing with the jackals would mean they could rest easy. Now it seemed she had been too optimistic. This is good. At least we know there are 2 unknown carnivores in this area, Chu Zhe said optimistically. This was indeed a good thing, as it would keep them on alert and prepared. It was better than being unaware and having their camp ambushed one night. By the way, where is that tree? Shen Huangxue asked. Let me think. Chu Zhe paused, trying to recall. I remember last night. Chu Zhe thought as he walked. After discovering the blood droplets, he soon heard the black bears roar close by. Then he climbed the tree beside him. This is the tree I climbed. Chu Zhe went over, crouched down, and saw a cross-shaped scratch near the base of the tree, nodding in confirmation. This was the mark he had made with his army shovel before leaving last night. So, the tree where the blood dripped is the one next to it. Chu Zhe looked up. The neighboring tree was much thicker than the one in front of him and had dense foliage. Chu Zhe, did you find it? Shen Huangxue leaned against the tree, arms crossed, and asked. It's this one. I'll go up and take a look, Chu Zhe said, stepping back about 10 meters until he was blocked by the trees behind him. This guy Chu Zhe, why is he stepping back to climb the tree? Shen Huangxue couldn't help but feel puzzled. Hey! Chu Zhe stretched his body. Facing such a thick tree, he didn't want to just start climbing. That would be clumsy and extremely exhausting. 3 seconds. Chu Zhe held up 3 fingers. What 3 seconds? Shen Huangxue tilted her head. It'll only take 3 seconds, Chu Zhe smiled. Are you joking? Shen Huangxue looked at the towering tree in front of her, which appeared to be over 10 meters tall. Even the lowest branch was more than 4 meters high. That was taller than a single-story building. How could Chu Zhe possibly climb it in 3 seconds? The foolish Chinese contestant dares to make such a boast. Exactly. I came in to learn from Chu Zhe, who's supposedly the most popular, but all I see are empty words. Even our Johnson from the beautiful country wouldn't dare say that. Where does Chu Zhe get his courage? Many foreign viewers began to ridicule, all believing Chu Zhe was exaggerating. Even though what you said this time is quite absurd, I still believe in you. Me too. Chu Zhe, you've created countless miracles, and I believe you won't disappoint us this time. If you said it, you have to do it, Chu Zhe. The Chinese audience silently prayed, and at that moment, Chu Zhe was ready to make his move. He took a deep breath. 1 second. The moment the words left his mouth, a figure instantly vanished from the spot. In the next instant, he appeared in front of the tree. 2 seconds. The audience also began timing Chu Zhe. I've wanted to do this for a long time. Chu Zhe's eyes gleamed. His left foot, when still about 20 centimeters from the tree trunk, suddenly pushed off. Instantly, his entire body leaped up, and his right toes landed on the tree trunk. Then his left foot quickly followed, also landing on the trunk. Thus, a shocking scene unfolded. Chu Zhe didn't climb the tree. Instead, he literally ran up it. In that moment, everyone was stunned. Chapter 152. Wall running? The truth. Holy crap, is that wall running? Coach, I want to learn this. Coach, no, you don't want to learn. How did Chu Zhe do that? Why did he just step on the bark a few times and go up? What's the big deal? I'm way cooler than him in my dreams. The audience was in shock. 1-1, can you do that? After regaining his composure, He Xiang asked with a smile. I can't. Lu Wenwen shook her head. Although I've practiced martial arts, which has improved my flexibility and coordination, Chu Zhe's move seemed simple, taking only 3 seconds to reach a height of over 4 meters. In reality, it requires a lot of technique and practice. I simply can't do it. Even Wenwen can't do it. So how did Chu Zhe manage? He Xiang said curiously. From the video of him fighting the jackals that night, It's clear that Chuzhe has a martial arts background. Maybe he practiced since he was young? Lu Wenwen said uncertainly. That's strange. The production team once interviewed Chuzhe's friends, and they said Chuzhe couldn't fight at all. In middle school, he was even extorted for protection money by small-time thugs. After flipping through some notes, Xiang said, that is odd. Lu Wenwen was also curious. Attention-seeking. Hop said disdainfully, Snake King, can you do it? Lu Wenwen asked directly. Himph, I can climb trees very fast. I don't need such tricks. Hop snorted coldly. If you can't, then shut up. Climb up so smoothly, making it look like wall running. Bear, I want to learn this too. Do you think there's hope? Xiang chuckled and asked. Host he, you're already in your 40s, a middle-aged man, so don't joke around. Bear couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong with being in my 40s? Xiang was dejected, unwilling to accept this reality. Every Chinese person wants to have the ability to wall run. Teacher is right. Exactly. Who wouldn't want that? Usually, I thought those wall running videos online were fake, but Chuzhe did it for real, without using any props. Exactly. No more trolls now, right? Fake. Absolutely fake. Chuzhe must have used a wire, or was lifted by a helicopter. Oh, never mind. The mental hospital staff is here. Laughable. Really unnecessary. Every year there are stupid netizens. But this year there are especially many. I have a suggestion. When Chuzhe comes back, let him open a class to teach everyone wall running. How about it? Agreed. I'll definitely learn it and show off. Oh? The guy above? Do you have any ambition? Just learn it to show off? Otherwise? Are you going to do something illegal? Nonsense. I'm a law-abiding citizen. What are you thinking? I just want to easily enter my neighbor's bedroom. Oh? So you want to give the neighbor a green hat? The audience's discussion became more and more absurd. Ahem. Seeing the topic going off track, Xiang immediately interrupted. Everyone should be a law-abiding good citizen. Stop, teacher. Don't preach. Yeah, my head hurts. We all know, master. Stop preaching. The audience teased. Xiang had a habit of giving the audience motivational speeches. As the most popular host in China, the audience was used to it and didn't find it strange anymore. That's strange. Over there, Chuzhe searched the tree for a long time but found no clues. Since there's blood here. Chuzhe stared at the marks on the forked branch, thinking, then why isn't there any animal fur? Chuzhe carefully searched the tree. Apart from squirrel fur, there was no sign of the expected mammal fur. Could it be higher up? Chuzhe looked up. The distance from his position to the treetop was close to 10 meters. I refuse to believe I can't find it. Chuzhe wasn't willing to give up. Shenhuangxue, wait a little longer. I'll go up and take a look. Chuzhe called out. Okay, I understand. Shenhuangxue wasn't just waiting idly below. She was analyzing the bloodstains on the ground to see if she could find any clues. It's getting stranger and stranger. Chuzhe climbed to the treetop. Looking down from the treetop, he was immediately attracted by the bloodstains on the nearby leaves. Why would there be bloodstains on the treetop? Chuzhe narrowed his eyes. He felt the truth was right in front of him. This tree was the largest in the surrounding area. This means an injured animal would absolutely not jump from the treetop to another tree. So all my previous thoughts were wrong? While thinking, Chuzhe looked up at the sky. The weather was clear today, with not a single cloud in the sky. The sunlight directly hit Chuzhe's face, and soon he felt a burning sensation. The sky. Chuzhe muttered. No footprints, no fur, only bloodstains. Chuzhe knew where he went wrong. He had preconceived notions that it was a land-dwelling mammal that was injured. There was another possibility. It came from the sky. Birds, huh? After thinking, Chuzhe shook his head. The largest flying birds in the world weigh no more than 20 kilograms and couldn't possibly shed so much blood. Is the answer really in the sky? After murmuring, Chuzhe climbed down the tree. How is it, Chuzhe? Any discoveries? At the time, Chu Zhe had thought it was a helicopter coming to rescue the contestants. That doesn't make sense. The more Chu Zhe thought about it, the more he felt it was possible, but he couldn't understand why a helicopter would do such a thing. I don't understand it either. Shen Huangshue's mind was blank. If their speculation was correct, then they were being targeted by the production team? But then again, it seemed unlikely. After all, they were 2 out of the 200 contestants selected from 50 million people. Why would the production team specifically target them? With a theory in mind, Chu Zhe and Shen Huangshue started discussing it back and forth. The audience, however, was in an uproar upon hearing their words. What? A helicopter passed by last night? Chu Zhe suspects the bloodstains fell from the helicopter. So the production team deliberately led the black bear towards their campsite? A shocking scandal. The production team is pulling such dirty tricks behind the scenes. This show isn't worth watching. It's unheard of. We demand an explanation. The audience was furious, with most of them storming the production team's official website. Although this was just a speculation by Chu Zhe and Shen Huangshue, the audience still chose to believe them. Even those who initially doubted joined the protest after seeing the bloodstains on the treetops. Meanwhile, crash. In the rest hall, a glass cup fell to the ground with a loud shatter. How could this happen? Why were they able to figure it out? Jack's face was ashen. He had thought he could rest easy, but now he felt worse than if he had eaten something disgusting. Think carefully. Did anything last night expose me? Jack thought hard. This was no joke. His previous actions were minor and only known within the production team. The higher-ups, out of respect for his uncle, wouldn't have made things difficult for him. But what he did this time was downright audacious. If he was caught, there was no way he could escape unscathed. No flaws. After thinking for a long time, Jack couldn't find any flaws. Everything had been taken care of, and the plan was flawless. At this thought, Jack smiled complacently. Even if the truth comes out, they can't do anything to me. Just then, Maka entered the rest hall with a dark expression, followed by a dozen employees. Maka scanned the room and walked straight to Jack. Jack, come with us. Maka said sternly. I'm an outstanding employee. If you want me to go with you, you need to give me a reason, don't you? Jack yawned lazily. Outstanding employee? Maka almost cursed it out loud. The show had been running smoothly, but Jack had been causing trouble behind the scenes. From sleeping on night duty to deleting Chu Zhe's footage in violation of regulations. Although these incidents hadn't spread outside, they were known internally. Jack's actions had tarnished the show's image, causing many employees to express dissatisfaction. But due to the George family's background, they had to endure it silently. This time, although Chu Zhe's information didn't provide direct evidence against Jack, Maka could guess it was him without even thinking. This is an order from Director Errol. Jack, you must obey. Maka wasn't about to give Jack any time to destroy evidence. According to the director, Jack should be detained first and dealt with after evidence was found. Curiously, Jack didn't get angry upon hearing Errol's name. Instead, he stood up from the recliner with a calm expression. Lead the way. Jack twisted his neck, making cracking sounds. Today, Jack is so cooperative. Maka felt strange. If Jack had done it and was exposed by Chu Zhe, he should be panicking. But not only was he calm, he was also following them obediently. Looks like he's destroyed all the evidence. Maka quickly figured out the reason. But as long as the helicopter left Satellite Island last night, it will have been detected. Jack, there's no way out. Maka then took Jack to a luxurious suite and left 2 employees to guard him. Remember, without my or the director's permission, Jack is not to step out of this room. Maka reminded them before leaving. The 2 employees nodded in agreement. Maka then immediately led the group to the helipad, confident they would find something there. An hour later, Maka entered the room with a grim face. Maka, how is it? Errol, sitting in a chair, asked. Director, every helicopter has been thoroughly checked. Maka said gravely. As Chu Zhe mentioned, the helicopter was used to drop blood, so its underside must have been stained with blood. It would be impossible to clean it completely at night. Errol said. That's right, but Jack thought of that too. We found traces of blood on the undersides of other helicopters as well. Maka's expression changed slightly. What? Errol was surprised. Jack had actually thought of this to confuse the investigation? What about the interiors? Errol asked. We performed a luminol test on the interiors. Maka smiled slightly. Indeed, we found reactions in the cabin and on the floor of one of the helicopters. That must be the one that went out last night. Errol nodded. But the positioning and detection systems of that helicopter are damaged, so we can't retrieve its flight path from last night. Maka lowered his head. The black box? Take it out and read it. Errol frowned and shouted. Just like airplanes, helicopters have black boxes. The black box was hit by a pulse wave, completely damaged, and can't retrieve any useful information. Maka sighed. It seems Jack has been planning this for a long time, even destroying the black box. Errol thought to himself. Although they couldn't find evidence from the helicopter, Errol didn't give up. First, they confirmed that Jack couldn't have gone out last night. From the surveillance footage, Jack went to the bathroom 5 times last night, each time for less than 10 minutes. This meant Jack must have had an accomplice piloting the helicopter, and the pilot must be among the current staff of their production team. Has anyone gone missing today? Errol asked. 2 people. One is Owen from the maintenance department, and the other is the pilot, right? Chapter 154. Clues. The one who should have died. Owen and Wright? Errol had no impression of them. This was normal. There were over 1,000 employees on the satellite island, and as a director, he rarely left the office building, so naturally, he wouldn't recognize these lower-level employees. Director, we inquired with their colleagues and found a significant clue. Mocha said. First, several people witnessed Wright getting closer to Jack in recent days. According to them, Wright and Jack were not familiar with each other before, but now they are at the level of arm in arm, which is very unusual. Also, Wright and Owen were good colleagues who often ate and watched movies together. And the direct evidence? Errol asked again. Although it seemed clear so far, without evidence, they still couldn't do anything to Jack. There is no direct evidence yet, but a small pool of blood was found on the ground near the cliff at the helipad. Mocha said. The blood likely belongs to Owen or Wright. It has already been sent to the lab for testing, but it will take at least a day. What a ruthless heart, Jack. Errol was somewhat moved. He hadn't expected Jack to kill to cover his tracks. If the murder is confirmed, it would be even more heinous than luring the black bear. This is bad. Errol thought to himself. If those 2 are dead, their bodies would already be floating in the ocean, and they would never find them. Mocha, who was the security at the helipad last night? Errol asked again. Last night's security was Wright and Owen. Mocha explained. Originally, Wright and Owen were scheduled for the day shift today, but 2 days ago, Wright voluntarily asked to switch to the night shift. Naturally, the original night shift personnel agreed. What about the control tower? Errol asked. How could the control tower not see the helicopter taking off? The people in the control tower seemed to be drugged. The 2 on duty said they suddenly went black and slept until dawn, only waking up when their colleagues came to relieve them. Mocha explained. This is a major oversight. Errol snorted coldly. Arbitrary shift swapping among employees, ignoring the rules. Mocha, they must be severely punished. Yes, Director. Mocha nodded. Then keep investigating. I don't believe Jack can be flawless, Errol said in a deep voice. Seeing this, Mocha left the room and led his subordinates towards the bottom of the cliff. Meanwhile, Jack sat by the large floor-to-ceiling window, sipping fine wine. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, and he looked terrified, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Impossible. How is he still alive? This is absolutely impossible. Jack's body trembled as he backed away. Just moments ago, he had seen a figure cautiously emerge from the woods not far from the window. Although wearing a hat and different clothes from the previous night, Jack could still recognize him as Wright, the man who should have died last night. This is bad. The entire island is looking for him. If he's found, I'm done for. Jack's face was grim. No, I must think of a way. Do I have to do it again? Jack narrowed his eyes, his pupils gleaming with danger. However, he didn't have a short knife on him now. After returning last night, Jack had hidden the knife. Even if I get the knife, killing in broad daylight would be too easy to expose. Jack's expression alternated between anger and uncertainty. He was very hesitant. Screw it. Jack gritted his teeth and pulled open the door. Mr. Jack, please don't make it difficult for us. The two employees at the door, very dutifully, extended their arms and said, Name your price. Jack, pressed for time, didn't have the patience for small talk and got straight to the point. Hearing Jack's words, the two employees were stunned for a moment before looking at each other. After a brief internal struggle, they nodded in agreement. The older employee extended one finger. 10,000? Okay, I'll transfer it to you now, Jack said, taking out his phone. Who knew the older employee would shake his head. 1 million? You're being too greedy. Jack frowned, displeased. No, Mr. Jack, it's 10 million. The older employee leaned in and whispered into Jack's ear. 10 million? Are you crazy? Jack was shocked, his eyes blazing with anger after realizing what was happening. These two insignificant employees were too greedy. Just to step out, they wanted 10 million from him, treating him like an ATM. Dream on. Jack sneered and immediately closed the door. Although he had money, he wasn't a fool or a sucker. Since they were greedy, he had to let them be disappointed. Indeed, as Jack walked back, he faintly heard the two men arguing outside. Look, the price was too high. Jack didn't pay. We could have gotten tens of thousands, but now, not even a penny. You know nothing. How else can we maximize our benefits if not by taking advantage of the situation? Taking advantage of the situation? How laughable. Jack chuckled derisively. In his view, giving them money was a favor. But those two wanted to make him bleed. Let them wait. With Uncle George, they won't do anything to me. Jack picked up a grape, popped it into his mouth, and turned on the TV, relaxing. Not long after, the door was slammed open with a loud bang. A group of well-dressed people walked in. Jack turned his head, and his face changed abruptly. Wright, whom he had seen in the small woods earlier, was among them. Jack, here is the arrest warrant. You are now officially under arrest for attempted murder. The leader showed a piece of paper and said slowly, Huh? What attempted murder? I don't understand at all. Jack rolled his eyes and said slowly. Hearing this, Wright felt his blood pressure spike. The wound that had just stopped bleeding suddenly reopened, and the white gauze was instantly stained red. Jack, do you still recognize me? Wright said viciously. Right, of course, I recognize you. It's only been a day. How did you end up like this? Jack pretended to be surprised. All thanks to you. Wright clenched his fists. Last night, he had truly been on the brink of death, even seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. We're not that close. You can't frame me. Jack shook his head, his tone mixed with a hint of fear. Jack, stop arguing. We have evidence. The leader, seeing Jack's stubbornness, couldn't help but smile. Impossible, it has nothing to do with me. You definitely don't have any evidence. Jack remained calm and composed, smiling. Is that so? Wright sneered, then took out a transparent bag from his pocket. In the next moment, Jack was completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? Chapter 155. Mysterious Conversation. Inside the transparent bag lay a blood-stained handkerchief. Jack was quite familiar with it, as it was his own. Last night, after killing Wright, he had used the handkerchief to wipe the blood off his short knife and then stuffed it into Wright's pocket. Originally, he had thought it would disappear along with Wright's body, but instead, Wright had survived, and the handkerchief had become key evidence against Jack. This handkerchief looks familiar, Jack said calmly. Of course it does. It was yours to begin with, Wright sneered. Now I remember. I lost a handkerchief a few days ago. So it was here, Jack said, pretending to be surprised. Whether it's yours or not, whether you lost it or not, we don't decide, and neither do you, the lead man said indifferently. They then took Jack away, and the handkerchief was sent to the lab for fingerprint analysis. With Wright's testimony, the fingerprints on the handkerchief, and the blood evidence, Jack was sure to be convicted. The production team also initiated internal reforms to prevent such incidents from recurring. Meanwhile, Chu Zhe and Shun Huangxue were on their way to the bamboo forest. After reaching a conclusion, the two searched carefully again. Not finding any traces of animals, they finally confirmed the result. It was now 10 in the morning, and they still had plenty of time to handle other matters. Chu Zhe decided to go to the bamboo forest. The bamboo shoots in the bamboo hut were all gone, and to enhance the flavor and nutrition of the soup, bamboo shoots were essential. Therefore, picking bamboo shoots became a top priority. Additionally, they needed more bamboo, so they planned to carry some back to the camp. It's going to be another busy day, Chu Zhe thought, considering the plans in his mind. By the way, Chu Zhe, how is the black bear's injury? Shun Huangxue asked on the way. He's blind in the left eye, Chu Zhe said, gesturing to the injured spot. If the bear hadn't dodged with my strength at the time, I could have sliced off half its head. If that had happened, we'd be having bear paw now, Chu Zhe sighed, slightly regretful. Unfortunately, it got away. I wonder if it will seek revenge in the future. Bears are very intelligent animals. Whether they seek revenge depends on them. If the bear perceives the enemy as too strong, it won't provoke them, Shun Huangxue replied. She had grown up hunting with her grandfather and had some understanding of animal behavior. It's fine. Even if it comes, we're not afraid. That black bear is already mine, Chu Zhe said confidently. With you, Chu Zhe, I feel much more at ease, Shun Huangxue said sincerely. Even now, she couldn't imagine how Chu Zhe had managed to fend off the black bear in the dark. However, she knew that as long as Chu Zhe was around, she wouldn't be harmed by these carnivorous animals. Chu Zhe, there's something I don't know if I should ask, Shun Huangxue hesitated. Go ahead, Chu Zhe nodded. Do you remember the first day we met? You were so scared of a snake that you turned pale and even threatened to quit the competition. Chu Zhe explained slowly. So, what's the conclusion? Shun Huangxue raised an eyebrow and asked. A perfect partner, Chu Zhe immediately said. He wasn't flattering. These days, although he had done a lot, Shun Huangxue hadn't been idle either. Her efforts were evident, and even if it were any other adult male, they wouldn't have done better. Don't speak insincerely, Shun Huangxue pouted, a faint smile on her lips. I'm not lying. In a sense, you're more important than me, Chu Zhe said with a smile. He had said this many times. After all, survival knowledge can be learned through repeated failures, but medical skills are not so simple. Speaking of which, I have an idea, Chu Zhe suddenly said with a mischievous smile. Aren't you up to something? Shun Huangxue felt something was off. From the first day, I've been studying the rules of the show, Chu Zhe pondered and said. The rules of the show? Shun Huangxue was puzzled. Her memory was good, and she had read the rules, remembering most of them even now, but she hadn't seen anything unusual. Shun Huangxue, have you noticed? Chu Zhe suddenly looked alert at the drone above them. Most of the rules only apply within the team. Come to think of it, it does seem that way, Shun Huangxue realized after Chu Zhe's reminder. Most of the rules were designed to allow the two team members to live peacefully, without any competitive thoughts. Could it be that you want to? Shun Huangxue took a deep breath, her eyes revealing disbelief. Chu Zhe was really daring. If her guess was correct, it would become the focus of attention, and surviving 400 days would be a breeze. Yes, you're right. It all depends on you, Chu Zhe whispered. What? What are they talking about? I can't hear clearly. What did they find in the rules of the show? These two are being mysterious. What's the secret? The viewers were frustrated. They had been curious after hearing Chu Zhe's words, but instead of clarifying, the two deliberately lowered their voices and spoke in riddles. Bear Grylls, Chu Zhe mentioned the rules of the show. Is there something wrong? He Xiang saw the barrage of comments and asked with a smile. There are many issues, Bear Grylls thought to himself, also amazed by Chu Zhe's meticulous thinking and sharp insight. He had heard about it from the production team, while Chu Zhe had deduced it just from the rules. I'm not very clear either. I haven't delved deeply into the rules, Bear Grylls shook his head and said. Due to the confidentiality agreement, he couldn't reveal any crucial information that would harm the production team. Chapter 156. Tree Hole Team Sets Traps. Chu, you're putting a lot of pressure on me with that. Shun Huangshue forced a smile. I trust you, Chu said, his tone revealing a hint of trust. Leave it to me. Shun Huangshue felt warm inside and immediately agreed. But at the current pace, we're still a long way off. Chu chuckled. Right now, all the teams didn't even have the most basic shelter, and resources were extremely scarce. It was truly a situation where everyone was struggling just to survive. And Chu Zhe's idea could only be realized once everyone had at least a bit of resources. We're here. As they talked, the two arrived at the bamboo forest. Following the previous work distribution, Shun Huangshue started digging for bamboo shoots, while Chu Zhe cut down bamboo. Meanwhile, the tree hole duo was busy setting up traps. Shengjun, do you think this method will work? Wang Yi frowned, picking up a vine in his hand and asking. Whether it works or not, we have to try it, don't we? Shengjun sounded a bit impatient. We encountered the badger in the evening, so isn't it a bit early to set up now? Wang Yi asked again. What do you know? Shengjun's mouth twitched. Our trap isn't just for badgers. If a weasel, rabbit, or even a fox comes by, it'll work too. I didn't expect you to come up with a method overnight. I underestimated you. Wang Yi was slightly surprised. I was forced to. Shengjun's eyebrows twitched, and he looked a bit worn out. To catch the badger, he racked his brains, going over all the knowledge he had ever seen, and only came up with a brilliant idea just before dawn. Speaking of which, is it really okay to use vines? Wang Yi tied some fine weeds onto the vine. This was what Shengjun had requested, saying it would enhance the vine's toughness. Otherwise, Shengjun retorted, I've seen experts use vines to make traps, but animals are so strong. What if they break it? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Wang Yi was a bit worried. That's simple. Since the badger appears in the evening, we'll take turns keeping watch. Once the trap is triggered, we can catch the badger right away. Shengjun proposed an idea. Seriously? Staying here at night to watch the trap? Although the temperature was high, just imagining it made Wang Yi feel cold all over. Not to mention the relentless mosquitoes that would surely leave him covered in bites. If you don't want to, that's fine. I'll watch alone. But the share. Shengjun deliberately said, I'll watch. Who said I wouldn't? Thinking of the badger's meat, Wang Yi immediately found motivation and gritted his teeth to agree. Then it's settled. Shengjun said nonchalantly. Since he provided the method, the share for the badger would be 6 to him and 4 to Wang Yi. He had already thought about how to process the badger to make it even more delicious. By the way, Shengjun, what does a badger eat? Wang Yi suddenly thought of an important question. Huh? Shengjun was dumbfounded. What does a badger eat? Insects, maybe? Shengjun said uncertainly. What? After all this, you don't even know what a badger eats? Wang Yi gave him a disdainful look. You know? Shengjun was a bit annoyed. I'm not sure, but earthworms must be something it likes to eat. Wang Yi said confidently. Oh? Why is that? Shengjun asked. It's simple. Badgers are natural diggers, just like moles, and moles like to eat earthworms, so badgers probably do too. Wang Yi explained. Holy crap, Wang Yi actually guessed right. Laughing my head off, these two know less about survival than I do. These two clowns are giving me high blood pressure. But they're not completely brainless. They could at least connect the badger's habits with those of moles. The audience burst into laughter hearing their conversation. What else does a mole eat? Shengjun curiously asked. Moles usually live in the north, and as a southerner, Shengjun had never seen one in his life. Birds, insects, and mice. Wang Yi replied. Forget it, let's just go with earthworms. These 3 types of food were hard to catch, so Shengjun decided to use earthworms as bait to lure the badger. And when it came to digging earthworms, no team could compare to them. In just over 10 minutes, they dug up dozens of earthworms. Should be enough, right? Shengjun asked. Definitely. With so much food, how could the badger not take the bait? Wang Yi nodded. The vine is ready, so you set up the trap. Wang Yi said, handing a long vine to Sheng Jun. The vine was made by connecting several pieces, stretching 4 meters long. Wang Yi, do you know how to tie a slip knot? Sheng Jun scratched his head, feeling a bit stuck. Of course I do. Wang Yi had played house with girls since he was young and knew all sorts of rope tying techniques. Then tie a slip knot with this vine. Make sure there's a hole above the knot, about the size of a badger's head. Sheng Jun instructed. Shouldn't we re-evaluate the shares? Wang Yi said with a smile, holding the vine. You provided the method, but the actual operation is on me. Plus, you don't even know what a badger eats. I think it should be 6 to me and 4 to you. Fine, 50-50. Sheng Jun was so angry he was grinding his teeth. Okay. Wang Yi didn't push his luck, knowing that the method was the most important. He folded the vine, wrapped the shorter end around the hole 3 times, then stuffed the remaining end into the gap left in the third loop. Finally, he held the upper loop with one hand and pulled the shorter end tight with the other. Is the size of this hole okay? Wang Yi handed the slip knot to Sheng Jun. Looks a bit big. Sheng Jun wasn't sure. After all, they hadn't observed the badger up close, so they could only judge based on vague impressions. I think it's just right. Wang Yi had a different opinion. The two once again had differing views. If that's the case, then... Wang Yi and Sheng Jun glanced at each other. Then, with their right hands hidden behind their backs, they shouted in unison. Rock, paper, scissors. The moment the words left their mouths, Wang Yi extended scissors, while Sheng Jun extended paper. I win, so you'll listen to me. Wang Yi was a bit smug. The audience, however, was dumbfounded. What are they doing? Did I see that right? 2 grown adults playing this? Unbelievable. In this environment, they're playing this game. Foreign viewers watching the live stream were equally confused. What are those 2 contestants playing? It seems to be a little game from China. We don't have it in the West. Never mind. I didn't expect such weak contestants from China. Foreign viewers were puzzled, but also a bit relieved. Especially viewers from South Korea and the United States. After losing a contestant each, they were embarrassed, but seeing the tree-hole duo from China made them feel a bit better. So not every Chinese contestant is as strong as Chu Zhe, they thought. Chapter 157, Johnson's Move. Are you sure this will work? Watching Sheng Jun's series of arrangements, Wang Yi looked puzzled and couldn't help but question. Just watch. If the badger dares to come out of this hole, the trap will definitely catch it. Sheng Jun was very confident. Good, with you saying that, I feel much more at ease. Wang Yi also breathed a sigh of relief. This meant, barring any accidents, they would have badger meat tonight. Bear Grylls, is their trap feasible? After the setup was complete, Xiang asked. The tree-hole duo's lack of wilderness survival knowledge was well known. That's why any new progress, even something seemingly ordinary, could attract widespread attention. What Sheng Jun has done is the most basic and widely used trap. Bear Grylls commented. Using vines as ropes, placing the noose at the entrance of the badger den, and tying the other end to a tree. And using a slipknot, as Sheng Jun mentioned, once the badger's head is caught, it won't be able to get out. So, they're finally going to catch a prey themselves? Xiang asked with surprise. Not necessarily, as catching a badger is not guaranteed. Not necessarily. Bear Grylls shook his head. Don't underestimate a badger. Its claws are still very sharp. Although the vine is reinforced with grass rope, it can still be torn apart by the badger. Secondly, the size of the noose must match the badger's head. If it's too big or too small, the badger can easily escape. After explaining, Bear Grylls added. But don't worry, overall, the trap is set up correctly. And if they take turns guarding it, they can catch the badger before it destroys the trap once it's triggered. Come on, tree-hole duo, you can do it. Lu Wenwen clenched her fist, silently cheering for them. After Wang Yi and Sheng Jun finished setting up the trap, the two returned to the camp. After all, badgers only appear in the evening, so they weren't going to waste their day waiting there. What are we eating for lunch? On the way, Sheng Jun rubbed his flat stomach, looking listless. They had only eaten wild fruits in the morning, and caught a few insects to steam and eat. Last night, both of them had severe diarrhea, almost dehydrating them. If they didn't replenish more energy, they might faint halfway. Should we put in some effort and catch some more earthworms? Wang Yi was also quite worried. They hadn't slept much the night before last due to the heavy rain. And last night, they didn't sleep much because of the diarrhea. Let's do this. Since our main meal is the badger, we'll just make do with some earthworms for lunch. Wang Yi suggested. After lunch, we'll sleep to replenish our energy and strength, and then act tonight. Good idea. Sheng Jun agreed. At the same time, Chu Zhe and Shun Huangxue returned to their camp. Besides moving back a large amount of bamboo, they also dug up many bamboo shoots and plump bamboo worms. After a busy morning, both of them were quite hungry. Ignoring the need to rest, they began preparing lunch. Grilled bamboo worms. Chu Zhe muttered while sharpening bamboo to make skewers. I'm tired of deer meat. It's nice to have something fresh for a change. Thinking of the pile of smoked deer meat in the corner of the bamboo hut, Chu Zhe couldn't help but sigh. What's called showing off? This is it. People are incomparable. The tree-hole duo is digging earthworms for lunch, while Chu Zhe says he's tired of deer meat. I've never even tasted deer meat. What's the taste like? Is this what they call humble bragging? I love it. The audience couldn't help but laugh. But judging from the performance of each group now, Chu Zhe definitely had the right to say such a thing. Whether it was building a house or obtaining food, he was far ahead of the other contestants. Currently, only Su Shan could barely keep up. After all, the little wild boar's meat was plentiful, and the taste wasn't any worse than deer meat. Soon, Shun Huangxue returned. It was the same old routine. Deer meat, bamboo shoots, and bay leaves. Though simple, the taste was still excellent. Strange, where have all the snakes gone? I haven't seen any for days. While eating deer meat, Chu Zhe said, Come on. Remember how I almost got bitten by a venomous snake by the sea yesterday? Shun Huangxue replied. That snake had natural camouflage and moved quickly. I didn't even have a chance to catch it, so it doesn't count. Speaking of the brown-yellow snake from yesterday, Chu Zhe felt a headache. After the venomous snake's failed sneak attack on Shan Huangxue, Chu Zhe was prepared. Once the snake attacked again, Chu Zhe would instantly catch it. Who would have thought that the venomous snake coiled around the tree would just slip away, disappearing into the treetops in a matter of seconds, leaving Chu Zhe and Shan Huangxue staring at each other. That snake was strange. Instead of attacking, it ran away. Chu Zhe sighed. Would it wait to be eaten by you? Shan Huangxue gave Chu Zhe a look. Not all animals are reckless and aggressive toward humans. Snakes are no exception. It attacked Shan Huangxue because she disturbed its rest. After the two moved away, the venomous snake naturally wouldn't climb down the tree to attack Shan Huangxue. Instead, it left to find a new resting place, which is the snake's habit. While Chu Zhe and Shan Huangxue were eating, a figure hurried through the forest. My entrenching tool, I must get it back today, Johnson muttered to himself. As a former Special Forces King of the United States, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? It's really a good thing that Smith is dead, Johnson thought to himself. With him dead, I'm completely free. Johnson began to utilize his Marine Corps experience, abandoning the cave he had lived in for a week and roaming the forest. Johnson had been up early to go to the place where Smith died yesterday. By observing the various messy tracks on the ground, he determined the direction the shovel thief had gone. If I'm not mistaken, it should be to the south. After half a day of careful observation, Johnson came to a conclusion. Heading south would definitely allow him to retrieve his own entrenching tool. If they refused, Johnson would beat them up without hesitation. Johnson clearly remembered the show's rules. They only specified various internal regulations within a team. As for the rules when two teams meet, they were minimal. The most important one was not to cause anyone's death. Just wait, I'll make you pay double, Johnson said, taking out a few pieces of bat meat from his backpack and taking a bite. After Smith's death, all the bat meat was his, so food wasn't too tight for the next 2 days. On the other side, after the most famous expert in Korea, Master Kim, died, Master Park became the new hope of the Korean people. At this moment, Master Park was happily having lunch with his teammate Chui Bianian. After a morning of effort, they caught a bird. Chapter 158. The Robbery. Master Park, it's all thanks to you. Chui Bianian broke off a leg and said with great flattery, today's luck isn't good, only caught one. Master Park sat upright, his face showing no trace of a smile. He waved his hand dismissively at Chui Bianian's sycophantic words. If it were in the past, catching 7 or 8 wouldn't be a problem. Master Park, you're so handsome. That so-called Master Kim is useless. Master Park caught a bird in just one morning. Good riddance to Master Kim. Now Master Park can finally get the attention he deserves. The audience from the Republic of Korea were starry-eyed as they watched Master Park's composed demeanor. In their eyes, Master Park was infinitely superior to the deceased Master Kim. What's this? Johnston suddenly noticed something as he ran, and excitement filled his face. There was a distinct cross outside the root of a large tree. After Johnston's judgment, this was definitely not a scratch left by an animal. That meant, this is a marker left by a contestant. Johnston's lips curled into a sinister smile. Then, he slowly and carefully observed every tree around him. Sure enough, he found several more markers. So, which direction should I go? Johnston began to ponder. Although he had found markers, he didn't know which direction led to the camp and which was the opposite. Footprints, perhaps. Johnston scanned the ground around him. Soon, he made a discovery. There were several clear footprints in a patch of moist soil. However, the footprints were chaotic, with some leading forward and others backward, making it difficult to distinguish the direction. It's in that direction. Johnston understood at a glance. Although the footprints overlapped, the patterns on them were clear. Anyone who paid close attention could tell which footprint was on top and which was underneath. I want to see which contestant dares to steal from us, the beautiful people of America. Johnston sneered, then strode forward. Xiao Chui, your craftsmanship is quite good. Master Park sat on a log, leisurely praising. You flatter me, Master Park. Chui Bianian smiled obsequiously, then turned his gaze to the fire. There was still a complete bird head left. Although it was charred black, the aroma still made Chui Bianian swallow hard. But the next moment, Master Park's right hand reached out in front of Chui Bianian's covetous gaze. I haven't even had my fill, and you want the bird head? Dream on. Master Park thought coldly. Chui Bianian's gaze was too intense. He needed to get rid of it quickly. No good, the bird head is about to be gone. Chui Bianian swallowed again, trying hard to suppress his desires. He had been starving for days, and now that he had finally tasted meat, his desires were growing uncontrollably. Just then, Chui Bianian's pupil shrank, and his face changed dramatically, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Master Park. Chui Bianian stammered, raising his left hand and pointing behind Master Park. But Master Park still reached for the skewer over the fire, paying no attention to Chui Bianian's expression. The bird head looks good, it's mine. A voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Chui, what are you saying? Master Park glared at Chui Bianian with displeasure. He had already given him a third of the bird meat. He didn't expect him to be so insatiable as to want the bird head. Master Park, it's not me who said that. Chui Bianian replied nervously, his voice trembling. Why are you so nervous? Master Park frowned. If it's not you, then who? There's no one else here. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt something was off. Recalling the previous sentence, it seemed to have come from behind him. At this thought, Master Park's face changed dramatically, and he was about to turn around. The next moment, a cold and hard object pressed against his neck, and a thick arm appeared in Master Park's vision. Master Park felt every hair on his body stand on end, a chill running down his back, and a sense of danger surged in his heart. Who are you? A contestant? What do you want? Although Master Park's body trembled, his face remained expressionless, and his voice sounded calm, as if he wasn't scared. As expected of Master Park, truly unflinching even in the face of a collapsing mountain. Chui Bianian was deeply impressed. If it were him, being suddenly held at the neck by a stranger, he might have already wet his pants. Oh, quite a few questions. The man clicked his tongue lightly, moved his hand away, and walked directly to the side. He grabbed the skewer over the fire and bit the bird head into his mouth. Crunch. The man chewed on the bird head, the sound of bones breaking coming from his mouth. Let me introduce myself. I'm Johnston, one of the contestants in the show. At this, Johnston paused. Chui Bianian understood immediately and quickly got up, moving the log he was sitting on to Johnston's seat. Johnston nodded in satisfaction and then sat down. As for my purpose, it's simple. To take your army shovel. As Johnston spoke, his gaze had already scanned the area several times, but he only saw a single army shovel lying in the dirt. What? Take our army shovel? Master Park's lips twitched a few times, and he stood up angrily. What kind of joke is this? If you take our stuff, what will we use to cut trees in the future? I don't have time to care about your future. Johnston extended his fist, which was as big as a sandbag, and threatened fiercely. If you don't give it, you know the consequences. Mr. Johnston, can we discuss this? Master Park said cautiously. As long as you don't take our army shovel, everything is negotiable. Unfortunately, if you had something valuable, I might consider it. Johnston's expression was extremely disdainful. But you're penniless, not even having the most basic meat. What do you have to negotiate with? Hee, this is a tool issued by the production team. If you take it, the production team won't allow it. Master Park mustered some courage. Oh, really? Johnston's face showed a few quirks, and Chui Bianian's heart instantly turned ice cold. He knew Johnston was right. The rules of the production team didn't specify that groups couldn't rob each other's supplies. Master Park, let's just give it to him. Chui Bianian looked at Johnston with fear. Johnston was 1.9 meters tall, with a burly build, towering over the 1.6-meter Master Park and Chui Bianian like a giant. Chui Bianian, do you know what losing the army shovel means to us? Master Park looked at Chui Bianian and had just started to speak. Johnston raised an eyebrow and swung a punch. Shut up. Immediately, Master Park flew out like a kite with a broken string, finally landing on the ground. Will you give it or not? Johnston stomped heavily. Master Park, lying on the ground, felt the earth tremble. He immediately got up, smiling, and picked up the army shovel, respectfully handing it over. Of course, Mr. Johnston, it's yours. Chapter 159. The Humble Master Park. Master Park, what are you doing? Bowing and scraping. Is this what you call a survival expert? I misjudged you, Master Park. You have no sense of our nation's defiance against authority. Seeing Master Park's behavior, the audience from Pickle Nation was stunned. Meanwhile, audiences from other countries burst into laughter. Look at the two contestants from Pickle Nation, not even daring to resist. Exactly, when Johnson stomped his foot, Master Park almost peed his pants. But without the shovel, this team will be eliminated soon, right? Of course, not everyone is as strong as Johnson. Come on, I'd say it's Chuzhe from Huaxia. Don't get me wrong, but can Johnson climb a tree in 3 seconds like him? Well, as a Special Forces soldier, Johnson shouldn't have a problem with that, right? The audience's disgust. In the scene, Johnson grabbed the shovel and examined it carefully. It's indeed not mine. Johnson recognized the shovel from his own team. Moreover, from the wear on the blade, it was clear this shovel hadn't been used much. Good shovel. Johnson smiled in satisfaction. Then, Mr. Johnson. Seeing this, Master Park bent over and said obsequiously, Is there anything else? Of course there is. Johnson sneered. He scanned the surroundings once more, finally fixing his gaze on a certain spot. This is bad. Chui Bianian sensed trouble. That was where they kept their most valuable possession. Oh, this is quite nice. Johnson let out a soft exclamation, walked over, and picked it up. Sir, with the current temperature, it might not be suitable to take this. Chui Bianian said calmly, trying not to draw attention. This idiot. Why is he still saying such things now? Master Park cursed inwardly. Who knew where this tall, muscular man had come from, standing at 1.9 meters. Wouldn't it be better to let him take what he wanted and leave quickly? Chui Bianian had to ask another unnecessary question. What did you say? Johnson narrowed his eyes and stared directly at Chui Bianian. In that instant, Chui Bianian broke out in cold sweat, feeling as if he were being watched by a predator. It's just rabbit fur, Mr. Johnson. Please take it. Master Park walked over with a smile and said, You're much more tactful than this kid. Johnson glanced at him and said, There's an old saying in Huaxia, a wise man submits to circumstances. Even more so in Pickle Nation. Master Park took pride in his obsequious behavior. Good. Johnson liked such sensible people, saving him a lot of effort. Then, Johnson walked around the campsite, even inspecting their shelter. Strange, could it really not be them? Johnson pondered. From the traces left in the entire campsite, there was indeed no sign of a second shovel. Mr. Johnson, what are you looking for? Master Park was a bit puzzled by Johnson's actions. Apart from picking up a rabbit after the storm, their campsite had nothing of value. Even a mouse wouldn't bother leaving any food. Have you two been to the north? After a moment of silence, Johnson suddenly asked, The north? Master Park and Chui Bianian looked at each other, both looking awkward. Mr. Johnson, which direction is north? Master Park scratched his head and said awkwardly, My God, this is the funniest joke I've heard all year. Johnson was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. These two had been on the island for 8 days and couldn't even tell the directions. Fools. Johnson's observational skills were sharp. He could tell their expressions weren't fake. If it's not them. Johnson's anger flared up again. He had to find the one who stole his shovel. With that, Johnson picked up the shovel and prepared to leave. Please wait, Mr. Johnson. Master Park followed with a smile. If possible, please take me with you. Master Park? Chui Bianian's eyes widened. He clearly heard Master Park say me instead of us. Was Master Park abandoning him? Take you? Johnson almost laughed out loud. Now that he had no teammates, why would he take another one? Moreover, this Pickle Nation contestant wasn't even half as good as Smith. Yes, although I can't tell directions, I'm quite famous as a survival expert in Pickle Nation. Master Park immediately tried to boost his own reputation. Unfortunately, Johnson wasn't buying it. The rules of the show don't allow teams to help each other, so don't even think about it. Johnson sneered and turned to leave. After he left, Master Park plopped down on the ground. Master Park, what do we do now? Chui Bianian, despite his resentment, still asked him. After all, his skills were indeed inferior to Master Park's. It's over. Everything is over. Master Park was in a daze, his eyes lifeless. Without the shovel, how can we continue? Master Park was completely disheartened. Master Park, we have to try. If we last a month, we can get a big bonus. Chui Bianian tried to encourage him. That's true. Master Park's eyes lit up. The reason he joined the show was, of course, for the bonus. In Pickle Nation, housing prices were exorbitant, and Master Park's girlfriend was a big spender. She didn't want a house in the suburbs, but insisted on a big villa in the city center. Master Park was in a bind but couldn't refuse. After all, she was his goddess. After putting all his money down as a down payment, Master Park worked hard to pay off the 40-year mortgage. His goal here was to last a year. With a year's bonus, he could pay off the mortgage and live a happy life. A year. Master Park regained hope. Xiao Chui, where are the rabbit bones we ate yesterday? I buried them. Chui Bianian felt disdain inside, but answered normally on the surface. Do you remember the location? Master Park pressed. Chui Bianian nodded. Great. We can make a few bone knives. Master Park said with conviction. Bone knives? As expected of Master Park, you're amazing. Chui Bianian praised without fully understanding. What a genius idea. Master Park hasn't given up. We should cheer for them. I've heard of bone knives. It really could work. After Johnson left, the audience from Pickle Nation changed their tune and started praising again. Chapter 160. The Method of Master Park. Making bone knives. Asterisk asterisk. Brother Bear, can bone knives really work? Hee-seong asked curiously. When Johnson sees the Korean contestants' entrenching tool, the Hwaxia live broadcast also immediately relayed the scene. Seeing the Korean contestants' humble demeanor, the audience in the Hwaxia live broadcast room found it quite amusing. If it were a Hwaxia contestant, especially Chu Zhe, there would definitely be a fight. How could Master Park just give up like that? After all, this is a global live broadcast, and the contestants are not only competing for themselves but also for their country's honor. Clearly, the Republic of Korea has lost face. Of course, the people of the Republic of Korea have thick skin, so they don't care. Now that Master Park suggested making bone knives from wild rabbit bones, it has gained the approval of their country's audience. But Hee-seong was very puzzled. In his understanding, bones are very fragile, like fish bones, chicken bones, etc. How can bones be made into weapons now? Host He, what Master Park said is correct. Bear Grylls first affirmed, but then he changed the subject. Bone knives do exist and are sold as commodities in the world, but they are very expensive and few people know about them. So does that mean Master Park can really make bone knives? Hee-seong pressed on. No. Bear Grylls shook his head. The most basic requirement for making bone knives is that the material must be extremely hard, so naturally, animal bones from the body cannot be used. Even if Master Park could make a bone knife with wild rabbit bones, it could cut meat, but it would definitely break if used to cut trees. Bear Grylls explained. Then what kind of bones are better? Lu Wenwen asked. Rhino horns and ivory are the best materials for making bone knives. Once made, they may not be as sharp as metal, but they are not easily damaged. Bear Grylls slowly explained. Meanwhile, as Bear Grylls was explaining, Chui Bianian had already dug up the leftover bones from yesterday from the pit. This is too smelly, isn't it? Master Park almost vomited. With the high temperature, it's understandable that microorganisms multiply quickly. Chui Bianian covered his nose and said, Xiao Chui, after digging out the bones, go wash them clean. After hesitating for a long time, Master Park decided to have Chui Bianian do the work. Master Park, I have no experience. If I can't wash them clean, wouldn't it all be for nothing? Chui Bianian's face changed, and he felt a bit angry inside. Before Johnson arrived, he thought Master Park was really amazing and capable of anything. But now, Chui Bianian felt he was a fool. In these 8 days, Master Park only managed to catch one bird, and the wild rabbit they ate yesterday was picked up by himself. Chui Bianian was increasingly convinced that Master Park might be a half-baked expert, perhaps only a little better than himself. Now he was ordering him to do some thankless chores. The entrenching tool was given away by Master Park himself. Why should he do it? I'm not going. Chui Bianian said directly. What did you say? Master Park was a bit incredulous, but then he understood. Perhaps Chui Bianian refused because the bones were too smelly. Xiao Chui, you are a newcomer. You need to work harder. This is not a chore. It will allow you to learn more and accumulate survival experience. Master Park said earnestly. Hee. Chui Bianian remained unmoved. Xiao Chui, if you don't want to do even this little work, I think you should quit early. Master Park bowed and scraped to Johnson, but he was arrogant and domineering with Chui Bianian. Quitting is out of the question. Don't even think about it. Chui Bianian started to slack off. I remember the program rules say that fights within the group are not allowed. What are you going to do? Master Park frowned, feeling a bit uneasy. Because of you, we lost the entrenching tool and the rabbit skin. Master Park, shouldn't you do something about it? Chui Bianian said first. You saw it. That guy is big and strong. We can't beat him. Master Park explained. In any case, the responsibility is yours. Seeing that Master Park's tone had softened, Chui Bianian's confidence grew. Make a few bone knives quickly, or I won't help you in the future. Threatening me? Then you won't get any food either. Master Park let out a cold laugh. Chui Bianian didn't know how to get food, so threatening him was absurd. It's simple. Wherever you go, I go. I'll follow you to the bathroom, and when you eat, I'll take it. I'm sure I won't starve. Chui Bianian said calmly. You. Master Park was dumbfounded. Could he really do that? It was pure shamelessness. But if Chui Bianian really took his food, he really couldn't do anything about it, since the rules prohibited him from beating him up. Fine, I'll do it, okay? Master Park was very angry but had no choice. Chui Bianian had been a fitness coach and was much stronger than him, so there was no way he could win a fight over food. Thus, he had to reluctantly wash the bones himself. With that, Master Park endured the stench and picked up a pile of bones, wrapped them in broad leaves, and headed to the creek. Not long after, Master Park returned to the campsite. Seeing Chui Bianian's leisurely appearance, he couldn't help but feel angry. Just a few minutes ago, he still had absolute control, but now Chui Bianian had firmly taken the lead. Master Park is back. You've worked hard, Chui Bianian said with a smile. Master Park snorted coldly and didn't want to pay attention to him. Then Master Park brought over a flat stone and placed the washed 6 or 7 bones on it. He then picked up a sharp-edged stone he had found by the creek and started grinding it against the bones. Watch, I want the world to know that I, Master Park, am not just a name. Master Park felt quite proud inside. He had heard of bone knives before, although he had never seen videos or knew the process. But Master Park thought it was similar to sharpening a knife. Chui Bianian quietly watched from the side. Snap! The bones suddenly cracked under the friction of the stone. Seeing this, Master Park immediately picked up another bone and started grinding it again. With the previous experience, Master Park became more familiar with the process. However, the familiar sound rang out again. Snap! The bone cracked again. Master Park, are you capable or not? Chui Bianian began to doubt. Wasting so much time. Not a single bone knife was made, but many bones were broken. Don't be impatient. This is difficult. What do you know? Master Park felt a bit embarrassed and also anxious inside. Why couldn't he make a bone knife? What was the problem? Master Park's eyes turned red as he continued grinding the bones. Finally, after relentless effort, the last bone was successfully ground into a bone knife. Success! Master Park breathed a sigh of relief. His reputation remained intact. Let me try. Seeing the bone knife with a jade-like luster, Chui Bianian was a bit excited and immediately snatched it, slashing it at a piece of wood beside him. The surface of the bone knife immediately showed dense cracks. In the next moment, it shattered into pieces. Chapter 161. Who is stronger? I can't stop laughing. All that effort to make a bone knife, and this is it? Master Park is so amazing. The bone knife is so beautiful. It does look nice, just not practical. Don't be harsh. Master Park's bone knife is clearly a piece of art. Using it to chop wood would be wrong, wouldn't it? The audience was in stitches. The so-called master from Korea is quite a character, grinding a rabbit bone. Just as Bear Grylls said, it's too brittle and not suitable for making a bone knife. After all that effort, they ended up with nothing. For a moment, the atmosphere in the Chinese live stream was filled with joy. At this time, some viewers suddenly became worried. Now, Johnson from the US is going crazy looking for the person who stole his entrenching tool. What if he finds Chu Zhe? What then? Hey, what's the big deal? Chu Zhe can even scare off a black bear. Amir Johnson is nothing. True, I really want to see Chu Zhe dominate Johnson. You don't know, all of America's hopes are pinned on Johnson. If Johnson gets beaten, their faces will be priceless. While some were worried, many others were laughing. Johnson is strong, but our Chu Zhe is no slouch either. Moreover, Shun Huangxue also knows some self-defense techniques, plus the 2 entrenching tools. Even if it's a one-on-one fight that's not favorable, a 2-on-1 would definitely work. 1-1. What do you think of Johnson's strength? He Xiang asked. These days, Chu Zhe has also shown some of his strength in front of the camera. But Johnson hasn't shown much else, only demonstrating his impressive skill at catching bats. The question of who is stronger between the two remains uncertain. As the world martial arts champion, Lu Wenwen is the most qualified to speak, especially since there were also opponents from U.S. Special Forces in the past competitions, all of whom were defeated cleanly by Lu Wenwen. Not worth mentioning, Lu Wenwen said calmly. Her tone was so flat, as if she were talking about something trivial. Is this the confidence of a world champion? Xiang said with a smile. Little girl, such big words. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Hop snorted coldly. He couldn't stand Lu Wenwen saying Johnson was weak. After all, Johnson is his most favored contestant, and Lu Wenwen's words were practically mocking his poor judgment. Moreover, he had bet millions on Johnson in some underground casino. If Johnson loses, he'd be in big trouble. Johnson once won the title of Warrior King in the Special Forces. His close combat skills are among the best in the U.S. military. Even a world champion boxer wouldn't dare to speak so boldly. So what gives you the right? What gives me the right? Lu Wenwen's face remained calm as she looked at Hops. Snake King, perhaps you misunderstood. That's what I thought. Hops showed a few smiles. It seemed Lu Wenwen was intimidated by his words. My words don't just refer to Johnson, Lu Wenwen said, and her aura suddenly changed. But all the special forces of the United States. What did you say? Hop's smile froze on his face, his eyes widening. This woman was actually saying the U.S. Special Forces were weak? Lu Wenwen, do you know what you just said? Hop said in a deep voice. On this planet, the United States is a superpower that can rival China, and its military's strict discipline and brutal training programs have produced countless elite special forces warriors. Johnson is one of them. Standing at 1.9 meters, his body is filled with explosive muscles. His strength is evident from the fact that the Korean Master Park cowered the moment he saw him. Yet, Lu Wenwen directly said the U.S. Special Forces were trash. It wouldn't be surprising if a bunch of Special Forces soldiers immediately booked tickets to China to challenge Lu Wenwen. This is a fact. Lu Wenwen sat upright, her expression serious. Since I started learning martial arts at the age of 3, I've been through thousands of battles, including more than 100 with U.S. Special Forces. So, Wenwen, what's your record? Xiang's eyes lit up and immediately asked. Without exception, all victories, never a defeat. Lu Wenwen's voice was clear and loud. I knew it, Wenwen is so cool. Sister Lu is a heroine. Look at Hop's face turning purple. So satisfying, in front of Lu Wenwen. Johnson is nothing. Don't insult Poop, it's more fitting to call him shit ha. The audience was also excited. Lu Wenwen's words seemed to ignite their blood, making them feel electrified. Why is this woman so strong? Hops showed some apprehension, his mind full of doubts. Oh, right, a very famous Special Forces warrior also fell under my hands. His name was Bill Anderson. Bill Anderson? Hops felt a vague sense of familiarity, as if he had heard the name somewhere. Johnson Anderson. Hops muttered. Suddenly, he was startled. Anderson wasn't Johnson's instructor during his Special Forces days? It turns out he was Lu Wenwen's defeated opponent. Do you think this represents the strength of the U.S. Special Forces? Hops, of course, wouldn't admit what Lu Wenwen said. Moreover, the discussion now isn't about you, Lu Wenwen, but about Chu Zhe and Johnson in the show. I hereby declare that as long as the two meet, Johnson will definitely win. Let's not argue. Let's hear what Bear Grylls has to say. Seeing the atmosphere getting tense, Xiang quickly smoothed things over. Bear Grylls pondered for a moment before speaking. As of now, Chu Zhe has shown high levels in strength, courage, and skill. While Johnson's strength goes without saying, he's also very strong. Both of them rank among the top 200 contestants. As for who is stronger, I can't say for sure. As soon as Bear Grylls finished, the audience was in an uproar. Smooth talker. No wonder he's Bear Grylls. Listening to you is like listening to, well, nothing. All right, we've successfully wasted a precious minute of our lives. To be fair,